The shark behind them had eaten the meat, leaving only the skeleton. Tanthin realized that this place was unsafe and they had to leave quickly. If it was a laboratory, there must be an exit. Tanthin signaled to the two people to move quickly. As they swam, the group encountered a door that was closed. They tried pulling it, but it wouldn't open. At this moment, the two sharks had managed to get through the glass barrier. Tanthin observed the area and saw that next to the door were a green and a red panel. He thought that these might be the door's unlocking mechanism. He moved his ring over the red panel, and it turned green. The door opened. Everyone quickly pulled and squeezed through, with Rana and Tanthin going first. Qatar, who hadn't moved in time, was still behind, but Tanthin shouted for him to hurry and reach out his hand. As Tanthin pulled Qatar through, one of the sharks lunged toward them. Tanthin shouted, "Hurry, close the door. Don't let it in." Luckily, the door opened outward. If it had opened inward, the three of them would have been unable to stop the shark. However, the struggle wasn't a long-term solution. If the other shark swam over, things would get complicated. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and the shark got stuck. Its body slammed into the door, bleeding heavily. It turned out that the other shark had charged into the door, causing the door to press down even harder on the first shark. Tanthin quietly marveled, "Oh, it's its teammate." He pulled out his dagger. He wasn't sure if he should call it a shark or an idiot. After a while, the shark died. The three of them had stabbed it many times, plus the pressure from the door. Rana, unsure whether the shark was dead, asked Tanthin. He replied, "It's dead beyond repair." Just then, the remaining shark rammed into the door. Rana said, "There's one left. What do we do now?" Tanthin and Qatar drew their daggers. Rana asked what they intended to do. Tanthin pushed the door open, allowing the trapped shark's body to float out. He quickly shut the door again. The mysterious man had been watching the group's every move. With his arms crossed, he said, "The shark experiment is a success. However, the intelligence of the sharks raised here seems low. Fortunately, you're fine. If you can get through the Xuanwu Gate, you'll be able to proceed and assist Tanthin's group." On Tanthin's side, Rana was exhausted, hoping not to encounter any more sharks like this. Tanthin reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, sharks are attracted to blood. If any are nearby, they'll definitely show up soon." He instructed the two to move. Even though they had finished with the sharks, they still needed to find a way out. Upon hearing Tanthin, Qatar and Rana sighed with relief. Although they had used the narrow passage to kill the sharks, it had drained their stamina. If they encountered more sharks, they probably wouldn't have the strength to deal with them. Fortunately, that situation didn't arise. After being submerged in water for too long, Tanthin and the others started to feel cold. To avoid getting hypothermic, they gathered floating objects around them to make a simple raft. After another half hour, they finally finished the raft. However, due to limited materials, the raft wasn't very stable and could easily fall apart. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Time passed, and they breathed a sigh of relief. As they continued on, Tanthin and his group followed the guidance of the ring, moving deeper into the structure. The architecture was so vast that it was hard to imagine. An hour passed, and the environment around them had hardly changed. During this time, Tanthin had several urges to investigate the large iron door, hoping to find some useful information, but he eventually suppressed these urges. If they encountered something like the sharks again, it would be trouble for the entire group. When Tanthin saw the ring glowing, he was unsure what was happening. Suddenly, the raft shot upward. Everyone panicked, not understanding what was happening. Rana thought it might be a new type of spell from Tanthin. Tanthin himself had no idea what was going on. The raft was moving so fast. Tanthin shouted for everyone to hold on tightly and not get thrown off. Ahead, a closed door appeared. Tanthin yelled that they were about to crash into it. But suddenly, the door opened and someone appeared inside. The group flew through the door, and the raft broke apart. The three of them fell. Tanthin was worried when he saw the ring had broken. He thought that the fall must have caused it to smash. However, the mysterious man explained that the energy in the ring had run out, so it was bound to break. Rana thought this man was an enemy, and Qatar was scared when he saw the man standing right next to them. He had no idea when he had appeared. Both of them were on guard, ready to fight. Tanthian recognized the man and realized that there were people here. He had misunderstood earlier. The man created 3 chairs and told them to sit. "Don't waste time. There's not much energy left," he said as he turned away to operate something on a 3-dimensional screen. After a while of pressing buttons, he turned around and saw that the 3 of them were still standing, so he asked, "Why are you still standing there? Sit down." Tanthian was unsure about the situation. The man then said, "I forgot you have 2 foreign friends." He snapped his fingers to activate the language translator and then asked, "Can you understand now?" The 3 young men, Rana and Qatar, had no idea what was happening. Like, who am I? Where am I? The man sighed in disappointment and turned away. Tanthian asked him if something was wrong, where they were, and how they could leave this place. The man opened a drawer and pulled out several packs of instant noodles, seemingly a spicy version of a popular brand. He then snapped at Tanthian, "Shut up. I don't have the mood to explain. Figure it out yourself." He pointed at the air, and a TV appeared in front of them. Tanthian was surprised to see a black and white TV. The screen started showing footage from the man's time in the laboratory. Everyone was urgently evacuating, and data was being stored. At this point, the energy had become uncontrollable, yet the man remained calm and walked to his chair. He noticed that although there was a continuous data storage system, adding a bit more data wouldn't hurt. He started speaking. Time recording. New era. Year 336, Solar Day 26. Location: Island No. 2, 5 Directions Laboratory. Recorder: Deputy Director of the 5 Directions Laboratory from the main room. The 3 of them looked at him. Rana thought, how could someone like him be in such a small place? Tanthian thought, why does the person in the footage look so different from him? I wonder if it's really the same person. The man, holding a pack of instant noodles, sniffed the scent as he recalled the taste. When he turned back and saw the 3 of them staring at him, he said, "I've been hiding these instant noodles for a long time. I'm not sharing them with you." Tanthian replied flatly, "Thanks, I'm not eating." The TV continued showing the man speaking. "I don't know if people from the future or the past will ever watch this footage, but I'm sure they'll be curious about what happened in the laboratory." Tanthian looked at the screen to continue watching. The story began when Earth reached level 1 civilization, where the resource exploitation was at its peak. However, the issue of resource shortages still hadn't been solved. 156 years later, Earth moved towards level 2 civilization, but faced another resource crisis. You're probably wondering, the man continued. When civilization reached level 1, people could freely move within the solar system to exploit resources on nearby planets. But why was there still a resource crisis? He added, "We won't go into that here. Just know that due to energy shortages on Earth, this laboratory was established." Tanthian cursed under his breath. "You were talking and then just stopped. What a mood killer." Before explaining the research in the laboratory, the man made it clear that this island was man-made. The project team was created in celebration of Taiwan Island's 100th anniversary, and the island was constructed based on a sketch of Taiwan. It was only then that Tanthian realized why this island looked so similar to Taiwan Island. He didn't know exactly when year 336 started, but he really wanted to see it with his own eyes. Regarding the laboratory, the main research topic, there was an age-old question in the scientific community. Time. Time is order, something that cannot be surpassed in a 3-dimensional space. Only an advanced civilization can control it. However, knowing about this order beforehand was used as a breakthrough to solve the energy shortage on Earth. The man explained, "As for time research, I hope that anyone who finds this data will be thoroughly prepared, at least reaching level 3 civilization before engaging." He then added, "The cause of all of this can be seen on the live footage. You'll understand the consequences of crossing boundaries." At this point, the man rambled on, talking about why they didn't stop the research, citing curiosity and rebelliousness. If you forbid it, they'll only want to do it more. Tanthian thought, "Please, I'm not asking. I don't need your explanation." The man was still rambling when suddenly a powerful kick hit his face. A man wearing glasses stepped forward, gripped his hand, and scolded, "What are you still talking for? It's time to go. Why are you still here blabbering?" The other man rubbed his face and replied, "How can we leave? The whole island is affected by the chaos of time. Where are we supposed to go?" Instantaneous teleportation. The man with glasses said, "It seems like that's the case. Running is useless." At this point, Tanthian realized that these two men were really not normal. The man from the Five Directions laboratory suddenly shouted, "I forgot something important." He fumbled with a code, but it wasn't working. Tanthian wondered if the issues with the laboratory were caused by him. They continued watching the TV. The two men were seen sitting and drinking tea. The man from the Five Directions laboratory said, "I want to leave this video behind for anyone who might find the laboratory in the future." The footage showed the two men sitting calmly drinking tea, looking like madmen. Tanthian thought, "These guys are definitely out of their minds." The man with glasses introduced himself. "I'm Professor Troangoklam, the leader." Then he made a gesture, expecting viewers to donate to him. Tanthian felt like punching him. "You want donations after making the video like this? I'm not even getting a donation." Tanthian was speechless, thinking, with these two leading the laboratory, how could anything ever function properly? As they continued watching, they learned that not long from now, the energy stored in the celestial clock would explode. A time river would form, engulfing the entire island. Everything on the island would leap forward by 200 years instantly. Due to the massive energy from the time river, a time-space storm would occur. When that happened, Peninsula No. 2 would disappear into time-space fractures. Because the fractures were unstable, Peninsula No. 2 would appear in different locations and time periods, like a ship vanishing in the Bermuda Triangle, only to suddenly reappear in the Pacific Ocean. If someone was lucky enough, they might see the island again, and even more lucky, they might find the laboratory and this video. The laboratory had an escape pod that could travel at 500 kilometers per hour without being affected by inertia. However, it couldn't escape the time-space storm. Both of them didn't need to run and just sat back, waiting for death. They both felt that death wouldn't be that bad because the human body couldn't withstand the effects of time for 200 years, but consciousness could. Earlier, Tanthian's group had created an oxygen tank to explore the sky pit. After entering the pit, they encountered a cluster of structures, and their group was sucked in. In this place, they were being chased by 3 sharks and almost perished. They discovered that this was a time experiment site, but due to an accident, the entire island was sucked into the time-space rift. The two professors were sitting together, talking about consciousness transfer. Lam said that by transferring the consciousness of the two people to the cloud and living in the form of data, if the equipment wasn't damaged, they could survive not just 200 years, but even 2,000 years. The two young men stood up, laughing and talking, and Tanthian began to doubt their existence. Were these two really scientists or more like comedians? The two professors then proceeded with their work. One set up an emergency program, and the other was in charge of transferring consciousness. After both Tanthian and his group had finished watching, sitting on the chairs, they saw that Nu Fuom had also entered the correct code. It turned out he was activating Lam's consciousness from the consciousness transmission system, which appeared in the form of Lam as he was in the past. The three were surprised when a figure appeared in the air. Rana thought the glowing figure was a deity. Tanthian was amazed. This technique, transferring consciousness to the cloud and then reloading it into a physical form, had to be centuries ahead of the 21st century. As soon as Lam appeared, he immediately started yelling at Nu Fuong for not transferring the data. Nu Fuong clutched his head and complained that he had forgotten due to years of inactivity. Then, the two professors made 2 bowls of spicy instant noodles and sat down to talk to Tanthian's group. They knew that Tanthian and his group had arrived on the Peninsula No. 2 after encountering a storm. However, there was nothing strange about it. Peninsula No. 2, within the time-space rift, would occasionally appear at different locations. Tanthian asked the two professors if there was a way to return to the old world, but he was told not to dream about it. This struck Tanthian like a stone, leaving him speechless. Fuong said, even though they had no way, it didn't mean Tanthian's group couldn't return. He raised his hand, and a ring appeared, which he handed to Tanthian. Tanthine received the ring and looked at it, not knowing what it was. Lam explained that inside the ring, there was data from the laboratory, which was the key to help them return to their original world. He added that when their project team was established, it was part of the entire Homeland Plan, and within this plan, there was a project called Biosphere, or the Third Biosphere. Lam explained that Tanthine probably already had an idea of what the research was about. Tanthine recalled his middle school biology class, where they introduced the second biosphere, which was a system of miniaturized artificial ecological cycles built in the northern desert of Tucson, Arizona, USA. This system was initiated by former American football player John Pogilin and led by Edward Bass and others. The goal was to understand how Earth functions and simulate Earth's ecological environment. In simple terms, it was to prepare for migration to other planets. Unfortunately, after 2 years, the second biosphere project failed. The ecosystem inside it collapsed, oxygen levels in the air decreased, seawater became acidic, and the vegetation was desertified. Even the lives of the researchers were at risk. At that time, the second biosphere declared its failure, and it raised alarms about the need to protect the ecological environment on a global scale. Tanthine thought for a while and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the third biosphere must be a continuation or an advancement from the second biosphere, right?" Lam sighed and said, "Although your assumption isn't entirely accurate, it's not wrong either." He continued, "The Homeland Plan was established to extend the human race's needs. Every project is an organic whole, and Island Number 2 is specifically meant to serve the third biosphere." Tanthine asked, "Is the third biosphere similar to Peninsula Number 2, existing within the same time-space rift?" Lam confirmed, "Yes, it is. The third biosphere also built a laboratory like Island Number 2. The second island is responsible for producing research outcomes, while the third biosphere applies these results in practice." Niu Fuan laughed, saying, "Island Number 2 produces the raw materials, while the third biosphere is the factory that processes and ships them. If there's an issue with the raw materials, the factory can't escape the consequences either." Tanthine thought to himself, "What is he laughing at? Is he mocking the suffering of others?" Lam immediately kicked Niu Fuan, telling him not to listen to the nonsense of the crazy man. Lam clarified that the third biosphere had a more powerful and complete laboratory, and even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be as serious as here. So, there was a chance to use the data from this incident to reverse engineer the process and return to the original time-space. As for finding the third biosphere, the ring would guide them. Tanthine looked at the ring in his hand, finally feeling hopeful. He then asked Lam and the others why they weren't joining his group. They explained that, even if they wanted to, they couldn't, as their bodies had become data and were now a part of the laboratory, so they couldn't leave. Lam, wanting to make Tanthine believe him, took a knife and stabbed it into Niu Fuan's rear to prove his point. Tanthine could only feel a bitter sadness when dealing with these two Canadian youths. He asked the two professors if they weren't afraid he would take advantage of them by seizing the valuable experimental data. Even though the two professors didn't respond, Tanthine could feel a deep mocking aura. Lam laughed, saying, "If you have the ability, then go ahead, but just make sure to promote the progress of civilization." Niu Fuan said, "The data has been given. Now quickly leave before you die. Because the last time something went wrong, the energy was drained. But since the two of us have worked hard to maintain the laboratory, it will only be a matter of time before it starts operating again, just in time for your group to arrive. 1 hour later, the energy of the laboratory will be depleted, and it will collapse, and we will disappear along with it." Tanthine panicked when he realized they only had 1 hour left. Lam told him not to worry, that things would work out in the end. He then opened the escape pod, saying that with it, they could escape in less than half a minute. Tanthine found this strange. It didn't look like a life pod. He wasn't sure if, when lying inside it, the two old men might take over his body. Suddenly, a pistol was aimed at Tanthine's head. Niu Fuan, holding the gun with a dangerous gaze, said, "You know too much already." Lam flew in, punched and cursed at him. "What time is it now, and you're still joking around?" Niu Fuan looked at Tanthine's face and said, "You don't trust us." This made him angry. Tanthine sighed at that moment. What kind of professors are these two? He thought. If we met them normally, I'd probably think they were escapees from a mental facility. Lam brushed his hands off and said, being cautious is a good thing. It's how you survive. Both Nu Fuong and I have absolute authority in this laboratory. If we wanted to harm anyone, we would have already done so. There's no need for trickery. Tanthian felt ashamed, realizing he had been suspicious of them unjustly. Then, Tanthian approached the life pod and asked if there was anything else they needed help with. Lam replied, as long as you find the Singba book and get all the data from the lab, that's the biggest help you can give. Nu Fuong then asked if Tanthian had any more questions, and if not, to hurry up and leave, not standing there like an idiot. Tanthian smiled obsequiously and jokingly asked for something like high-tech firearms or fireworks for self-defense. He also suggested that if they could provide a boat to travel far, that would be even better because with the three of them, they didn't know which would win, 3 monkeys or a horse, before they could escape the island. Nu Fuong, in turn, exposed their group's weakness. Don't talk about checking, he said. We saw the signs of life from dozens of people on Peninsula No. 2. It's all monkeys here. Lan replied, don't get your hopes up. Everything in the lab has been destroyed. Once the energy runs out, everything will turn to dust. The ring I gave you has enough energy to last for 100 years without breaking. He also informed Tanthian of some news. Peninsula No. 2, like the laboratory, needed energy to sustain itself. Once the lab collapsed, Peninsula No. 2 would also fall apart. According to Lam's prediction, the collapse would take 2 years, divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, the fog in the swamp would disappear. In the second stage, the dormant volcano would slowly awaken. But in the third stage, when the volcano erupted, the entire peninsula would be buried in lava. Tanthian realized that they had to leave before the final stage arrived, which was just a year away since the fog had already disappeared 4 months ago. Tanthian sighed, closed his legs, and stood still, bidding farewell to the 2 professors. Nu Fuong told him to hurry up, as he was eager to go eat a bowl of spicy noodles. Everything was ready to open the escape route, and a beam of light shone from the laboratory. Tanthian and his group entered Life Pod 2. The professors hoped they hadn't chosen the wrong person, as there was no one else to pick now. Tanthian was quite polite, which the professors appreciated. At this point, the professors had done everything they could. Lam didn't understand why Nu Fuong liked eating noodles so much, and Nu Fuong explained that the spicy noodles with beef were just delicious. Lam decided he would try to see if it was as good as Nu Fuong claimed. While waiting for the collapse, Nu Fuong felt regretful. He had seen the results of his work, but then things went wrong, and he was unwilling to accept it. The absolute security measures had been put in place, but the internal staff weren't part of the plan and didn't know anything, even about their honor. Lam comforted him, saying in history, many people have watered and fertilized scientific progress, but few are lucky enough to reap the rewards. Nu Fuong only regretted that he couldn't complete the work himself. The clock rang, and the 2 professors opened their bowls of noodles. Nu Fuong ate with relish. Lam, holding his bowl without eating, was urged by Nu Fuong to take a bite. As they ate, the laboratory announced that energy was running out and would collapse soon, urging the staff to leave. While eating, Nu Fuong suddenly thought of his grandchildren. I wonder if Qin Hao and Jilim have married yet. Lan replied, they're probably married already. He expressed regret that the 2 professors wouldn't be able to see it. Suddenly, Nu Fuong said he wanted to go and solve his sadness, but Lam scolded him, telling him to hold back. The life pod launched, and Tanthian's group had traveled some distance. Tanthian noticed the life pod starting to decay, then crack open. Their group finally reached the surface of the water, and everyone on the boat noticed them. Jessica was worried, thinking that they had been down there for so long that something must have gone wrong. She was about to send someone down to check. As Tanthian swam up, he shouted for everyone to hurry and get to shore immediately. The laboratory exploded and began to collapse. The explosion caused the water to surge, creating a massive whirlpool. Everyone stood observing. Jessica asked Tanthian what had happened down there since they had been gone for so long. Seeing that nearly 20 minutes had passed, she was about to send someone down to investigate. Tanthin was surprised it had only been 20 minutes. He reflected on how time inside the laboratory and outside was different. It had felt like much longer, but only 20 minutes had passed outside. He turned to his group, urging them to hurry. "We don't have much time left," he said. This trip to the ocean floor had been fruitful for Tanthin. Not only had he clarified the existence of the island, but he also understood the current situation better. The information was overwhelming. Tanthin organized his thoughts, taking half a day to find the right words to explain everything he had learned and seen. Despite trying to make it as simple as possible, explaining things like artificial islands and the space-time rifts for the tribe was still difficult. By the end, everyone understood one thing. Within a year, they needed to build a ship and leave. The rest was to follow Tanthin's lead. Building the ship in 1 year was an urgent task. The day after returning to the camp, Tanthin led the group to begin gathering wood to build the ship. Sun-dried wood for 1,000 years and camphor wood soaked for 10,000 years. He explained that not just any wood would do for shipbuilding. In ancient times, camphor wood was considered the best material because it had great flexibility and could withstand water without deforming. The wood would not break down when submerged in seawater for a long time. However, there were no camphor trees on Peninsula No. 2, so Tanthin had to settle for an alternative. On the plateau, there was a large forest of cedar trees, which were also excellent shipbuilding materials. He didn't know how long the forest had been growing, but each tree was so large it took several people to hug it. The trees met all the shipbuilding requirements, saving a lot of time on selection. Within half a month, they had gathered enough wood, but before starting the shipbuilding, the wood needed one more step of treatment. Wood for shipbuilding had to be dried in the shade for 4 to 5 years to completely remove the moisture. However, since Tanthin's group didn't have that much time, they had to use artificial methods to speed up the process, boiling the wood in water. Alex didn't understand why they had to cook the wood in water instead of just drying it. Tanthin explained that the moisture in the wood could be divided into 2 types: bound water, which is found between the cellulose cells, and free water, which is in the spaces between the cells. These 2 types of water were separated by a barrier. If the wood was just sun-dried, the free water would evaporate first, causing the wood to shrink unevenly, leading to stress and cracks. But by soaking the wood in salt water and boiling it, the stresses were alleviated, and the wood would not deform as easily. Additionally, boiling the wood could remove the lipids in it, reducing its density and making it less prone to deformation. This method greatly reduced the likelihood of the wood cracking. However, even with this method, the wood still couldn't be placed directly under the sun. They would need to build a shed with a frosted glass roof. Alex didn't understand what frosted glass was, so Tanthin explained it was glass polished with sand. This type of glass had low light transmission and would help soften the sunlight, further reducing the likelihood of cracking the wood. Alex was surprised at how much thought Tanthin had put into drying the wood. Tanthin said, even with this method, the wood must be dried for at least a month. During this time, he would plant wheat and clear the docks. In the forest, there was a place with many roses growing. Tanthin explained that roses were known as the queen of flowers, also called moon roses. They were small evergreen shrubs that bloomed year-round. Their flowers could be used to extract fragrant oils or made into medicine. Tanthin knew that even though it was the blooming season, it was a stroke of luck to find so many. Lou and the children were wearing garlands of roses and showing them to Tanthin, asking if they looked nice. Lou thought that since Tanthin had picked so many, he must want to give them to Diplam and Jessica. Tanthin agreed it was a good idea and said he would think about it. When he returned, he saw everyone working busily. He told them to take a break. As everyone spread out to rest, Aruba complained that the work was exhausting, while Rana said everyone was in the same boat. Alex didn't know what Tanthin was doing, but Deeplam thought he was adjusting the page level. Alex didn't know what the phage level was, so Tanthin explained that in nature, everything has 2 properties: acid and alkaline. The soil was no different. The anthocyanins in rose petals changed color when exposed to acid or alkali. Using this, they could create a phage indicator to test the soil's acidity or alkalinity. Nick was surprised when the color of the rose petals started to fade. Through heating, they could extract the anthocyanins from the petals. When the petals' color completely disappeared, the phage indicator was complete. The filtered water from the soil could now be tested. When the phage indicator was added to the water and shaken, the liquid began turning green. Alex didn't understand the change, so Tanthine explained that the color change indicated that the soil they were testing was alkaline. The soil has different attributes, and as a result, plants may grow differently. The wheat plants that are about to be planted prefer slightly alkaline soil. If they are planted in soil that is too acidic or too alkaline, their growth will be limited and may even fail to thrive. Rana anxiously asked, "So wouldn't that be a waste of our effort?" Tanthine replied, "Not exactly. This land is indeed alkaline, but it's not the reason why wheat cannot grow here. We just need to improve the acid-alkaline properties of the soil." Alex asked, "How do we improve it?" Tanthine explained that the simplest method is to add an appropriate amount of sulfur to the soil. Sulfur is acidic, and when it mixes with alkaline soil, a neutralization reaction occurs, turning the soil into a mildly alkaline environment suitable for wheat to grow. Everyone split up to work. Aruba was delighted, saying, "Finally, we're done and can start planting wheat." Tanthine responded, "Not yet. The soil still needs more time to change, and the wheat also needs to be sun-dried to awaken from its dormant state before it can be planted. At least 3 more days are required before we can start planting." Aruba found this quite strange. Rana noticed it was rare for Aruba to take the initiative in working. Qatar joked, "She must want to eat dumplings because we don't have much flour left for making them." Pokoma laughed and said, "As expected, it's still Aruba." As evening fell, Dplan wondered how much wheat could be grown on the 100 acres of land. Tanthine estimated that 1 acre could yield about 400 kilograms, but that was for improved seeds. The pirate wheat would probably yield less, maybe half. Jessica said, "If that's the case, we could harvest 20 tons in a year, which would be enough to supply the camp's food for a year." Just as Tanthine had mentioned, before planting the wheat, the seeds had to be awakened from their dormancy. Therefore, the next day, after finishing the field preparation, everyone in the camp was drying the wheat. The wheat needed to dry for at least 2 or 3 days. During this time, they didn't just wait idly. They also went to the beach to begin preparing the harbor needed for the boats. 3 days later, everyone spent an entire day soaking the dried wheat in water, allowing the seeds to absorb enough moisture. Afterward, they were placed in the shade. Once the seeds were dried and soaked, they were revived from their sleep. Therefore, the next morning, everyone went to the fields to begin planting the wheat. The 100-acre land was equivalent to 10 football fields, so the amount of work involved was immense. It couldn't be completed in just 1 day, but they had no choice and had to give it their all. The entire Plaza tribe joined in, working tirelessly until 9 p.m., and they finally finished planting all the wheat. This was inevitable because the time frame of 1 year was too short, so they had no choice but to exert all their strength. Tanthine encouraged everyone, acknowledging that they were all exhausted, but he urged them to persist because the current circumstances were too urgent. In the following days, everyone had their specific tasks. Alex would use the existing lathe to process parts. The lathe would be upgraded to allow processing of large wood, and Tanthine would provide her with the blueprints later. Jessica was responsible for transporting the wood. Although the overland route was shorter, it was difficult due to the terrain and required too much manpower, so they decided to transport it by sea. They just needed to load the wood onto the boats, and the wind would take care of the rest. There was a swampy area between the plains and the beach, so to ensure safety, Pokuma and Pohama were assigned to escort the transport. Lastly, Dplan was in charge of logistics, including fetching water, irrigation, food preparation, and taking care of animals. Everything was her responsibility. Nick was in charge of the security and protection of the camp. Those who hadn't been assigned tasks yet were quickly placed in groups to carry out their duties. He distributed task sheets, and everyone confirmed their tasks before going back to rest. After everyone confirmed their tasks, in the following days, they became as busy as spinning tops. Alex was busy processing metal, while Rana and Aruba worked tirelessly moving bricks. Pokuma and Pohama's team handled transporting wood. Even the children, like Lu, were not idle. Under Dplam's leadership, they had to go and tread water for irrigation in the fields. Nick was surprised when he saw the elders coming to the water treading area. The three elders mentioned they had finished feeding the wild boars and chickens and had come to offer help since the Madra group was in charge of the animal care now. Dplam felt awkward, as the elders were old and their health wasn't good enough for such strenuous work. She politely declined, saying it would be too much for them. The elders knew that Tanthian and Dplam gave them lighter tasks, like observing everyone else working, because they were concerned about them. The elders had been pushed aside and were idle all day, which made them feel embarrassed. Although they couldn't handle heavy tasks, they could still tread water. Seeing the children, including Lu, were already tired, Dplam decided to let the three elders take over for a while. The three elders laughed and assured Dplam not to worry, saying they would complete the task. They laughed as they removed their cloaks, revealing muscular bodies with broad chests and abs, covered in scars, like warriors from their tribe, which made Dplam gasp in surprise. They stepped into the water to tread, the water flowing swiftly. They discussed among themselves, adding a bit more strength to finish before the afternoon. Dplam and the children watching outside were left speechless. Dplam couldn't believe these men were over 50 years old. Lu was also amazed and now realized how formidable the elders were. Nick happily said, "I heard my father say that when they were young, the elders were the most skilled warriors in the tribe. Early in the morning, when the rooster crowed, everyone had to wake up and get to work. It wasn't until nightfall, with the stars above their heads, that they finally stopped for a late-night meal." Dplam and Lu, along with a few others, brought the meal to everyone. On sunny days, they set off to the sea. Because there was no wind on the sea, Jessica had to row the boat herself. She hoped they could reach the sandbank before sunset. They were busy non-stop, with time passing by slowly and no moment for rest. They managed to build a warehouse next to the harbor. At some point, Alex had finished upgrading the lathe. Jessica's team had transported all the wood from the plane to the sandbank, and they joined in on the boat building work. By the time everyone took a breather, summer had arrived. Dplam called everyone to have some ice cream. While they were resting, Aruba, feeling too hot, didn't want to move at all. Suddenly, he stood up, intending to take off his pants to cool off. Just as he pulled them down, Dplam and Tanthian were shocked and both shouted, "Oh no!" Qatar quickly rushed over and kicked him, scolding him for his rudeness. He apologized, saying it was just the heat and that he wasn't thinking straight. Dplam, eating her ice cream, told Tanthian that the weather was so hot that even with fans, the sweat wouldn't stop. She mentioned that although they had avoided the hottest part of the afternoon, the heat was still too intense. Despite covering themselves with mud, many people still suffered from sunburns, and their clothes, made from animal skins, were heavy and didn't absorb sweat. Tanthian said that they had to meet their goals for the year, even though the weather was harsh. Jessica noticed that the map of Island No. 2 seemed different from before. It had more details. Tanthian explained that it was an upgraded version and added that recently, they could now identify the names of plants on the island. He was looking for the thorny plant. The next morning, he led everyone to search for it, saying it was probably nearby. Everyone searched carefully, and Pohama raised her hand, signaling that she had found it. She introduced the plant to everyone. The thorny plant belonged to the Chiudi genus and was a type of shrub. It was an important fiber plant, and its leaves had a high protein content, making it a nutritious food. Its roots contained compounds such as teratogenic acids, caffeic acid, protogenic acid, quinic acid, ophigolin, rolin, as well as some polyphenols and peptides, which could be used for treating ulcers and moisturizing. The stem of the thorny plant could be used as raw material for paper production or for making fiberboard for various purposes, such as for furniture and partitions. Tanthian was thrilled to see so many of these plants. He instructed everyone to try to cut down all the thorny plants before the sunset. 3 days later, Aruba was wearing pants made from the thorny plant. He found them quite cool and was shaking his hips and dancing. Qatar rushed over and punched him for being lazy and not helping others. Tanthian glanced at the scene, which seemed familiar, and decided to ignore it. Although the thorny plant wasn't food, it held significant historical value in China, similar to staple food in many ways. This was because the thorny plant could be made into hemp fabric, which was closely related to one of the 4 basic needs of life: clothing. Tanthine's primary goal in finding so many thorny plants was to create clothing for the people in his tribe. Compared to cotton, which retains heat, the thorny fabric's thermal insulation is less effective, but it is very breathable, making it the best choice for clothing during the hot summer months. However, turning the thorny plants into fabric wasn't a simple task. The first step was to cut the tough fibers from the green outer bark of the plants, then dry them out. Afterward, the fibers were twisted into long strands by hand and bound into coils. Next, each coil of fiber was placed on a bamboo rack and coated with rice milk to smooth the rough strands. Then, a tool resembling a comb was used to align the fibers, and after that, they could be moved to the spinning wheel. Tanthine asked Alex to make a spinning wheel, and to his surprise, she did it quickly. The system showed that Tanthine successfully crafted the spinning wheel and earned 1,000 points. For weaving, Tanthine asked Deeplam to handle it, and Deeplam found it easier than she had imagined. Tanthine was pleased to see that entrusting the task to Deeplam was the right choice. Lou and Nick were surprised as they watched the fibers weave together little by little. When Nick picked up the fabric, it felt light, and Lou thought that using this material to make clothes would be very comfortable. Earlier, when Tanthine's group entered the laboratory, the head of the lab and his deputy introduced themselves and explained why the deserted island existed. They also shared an important piece of information. After the laboratory collapsed, the island would also fall apart once its energy ran out. Tanthine quickly returned to the camp and planned to make a boat to escape before the island collapsed. His group had planted wheat, found thorny plants, and started weaving fabric to make clothes. Jessica, seeing how happy Lou and Nick were, smiled too, but she was concerned that at the current pace, it would take a long time to produce enough fabric for everyone to have clothes. Tanthine assigned this task to Jessica's group, as they were skilled, and the production speed of the fabric would improve later. Deeplam wished there were dyes to color the fabric, as they could have made clothes in different colors. Jessica agreed with Deeplam's thought, and Tanthine just smiled, knowing that the women would want to make the clothes look nice. He jokingly pointed to a pile of colorful glass jars behind him and said, "Well, if you want dye, it's right there." Jessica noticed a large jar of green liquid and asked what it was. Tanthine explained it was made from malan leaves, which were used to create a natural dye called tea color. Deeplam was curious about why the color was green, and Tanthine explained that to get tea color, it wasn't as simple as soaking the leaves in water. Normally, the leaves were soaked for 7 days, and once the lutein inside was released, lime was added, and the mixture was stirred to turn it into blue. Lou raised her hand, saying she knew this from before because Tanthine had explained that lutein turns blue when combined with alkaline. Tanthine smiled and praised Lou for studying seriously. When the dye in the basin turned blue, it was left for a while, and then the sediment was collected to be used as tea dye. Deeplam was amazed to see so many jars of dye. Tanthine explained that he had thought about the dyeing issue when he found the thorny plants, but due to time constraints, he had only gathered a small amount during the trip. After boiling the Xian grass, a red dye could be obtained, which was used to soak the clothes. After removing the clothes, they were placed in a sodium hydroxide solution to bleach them, repeating the process 7 to 8 times to achieve the desired color. The thau herb needed to be soaked in alcohol for 24 hours to extract a purple dye, which could be processed similarly with sodium hydroxide. Flowers and fruits from the ran tree could be crushed and soaked for 3 hours to obtain a yellow dye, which could also be treated with salt water to bleach it. Deeplam and Jessica were excited as they held hands, happy to have found various dyes. Tanthine, seeing their joy, added that the primary colors were red, yellow, and blue, and by mixing them in specific ratios, any color could be achieved. Although making boats was urgent, preparing more materials would speed up the process. Under the hot summer sun, clothes that could absorb sweat were extremely important. The thorny fabric not only protected people from sunburn, but also helped reduce the discomfort of the heat, improving work efficiency. Everyone began getting measured for their clothes. Tanthian received compliments from Jessica about his well-built body, and he laughed, modestly saying it was just okay. Lately, they had been working intensely, and even though the tribe members were stronger than ordinary people, they were still exhausted. Now that they were working on lighter tasks, it felt like a proper rest. However, the most notable thing was Deeplam's excitement about designing clothes. She created many different styles. A week later, Tanthian wore a blue custom-made shirt and felt the fitted clothes were indeed great. Deeplam called out to him from outside, asking if he was ready to show her how it looked. As he pulled aside the curtain and walked out, he praised her for doing a great job. He was surprised to see Deeplam wearing a yellow crop top and shorts, looking very sweet. He complimented her, which made Deeplam blush. She asked why he suddenly said that, and Tanthian hurriedly explained that there were some extra stitches, and that the shirt was a bit tight in some areas, needing adjustments. He noted that considering the current conditions, the clothes were a great achievement. At that moment, Jessica came out wearing a red cheongsam and said the chest area was a bit tight. Both Tanthian and Deeplam turned around and saw how beautiful Jessica looked in the cheongsam. Deeplam praised Jessica's figure, saying it suited her perfectly. Tanthian smiled, giving the thumbs up, and said it was great. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly had a nosebleed. Damn, seeing all this is like having a liter of blood gush out, he joked. Deeplam kicked him out, calling him a pervert and saying this was a women's conversation. Jessica teased Deeplam, asking if wearing stockings would make Tanthian's nosebleed even worse. Everyone went outside to show off their clothes. Aruba asked Pokuma if he looked good, and Pokuma answered enthusiastically, "Yes, you look amazing." Tanthian waved at Nick, who came over, and was surprised to see Nick wearing a student-style uniform and Lou in an orange dress. Tanthian asked them if their new clothes fit well, and Aruba suddenly appeared, excited, complimenting the thorny fabric for being very cool and comfortable. Tanthian, still talking, wasn't able to stop Nick from answering, saying, "If you like it, I'm happy." Meanwhile, Deeplam and Jessica encouraged everyone to move around and test their clothes, offering to make adjustments if anything didn't fit. Soon, the whole village was out socializing and complimenting each other, saying things like "so cute," "you look amazing," and "such a cool outfit, you look like an angel." Tanthian smiled, happy to see everyone so joyful. He thought about the four main aspects of life: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They had completed 3 of them, and now only 1 remained. The clothing issue was finally resolved, and in the following days, they continued with their plan to build the boat. Deeplam was in charge of leading the team to gather the necessary food for the journey. Each person had their own tasks, and progress was being made in an orderly manner. Half a year passed quickly. Suddenly, one night, smoke and dust covered the plains. A group was moving very fast toward the forest. As they got closer, they saw various kinds of animals heading toward the forest, with a wolf pack following behind. The wolves were running quickly toward the camp. Virus saw this and realized it was the white-eyed group. He thought they were coming to find Tanthian. He immediately ordered Aruba to call Tanthian while he went to open the door. Tanthian, who was asleep, woke up to the noise and didn't know what was happening. Jessica and Deeplam were also disturbed by the noise and woke up. They went outside and asked Tanthian if he heard anything. Jessica felt she could hear the call of the white-eyed wolves. Tanthian quickly replied that it wasn't the sound of the white eyes. He told them to hurry and change clothes, as something must have happened. Everyone in the camp quickly ran out, asking if it was a wild animal attack. Aruba ran up to report that the white-eyed wolf pack had arrived at the camp. That night, Tanthian and everyone ran out of the camp. Tanthian used telepathy to ask Hambi what the white-eyed wolves were saying. He learned there were tremors and intense heat. Upon hearing about the tremors and heat, Tanthian wondered if the volcano had begun to erupt. He ordered the tribal leader, Virus, and Aruba to immediately lead the elderly and children of the tribe to the coast near Qatar. Meanwhile, the brothers Bakuma led a group to the kitchen to gather all the food and water. The others rushed to collect towels and blankets. The more the better. The volcano was about to erupt, and everyone had to move quickly. Shortly after, everyone had gathered at the beach. where the boats had been previously built to escape to the other side of the island. They pulled up the anchor and pushed the boats out of the sand. As Tanthian pushed the boats, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that the boats they had built for escaping were now useful. Earlier, Feng had mentioned in the lab that the volcano's second dormant phase would end, but he didn't specify what would happen, so they didn't know the extent of the eruption's power. However, with the boats now ready, they no longer had to worry about lava causing harm. As the boats drifted farther from the shore, a loud explosion shook the sky, and a beam of light appeared at the mouth of the volcano. When the eruption began, Tanthian shouted for everyone to quickly cover their mouths and noses with wet towels. The shockwave from the explosion reached the boats, causing them to shake violently. On the boat, Jessica and Deeplem struggled to stand due to the aftershock. Hambai and the wolf pack huddled in fear in a corner of the boat. Aruba screamed while holding Qatar, shouting about the fury of the earth spirit and how they were about to visit their ancestors. Qatar angrily told him to shut up or he would punch him. After a while, things calmed down. The volcano remained red and smoking, with thick ash filling the air. Tanthian covered his face and went inside the boat to check on everyone. After receiving confirmation that everyone was okay, he looked around and saw that even the beach was covered in volcanic ash. The entire island seemed to be covered in a thick layer of dust. Deeplam worried about whether the island would be swallowed by the lava, but Jessica reassured her that it probably wouldn't be that bad, as the eruption didn't seem very large. Tanthian was also concerned, but regardless, they only had 6 months left. They had to finish building the boats and leave before the island collapsed. A quiet night passed and dawn arrived. Deeplam had fallen asleep on Tanthian's shoulder. He woke up, stretched and yawned, causing Deeplam to wake up as well. He saw Jessica holding a child and standing near the boat. He asked if the volcano had stopped erupting, to which Jessica replied that it seemed so. Tanthian knew that lava had temperatures between 700 and 1200 degrees Celsius, and even the lowest temperature could burn the forest. But since the forest hadn't caught fire, the camp must be safe. He called everyone to return to the camp. On the way back, they passed through the forest, which was covered in volcanic ash, and everyone had to cover their noses. Upon returning to the camp, the children were happy to see that the camp was still intact. On the boat, everyone had exhausted their energy throughout the night, but no one returned to their rooms to rest. Instead, they gathered in the kitchen, fearing that the volcano might erupt again. They gathered together to find some sense of safety. To ease the tribe's anxiety and to reassure themselves, Tanthian and Qatar decided to explore the plains. Before leaving, Tanthian had considered that they might be blocked by lava, but in reality, the eruption's power was much smaller than expected. Though volcanic ash had spread across the island, the lava had not reached more than a third of the plains, so they were able to reach the area without difficulty. Tanthian saw that the volcano's mouth was no longer spewing lava, confirming what Du Qinfan had said, that the next eruption would likely happen in about 6 months. After confirming that the next eruption would be about 6 months away, everyone felt relieved and resumed work on the boats. It was worth mentioning that, since the plains were covered in lava, the wolf pack had no place to hunt and had relocated to the forest near the camp. Being so close, the white-eyed wolves often led the pack around the camp, helping with tasks and conveniently hunting for food. Half a year later, winter arrived and snow covered everything. Tanthian stretched and realized that he had been on the island for 2 years. Afterward, Jessica and Deeplam came out, laughing, as everyone woke up early to eagerly await the new year. Tanthian didn't expect that the boat-building process would finish 2 months ahead of schedule, but this gave them time to prepare for the New Year celebrations. Everyone had already prepared their belongings on the sleds. Tanthian noticed Jessica, Deeplam, and Lu Nick gathered and laughing. Curious, he went over to see what was going on and saw the white-eyed wolf wearing a red bow around its neck and a flower in its ear. He said to everyone, "Doesn't it seem a little strange?" But everyone thought it was adorable and gentle. The white-eyed wolf was trembling with anger, but didn't argue, knowing it couldn't win against them. Tanthian had no choice but to apologize to his furry friend. The wolves pulling the sleds all had bows around their necks. Once everyone was on the sleds, Tanthian called for them to start. A while later, They arrived at the beach, and as it was getting dark, Tanthin instructed everyone to quickly prepare for the celebration. They had set up tables full of food and several bonfires around. Everyone lit fireworks. Tanthin told everyone to adjust as the fuse had shifted. Rana noticed that with so many people, it was hard to control the fireworks. Qatar wondered why so many people were lighting them, asking what it meant. The tribal leader repeated Tanthin's words, "It's to have fun together." After a while, the fireworks were successfully launched, lighting up the sky with beautiful displays. Everyone cheered as they watched the fireworks, then raised their glasses to celebrate the new year. The celebration lasted all night, and by morning, everyone was drunk except for Qatar, who was still sober. Tanthin suddenly woke up and noticed something strange. He realized that 3 people were lying on top of him, and if this continued, his arms would be paralyzed. He gently moved them off and stood up, looking at the boat, which had now been completed. Unexpectedly, the 3, Deeplam, Jessica, and Nick, approached Jessica and asked about the unnamed ship. Jessica then asked what name they intended to give it. Tanthin suggested the names Men Long or Jiao Long for consideration. Deeplam felt those names were too ordinary. Tanthin closed his eyes and began to think, his mind racing. As the dawn broke, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed the name Lemon Fihiu for the ship. He explained to everyone that lemon represented the blending of night and dawn, symbolizing the indistinct time of early morning, while Fihiu referred to the moment when the sky first begins to brighten. If he met someone important, he'd consider it a classic name among pirates, something prestigious like Halan Bay. Snow had already covered the mountains, but it couldn't extinguish the volcano that was still emitting heat, waiting to erupt and destroy everything. According to tradition, after the new year, everyone would refrain from working. Following this custom, they didn't continue their usual busy routines and instead spread out to explore the island they had lived on for 2 years, but had never really taken the time to admire. They enjoyed the rare free time. Tanthin and some others played snowball fights, while Deeplam sketched the island's landscape. In reality, they couldn't find anything to be busy with. After 2 years of preparation for battle, everything was ready, so there was nothing to worry about anymore. All they had to do was wait for the right weather to set sail. If there was any task left, it was just to inform the Mat Trang, White Eyes, about the impending collapse of the island. White Eyes, without any doubt, accepted Tanthin's invitation and decided to take their group to leave the island. However, perhaps due to the habit of being busy, they found it hard to adjust to this free time, and they began looking for things to do. Tanthin took everyone to the treasure lake to dive for more minerals, instructing them to search thoroughly for gold, diamonds, or anything else, with an emphasis on platinum, even small amounts, as possessing platinum would ensure that their sea route would be free from any danger. Although not a very important task, it kept everyone occupied and gave them a sense of security. Jessica was surprised by the low yield of wheat, only 15 tons, which was much less than expected. Tanthin thought it would be enough, as they also had fruits, vegetables, and various types of meat. In the coming year, they wouldn't have to worry about food. Time passed quickly, and the day to set sail arrived. Jessica looked up at the sky, noticing the thousands of stars and only a few clouds. She predicted that the next day would bring strong, pleasant winds. Meanwhile, Tanthin was inside a cave, sitting and studying a projection on a ring. Jessica suddenly appeared and asked what he was looking at. Tanthin explained that during his free time, he was reviewing data about Island No. 2. She asked if he had made any discoveries. He pointed to a box and said, "I'm not sure if this counts as a discovery." Jessica recognized it as an experimental log. Tanthin explained that it contained hypotheses about the space-time rift left by Tuchen Fong and Dongoklam before they transferred their consciousness. These two had made 2 predictions. 1. First hypothesis: the space-time distortion caused by the magnetic field of Island No. 2 being inconsistent with the magnetic field of the space-time rift would lead to repulsion. This phenomenon would change over time and in cycles. When it reached its peak, Island No. 2 would be pushed out of the rift and appear in any space-time, but this would only be temporary. 2. Second hypothesis: When Island No. 2 is pushed out of the rift, the magnetic fields of the island and the rift would collide violently, creating storms, rainfall, and electrically charged clouds around the island. The rift's electromagnetic waves would pull the island back, and if any creature approached, it would be pulled into the rift along with the island. Jessica guessed that the storms they had encountered before their arrival were likely caused by these electrically charged clouds. Tanthine added that the unusually fast healing of their wounds could be explained by this, as the magnetic energy generated during the rift's collision could have affected all living things on the island. For example, instead of sleeping at night, they would work during the day. Physical mutations could also occur, and cell regeneration would happen much faster than usual. Jessica and Tanthine understood the situation better now. They recalled how the coconut crabs they encountered earlier had developed stronger bodies, possibly due to the magnetic energy. Jessica was uncertain if these abilities would remain after they left the island, and Tanthine wasn't sure either, saying they'd only know once they left. At that moment, Deeplam opened the door and informed Tanthine that everyone had been notified about the departure tomorrow. However, everyone was not as excited as Tanthine had imagined. Instead, they seemed a little sad. Meanwhile, at another location, Alex and Pohama saw Nick sitting on the roof. Alex remarked to Pohama that she knew Nick would be there. Nick told them that, at first, he was eager to leave the island, but now he felt a bit reluctant. Pohama responded that it wasn't just Nick. Many others felt the same way. On the other side, the group consisting of Qatar, Aruba, Rana, and Pokuma lay under a tree, gazing at the sky. Rana remarked that they really had to leave, didn't they? Aruba asked why Qatar's eyes were so red. Was it because of sand in his eyes? Qatar responded by slapping Aruba, and he coughed up a bit of phlegm. The next morning, the sky was clear and bright. Everyone gathered on the ship. Tanthine shouted to set sail, and the sails were hoisted to catch the wind. The ship sliced through the waves quickly, gradually moving farther away from the island. As they looked back at the island, the group reflected on the time they had spent there. Deeplam, after 2 years, felt a bit reluctant to leave, from waiting for rescue to eventually becoming self-sufficient. Jessica thought it was a bit too early to leave, as there was still one last obstacle to overcome. Nick encouraged them, saying that the gods would surely protect them. Tanthine noticed the worry in everyone's faces and reassured them, saying that they should relax, as everything would be fine. He told everyone to prepare to welcome a new companion. The ship continued to sail away, as everyone on board moved forward into the unknown. Qatar and Rana had just cut open a pig when Tanthine handed them a bomb and instructed them to place it inside the pig's stomach. Afterward, they placed the pig's body on a wooden raft with a rope. Rana expressed concern, worried that the bomb might detonate before they could lure the sea creature. Tanthine reassured her, explaining that he had placed 4 bombs inside and added extra fuse lines so it wouldn't explode too soon. Tanthine joked, saying that inviting someone over without chicken would be like inviting them over without a duck, but now they were going all in with a pig. He added that now they just had to wait for the guests to arrive. Rana asked what would happen if the creature didn't come. Tanthine responded, "If we don't catch this one, we can try something else. And if we fail miserably, we just find something else to do. No need to worry." Tanthine then turned to Pokuma and Pohama, assigning them the task of keeping watch. The 2 of them were monitoring the sea for any signs of movement, keeping an eye on the raft with the pig's body. Meanwhile, the ship was steadily moving forward, and the group on board continued their preparations. Deeplam was surprised by Jessica's skill in steering the ship. Jessica explained that since she was 9 years old, she had gone fishing with her father, learning from what she saw and heard. Tanthine reflected on his own childhood, where at 9, he had been shooting birds with a slingshot. Suddenly, the intercom broadcasted that they had reached the location Tanthine had mentioned. The ship had entered a stormy area, with thunder and lightning surrounding them. Deeplam asked if this was the area with the space-time anomalies. Jessica confirmed that once they got through this, they would truly be leaving Island No. Tanthine ordered everyone to their posts. Jessica would continue to steer the ship, the group would help set the sails, and they would row the boat according to Deeplam's instructions. Alex was in charge of adding fuel to the fire and would assist with the paddles if needed. Katar's team was on the lookout with the ship's crossbows. Just then, Pokuma shouted, "Leviathan is coming!" A massive sea creature emerged from the depths, charging toward the pig on the raft. Tanthine observed through binoculars and saw why the pirate crew had been so devastated by this creature. The pirate ship was too small to even fit between its teeth. Rana noted that the creature was intelligent, only appearing when the group was in a tough spot. Qatar commented that such a massive sea creature was indeed a king of the ocean. Aruba prayed, hoping they wouldn't run into Leviathan. Tanthine grabbed a bow and fired a rocket-powered arrow at the creature. He had to ensure it didn't get any closer. The arrow hit its target, igniting the fuse. Tanthine told everyone to stay focused. As the creature sped toward the raft, it lunged and bit into the pig. The wooden raft splintered. Tanthine introduced the group to the creature, a mosasaurus, a prehistoric sea predator known for its massive size and formidable hunting skills. The creature was often called the T-Rex of the oceans. A volley of arrows was fired, 2 striking the mosasaurus. The group hurriedly reloaded the bows, but by the time they had done so, the creature had submerged and was swimming toward the ship. Pohama reported that the creature had sunk, and they couldn't attack effectively anymore. Qatar shouted that it was coming back, and the team needed to act fast. Tanthine had previously made dye for clothes and prepared for such situations. Just then, the volcano erupted in the distance, but fortunately, it didn't destroy the entire island. The crew worked quickly to accelerate the ship and escape the island. As they sailed away, the Leviathan surfaced again, preparing to attack. Aruba panicked, but Tanthine remained calm and shouted for the group to fire. The ship's paddle system was activated, and the Leviathan missed its attack, but it quickly dove back into the water to pursue them. The creature's speed didn't diminish, and the situation grew dire. Tanthine called Jessica over the communication system, instructing Deeplam's team to help with paddling. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion, and a huge column of water shot up from the sea. The crew was confused by the explosion, but Aruba speculated that the bombs might have worked. Soon, a blood-red stain appeared on the surface, accompanied by chunks of broken meat. Aruba couldn't believe they had actually defeated the Leviathan. Rana felt the whole thing was unreal. Tanthine explained that with so many bombs inside the creature, it wasn't surprising. He remarked that the Leviathan's speed was slower than expected, but they had narrowly avoided disaster. Jessica asked if everything was okay, having heard the explosion. Tanthine assured her that they had taken care of the Leviathan, but if she wanted to see it for herself, she could go to the back of the ship. Tanthine suggested she take the helm while he took over the ship's control. As Jessica walked to the back of the ship to look at the creature's remains, she suddenly saw a massive wave ahead, like a tsunami. She warned everyone to hurry back to the cabin, as a much bigger problem was coming their way. Everyone shouted to run quickly. Tanthine ordered everyone to go downstairs to help Deeplam. The boat kept rocking through the storm. The waves were rising high and were about to hit the boat. Someone shouted, "It's coming." Tanthine ordered everyone to maintain the speed of the paddle wheel. Deeplam's team prepared to paddle, and the lower deck of the boat opened to release the paddles. Everyone followed the rhythm of Deeplam's whistle, working together as best as they could. The boat began to climb the wave. Tanthine and Deeplam looked at the scene and felt it was truly majestic. The boat continued to head toward the towering wave, and everyone shouted to hold steady. "We're about to paddle the wave." Tanthine felt that this moment, facing the hand of Buddha, must have felt similar to when Sun Wukong faced something powerful. The boat sped up, and Jessica pushed the paddle wheel to full power. The boat slowly began to climb the wave. Tanthine and Jessica could see that everything was about to succeed, and they were almost at the peak of the wave. Every part of the crew was working hard to increase the speed of the boat. At that moment, the boat reached the peak and successfully passed the powerful wave. Tanthine said, "We are safe now. This is 100 times more exciting than a roller coaster." Nick felt it was incredibly majestic. Aruba thought the boat was going to capsize, scaring him so much that he almost wet himself. Deeplam, feeling seasick, was dizzy and asked Tanthine, "We must have passed the magnetic field of island number 2, right?" If so, let's go find one piece. Jessica said, the view is beautiful, but don't forget to go back, you don't want to catch a cold. The boat was slowly moving out of the storm and the magnetic field of island number 2. The next day, the sky was clear and the sea calm. Tanthian was changing clothes in his room. Rana shouted at Aruba to change clothes quickly, telling him not to lie on his bed all wet and soft. Aruba ignored her and just rested because he finally had a break. Tanthian was thinking about food and was about to go look for something to eat because without food, there's no strength. When he turned around, he saw the group of ham hocks, wild boar, and wolves lying face down. He didn't know what happened, but it was probably because of seasickness since these land animals had never experienced the rolling sea. When Tanthian opened the door, the group cheered, their eyes shining, rushing outside. Tanthian realized that these animals were just suffocating from being confined too long and didn't need to worry about them. At the dining room, several delicious dishes were placed on the table. Deeplam was holding a plate of food and asked, "Where's Tanthian?" Nick replied that he was inspecting the boat's hull and would be back soon. Tanthian opened the door and asked, "What's good to eat today? I smelled something delicious on the stairs." Jessica said, "Look at this, the mobile temple is really effective. Just mention it, and it's here." Whether it was from the joy of successfully leaving island number 2 or simply because they were hungry, everyone enjoyed their first meal on the boat. However, the joy couldn't combat their exhaustion, so after eating, everyone felt drained and returned to their rooms to rest. Tanthian went to his room and opened the system to check the points. The system notified, the host killed a mosasaurus, rewarded 5,000 points. The host completed the boat, rewarded 3,000 points. Total points, 18,000. Tanthian saw this and realized that the points were enough to exchange for an emergency talent for dangerous situations, giving him one more card in reserve. In the room, the girls told Jessica that they couldn't sleep because they felt strange. Jessica teased her, saying it was because she wasn't sharing a room with Tanthian. Don't you want to stay with Tanthian? Some couldn't sleep for various reasons, but the night watchman didn't need to be mentioned. The freed youngsters stayed up all night, chatting around the fire. The next day, at dawn, Pokuma called everyone to get up and watch the sunrise. They went out, Nick stretched and yawned happily, Jessica still drowsy, yawning widely. Tanthian was exhausted because the boat kept shaking with the waves, making it impossible for him to sleep. The group stood and admired the sunrise, realizing that such a beautiful scene could only be seen on the sea. After a while, the boat lifted anchor and set off again. Everything that happened the previous day seemed to have never occurred. The next day, the sea was calm, and the breeze blew gently. Everyone enjoyed the scenery, feeling like they were on a luxury cruise. The clan leader proudly showed off a large fish he had caught, while Qatar felt bitter because he only caught a small fish. The elder was watering the plants. For the next half-month, the weather was perfect, and the boat sailed smoothly. Until one day, the boat encountered a thick fog on the sea. Tanthian opened the map on the ring and saw 3 regions: Region D, a tropical monsoon mountain area; Region C, a tropical monsoon rainforest; and Region A1, a temperate monsoon plain. The 3 looked at the map. Deeplam asked, "Is this the full map of the 3 creatures book?" Jessica felt that island number 3 was more primitive compared to island number 2. Tanthian explained in detail. According to the data in the ring, the biological encyclopedia was not about an island, but rather a continent. It described the various terrains and climates of the world. Jessica couldn't believe that such an artificial continent could be built. Deeplam, noticing it also included climates and terrain, wondered how it could be done. Tanthian added that the full map was not as simple as it appeared. With a click, it could lead to a more detailed map of any given area. Tanthian clicked on one area, and a map opened. Jessica saw it was a plain. The prefix of each area marked the climate of that region and the main terrain characteristics. Tanthian agreed with this. Just then, Nick ran up to Tanthian and informed him that there was a lot of fog outside. As Tanthian was heading out to check, he heard others saying that the fog was so thick they could barely see the ocean, unsure whether they might be lost. Jessica and Deeplam also arrived to see what was going on. Deeplam was confused as the weather had been clear, so why was there suddenly such dense fog? Jessica explained that the weather at sea was very unpredictable. Sunshine one moment, a storm the next. However, thick fog typically occurs near coastal areas, especially during the spring transition between April and July. She also mentioned that this was the first time she had seen fog this dense in the open sea. Tanthin felt worried. The fog was too thick, and he wasn't sure if it would affect their course. Jessica added that, based on statistics, 80% of accidents at sea were due to fog. However, in this world, they didn't need to worry about running into other ships. To be safe, she suggested they turn on the fog lights and slow down, which would likely prevent any issues. Tanthin ordered Pohama to light the fog lamps and then go below deck, as the fog was thick enough that there was no need to keep a lookout. The lamp was lit, but Nick noticed something odd. It had turned yellow. Jessica explained that it was a fog light, made with yellow-tinted glass. The yellow light could travel far, even in thick fog, and it signified the position of the ship to avoid collisions. Tanthin told everyone to head back to the lower deck and wait for the fog to clear before going outside. He thought the fog was made of countless tiny water droplets, making it easy for bacteria to thrive. It was better to stay inside the ship for now. As Tanthin was thinking, he turned and saw the leopard seal lying lazily. He grabbed it by the ear and dragged it along. The fog was so thick, it seemed unlikely to dissipate quickly. Upon entering the lower deck, Tanthin noticed everyone was gathered and seemed surprised, unsure of what was going on. Deeplam explained that Jessica was telling a ghost story to everyone. Tanthin muttered, wondering how Jessica could be in the mood for a ghost story at a time like this. Jessica was telling the tale of a ghost ship, describing how a pirate ship, cursed because of the sailors' resentment, couldn't ascend to heaven or fall into hell. Instead, the ship's decaying crew, covered in maggots, wandered endlessly at sea. If another ship approached, the ghost ship's crew would attack and reveal their grievances. This ship only appeared during thick fog, and whenever it did, there was a distant, eerie bell tolling, sending chills down everyone's spines. Aruba was trembling, like he had malaria. The clan leader remarked that it sounded too terrifying, almost as if he had heard that sound before, making Nick feel embarrassed. Suddenly, Nick asked Jessica, "Earlier, you said that when thick fog appears at sea, the yellow light represents the position of a ship, right?" Jessica confirmed this and asked why he was suddenly asking. Nick pointed towards the distance, saying there was a yellow light. Aruba and the clan leaders screamed in panic, thinking that the ghost ship, the white pirate ship, had arrived. Tanthin was skeptical and thought it was probably just a coincidence, but Deeplan wondered if another ship had been sucked into their world, unlike the Viking pirates. Tanthin instructed Qatar and the others to arm themselves and go check with him, while everyone else stayed in the cockpit. Jessica asked Pohama to ring the bell twice to signal a greeting, then wait for any response. There was no reply. She then instructed to ring the bell 5 times as a warning. The group, using binoculars, scanned the area but couldn't see anything. Aruba insisted that it was definitely the ghost ship. Tanthin, seeing no response from the ship, couldn't contact them and concluded that it probably wasn't a ship. He decided to temporarily stay away, though he felt something was off. He believed that given the distance, the other ship should have been able to hear the bell tolls. If they weren't a ship, what were they? To be safe, he decided to stay on guard. He told everyone to prepare their weapons and hoped it was just their imagination. Pakuma suddenly shouted, "Look, Tanthin!" When they both looked, they saw a massive ship moving closer. Tanthin ordered everyone to be ready. Aruba panicked, yelling that the ghost ship had appeared. Deeplam, watching through the cockpit, was shocked to see that it was indeed a real ship. Jessica asked Tanthin if they should try communicating again. Tanthin replied that they had already sent 2 signals with no response. Clearly, the other ship didn't want to communicate, so they should proceed on their own course. If anything went wrong, they would open fire. Tanthin, on the ship's deck, had already aimed a crossbow at the approaching ship, unsure whether it was an enemy or a friend. Suddenly, the other ship revealed a cannon, and Tanthin shouted, "It's the enemy! Fire!" He knew they had to strike first, before the other ship had a chance to retaliate. A series of arrows were shot at the approaching ship, but they didn't hit. It looked like they passed right through. As Tanthian was preparing to load more arrows, the enemy ship fired a volley of guns and cannons in return. Panicking, Tanthian shouted for everyone to get down. He could see that the enemy ship had both guns and large cannons, and with their own ship's weaker weapons and wooden hull, they couldn't withstand the cannon fire. They needed to escape quickly. However, with the added paddle wheels on their ship, they might be able to outrun the other ship if they acted fast. Everyone anxiously looked at Tanthian. He knew that, as he had predicted, everything was just an illusion. Aruba, trembling in fear, asked Tanthian if everything was okay. Tanthian replied, "Everyone, stand up. The ship you saw is not real. It's just an illusion." Jessica chuckled, saying, "I didn't expect to see an illusion here. We're really lucky." The group stood and watched. Deeplam acknowledged that this was indeed a rare sight. Nick, confused, asked what an illusion was. Deeplam explained that it was a natural optical phenomenon, occurring when the light reflected from an object is refracted by the atmosphere. Nick still didn't understand, and Tanthian felt frustrated with the explanation. He thought it was pointless to explain it like that. Even the others, explaining to someone who didn't know about firearms, seemed futile. Tanthian had to simplify it and explain that it was like a shadow cast on the ground. An illusion uses a specific method to project the shadow. Nick understood it as a shadow, but the ship continued to pass by. Tanthian found it strange that the illusion appeared on the sea and even seemed to interact with their group. Jessica, too, had never seen an illusion at sea before, so she didn't know how to explain it. Deeplam suggested that it might not be an illusion at all, but rather a phenomenon of this world, something natural that humans hadn't yet discovered. Just then, the fog began to dissipate. As the fog cleared, the ship also disappeared. Deeplam said, "That scene probably only appears in the fog." After leaving the fog, the ship continued its journey toward the biological encyclopedia, but the encounter was still considered a mysterious occurrence. Over the following days, the tribe discussed it enthusiastically. The sea route had returned to calm, and although there were occasional storms, they were nothing compared to the blizzards they had encountered when leaving the deserted island. Thanks to the features of the ship and Jessica's sailing experience, they were able to navigate through with ease. It had been a month since they left the island, and the Plaza tribe had already become accustomed to life at sea. Aside from the food, people often ate grilled fish, steamed fish, and other varieties, which made them miss their former life on the island. Although there were still canned meat and dried pork in storage, those were reserved for emergencies. Life had become monotonous, and many of the tribe felt bored and uninterested. Tanthian, seeing this, discussed with the tribe leader about training others to become warriors. He wanted to divide the tribe into 2 teams to take turns training, so they could be prepared in case the ship faced unexpected situations. The tribe leader agreed that training warriors was a good idea, but it would take a long time and might not necessarily be effective. Not everyone was suitable to become a warrior, as it was a talent that was born, not made. Tanthian understood and decided to implement a system of selection, choosing promising candidates to develop their potential. Although the ghost ship encounter had been a close call, it served as a wake-up call for everyone. The ship only had a few warriors, like Qatar, and while other tribe members could fight, their strategies were too weak. If they faced danger, relying on just Qatar's team wouldn't be enough. At the very least, every tribe member needed to be capable of protecting themselves. The tribe leader agreed with Tanthian, but Tanthian told him he had to help. He couldn't just leave it all to him. Tanthian then asked the tribe leader how one could become a warrior in their tribe. The tribe leader explained that it was simple. During the coming-of-age ceremony, one just needed to bring back a wolf or a stronger beast than a wolf. Tanthian, although understanding, found this requirement simple, but he knew wolves hunted in packs, so bringing down a single wolf would mean facing an entire pack, testing both strength and intelligence. What surprised him most was that Aruba, a young man, had passed this challenge, which seemed quite extraordinary. Tanthian and the tribe leader discussed the evaluation criteria for a long time, and finally, Tanthian decided to adopt the Plaza tribe's warrior selection method, but with some changes. The tribe members would need to defeat one of 3 wolves, or endure the siege of 3 wolves for over half an hour to qualify as warriors. Tanthin then discussed the warrior selection with White Eyes, using the wolf pack as training. This would also be a good opportunity to train the wolves. Afterward, Tanthin and the tribe leader finalized the rules and announced them to the tribe. The Plaza tribe cheered when they heard the news, as becoming a warrior was an extremely honorable thing in their culture. A battle with the wolves was about to begin. 1 week later, the test took place. All tribe members, except the elderly and children, participated. The selection process lasted over a month, and in the end, 13 tribe members passed the test. The successful candidates cheered with joy, while those who didn't make it were instructed by Tanthin to train with Pokuma and improve their archery skills. Tanthin had noticed that the Plaza tribe's archery was rather poor, and improving these skills would enhance their overall strategy. Deeplam told Tanthin that she wanted to learn archery. She didn't want to keep relying on others for protection, and felt that, in times of need, she should also learn to protect others. Tanthin agreed to teach her. First, he had her try shooting to assess her skill level. Then, he guided her step by step. When drawing the bow, she should avoid being too stiff and should relax a bit. The right hand should find the most comfortable position. Meanwhile, Pokuma's group was practicing with a single arm, carrying a bucket of water to increase their arm strength, which would help them draw the bow more steadily. They had to lift the bucket 100 times to be able to hold the bow properly. Seeing this, Deeplam asked if she wasn't supposed to practice like they did. Tanthin responded, telling her to get comfortable with the basic stance first. He'd explained that it would be too early to train like the others. At this moment, the training wasn't just happening with Tanthin's group. At the rear of the ship, the tribe's warriors were undergoing intense tests of strength. Qatar was teaching one person how to deliver a fatal blow with their weapon. His training was simple and brutal, designed for survival in battle. While Deeplam was resting, Tanthin wasn't idle. After his martial arts exchange with the pirate captain, he realized that his combat experience was lacking. Therefore, he asked the tribe leader to be his sparring partner to sharpen his skills. A month later, while Jessica was steering the ship, she noticed something unusual. She immediately informed everyone that their long journey was almost over. The ship was approaching the 3rd ecosystem zone. They entered a storm zone once again. Though the charged clouds looked intimidating, they had already conquered this area before, so there was more excitement than fear this time. The ship charged forward at full speed into the storm. Half an hour later, the ship had passed through the storm and entered a safe zone. Pohama announced that they had reached their destination, a continent. Nick was skeptical, unsure if it was really the continent. The crew on the ship cheered, realizing they had finally arrived. Jessica, using binoculars, saw that they had arrived at the 3rd ecosystem zone earlier than expected. Tanthin, surprised, thought it would take at least 6 months, but they had completed the journey in just 3 months. The ship slowly approached land. They sent a smaller boat to scout ahead and ensure the path was clear. Lou asked what they were doing, and Jessica explained that shallow waters near the coast could pose a threat to the ship because of submerged rocks. Therefore, the smaller boat was sent ahead to scout for a safe route. While on the ship, everyone looked at the 3rd ecosystem zone, thinking there would be plenty of food and resources, with many trees growing straight in the water. Jessica then asked Tanthin if he knew where the ship was currently located. Tanthin explained that the ring didn't have a navigation function. However, based on the unique mangrove forest and the coastline's shape, he deduced that they were near the D3 tropical rainforest region. Tanthin explained that they had left Island 2 and encountered sea monsters along the way. They killed the sea serpent and got lost in a fog where they saw an illusion of a warship. Afterward, Tanthin organized a warrior contest to train the tribe and improve combat skills. After a month, they reached the 3rd ecosystem zone and were now near the D3 rainforest. Jessica, however, didn't like the dense rainforest. Tanthin suggested they find another place to land. Tropical rainforests were home to the most diverse ecosystems on the continent, but they were also full of dangerous creatures like snakes, scorpions, and wild beasts. Even well-equipped explorers would avoid venturing too deep into such areas. Jessica agreed with Tanthin's suggestion and asked if there were any safer places nearby. Tanthine consulted the ring's map and pointed to a temperate monsoon hill nearby, which would be a safer stop. They decided to head there. However, they didn't rush but instead rested for the night before continuing the journey. According to the map, they were at the midpoint of the D3 coastline, and if they followed the wind, they would reach the temperate monsoon hills in about 3 days. Even if they went against the wind, it would take about 5 days. However, the reality was different. Aruba and the tribe leader were tired of being on the ship and wanted to get to shore immediately. On the 7th morning, as the ship continued its journey, Tanthine was puzzled. They should have reached Area A1 by the previous afternoon, but they were still circling the D3 coastline. Deeplan wondered if they had already arrived and didn't realize it. Jessica disagreed, explaining that the vegetation in both regions was entirely different, and they couldn't have missed it. Suddenly, Pokuma called out to Tanthine. He hadn't found any hills, but there was something worth checking out. When the group went to investigate, they found something familiar. Tanthine realized that this was the first stop they had made when they first arrived. It was the same coastline they had visited earlier. They anchored the ship, and although it was midday with strong sunlight, the crew felt a chill. Deeplam asked if they had gone in circles, and Jessica explained it was impossible because the terrain was too diverse for them to miss such features. Tanthine, however, was determined to investigate further and suggested that they stay in the area until they figured things out. They considered a few hypotheses. 1. They had been tricked by an illusion on the sea, always circling the coastline. 2. The map might have been faulty, and the ring had given incorrect directions. Or 3. The third ecosystem zone might have collapsed in a previous experiment, leaving only the D3 rainforest region. Despite these theories, they couldn't confirm anything without proper equipment. Tanthine decided to stay put and remain calm, as the ring had always pointed them toward the D3 zone. He encouraged everyone to remain confident and assured them they would proceed to explore the area. Later, everyone noticed a strange monkey with unusually long claws. Tanthine and Jessica corrected them, saying it wasn't a monkey but a sloth. Tanthine explained that sloths could swim, and though they were slower on land, they were faster in the water. Jessica added that sloths were solitary animals, coming together only during mating season. The males would call out to females, and even during this time, sloths weren't lazy. The group, realizing they had misjudged the animal, decided not to eat it. Afterward, they waited for the tide to go down before heading ashore, where the group was excited to finally be on solid ground after so long. The group was relieved to be off the ship, although some of them had trouble adjusting to the land. They were cautious of the slippery mud, and Tanthine smiled, choosing to ignore the situation. As they explored the shore, Aruba and the tribe leader found a strange fruit hanging from a tree. Jessica explained that it wasn't fruit but seeds. She described how the Red Sea liu tree seeds grew directly on the tree and would fall to the ground after a certain time, where they would take root and grow into new trees. The group was fascinated, although Pohama was disappointed to learn the seeds weren't edible. Tanthine immediately said, "The seeds of these are definitely not edible, but there are usually green fruits the size of a thumb, called sea mangrove fruits. If we cook them together, they will make a rare, delicious soup." When the tribe members heard about food, they all immediately became excited and rushed off, determined to find the sea mangrove fruit. Tanthine sighed, weary of their constant hunger. He understood that after so many days at sea, the tribe members had grown tired of the food on the ship, and a change in taste would be a welcome relief. So, for the rest of the day, they spent their time gathering sea mangrove fruits, collecting shellfish, and catching crabs. When they returned to the ship, they prepared a large seafood feast, and everyone praised the meal, saying they had never eaten such fresh and tasty soup. Deeplam felt the flavor was rich and intense, like returning to a beach with waves crashing. Jessica said the crab meat was tender and soft, almost jelly-like. Tanthine rolled his eyes and sighed. When these two start talking, they just won't stop. After the extravagant seafood feast, everyone was full, and even the tribe leader couldn't eat anymore. Aruba sat still, unable to move. Tanthine was preparing to go on a reconnaissance mission, but Jessica advised him that there were many dangers in the Amazon rainforest, and that it would be best to bring all the warriors along. Tanthine disagreed, explaining that there were elders, women, and children on the ship, so some warriors needed to stay behind for protection. Furthermore, this mission was urgent, and the fewer people there were, the faster they could travel. Deeplam was concerned that with fewer warriors, they would have fewer supplies and might be less equipped to handle emergencies. Tanthian reassured her, saying he had carefully planned and selected the supplies to bring, making sure everything would be as useful as possible to avoid waste. Over the following days, Tanthian continued preparing the necessary supplies for the mission. Deeplam and Jessica were also busy. Following Tanthian's instructions, Deeplam supervised the tribe members in sewing clothing, such as leggings, bags, and high boots. Meanwhile, Jessica harvested mint and distilled it into essential oil to repel mosquitoes. The group set off early the next morning. Tanthian and his warriors, aboard a small boat, began their reconnaissance mission. Everyone on the ship advised them to be careful, and Tanthian signaled them to stay calm, reassuring them that everything would be fine. He told Nick that the tropical rainforest was vast, and the mangrove trees were thickly interwoven. It would be difficult to walk through it. After studying the map, Tanthian had chosen the location closest to the mainland. They would follow the river and take the small boat, which would allow them to travel more quickly and easily. He signaled for the others to follow him as he led the way. Half an hour later, Nick reported that there was no path ahead. Tanthian was surprised, as the river should have led directly to the mainland. It seemed that the river's flow had changed, which was why the path was blocked. He ordered everyone to disembark and step onto the tree trunks to continue their journey. He thought it was already noon, and they were deep in the mangrove forest. Changing routes now would waste too much time, and other paths might not be navigable. As they walked on the tree trunks, Tanthian warned everyone to be careful, because the trunks were slippery with mud and moss. Nick was surprised when he saw fish on the trees. They were mudskippers, small fish from the goby family that lived in brackish coastal waters. These fish could breathe through their lungs and had strong chest muscles that allowed them to crawl on land and even climb trees. The group was astonished. Aruba, unsure whether the fish would taste good, tried to eat one but spat it out immediately. Seeing this, Aruba thought that the fish probably didn't taste very good. Tanthian urged the group to hurry and reach the shore before nightfall. As evening approached, Pokuma reported that they had spotted land. The group was excited to have finally arrived. Tanthian noted that there were still about 2 hours before nightfall, so they needed to find a place to rest for the night before continuing their journey into the rainforest the next morning. Aruba remarked on how abundant the vegetation was, and White Eye started sniffing around and growling. Aruba, noticing White Eye's behavior, wondered if there was danger ahead. Rana suggested that they might have entered the territory of some wild beasts. Ketar sniffed the air and detected a strong scent of urine. Tanthian, overhearing, thought, "Does this guy have a nose like a dog? How can he smell that so clearly?" From within the jungle, a jaguar suddenly appeared. The American jaguar, also known as the American panther, is the third largest big cat still in existence. Its appearance resembles that of the leopard, but is more similar to a tiger with a shorter tail. It prefers to live in tropical rainforests, dense forests, seasonal swamps, and other water-rich areas. Like tigers, jaguars are big cats that enjoy swimming, prefer solitude, hibernate, and hunt predators. Rana initially thought it was a lion, but Nick had never seen such a strange lion with so many spots. Tanthian informed the group that it was an American jaguar, not a lion, and that it could be even more dangerous than a lion. He warned everyone to be careful. Suddenly, the jaguar urinated right in front of the group, leaving everyone frozen for a few seconds. Pokuma asked, "Is it marking its territory?" After finishing, the jaguar turned to look at them and growled, as if saying, "Do you know who I am?" Tanthian gestured to White Eye and told him, "Should we ask its mother, or who knows?" Suddenly, the jaguar growled loudly and charged at the group. That night, there was a jaguar barbecue for dinner. "See, the results of encountering a tiger, jaguar, and weasel," Tanthian remarked. "So things shouldn't be rushed. Patience is important. One thing withheld can prevent many humiliations, but we should try our best." As night fell, everyone assigned duties, setting up camp and building a fire. Being experienced in outdoor survival, The group had set up tents and prepared to enjoy the roasted jaguar before it got dark. Aruba was sitting in front, eagerly waiting as the aroma of the roasted leg filled the air, his mouth watering. Tanthian found the meat a bit dry and smelled fishy. Without seasoning, it wasn't very tasty. Pokuma thought it was okay, and Nick thought it tasted good. Qatar, on the other hand, just enjoyed filling his stomach. After the simple meal, everyone quickly went to their tents to rest, leaving White Eye and Sadu on guard outside. The night was alive with the sounds of wild animals, so the group remained half awake, alert, and cautious. The next morning, the group started packing up the tents. Tanthian told everyone that they would depart as soon as they filled their water bottles. The deeper they went into the jungle, the denser the vegetation became, with Qatar clearing the path with his machete. Tanthian noticed the rainforest was stifling hot, and sweat kept pouring down, making his clothes stick to his skin. He was startled when he looked down and saw a giant centipede crawling over Qatar's foot. The Amazonian giant centipede, typically red, is one of the largest centipedes in the world, found mainly in the Amazon basin. It can grow to be 25 to 30 some long and is highly venomous, capable of causing swelling, burning, and lymph node inflammation. In severe cases, it can lead to chills, fever, rapid pulse, and even death. Tanthian shouted for everyone to stay still and warned Qatar not to move, as there was a giant Amazon centipede on his foot. They had to remain still until it passed. After it crawled away, Tanthian breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly stabbed it with his knife. Aruba was shocked by the size of the centipede, while Rana thought even shoes could be pierced by its bite. Nick was thankful Tanthian had noticed it in time. Tanthian reminded everyone to stay alert, as there were dangerous creatures everywhere in the jungle. The group continued their journey, and after a long while, they were relieved to have made it out of the dense forest. Tanthian suggested they rest, as it would be easier to travel ahead. However, the deeper they went, the greater the danger, and they needed to stay cautious. As they continued, they were attacked by a large number of mosquitoes, which irritated everyone. Aruba complained about how many mosquitoes were targeting him. Tanthian handed him and the others peppermint, which had been used to repel mosquitoes. Mosquitoes thrive in humid environments, and as noon approached, the temperature rose and mosquitoes increased. After applying the peppermint oil, the mosquitoes flew away, and Tanthian felt proud that Jessica's peppermint oil had worked just as planned. Suddenly, Qatar stopped and said he thought he heard the sound of running water. The group halted, and Rana suggested it was the sound of a river. Nick guessed it was on the other side, while Tanthian couldn't hear anything. Tanthian told everyone to follow him to investigate. When they arrived, they found a river. Tanthian wasn't sure if it was fresh water, so he considered sending White Eye to check. However, Aruba yelled, "The water is fresh, and it's very cool. Come and drink." Tanthian was at a loss for words. Qatar walked over and punched Aruba for drinking wild water recklessly. Tanthian quickly checked the map using his ring. According to the river's location, their next move would be easier. But the map was cluttered with too many rivers, making it impossible to pinpoint their exact location. He needed another reference point. With nightfall approaching, the group decided to camp by the river. The riverbank, made up of gravel and dried branches, didn't require much preparation. In half an hour, they set up camp and were ready to spend the night. Now, with the sleeping arrangements sorted, they turned to dinner. As the saying goes, eat what the mountain provides, eat what the water provides. Since they were by the river, they naturally decided to fish. Nick found the fish here to be too small, and they would need to catch many to have enough. Rana found them difficult to catch. Pokuma suggested they could use a net if they had one. Qatar thought they should walk around to see if there were any wild beasts, maybe even a tiger or lion they could catch. Tanthian sighed, thinking, "Can you please give some dignity to tigers and lions? Don't talk like you're just grabbing a chicken from the." Tanthian was surprised to discover that there was a patch of lemongrass nearby. It grew near water, in ditches or damp areas, and was a traditional medicinal herb. It could be used to repel harmful insects, and when crushed and placed in water, it could even paralyze small fish. He suggested they eat fish, and some of the group crushed the lemongrass, while others built a stone dam to block the stream. Pokuma doubted that the fish would rise up just like that, but Tanthian said they would know soon enough. Then, Tanthian took some mashed Vietnamese coriander, rau ram, and put it into the water, waiting. A few fish began to twitch as though shocked, then started to float up. Gradually, more and more fish floated to the surface. Tonight, they would have grilled fish for dinner. Aruba found the fish had few bones, while Qatar noticed the taste was different from the fish they had eaten before. Tanthian explained that these were tilapia, a species of tropical fish. Given the climate of island No. 2, these fish couldn't survive here, so everyone must have never eaten them before. He was surprised by how abundant the resources in the river were. In less than an hour, they had caught more than 200 small fish, enough for a meal that couldn't be finished. Suddenly, Tanthian spotted a person face down, drifting in the stream. The others hadn't noticed yet and were still talking to each other. Nick asked Tanthian if something was wrong, and Tanthian asked the group if they thought the dark shape in the water looked like a person. He quickly ran and shouted for them to help rescue the person. After a moment, the group gathered around and looked at the figure, a man with many deep cuts on his body. Although Tanthian had thought that there might be people with fractures in the Life Genesis world due to time anomalies, he never expected to confirm it in this way. The man's appearance suggested he was a member of a tribal group. Based on the loincloth, it seemed that this tribe had a higher level of civilization than the Plaza tribe, though Tanthian wasn't sure if this tribe was as friendly as the Plaza tribe. Qatar assessed the wounds and said they were caused by stone weapons. He then turned to Tanthian and asked what they should do next. Tanthian replied that they should handle the body first, as the goal of the expedition was to find the target that the ring indicated. If possible, they should avoid contact with this tribe to avoid complications. As they turned to leave, Tanthian saw Qatar tossing the body into the stream, which made Tanthian open his mouth in surprise at Qatar's action. Qatar placed his hand on his chest and murmured that the spirit would be comforted. Tanthian realized this was a form of water burial. After dealing with the body, the group sat around the fire, continuing their dinner while discussing the body they had found. The appearance of the body proved that other tribes existed on the Life Genesis world. After some discussion, Tanthian outlined their plan. They should try to avoid contact with any other tribes. This decision was made in part because of the potential danger of encountering unfamiliar tribes. That night, they began taking turns on watch. 6 people, each on duty for 2 hours, so everyone could get enough sleep and have a peaceful night. The next morning, they finished eating the small fish and continued following the river upstream. After a while, they arrived at a place where Nick noticed the riverbanks had risen much higher. Tanthian explained that the source of the river often came from highland areas, and the higher elevation of the upstream region caused significant erosion, resulting in a river with many V-shaped valleys. In contrast, the lower reaches were different. They were traveling from the lower reaches to the upper reaches, so the surrounding area would become increasingly elevated. Aruba then asked if the water would get murkier as they moved upstream, just as the river suddenly became cloudy. This reminded Tanthian of a survival show he had watched, where someone mentioned that when river water suddenly turns murky, it's usually because of heavy rainfall upstream. It was best to find higher ground to take shelter, as a flood could come at any moment. He shouted for everyone to hurry to the shore. Tanthian tied a stone to a rope and threw it to a high branch. The group scrambled to climb up. Aruba wondered why they were in such a rush. Tanthian had a guess but didn't want to confirm it. He decided it was better to be cautious. As Tanthian, Qatar, and Pokuma were still below, the ground started shaking violently. Qatar thought it was an earthquake. Pokuma shouted that it wasn't an earthquake, but a flood. Tanthian saw that, as he had suspected, a flood was coming. He called to Aruba to hurry and told the other 2 to climb up too. The flood arrived, sweeping trees and debris along with it. The group barely managed to get to safety. Aruba felt relieved, saying they were lucky they had escaped the flood. As Qatar gathered the rope, he commented that if Tanthian hadn't warned them, they would have all been swept away. The river's current occupied only 1/3 of the river, yet the river was wide, which Tanthian realized was due to the flood that had swept through. Pokuma noticed a large snake swimming in the floodwaters and wasn't sure what it was. Tanthian identified it as an anaconda, the largest snake species in the world. Its jaws can extend up to 180 degrees, and each of its 4 fangs operates independently, allowing it to swallow prey larger than itself. Anacondas mainly live in South America, growing as thick as an adult human's body. They prefer water and are typically found in shallow water regions. They primarily prey on aquatic birds, turtles, and even caimans, placing them at the top of the food chain in their environment. Aruba mistakenly thought it was just a small anaconda. Tanthian clarified that it was indeed an anaconda, not a python or a small anaconda. Although they look similar, pythons have noticeable scales, whereas anacondas have smooth, slimy skin, somewhat resembling a loach. Tanthian warned that both these snakes were very dangerous and that they needed to be careful. Before he could finish his warning, the 3 young men, Qatar, Aruba, and Rana, were already excited, salivating at the thought of dinner. Tanthian realized his warning had been somewhat pointless as the young men were more focused on the idea of eating than on the danger of the snake. The group began preparing by using sticks to trap the snake. When the snake swam close, they managed to snag it with a branch. The snake raised its head, and at that moment, it noticed a group of people watching it. Rana observed that its small head and large body likely meant it had a lot of meat, while Nick found it somewhat cute. It made the poor snake jump in fright. They weren't sure if this trip would leave them with cold feet. Earlier, Tanthian's group had boarded a boat to head deeper into the mainland. Along the way, they encountered mudskippers, met a troublesome little leopard, and used mashed Vietnamese coriander, rau ram, to catch fish. Continuing on, they ran into a flood and almost got swept away. But thankfully, Tanthian had predicted it. Afterward, they saw an anaconda snake and helped it to the shore. A little while later, the snake was chopped into pieces. Aruba, having never eaten such a creature, didn't know what it would taste like. Pokuma asked if they should grill it or cook it differently. Rana suggested grilling it, saying it would be easier. Tanthian commented that they should perhaps be thankful they weren't facing a pack of wild animals, as even the fiercest beasts end up as food when it comes to them. He noted that they had already encountered wild animals before, and their physiques were fairly normal. It seemed like the experimental incident hadn't affected this region, unlike Island No. 2, where some species had mutated. For now, it was better not to let their guard down. Aruba, seeing the potential for waste, decided they should use up all the meat, even if it meant straining himself. Tanthian suggested he take only a little, as the anaconda was a massive creature, weighing over 100 kilograms. Carrying it all would be impossible, and even if they tried, they couldn't eat all of it. The floodwaters spread across the land, making it impossible for them to continue following the riverbanks. They had no choice but to return into the rainforest. Compared to the river route, the forest was much harder to navigate. The dense brush forced them to use misheats to clear a path just to keep moving forward. As night approached, they decided to rest in the rainforest. After traveling for an entire afternoon, they had only covered about 8 kilometers, making their progress painfully slow, practically crawling at a turtle's pace. But it was unavoidable. At 5 p.m., with the sun still not quite set, the sunlight had dimmed, but the rainforest remained murky. They cleared a small area to camp for the night. As they roasted the anaconda meat, Aruba thought the meat was likely cooked by now and wanted to dig in. Tanthian told him to wait for a moment so he could sprinkle some salt on it first. Aruba found the snake's smell appealing and thought it would taste better than the leopard they had eaten earlier, noting that even the white-eyed cat and sadiu, another animal, might be good to try. As they were eating, the white-eyed cat suddenly growled at a disturbance. Tanthian noticed the cat's behavior and understood. Sadiu, the leopard, communicated that the white-eyed cat had detected someone approaching. Tanthian told everyone to put out the fire immediately. Everyone quickly extinguished the flames and hid in the forest. Tanthian was unsure if the people the white-eyed cat had sensed were indigenous like the ones they had found in the river, but even though it wasn't wise to judge by appearance alone, the clothing and tattoos of these people made Tanthian think they might be cannibals. Therefore, it was better to be cautious and avoid contact. 2 torches appeared from the forest. As they got closer, Tanthian saw 3 indigenous people, each adorned with skull jewelry and armed with weapons. They were talking among themselves, mentioning that they had lost track of a girl who was very beautiful, and that she was a sacrifice to Lord Christia. Tanthin and the group hid behind a tree. Pokuma informed Tanthin that the group had passed, but Tanthin told him to wait a little longer. It was possible there were others behind them. 2 hours later, they had rekindled the fire and resumed roasting the meat. Aruba complained that the meat had cooled and its flavor had changed. Tanthin was still deep in thought, considering that the 3 people might have been just passing by. However, what caught his attention was the jewelry they wore. It clearly looked like ancient relics. Could they be from a cannibalistic tribe? Nick suddenly asked if Qatar had seen these people in the old tribe. It seemed they spoke the language of the Plaza tribe. Qatar, however, said he had never seen them before. Pokuma mentioned that if Nick hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed the language. Rana confirmed that those people had indeed spoken the Plaza language. Aruba suggested they should ask the tribe leader, as he frequently visited other tribes for trade and might know more about them. Tanthin asked everyone if the 3 people spoke the Plaza tribe language. Pokuma confirmed that it was indeed the Plaza language without any mistake. Rana asked if there was a problem with that. Tanthin replied that there was more than just a problem, it was a big issue. After receiving confirmation from everyone, Tanthin felt a bit confused. Just like what Pokuma said, if Nick hadn't pointed it out, Tanthin wouldn't have noticed this detail. When the 3 indigenous people were talking, Tanthin could clearly hear their speech in a common language. It was a dilemma, as they weren't speaking the same language. The group started discussing this matter. Everyone could hear the conversation in the tribal language, but Tanthin could only understand the common language. After discussing for a while, it became mentally exhausting, and Aruba collapsed on the ground. Rana told Tanthin that Aruba was about to pass out. Tanthin advised not to force it, and not to overthink, or they would waste energy. If even Tanthin didn't understand what was going on, it was even harder for the Qatar group to figure it out. If they couldn't think it through, Tanthin wouldn't worry about it too much, as it wasn't a big problem. Elsewhere, a wounded girl was catching ants and using their pincers to bite into her wound, sealing it with the heads of the ants. She stood up carefully and looked toward a village. The next morning, Tanthin's group was moving when they saw the village. Qatar wondered if this was the village where the 3 people from last night came from. Aruba scanned the area but didn't see anyone. Could they have gone out hunting? Pokuma used binoculars and reported that there were 2 bodies. Rana commented that with such a small village, could they have been killed off entirely? Aruba speculated if it was a conflict between tribes. Pokuma suggested they move quickly. Tanthin, unsure of what had happened in the village, felt it would be best to avoid involving themselves in matters they weren't familiar with. Therefore, he decided to take the group around the village. Suddenly, they heard crying. Nick said it sounded like a child. Pokuma suggested that there were still children alive in the village. Nick asked Tanthin if they should go in and check. Qatar thought it would be better to leave the area. Tanthin observed the village, which was as quiet as a temple. The crying sounded like a setup to lure them into danger. He warned everyone to stay alert and to approach cautiously. As they entered the village, they found a corpse. Qatar assessed that there had been a brutal battle here and told everyone to be careful. Tanthin approached a house where the sound of the child crying was coming from. Inside, he saw a child lying on a bed, crying loudly. The group stood there, and Pokuma noticed that the child seemed to have wet itself. Nick suggested they change the baby's diaper. Tanthin asked who had experience taking care of children. Qatar immediately responded, saying he had no experience and no one else had either. As night fell, the wounded girl ran back to the village. As she was entering, she heard shouting, warning Aruba not to come close. Aruba, holding his nose, was carrying the baby's dirty diaper. Pokuma told him to wash it first before wrapping it up. Aruba ran out, shouting that it smelled terrible. The girl didn't recognize Aruba and noticed his clothes were strange, made from fine fabric. Maybe he was from a noble family in the city. After a while, the baby fell asleep next to the white-eyed cat. The 3 of them sat by the fire, talking. Aruba said the entire village was without food, probably due to being robbed. Qatar asked if there were any problems that night. Rana responded that there probably wouldn't be any mad robbers coming back from the other tribe. Nick thought the baby was really lucky. Pokuma speculated that the robbers still had some humanity left and wouldn't harm the child. However, leaving the baby to fend for itself here might be a more cruel and twisted form of amusement. Qatar asked Tanthin what he thought. Tanthin remained silent and asked the group if a child under a year old could eat anything besides breast milk. For Tanthin, once they found the baby, they couldn't just leave it behind. But they still had to continue their journey, and bringing the baby along wasn't possible. While everyone was talking, Tanthin was deep in thought, wondering whether they should take the child back to the ship or leave it with another tribe. Perhaps they could coexist on this strange world. But before that, Tanthin realized an important issue. What could the baby eat? Aruba, in his usual clueless way, suggested they could just feed it meat. Qatar and Pokuma were taken aback by this suggestion. Given that the baby was only 3 or 4 months old, it probably couldn't eat anything other than breast milk. They didn't know what to do. Just then, the baby woke up and started crying loudly. Tanthin told everyone to stay calm. It might not necessarily be hungry. Aruba tried to soothe the baby, suggesting they feed it some meat because it smelled delicious. Qatar, who was behind him, slapped him across the face for being foolish and scolded him for suggesting that a baby could eat tough, dry meat. At the very least, they should chew it well before feeding it to the child. Aruba suggested that they could shred the meat into small strands, which might be better. Qatar praised Aruba for being smart. Tanthin, seeing the baby cry, decided to give it some water to see if it would help. But the baby continued to cry loudly. Up there, the guys were helpless. Nick asked what they should do now. Rana suggested maybe they could cook some meat soup. While everyone was still trying to figure out how to care for the baby outside, the injured girl was striking stones to make fire. Inside, Qatar had a new idea. Knock the child out. Once he sleeps, he won't feel hungry anymore. Aruba immediately agreed with this idea, which shocked Tanthin. Suddenly, Qatar looked outside and saw several houses burning, so he reported to Tanthin. I see the fire is spreading. We should ask everyone to help put it out before it spreads to this area. Qatar grabbed an axe and Aruba took a stick. Qatar used the axe to break down several houses to create a fire break, preventing the dry grass from catching fire and spreading the flames to other houses. Then, Tanthin noticed something. Why are the houses suddenly burning? It's not just one house. He realized that this was likely intentional. The injured girl from earlier had jumped into a house and was running to grab the baby. Tanthin activated his hunting skills and jumped into the house, saying, "Do you see me as heir?" The girl was startled, holding the baby in one hand and a spear in the other, attempting to strike Tanthin. He dodged, saying, "Too slow." As the combat began, Tanthin realized that the attacker was a woman. He quickly struck her neck, knocking her out. He looked at her and thought, she must be from the tribe. Suddenly, the baby stretched out its hands, wanting to eat. Tanthin asked, "Hold on, what do you want to do?" After a while, the fire was completely extinguished. Kokuma said, "This must have been caused by her." Qatar agreed, saying, "Who else could it be?" Rana speculated, "What if she's the baby's mother?" Tanthin thought, even if she's not the mother, she must be someone close to the baby, otherwise she wouldn't be so familiar with it. Unexpectedly, the girl woke up. Nick asked, "Are you awake?" She screamed, "Don't come near." Everyone rushed in to ask Nick what was happening. The girl, holding the baby in one hand and a weapon in the other, shouted, "This is my village. You outsiders, go away, you devils." Tanthin tried to calm her down, saying, "Relax, it's not what you think. Even dogs need some coriander leaves." Everyone raised their hands and assured her they wouldn't harm her. Seeing them step back, she thought that, given the number of people in Tanthin's group, if they had wanted to harm her, they would have already attacked. She also noticed that their clothes didn't resemble those of the people who attacked her. Tanthin realized that he had been speaking in standard language and wondered if she could understand him. Then she spoke up, introducing herself, "My name is Solam, and this baby is mine. I grew up in this forest, My father, grandfather, and other tribe members have lived here for a very long time. Tanthin introduced himself. I'm Tanthin, from another place, just passing through here with no ill intentions. He asked, do you understand what I'm saying? When Sulam heard the name Tanthin, she recognized that the baby must be the child from the sky. Tanthin was surprised to find that she understood him. He then wondered if, in this D3 region, there was a common language that everyone understood. He asked Sulam, if you don't mind, could we sit and talk? Sulam agreed. However, she suddenly collapsed. Nick asked, is she okay? She replied, I'm fine, just really tired and hungry. Tanthin observed Sulam and noticed her sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, which suggested she hadn't slept for a long time. Her nerves were also clearly strained, indicating that she had been relying entirely on her willpower to survive. Everyone offered food to Sulam, and she ate ravenously. Nick told her to eat slowly, as there was still more food. After she finished eating, she thanked Tanthin and the others. Tanthin said, don't mention it, but if you don't mind, could you tell us what happened in your village? Sulam began recounting the events of 3 days ago. Her voice trembled with fear and anger as she spoke. According to Sulam, 3 nights ago, her village was suddenly attacked by another tribe. Although they didn't know the reason for the attack, the warriors of her tribe fought back fiercely, leading to a bloody battle. However, the attacking tribe had far more people, and Sulam's tribe was completely outnumbered. Everyone, except for the dead, was taken captive. The attackers claimed that killing children would bring the curse of the gods, so they abandoned her baby in the village, leaving it behind to survive. Sulam managed to escape when the attackers were transporting the prisoners. She saw an opportunity and fled. As she reached the end of her story, Sulam couldn't hold back her grief and began crying. Tanthin and the others fell silent, moved by her pain. After a while, Nick came out of the hut. Tanthin asked, has she fallen asleep? Nick replied, she cried herself to sleep, exhausted. Tanthin asked, do the Plaza tribe accept people from other tribes? Qatar and Rana didn't know. Tanthin asked again, has the tribe ever encountered a situation like this before? Qatar replied, no, never. Nick then asked Tanthin, do you want to take her back? Tanthin said, if there is a tribe nearby that is on good terms with Sulam's tribe, we can escort her there. If not, we'll have to take her back to the ship. But we'll wait for her to wake up and ask her what she wants to do. I know that a woman who's injured and carrying a baby under a year old can't survive in the rainforest. He added, let's all rest for now. Aruba was sent outside to stand guard. The next morning, Tanthin planned to talk to Sulam about what she wanted to do next. However, considering her weak condition and the fact that she hadn't fully recovered despite a night's rest, Tanthin decided to leave Nick and Rana behind to keep watch. He led the others to explore around the village to see if they could find something to eat. The 3 of them followed a trail, and Pakuma recognized it as a path frequently used by Sulam's tribe. However, they weren't sure where it would lead. Tanthin thought that it must be a hunting and food-gathering area. When they reached a fork in the path, they were unsure which way to go. Tanthin decided to take the easier path. Aruba noticed a spider and used a stick to lift it up, then tried to scare it off. Pakuma got startled and almost had a heart attack. In a fit of rage, Pakuma used an arrow to stab and kill the spider, warning Aruba that if he did it again, he'd be in big trouble. Tanthin was confused, so Qatar explained that Pakuma had always been afraid of creatures with many legs and lots of hairs. Tanthin turned to look at the spiders and recognized them as Nephia Phillips spiders. He remembered a neighbor in the dorm who had once spent 30 coins to buy one. If that was the case, these spiders could sell for thousands. Indeed, the rainforest was full of surprises. Then, Pakuma and Aruba noticed a type of tree that looked like a coconut tree. They all gathered around, but there were no coconuts to be found. Aruba wondered if they had been picked already. Pakuma noticed that this coconut tree was different from the usual ones. Tanthin confirmed it wasn't a coconut tree. While the tree was called sago, a type of starchy palm, it was not the coconut tree everyone was familiar with, nor did it bear coconuts. Before it flowers at the top, the middle of the trunk stores a large amount of starch. This part of the tree serves as a major starch reserve. Tanthin explained that the trunk could be eaten. The three of them, Pokuma, Qatar, and Aruba, were surprised. They rushed to the tree. Some peeled the bark and found it not very tasty, while others tried to chew on the trunk but found it hard to bite. Tanthin felt frustrated with them. After a while, they chopped down a tree, and Qatar found that the inside of the trunk was white. Pokuma asked if that was the edible part, and Tanthin explained that it was where the starch was stored. He clarified that the best method was to soak the trunk in water and filter it to extract the starchy liquid, which could then be eaten. Qatar pointed out that the group didn't have enough water right now, and there wasn't much left in the village either. Tanthin had anticipated this and noticed that several tree trunks had already been chopped down, so he guessed there must be a nearby water source. He concluded that one of the two paths they were at would likely lead to water. Aruba asked which path they should take. Qatar saw signs of tree dragging on the right path. Though not very clear, it indicated the path led to water. A short distance away, they found a river. When the group arrived at the river, it was already midday. Time was limited, but after a brief rest, they started gathering the starch from the sago tree trunks. Tanthin divided the group into two teams. Qatar and Aruba used machines to hollow out the trunks into wood shavings, while Tanthin and Pokuma peeled the bark into square shapes and made tools with branches. After preparing the tools, Tanthin and Pokuma soaked the wood shavings in water and rubbed them. Soon, the water turned a milky white, indicating the starch was being released. After rubbing for a while, Tanthin and Pokuma used coarse cloth to filter the starchy liquid. They left the mixture to settle for 10 minutes, and the starch gradually sank to the bottom. Aruba asked if that was the starch, as it looked similar to wheat flour. Tanthin explained that wheat flour is also starch, just extracted differently, but essentially, both were the same. Tanthin noticed that it was about 3 p.m., and considering the time to return, they could make it back to the village before nightfall. He told everyone to pack up and head back. When they arrived at the village, Solem had woken up and thanked Nick and the others. Nick told her she should thank Tanthin, the messenger of the great god. Solem asked what a messenger of the great god was, and Nick explained that it referred to the high priest of the god. Solem was confused and thought the high priest was someone else. Just then, Aruba shouted that Tanthin, the messenger, had returned. When the group saw the white substance they brought back, Aruba excitedly explained that it was starch extracted from the sago tree trunk. Unexpectedly, Solem came out of the house and knelt in front of Tanthin, saying, "Great priest, please forgive my previous disrespect." Everyone was shocked and confused. After a while, Tanthin placed the starch on a coconut leaf and added a piece of meat on top. He placed it on the fire to cook. While waiting for the food to cook, Solem explained to Tanthin that the high priest was a representative chosen by the god to communicate with the divine, passing on knowledge and wisdom. The high priest of her tribe was the one who had passed on the knowledge of starch extraction from the sago tree and how to make sago. Tanthin finally understood but realized that, unfortunately, he wasn't the real priest. Tanthin then asked Solem what her plans were. He explained that his group had to continue deeper into the rainforest and couldn't stay in the village for long. If there was a tribe nearby that was friendly with hers, they could take her there, otherwise, they would have to leave. Before Tanthin could finish, Solem expressed a desire to go to the city. Tanthin was surprised that there was a city. Solem explained that she had never been to the city, but the elders of her tribe had told her about it. She said that the city was a large tribe with stone houses, plenty of food, and a society ruled by gods. The king and nobles lived there. During festivals or times of crisis, the king would send the high priest to perform rituals and offer sacrifices to the gods to bless and protect the people. While Tanthin was deep in thought about the city, the two cakes on the fire suddenly exploded. After a while, the cakes were cooked. Solem was surprised by how the starch from the sago tree could be used to make such food. Aruba immediately ate some and praised the delicious texture, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with fat from the dried meat dripping out. It was really delicious. Tanthin, however, was lost in thought. If what Solem said was true, then the continent was much larger than he had imagined. After advancing deeper into the jungle, Tanthin's group came across a village that had been completely destroyed, with everyone dead except for one abandoned child. Later, a woman named Solam, the mother of the child, returned, thinking the group was the enemy, which led to a conflict. After realizing the group was not the enemy, Solam explained what had happened. Tanthin's group learned about a place called the city where many people lived, and they had made the sago starch cake for everyone to eat. As everyone gathered around the fire, Tanthin asked Solam what her tribe normally did with the starch. Solam said they usually cooked it into porridge. Tanthin asked if that was knowledge passed down by the high priest, the one who taught them how to extract starch from the sago tree and make sago. Solam confirmed that it was the high priest who taught them everything. Tanthin thought for a moment. The terms sago and starch seemed like modern vocabulary, but it was possible Solam had used those words in a similar way. It was puzzling. Could it be that the high priest was someone from the modern world, perhaps a student or teacher who ended up becoming the high priest of the tribe? He asked Solam if she wanted to go to the city. She said that when she was being escorted, she overheard the attackers talking about selling her people to the city. She wanted to go and buy back her people. The conversation with Solam tonight had left Tanthin stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming, especially about the city, and Solam hadn't provided much detail, only mentioning bits and pieces. Tanthin couldn't digest it all right away, especially since Solam's information about the city was so fragmented. Tanthin could only summarize the information he had, combining it with his own speculations into two main points. The first was that the city-state was at the center, with various tribes of different sizes surrounding it. Normally, the tribes did not know the location of each other, and even if they did, they wouldn't interact, only operating within their own familiar territories. However, this was not absolute. Some tribes would raid others, and if captured, the people would be enslaved, traded, or sacrificed as living offerings to the city-state. The second point was that Solam did not know the exact location of the city-state. The only clue they had was a saying circulating in the tribe: "Follow the direction of the rising sun." Tanthin thought he would try heading east, as the ring also pointed in that direction, which conveniently aligned with their route. Thinking of Solam and her child's situation, Tanthin decided to help. He couldn't bear to leave a woman with a child under 1 month old to wander through the dangerous jungle in search of an unknown city-state. He knew that the priest might possess a lot of knowledge. If he was truly from the modern world, perhaps he could join them and become a valuable ally. Early in the morning, Tanthin and Aruba took 2 stone hoes to dig the ground. As they dug, Tanthin thought, a group of natives with a concept of money and hiding it under the floor is quite rare. Aruba complained that he didn't expect to stay behind and be a laborer, and if he had known, he would have swapped places with Rana, who was gathering sago starch. The 2 young men unearthed something that they initially thought was money, but as they dug deeper, they uncovered a skull. Aruba screamed in shock. Solam, standing nearby, explained that the skull belonged to a member of the tribe leader's family, and they would always stay with the leader to protect the house. Tanthin felt like he had been sleeping in a tomb for the past few days. The 2 continued digging and unearthed a jar. Solam said it was likely a jar that contained money. Tanthin picked up the jar, unsure if it might be filled with ashes. Solam, not understanding what ashes meant, asked what that was. Tanthin opened the jar, finding it full of seashells. Tanthin laughed, realizing he should have figured out earlier that the tribe used seashells as currency. Nick found the seashells beautiful. Solam took the jar and said that these valuable seashells could surely be used to buy back tribe members. Tanthin asked her when they would set off, and she happily responded that Tanthin had agreed to help her. She thanked him profusely and also wanted to ask him another favor. Tanthin told her to ask, and if it was within his ability, he would help. She wanted him to organize the Hiram Nikar ritual for her child and give the child a name. Tanthin didn't know what Hiram Nikar was, so Solam explained that it was a coming-of-age ritual for the Ngokmi people, meant to bless the child to grow up smoothly. The ceremony depended on the child's character and would be held at different times. Typically for girls, it was held in the 3rd month, and for boys, in the 4th month. The ritual was usually led by the tribe leader, with the parents organizing it. If a priest could be invited to preside, it was considered a great honor for the child to receive a blessing. This is why Solom wanted Tanthin to help, as she believed he could bring good fortune to the child, even though he wasn't a priest. Tanthin asked when the ceremony would take place, noting that it seemed similar to the Chinese full-month ceremony. Solom, pleased that Tanthin agreed, thanked him. Tanthin said it was an honor that she trusted him to organize such an important ritual. Solom planned to hold it next month. Tanthin realized that today was the 18th and was surprised that she had been waiting for such a long time for just one ceremony. He asked her if she wasn't worried about her people, but Solom said that although 2 days seemed rushed, if they began preparations now, they would have everything ready on time. Tanthin was surprised that it was only 2 days away. After asking again, he learned that in Solom's tribe, a month had only 20 days. Now understanding this, Tanthin was able to resolve his confusion. Before standardized calendars, different regions used different types of calendars, so it wasn't unusual for Solom's tribe to have a month with only 20 days. Not paying much attention to the calendar issue, Tanthin and Aruba carefully reburied the bones they had accidentally unearthed. By the time they finished, it was already noon. For the remaining time, Tanthin was not idle. He took Aruba to the forest to wash the starch and help the Qatar people, while Nick stayed behind to help Solom prepare for the ceremony. As they were heading to assist the Qatar people, Aruba mentioned that since they had some free time, he wanted to go to the river and catch some fish. Tanthin thought it wouldn't be possible, as it wasn't a small pond, but Aruba insisted, thinking it might work. Tanthin reviewed the documents related to Zone B3, where they were in the rainforest, which was a miniature version of the Amazon. Many of the animals found in the Amazon could also be found here, including crocodiles and carnivorous fish. The shallow stream they crossed earlier was only knee-deep and had a visible bottom, so it wasn't dangerous. But this river was much deeper and wider, and it would be dangerous to go into it. Tanthin told Aruba it was safer to stay on the shore unless absolutely necessary. Aruba went off and returned, proudly showing off many worms he had gathered. Tanthin, meanwhile, was working on an automatic fishing device. He explained that when a fish bit the hook, the latch would open and keep the rod steady, allowing them to reel in the fish. Aruba was fascinated. Tanthin made 3 automatic fishing rods and set them up along the riverbank. As they continued working, the fish kept biting. Aruba found the automatic fishing system very convenient because they didn't have to sit and wait. Suddenly, one of the rods bent sharply. Aruba grabbed the rod but found it too heavy, so he called for help. Tanthin activated his instincts and told Aruba to hold on a bit longer. Even Aruba couldn't pull it up. It must be a big fish. They both struggled to reel it in but couldn't. The fish dragged them closer to the riverbank and then pulled them both into the water. Qatar saw this and immediately jumped in, throwing a spear, but it missed and was knocked away by the fish. The fish splashed water everywhere. The fish was an arapaima, a species of ray-finned fish from the Arapaima genus, known for being one of the largest freshwater fish in South America. It could grow up to 6 meters long and weigh as much as 100 kilograms. Despite its large size, it had powerful jumps and could leap out of the water to hunt. Its tail was strong enough to knock down fully grown males, breaking bones and causing internal injuries. Tanthin realized that the sheer force of the fish's fall was enough to prevent him and Aruba from resisting, so he decided they needed to kill it before it fell back into the water. Just then, Qatar made another attempt to strike it but missed. The only person who could help was Pokuma. Tanthin called out to Pokuma to aim for its head. Pokuma drew the bow, focused, and released an arrow directly into the fish's head before it could fall back into the water. When they finally managed to pull the fish up, Rana was shocked to see such a massive fish in the river. Tanthin remarked that even small fish shouldn't be underestimated in the rainforest. Aruba agreed, noting that the fish was enough to feed the group for 3 days. Qatar began pulling off the fish's scales and noted how tough they were. Tanthin explained that, in addition to their hardness, the fish's scales had a unique structure that absorbed the force of Qatar's spear, which was why it hadn't pierced the fish earlier. Tanthin finished by saying, "Simply put, the fish's scales are extremely formidable." Pokuma asked, "So that's why you aimed for the head?" Tanthine replied, I'm not sure if Pokuma could have hit the head, because the Arapaima doesn't just have thick scales, but its skull is incredibly thick too. Its defense is even stronger than its scales. But in that situation, considering its large size, it definitely couldn't have dealt a fatal blow. If it had returned to the water, it would have escaped. But if we shot it in the head, there was a chance we could keep it. Pokuma now understood that Tanthine had taken a risk, and he hadn't expected it to succeed. Tanthine gave Pokuma a thumbs up for making a perfect shot. By evening, everyone had returned to the village. Solam was handling the fish scales, while Aruba was preparing a large piece of Arapaima meat, commenting that the fish was tasty, but that he preferred tilapia. Ranat held the fish's head, remarking on how thick and tough it was. Pokuma noted that it was lucky they used an iron arrow, or they might not have been able to kill it. Nick asked Solam what she was doing with the scales, and she explained that the scales were very hard. She planned to use them to make armor. Catching the Arapaima had been an unexpected joy for the day, and its appearance provided a large amount of meat for the group, enough to sustain them for the next 3 days without needing to hunt. However, the fish couldn't be stored for long, so it wasn't suitable for preserving as emergency food. The next day, Tanthine's group continued gathering sago flour as usual, preparing for their next journey, while Solam and Nick prepared items for the ritual. 2 days passed quickly, and it was soon time for the ceremony. Tanthine and the group were well prepared and just waiting for the sun to reach its peak. Tanthine stood within a circle drawn with star symbols, reading a few random phrases in English, feeling that the usual ritual speeches were a hassle. Thankfully, the others stood far enough away that their murmurs wouldn't matter. A few minutes later, Solam handed her baby to Tanthine. He held the baby, uncertain of what to do, but Solam instructed him to lift the baby's bottom, make sure the baby sat upright, and then raise the child so that its eyes were level with his. As Tanthine lifted the baby and called out, Saiba, he suddenly recalled the scene from The Lion King, where a monkey holds up a lion cub. The situation felt so similar that he panicked and instinctively shouted, but then he had to calm himself, reminding himself that the others likely wouldn't understand what he meant. However, as he shouted, the others followed suit, repeating Saiba, and the dogs barked as well. Tanthine realized there was no need to come up with an excuse. Solam then instructed him to introduce the 9 objects to the baby, each representing something essential for life. After each introduction, he was to walk around the circle, symbolizing completeness. Tanthine presented a short knife, a fishing rod, a bow and arrow, and a hoe, explaining each item's purpose. After the introductions, he placed the baby back in the circle and told the baby to choose its future path. Whatever the baby chose would determine the blessing. To Tanthine's surprise, the baby grabbed a bunch of items. Tanthine saw the baby hold the bow, thinking it would grow into an archer, and the knife, thinking it would be a warrior. However, the baby holding so many things at once made Tanthine unsure of how to bless it. Then, he had an idea. Standing in front of Solam, he spoke, "The earth, mother of all, nourishes and embraces all things." He declared that the baby's name would be Dadia, meaning Great Earth. Solam, holding her child, declared that the baby's name was now Dadia, and from that day on, the child had a name. Nick liked the name, thinking that the child would grow into a strong warrior. Qatar was surprised by Tanthine's choice, admiring how fitting it was. Aruga was also impressed by the name Tanthine had come up with. Later, in the house, Tanthine asked Solam about her wound, and she replied that it was no longer a concern. Tanthine opened the map on the table and showed it to Solam, who was amazed at how the forest layout matched. Nick joked that it was the power of the Vuzu Dai, a kind of power called science. Tanthine asked Solam if she could pinpoint the location of the village. She replied that it would take a long time, but she pointed to a nearby river, suggesting it was somewhere close by. Tanthine understood that the location was still quite vague, but at least it was more accurate than before when they had been lost. The night before setting off, with Solam's help, Tanthine managed to pinpoint their current location. He then spent a few more hours plotting their next route. The next morning, the group packed up and left the village early. With Solam leading the way, their pace was quick, and they encountered no major obstacles. However, the smooth path was possible because Solem's village had already created the route. Tanthin wanted to give Solem some clothes, but she refused. On the third day, they reached the end of the small path. Tanthin realized that the next phase of their journey would not be as easy. As Aruba suggested, they would need to camp for the night and continue their journey the next day. The following morning, as Tanthin collected water from the leaves, he was surprised by how much water he managed to gather overnight. Early the next morning, Tanthin was collecting water from the leaves. He didn't expect to gather so much water overnight, and the whole group could save a lot of time. The little one was still sound asleep on the matrang. Nick reported to Tanthin that the water collection was finished. He said it was time to clean up and head out. The group continued their journey to Aruba. After traveling for a while, they found the forest too hot and rainy. Tanthin looked over at Solam, noticing that she was standing still, not sure if something had happened. Solam felt a wind rising and sensed that the wind was howling. She informed Tanthin that it was going to rain soon. Looking up, the sky was clear and beautiful, as if in a dream. The whole group was puzzled, as the sky was sunny with no clouds, so how could it rain? Solam insisted that there would be rain, and it would be heavy. Tanthin, unsure if the weather prediction came from Solam's intuition or from the residents of this place, thought that perhaps Solam had detected an anomaly. Tanthin ordered everyone to set up the tents. Shortly after, the sky became covered with dark clouds, and the rain came pouring down. The group rushed into the tents to avoid getting wet. Pokuma remarked that the rain had come so suddenly, they hadn't even had time to set up 2 more tents for shelter. Rana said that without Solam's warning, they wouldn't have had time to set up the tents at all. Nick admired Solam's ability, wondering how she had predicted the rain. Solam said that if they listened carefully, she would explain once the rain stopped. Tanthin, hearing this, wondered if he too could learn to hear the sounds of nature. Luckily, thanks to Solam, the whole group didn't end up soaked. The rain continued heavily into the night. Qatar commented that the rain might not stop by morning. Aruba didn't like the rain. Solam told everyone that based on today's weather, it was likely to rain for the next week. Tanthin thought it was fortunate that Jessica had provided tents with a padded bottom. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get any sleep. The rain came unexpectedly and lasted for a long time, from noon to evening, with no signs of stopping. Fortunately, by the next morning, the rain stopped, but it was only temporary. As Solam had predicted, after that day, the sky seemed to have a hole in it, and each time it rained, it poured heavily. Whenever they encountered such conditions, no matter where they were, the group of Tanthin quickly set up tents as fast as possible. But it seemed like heaven was teasing Tanthin. Sometimes it rained 3 times in one day, and when it did, it was quick. Sometimes just half an hour, or even less than 10 minutes. But no matter what, every time the weather changed, Tanthin had to spend a lot of time setting up the tents. Moreover, the dry leaves in the rainforest acted like sponges, absorbing the rainfall from the past days. On the surface, it seemed like nothing, but when they walked on it, they would step into puddles of water. Even though the group wore waterproof shoes, their feet still got wet and cold. Tanthin felt very uncomfortable with the dampness in his shoes. Rana suggested they take off their shoes to move faster, as his feet felt cold and heavy. Tanthin advised against it. Solam turned back to look at Tanthin, and he understood her signal to have everyone set up camp. Aruba was relieved that the rain had come late, giving them enough time to set up tents, even making the animal hide tents now possible to build. Tanthin said that it wasn't just luck. They had been practicing and refining their skills over the past few days. Tanthin thought the animal hide tents were great. Inside, they could even make a fire for warmth. Aruba, who had been sitting, noticed something strange and asked Qatar if his foot had 6 toes. Qatar, also surprised, looked down and saw that his foot was swollen with a lump. Rana and Pokuma both said they had the same condition. Tanthin, hearing them, felt frustrated and told them that if they noticed any abnormality with their bodies, they should report it immediately. It was important. Tanthin asked Qatar and Rana if they felt any pain or itching. Rana said that at first, pressing on the lump was a bit painful, but Qatar didn't feel anything. Tanthin examined the lump on Qatar's foot and was unsure what was causing it, feeling a headache. Even though they claimed it wasn't serious, any anomaly in this rainforest could potentially be life-threatening. Tanthin opened the system menu, remembering that the system's library had books on treatment. He hoped there might be useful information for curing them. After a while, Tanthin found the book he needed. It cost 2,000 points. Tanthin was relieved that he had gathered plenty of points earlier. 2,000 points wasn't a big deal. The system approved the exchange and Tanthin received the book. The sensation of receiving the book was something Tanthin hadn't felt in a long time. As he read through the treatment book, Tanthin discovered what the condition was. The lump on the foot was a type of growth that typically appears on the soles of the feet. It could spread through small cuts on the skin, and infection usually occurred on the soles, toes, or the top of the feet. It was a common condition where some people felt pain, while others felt nothing. The current treatment typically involved full-body treatment, local therapy, or injections, depending on the affected area. Hearing Tanthin explain this, the group panicked, exclaiming that this was the foot tumor disease and asking if it was fatal. As a result, the two of them started crying dramatically, acting as if they were on the brink of death. Qatar and Nick reassured them, saying everything would be fine as long as they relied on Tanthin's help. Pokuma said that if they had to return, they should tell Pohama not to worry too much. Rana, meanwhile, was crying hysterically while holding onto her black dog's foot. Tanthin was almost in tears himself after dealing with all of this. He told them that the condition was minor and wouldn't kill anyone. Even lions couldn't kill them, so how could they die so quickly? When Aruba heard this, she asked if the others really wouldn't die. Tanthin replied, maybe in a few decades, but not from this. Tanthin began treating the foot tumors. The treatment was simple. First, pour warm water on the lumps to soften them, then use a knife to cut them off, much like removing a corn. Tanthin asked Qatar if it hurt when he cut, but Qatar said he didn't feel anything. However, it was different from removing a corn, as the tumor was like a fingernail or toenail. Once cut, it didn't cause any pain. After finishing the procedure, Qatar asked if he was cured, and Tanthin said no. The lump would probably grow back by the next day, and they would need to cut it again until it didn't grow anymore. Of course, there was a faster way, using a hot iron rod to burn the tissue and destroy the cells causing the growth. Tanthin asked if anyone wanted to try it, but Rana and Pokuma quickly shook their heads. Solam noticed that this rain might last the entire day, so she suggested resting for the day. Tanthin sat and thought about it. There were two reasons for Rana and the others developing foot tumors. One was walking for many days, which caused continuous friction with their shoes. This was the primary cause. The second was the constant rain, which made their shoes wet, causing their feet to remain damp. This created an ideal environment for bacteria to grow. This was the key reason behind the condition. Tanthin opened the system menu. If things continued like this, he could only control the disease for Rana's group, and the rest of the group might eventually fall ill as well. Tanthin hoped that there would be a solution in the system's library to address this issue. He found the basic outdoor methods, latest revised edition. Maybe there was something useful inside. The system approved the exchange and Tanthin received the book. He had spent 10,000 points in less than half a day. He would have to save more points in the future. After downloading the book from the system, Tanthin had a way to handle the foot tumors. He used a small stove to heat some water in a glass container. He added a bit of pig fat and then some sodium, which turned into glycerin. Then, he mixed starch with glycerin to form a biodegradable plastic. Solam was surprised by the glass tube and asked what it was, as it looked beautiful. Nick laughed and said it was made from stone, a technique passed down by the Vuthan master. After some preparation, Tanthin thought it was probably ready. Aruba, curious, asked what it was. Tanthin, while applying it to his shoes, explained that it was a waterproof material called plastic. Half an hour later, the system notification popped up. The host has crafted rain boots, earning 3,000 points. Tanthin held the boots and tested them. Qatar was amazed because it was the first time he had seen boots like this. Aruba thought the boots were really cool. Tanthin turned to the group and asked if anyone wanted to try them. Aruba volunteered first. He put the boots on and walked through a puddle, impressed that the water didn't get in at all. Qatar, sitting nearby, got splashed, and in retaliation, he punched Aruba, giving him a bump on the head. Aruba immediately apologized, saying it was unintentional. Tanthin was pleased to see that the plastic had adhered well, and with these boots, the group with foot tumors would recover quickly, and no one else would contract the disease. The group stayed in the village for a few more days to prepare additional supplies before moving on. Solam asked Tanthin to organize a ceremony to pray for her child, and Tanthin agreed to conduct it. The group also made automatic fishing rods and caught a giant fish weighing over 100 pounds. After that, they continued deeper into the forest, encountering even more extreme weather. Some members still suffered from the foot tumors due to constant walking and wet feet. Tanthin had to create the boots to prevent their feet from being soaked in water all the time. It took almost an entire day for the group to craft the boots. On the second day, they were able to continue their journey, but the time spent was worthwhile. The rainforest had been raining for days, and the accumulated rainwater on the ground was immense. The rainwater couldn't soak into the soil quickly, leading to the formation of many waterholes. The shallow puddles were already deep enough to submerge their ankles. Without the boots, the entire group would have had their feet soaked in dirty water. And after some time, not only would they develop blisters, but their feet could also get severely damaged. Tanthin realized that the rainfall was so intense that it could flood the entire forest. Some of the waterholes were as high as the knee, and some places had transformed into full-blown lakes. Depending on the situation, the group would either jump over or go around the waterholes. However, most of the time, they had to go around. While moving through the forest, Nick and Qatar discovered a shark. And so, the next event unfolded as everyone understood immediately. It was time to score some points. They caught the shark, roasted it, and filled their bellies. The frogs felt sorry for the shark as it lay on the fire, sweating profusely. The matrang shark was the only species of shark in the matrang genus that could live in freshwater. With a rough and bulky appearance, it typically rested on the shores of bays. The appearance of these waterholes was due to the changing weather patterns. Initially, the group had to cross several waterholes, but it became too difficult, so they had to go around, calculating their route carefully. In the evening, the group rested. Tanthin dried his boots, while Nick played with the child and Solam. Due to having to detour around the waterholes, the group's journey had become increasingly winding. In the past few days, they had taken many unnecessary routes. The next morning, they came across an avocado tree. The avocado tree belonged to a hardy species that could survive year-round with evergreen leaves. It thrived in humid climates and grew to about 10 meters in height. The bark was a grayish-green color, and its fruit was highly nutritious, rich in vitamins, fats, and protein. It could be eaten raw or used to prepare various dishes. Tanthin felt fortunate to have found avocados in this place, as they were highly nutritious fruits. Bokuma tasted one and found its flavor quite odd, while Nick thought it was delicious. Aruba, the young man, was climbing to pick some fruit, but before he could take a bite, he yelled in surprise, asking why they didn't wait for him. Suddenly, he noticed a red spot and called out to Tanthin, saying there was a firelight. Tanthin didn't understand why there would be fire. Bokuma remarked that it had been raining heavily for days, so how could there be a fire in such conditions? From deep within the forest, a group of red objects appeared, moving closer. Nick thought it was fire, but Solam disagreed. She identified it as ants. These were fire ants, scientifically named Invista. Known for their aggressive nature, fire ants were widely distributed and notorious for their destructive power. They were social insects with high levels of aggression towards humans. When attacking, they would inject their stingers into the skin of their target and repeatedly sting with their sharp abdomen to release venom from their poison glands. The pain was excruciating, like being burned by fire, followed by swelling and blisters. In some cases, their stings could even be fatal. Tanthin shouted at the group, telling them not to stand there like idiots and to run. Aruba, while running, asked if those were just ants. Tanthin confirmed that they were indeed ants, but these could kill a person. Aruba was horrified when he heard that the ants could be lethal. Tanthin observed the swarm closely. Although their name contained the word red, They usually appeared gray. However, the entire swarm was now bright red and moved in a coordinated manner like a pack of dogs. Normally, such a swarm would consist of around 7 million ants, but this group was at least 10 times larger. Tanthin knew he couldn't let the group get hurt. The experimental accident had still caused some lingering effects in the area. Tanthin instructed Solam and Matrang to take Dai and go ahead, while the others prepared alcohol and torches. He noticed that the ants were moving quickly, and running away wouldn't be enough. They needed a way to fight back. He told everyone to keep alcohol in their mouths, and when the ants got close, they should spit it out. The three of them lined up, ready for the ants to come. Everyone had alcohol in their mouths, holding up the torches. The three of them spat out the alcohol, creating a large flame that engulfed a wide area. Many ants were burned and fell, but to their surprise, the ants kept charging straight through the flames. Tanthin realized that the situation was getting worse. Qatar yelled out that the number of ants was overwhelming, and soon the group was surrounded by a swarm of fire ants, who attacked everyone, causing cries of pain. Tanthin shouted for everyone to protect their heads and to break out quickly. The ants were crawling onto their necks, biting and tearing at them. Suddenly, Sadhu let out a loud cry and flew straight toward where Tanthin's group was being attacked. Sadhu flapped its wings, creating strong gusts of wind that blew the ants away. Tanthin praised Sadhu for its great work, but unexpectedly, the ants charged toward Sadhu. Tanthin shouted for Sadhu to move, then threw a bottle of alcohol into the air, telling Pokuma to shoot it. The arrow hit the bottle and shattered it, creating a fireball in the air. This scene was so absurd it almost seemed like a joke. It was hard to believe that a flaming arrow could create fire without a spark. Who came up with this idea? And did they hide something special when drawing it? Tanthin told everyone to move quickly, as this would only delay the ants, not stop them. Tanthin cursed under his breath, frustrated that these ants kept coming at them with such aggression. He thought, why did we only get 2 legs at birth? It would have been so much faster if we had 4 legs to run with. As the group kept running, Tanthin almost lost his pants. He thought about the history of fire ants, tracing their origins back to parasitic flies and other pests like wasps, ants, and various mushrooms. He realized that such a large, aggressive swarm of fire ants must have a leader. Without one, the entire forest would have been destroyed by now. Tanthin searched the system's knowledge database for information on parasitic flies. He found that the Guarani fly was a species that parasitized the eggs of fire ants and could cause their death. White and green mushrooms could also grow on the bodies of fire ants, weakening them over time. Additionally, dragonflies, after a rainfall, would hunt fire ants, significantly reducing their numbers. Tanthin found a potential solution and opened his ring, searching for dragonfly habitats on the system's map. He pointed in a direction, urging everyone to follow him. However, as they were still some distance from the dragonfly's location, Pokuma reported that the ants were closing in again. Tanthin ordered to throw the alcohol bottles to keep the ants away. He threw 3 bottles for Pokuma to shoot. This part seemed so absurd that it was hard to believe, but the fire from the bottles certainly helped, and they had to endure a bit more before reaching the riverbank. Pokuma shot the bottles, causing flames to spread across a large area of the forest. Finally, the group reached the dragonfly habitat. Tanthin shouted for everyone to jump into the water. They all immediately jumped into the water, and Tanthin submerged, sticking his finger up at the ants, daring them to come after him. The dragonflies started flying toward the fire ants, attacking and tearing them apart. When the group surfaced, Pokuma recognized the dragonflies as Ngafan species, a type of dragonfly. Tanthin confirmed it, saying they were indeed Ngafan dragonflies, a species that instinctively targeted fire ants. Facing the dragonflies, the fire ants didn't dare to fight back. Ronald was amazed that the battle was over so quickly. Pokuma asked Tanthin if the dragonflies would attack humans, and Tanthin reassured him that they weren't interested in humans. When the group reached the shore, Tanthin asked if anyone had a headache or felt nauseous. Everyone was fine, though the bites from the fire ants still caused a burning sensation. Tanthin was relieved that no one was allergic, but the fire ant bites needed immediate attention. He decided to meet up with Solam first. After a while, they found Nick and Solam. Rana told Tanthin that the bites from the ants were very itchy, and Tanthin advised her to resist scratching. He then took out some soapy water and applied it to the ant bites, explaining that the alkaline properties of the soap could neutralize the acid from the fire ant's venom, reducing pain. After a while, Aruba was amazed to find that the itching had stopped, and the wounds had completely healed. Tanthin told him not to get too excited, as it would still take a few days for the wounds to fully disappear. One person thought the soapy water was some sort of miraculous cure, but it was just basic treatment. Fortunately, Mat Trang had followed the scent and found them, so they didn't waste too much time gathering with Solam. The wounds were treated in time, and without that, the fire ant venom would have caused the bites to swell into painful blisters. Today was definitely one of the worst days since the group entered the rainforest. They had been chased by fire ants for half a day, and now the group was exhausted. Even though it was still light out, they had no strength to continue. They decided to set up camp and rest, planning to continue the journey the next day. It was hard to believe that something as small as a fire ant, which they could normally crush with ease, could chase them down and put them in such a helpless position. While sitting, Aruba suddenly noticed his boots and ran over to Tanthin, crying and saying that his rain boots were ruined. Tanthin, startled, explained that they weren't ruined, just that the plastic inside had been damaged. He reassured Aruba not to panic and that they could remake them. Tanthin reflected that although plastic boots weren't as good as rubber ones, in this case, they had been fortunate to avoid the ants' attack. After running from the ants for days, the group stumbled upon a fertile land. Tanthin was surprised to find a milk tree there. Nick asked if there was anything special about the tree. Tanthin said it was special because it produced milk which could be drunk. Both Nick and Aruba were shocked that it could be consumed. Tanthin used a knife to cut the tree and inserted a tube into the incision to collect the fluid. He explained that the liquid was similar to milk. Although it initially had a bad smell, after adding some solvent and heating it, it would smell and taste just like milk. Rana and Nick were both impressed by the delicious aroma, and Aruba asked what it was, marveling at how good it tasted. Bakuma also asked if this was what was called milk, and Tanthin confirmed it. He had found a coconut-like tree that could be eaten, and now a milk tree that produced drinkable liquid. The natural world was truly amazing. As night fell, Tanthin, still sleepy, went out of the tent and told Pokuma to take over the night shift. He saw Solam praying with her hands clasped together and approached her, asking if she was worried about her family. Solam said that there is more than a month left until the grand sacrificial ceremony because she had heard the elders say that on the first day of June, at the beginning of summer, Tetu and Thanban would hold a solemn sacrifice. Tanthin thought, as Solam had mentioned before, that living people would be used as offerings to the gods during the sacrificial ceremony, so she worried that her tribespeople might be chosen. Tanthin comforted her, saying that those in her tribe, when leaving the tribe to go to Thanban, would take a month to return. Since the journey from her tribe to Thanban only required about 10 days, and the group had already traveled for a week, calculating the time meant they might arrive at Thanban in time to save her tribespeople. Solam thanked Tanthin. The early June sacrificial ceremony unknowingly brought pressure to Tanthin's group. Although they had enough time, they did not know the exact location of Thanban, only having a general direction. This meant that the group currently had no idea how far Thanban was. Given their current pace, they were unsure if they could reach Thanban before the ceremony. Therefore, in the following days, the group had to increase their speed. Interestingly, as they continued on their way, they stumbled upon several small villages. The villages varied in size, some as small as Solam's, and others larger, with dozens or even over 100 people. Tanthin speculated that as they got closer to Thanban, they encountered more villages. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding contact, the group chose to bypass these villages to avoid unnecessary trouble. Several days later, many groups of people started appearing. Observing through a spyglass, they noticed people moving in groups. Pokuma was unsure where those people were heading. Tanthin asked Solam if she knew anything about this. Solam wasn't sure either, as she hadn't heard the elders mention it before. Rana pointed out that this road led in the same direction as their destination, speculating that it might connect to Thanban. Suddenly, Tanthin heard a noise in the forest and saw two people emerge. A young man carrying a child on his shoulders. The child urged the young man to run faster, and the young man mentioned that the scent was becoming stronger. They ran for a while and then encountered Tanthin's group. The two sides faced each other. Seeing it was just a young man and a child, Tanthin didn't feel threatened. Suddenly, the child pointed at the roasting bread and exclaimed, "That's the smell. I want to eat it." This confused Tanthin. The young man set the child down, reminding her not to run around. The child pouted and said she wasn't a little kid anymore. The young man took an iron rod out of his bag and asked Tanthin if he could trade it for some food. The group exchanged amused glances, but didn't respond immediately. The young man, thinking the offer was insufficient, added more to the trade, but Tanthin considered the initial offer sufficient. He agreed but wanted the young man to answer a few questions, thinking that someone appearing here might have useful information. After receiving the bread, the young man introduced himself as Jonghuk and the girl as his younger sister, Ajak. He thanked Tanthin's group for sharing their food. The girl, while eating, cried tears of joy, praising the deliciousness of the food as a gift from the gods. Jonghuk asked if Tanthin's group was also heading to the sacrificial ceremony. Tanthin replied that it was their first time here, so they weren't sure if they were on the right path. Jonghuk confirmed they were correct. This road indeed led directly to Thanban. As expected, Tanthin got the information he needed. According to Jonghuk, this road went straight to Thanban, and the people they had seen earlier were all heading to the ceremony. However, it would still take the group 2 more days to reach Thanban. Jonghuk said there was still plenty of time before the ceremony, so there was no need to rush. He then asked if the group had prepared enough entry fees for the city. This surprised Tanthin, as he didn't know there was an entry fee. Jonghuk explained that many people didn't know about it and were unable to enter the city. Curious, Tanthin asked what the fee entailed. Was it paid with seashells? Jonghuk replied that seashells were one form of currency, but cacao beans, corn kernels, and other valuable items could also be used. When asked how much the fee was, Jonghuk said each person needed 20 seashells. If they didn't have enough, they could trade with others for more currency. Jonghuk offered to trade cacao beans with them if needed. However, Tanthin realized Jonghuk was subtly trying to create opportunities for a trade. Tanthin hadn't expected Thanban to have such a systematic entry fee, indicating a more sophisticated society than he had imagined. However, his immediate concern was whether they might face robbery on the way to Thanban. Solam had previously mentioned that conflicts and looting often occurred between tribes, and with so many tribes converging in one place, it would be surprising if no incidents occurred. While pondering this, Ajak cheerfully said, "No problem, just kill them all and take their loot." Jonghuk also laughed, saying unless the opposing group was overwhelmingly large, there were rarely major fights because any fighting parties risked opportunistic looters swooping in to take advantage. Hearing this, Tanthin asked why traveling with just 2 people wasn't more dangerous. Ajak boasted that her brother, Jonghuk, was incredibly skilled, capable of fighting 1,000 men single-handedly. She exaggerated further, comparing him to legendary warriors. Realizing she was referencing the wrong stories, she laughed and corrected herself, saying he could handle 10 men alone. This made sense to Tanthin. If these two had made multiple trips to Thanban, they must not be ordinary travelers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it safely so far. Feeling reassured, Tanthin discussed trade with Jonghuk. Although Tanthin's group had plenty of good food, Jonghuk admitted he didn't carry much money and might not have enough to trade. Tanthin insisted that the prices remain the same as before and even offered extra food as a gift to the siblings. Despite Solam having a bag of seashells, knowing they needed 20 shells per person to enter Thanban made her worried about whether they could ransom her tribespeople. To ensure they had enough resources, Tanthin traded coconut flour and dried meat with Jonghuk for a bag of cacao beans. Their trade agreement was 1 meat roll for 30 seashells. Even though Jonghuk didn't have enough seashells, Tanthin generously gave them extra supplies, considering the earlier trade of a roasted leg for a meat roll to be a good deal. After completing the trade, the Jonghuk siblings bid farewell. Tanthin's group also packed up, preparing to find another place to spend the night. Despite the peaceful conversation earlier with the Jonghuk siblings, the group remained wary, suspecting that they might be scouts for a tribe who could return with reinforcements. This cautious decision to move on was driven by such concerns. As night fell and the moon rose high, the Jonghuk siblings made their way through the forest. Ajak, munching on some food, cheerfully commented on how generous the Tanthin group was, giving them so much to eat. Jonghuk agreed, noting that it was a good omen. He speculated that after the sacrificial ceremony, the gods might bestow blessings upon them. In that case, they wouldn't need to participate in side activities. But even if they did, he was confident he'd come out as the champion. Suddenly, Ajak shivered, hugging herself. Jonghuk, concerned, drove his spear into the ground and asked what was wrong. Ajak replied she felt cold, so Jonghuk wrapped her in his cloak, assuring her that with her brother's embrace, she'd be fine. Under the moonlit forest, the siblings sat together, waiting for morning. At dawn, Tanthin's group continued on the trail. Pokuma asked why they weren't using the main road, as it seemed easier. Tanthin explained that there was no rush, and he wanted to observe for a while. Based on Jonghuk's information, this path was prone to bandit activity. Traveling recklessly on the main road would draw attention. Even though they were close to the main road, it still wasn't entirely safe. In the forest, shadows of people lurked. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward them. Alarmed, Tanthin quickly activated his feline reflex ability, dodging just in time. Time seemed to freeze as he noticed a group of ambushers. They had cleverly chosen this location, knowing the main road was the only route to Thanban, ensuring a steady flow of travelers. Their ambush spot avoided opportunistic looters from taking advantage, as one predator preying on another might end up empty-handed. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Tanthin. He broke 2 spears with swift strikes and stomped one attacker to the ground. The remaining 2 were left in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. Qatar charged in, striking down one assailant, while Aruba dispatched another before he could even react. In mere moments, 3 attackers were down. The rest of the ambushers, noticing that the group carried weapons that glowed as if blessed by the gods, became hesitant. However, seeing the smaller size of Tanthin's group, they believed they still had a chance to win. Spotting Solem standing at the back, they assumed she was important and decided to target her first, hoping to incapacitate the group. Aruba, wielding his sword with glee, remarked on how advantageous it was to have such weapons. "It feels great, just like when we fought pirates before," he said with a grin. Qatar chimed in, reminding everyone that while having superior weapons was crucial, skill was the foundation of survival on the battlefield. Despite their initial success, Tanthin remained cautious. The ambushers numbered over 20, and without their advanced weaponry, they might not have been able to hold them off. He was also concerned about protecting Solem and the rest of the group. Out of nowhere, a spear suddenly landed in the ground, startling everyone. Jonghuk appeared, carrying Ajak on his back, and shouted, "Friends, we're here." Seeing Jonghuk, the ambushers panicked. "That straw coat? Why are they here? Let's get out of here," they cried as they scrambled away like frightened dogs. Even Tanthin was confused by their sudden retreat. Meanwhile, Jonghuk tripped over a rock as he ran, sending Ajak flying. Jonghuk face-planted, while Ajak twirled through the air and exclaimed, "We meet again." Tanthin laughed and said, "Yes, we meet again." Before Jonghuk could get back on his feet, he was already asking if the group was unharmed. The group, holding back tears of laughter, replied, "Shouldn't you be worrying about yourself first?" Tanthin extended a hand to help Jonghuk up and remarked, "What a coincidence to meet again here. Almost like you knew we'd be here." Jonghuk waved his hands in a flustered manner, explaining, No, we're not with them. It's just that the weather was nice this morning, so I went looking for food. Then, on the way to Thanban, I encountered a leopard and barely escaped. I remembered all the food you gave us yesterday and thought, if I meet them again, I should repay their kindness. Knowing you were heading to Thanban, I decided to take the main road to find you, and here we are." Ajak chimed in, saying, "The gods must have guided us to meet again." Jonghuk then asked if they could travel together. Ajak added enthusiastically, "If we go together, we can eat delicious food again." It was only now that Tanthin realized the siblings had already eaten all the dried meat from the previous day. Ajak had likely persuaded Jonghuk to chase after them for more food. After some urging from the siblings, Tanthin agreed to let them join the group. Having Jonghuk's guidance would make the journey to Thanban easier. As for potential highwaymen, Tanthin had already prepared for the possibility. If we have to face them, it's better to deal with them directly, he thought. The group stepped onto the main road, where they unexpectedly encountered many people. The surreal sensation of being surrounded by so many travelers left them puzzled. Pokemon noted that it felt like the other travelers were deliberately keeping their distance from them. Jonghuk suggested that the group's clothing might be the reason. Only people from Thanban can afford to buy such fine fabrics, he explained. Rana added, "If we compare, our outfits do stand out a bit." Qatar asked if they should change their clothing to blend in better. However, Tanthin decided against it, reasoning that maintaining an intimidating appearance might deter unnecessary trouble. Against those using stone weapons, their iron weapons gave them a significant advantage. Unless outnumbered 3-1, they could handle most conflicts. Feeling confident in their abilities, Tanthin led the group out of the rainforest. Aruba celebrated leaving the swampy terrain behind. Nick, concerned about the weather, asked Solam if it would rain. She assured him the skies would remain clear. Although they were now on the main road, puddles of water occasionally dotted the path. Compared to the rainforest, however, the route was far drier, and the open view lifted everyone's spirits. That night, the group gathered around a campfire. Jonghuk, upon seeing the fine-grained salt Tanthin had, was amazed and asked where it came from. He wondered if Tanthin could teach him how to find such salt. When Tanthin asked what Jonghuk's salt looked like, Jonghuk showed a chunk of coarse sea salt, explaining it was harvested by evaporating seawater. Ajak, sipping milk from a tree, enthusiastically complimented its taste. Suddenly, a commotion arose nearby, and everyone turned to look. Pokuma observed, "It seems something is happening over there." A group of people was escorting several tied-up captives. Their leader ordered the group to rest at the spot. Curious, Tanthin asked who they were and why everyone seemed so afraid of them. Jonghuk explained, "They are soldiers from the city." Ajak added disdainfully, "They're all just a bunch of bullies." Tanthin inquired about the captives, asking if they were prisoners. Jonghuk revealed that before the grand ceremony began, soldiers raided nearby villages to capture sacrificial offerings. Tanthin asked how the soldiers knew the locations of the villages. Jonghuk admitted he wasn't sure, but they often spent significant time searching or purchasing slaves and prisoners from early arrivals to meet their quota. Worried, Tanthin asked if Jonghuk's village had ever been raided. Ajak replied, "Yes, but we killed all of them. That time, we managed to gather quite a haul." Tanthin asked if killing the soldiers of Thanban did not fear retaliation, to which Ajak replied, "As long as they kill everyone, no one will know." Tanthin saw a child around 7 to 8 years old, and especially a girl, who spoke of killing so casually, which, though typical of this era, still sent shivers down people's spines. Suddenly, Solam stood up, causing the group to wonder what was happening. She intently looked in the distance, and Tanthin handed her the binoculars, telling her to use them to see more clearly. As they approached Thanban, Solam became increasingly anxious upon seeing the prisoners. She couldn't help but have an idea, but there were no prisoners among them. Tanthin could only comfort her, promising they would find someone once they reached Thanban. That night, Tanthin did not set up a tent, instead choosing to sleep directly at the site, as pitching a tent would attract unwanted attention. In this situation, careful observation was needed. The Jonghuk brothers held the binoculars and stared, finding the sight miraculous. Ajak, excited about the binoculars, grabbed them and asked Tanthin if he wanted to trade his brother for them. Tanthin was at a loss, not knowing what to say. The joke was a bit too much. Day 2. The Tanthin group followed the people heading toward Thanban, which made Tanthin feel as if he were back in his childhood, walking from the village to the town. However, the journey wasn't peaceful. They occasionally encountered conflicts. The reason was simple: they would notice an item, and someone would try to steal it, leading to a bloody clash. Most people had become accustomed to these situations, and no one really sought to compete or fight. Fortunately, the group's attire seemed to scare others off, and no one came to bother them. After 3 days, a vast land appeared before them. Thanban. Nick noted Thanban seemed like a vast mountain range. Tanthin, who had seen a lab before, found Thanban somewhat intimidating but not surprising. Jongnuk said they had half a day left and noticed the icy city seemed familiar. He sent Sadyu to investigate. Through Sadyu, he saw a series of familiar architectural structures. Tanthin was surprised to see Maya pyramids here. Ajak turned to ask the two men if they were Maya people, but neither of them knew what that meant. Ajak told them they were Maya's people. Tanthin thought about it. Although he had never seen the Maya pyramids with his own eyes, this legendary architecture had appeared numerous times in the media. The architecture in front of him was indeed Maya architecture. However, Jonghuk and Solam both claimed to be Maya's people. The term Mayas was derived from the city of Maya. The Maya people were named later, while the actual May people referred to themselves as Mayas. Seeing Jongnuk's puzzled expression, Tanthin asked if something was wrong. Tanthin replied, "It's nothing, let's continue." Tanthin asked Jongnuk if he knew the predicted year, the so-called end of the world, but Jongnuk didn't know anything about it. Tanthin realized that the residents of District D3 were indeed Maya people, brought here from another era. Everyone was paying entrance fees, while soldiers shouted, "Move quickly, don't block the people behind." Rana, seeing a pile of yellow objects she didn't recognize, asked what they were, to which Ajak replied they were goat drugs. Ajak mentioned that burning those had a foul smell. Tanthin observed the surrounding terrain and noticed that the Maya's Thanban had a walled city, but it was too small, almost like a symbolic barrier. He asked Jonghuk why there were so few guards. Was there no one guarding against people jumping over the walled city? The river was so small, making it easy to cross. Jonghuk and Solam looked worried and urged Tanthin not to think like that, saying that if the gods found out, they would punish them severely. Ajak mentioned that the gods were everywhere. Tanthin shrugged and said, "I know, I'll figure it out." He believed simply jumping over wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, a man approached with a token and crossed without paying the fee. Tanthin found this strange and asked Jonghuk about it. Jonghuk explained that sometimes residents of the city could bypass the fees because they had special identification. Tanthin asked how one could become a city resident, and Jonghuk replied that it was not possible, as the elders in the tribe had said Thanban was originally just a village. One day, the gods descended and bestowed wisdom upon the people of the village, creating Thanban. Thanban didn't accept outsiders, and those who arrived from afar were often chased away by the guards if they tried to enter without paying the fee. After entering the city, the first thing Tanthin saw was a farmland, especially as the farmland was burning. As Tanthin walked through, he noticed Maya slaves burning corn stalks and dry leaves under the watchful eyes of soldiers. For Tanthin, this scene was all too familiar. He didn't particularly enjoy the work itself, but it was useful for clearing dry vegetation and turning it into fertilizer after burning. The cultivated area in the city was relatively large. Tanthin walked along the path for over 10 minutes before spotting small low houses. According to Jongnuk, the city was divided into 3 distinct zones, the outermost being the farming area, followed by the residential zone for the people, and the innermost part containing the temple where the nobles and T2 lived. Following this division, the city of Maya was divided by the walled city into 4 distinct regions, each guarded by large sentries. Upon entering, the group found the city bustling with activity. Jonghuk asked Tanthin what he wanted to do next, and Tanthin inquired about where they bought slaves. Ajak found it surprising that Tanthin showed interest in slave trading, but Jonghuk explained it was merely curiosity. Jonghuk pointed to the crowded marketplace and explained that the slave trade wasn't fixed in one place, always happening in the busiest areas. In the middle of the crowd, a man was ringing a bell and displaying a captured man. It took 3 people to capture him, as he could perform the work of 3 men while only consuming food for 1. The man pressed the man's face and called out to the crowd, "Come look, strong and healthy." The bidding started with offers rising. 200 cacao beans, then 250, 300, and someone offering 100 seashells. Below, Tanthin spotted Solom and sighed, unsure of what to say. Ajak then realized that people from Solom's tribe were likely captured and could be sold here. Jonghuk asked Tanthin if his purpose in coming was related to this, and Tanthin admitted it was part of his motivation. Ajak felt guilty for accusing Tanthin earlier. Jonghuk told Tanthin that slave markets weren't limited to this place. There were others as well, so they decided to check them out. Suddenly, Solom spoke up, thanking Tanthin for bringing her here, but she reminded him that he had more important tasks to attend to, finding her tribe members. She wouldn't bother him further, expressing her gratitude for his help, though she didn't know how to repay it. If she managed to find her people, and if Tanthin returned to his tribe, she vowed to willingly become his slave, even in death, to always serve him. Tanthin smiled, saying that her gratitude was genuine, but he also had to thank her since, without her, he wouldn't have been able to come this far. Though his main goal was to explore the Maya pyramid, finding Solom's tribe members seemed even more urgent. So, for the remaining time, Tanthin helped Solom search for her tribe members, with Jonghuk and the others also lending their efforts. They had said that when there was nothing to do, helping each other was natural. However, Tanthin wasn't sure how to respond to Jonghuk calling him a friend when they had only just met, and to him, being referred to as a friend felt premature. Despite that, he was deeply grateful for their help. His feelings for Jonghuk and Solom had grown slightly. The Maya city was truly vast. Although it couldn't compare to modern cities, its size was not far from that of a modern-day county. The group arrived at the city around 10 a.m., and after entering, they searched for Solom's tribe members. After hours of searching, they only managed to cover the western district and realized by evening that they hadn't even reached the southern district. By nightfall, the crowds had thinned out. Rana suggested they stop for the day, and Ajak and Aruba said they were hungry. Jonghuk asked if they wanted to eat something, which piqued Tanthin's curiosity. A short time later, a chubby man smiled brightly at Ajak. She asked for hot chocolate, and soon a table full of food was set out. Aruba was amazed at the variety of delicious food. Tanthin was surprised to see stalls lining the streets and so much available in Maya. The shopkeeper priced the hot chocolate at 30 cacao beans. Tanthin asked Ajak, wasn't all the cacao already traded? Ajak explained that her brother had to work odd jobs to earn money. Tanthin glanced over and saw Jonghuk carrying firewood. Jonghuk told them, "Eat as much as you want, I'll handle this." Tanthin said he had brought his own food and thanked Jonghuk for his help. He wondered why Jonghuk was carrying wood while they ate. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper asked if Tanthin was Sadiu's master. After placing the cacao bowl on the table, all 3 of them drank from it, and within moments, they felt like they were about to pass out. Rana described the taste as something akin to fermented fruit with honey, while Nick found it bitter and spicy. Tanthin, however, was curious. Cacao mixed with chili was truly bizarre. Meanwhile, the others drank with great enthusiasm. Jonghuk and his sister kept thanking Tanthin for the meal, and Aruba praised the drink, saying it had every flavor imaginable. Tanthin smiled and responded, "If you want to thank someone, thank Sadiu." He traded 1 feather for 100 cacao beans. Tanthin asked where they would sleep that night, and Jonghuk explained that outsiders weren't allowed to stay in the residential areas, so they'd have to return to the farming district. As night fell, many people began gathering in the farming district to set up tents and make campfires for the night. Tanthin pondered his thoughts as Ajak suddenly complained of feeling hot. Seeing the large fire, Tanthin rushed to remove some wood. However, Jonghuk quickly carried Ajak away, reassuring Tanthin not to worry. Ajak kept saying she was in pain, and Jonghuk comforted her, saying they were almost there. Jonghuk carried his sister and jumped into the river. The next day, Sadiu was once again shorn to pay for food. Jonghuk apologized, saying, "It's too much for you to keep treating us." However, Tanthing thought there was no reason to feel guilty since Jonghyuk had already helped his sister. When Jonghyuk returned alone, his clothes were soaked, and Ajak was weak and unconscious. But by morning, Ajak had recovered, as if nothing had happened. Though curious about what had happened, Tanthing respected their privacy. Suddenly, several people called out about a competition taking place at the temple. Tanthing didn't understand and asked Jonghyuk. He explained, "Do you want to go watch?" People from all 4 districts had gathered there. It was said to be a divine event at the pyramid. The group followed the crowd to the temple. Nick thought the pyramid was massive, and Pokuma thought the architecture was intricate. Tanthing was captivated by the artificial perfection of the structure. What caught his attention even more were the dragon-like heads at the entrance. Inside, the walls were lined with detailed murals. Tanthing and the others were in awe as Jonghyuk explained the murals depicted Ika, the god of sudden war and sacrifice, Hak the battle god, Char the rain god, Atpat the god of the underworld, and Iskal, the moon goddess. In front of one particular mural, Tanthing didn't recognize the god depicted. It felt as if more had been added later. He was told that it was the goddess of wisdom, who had descended to teach knowledge. Looking at the murals stretched along the walls, Tanthing couldn't help but recall an image he had seen before. The Maya murals depicted not only gods but also rituals and experiences related to sacrifices. Even though they were just paintings, the chilling feeling they evoked was undeniable. Tanthing realized Maya was a brutal and bloodthirsty tribe. Their ancient culture still carried remnants of human sacrifice. The group didn't linger long before stepping outside. What greeted them was a line of pyramids stretching as far as the eye could see. The Maya pyramids were concentrated around the temple area. Walking among the towering structures, Tanthing felt as though he was stepping beneath the feet of giants. The view evoked a sense of awe and dread. In the courtyard of one of the pyramids, many people had gathered. It was clear this was the holy ritual competition. Tanthing heard shouts of "Step forward and show them what you're made of." A game was being played in the courtyard, and Jonghyuk explained the rules. To win, one had to kick a ball into the opposing team's goal. However, they couldn't use their hands or feet to strike the ball. Instead, they had to use their thighs, shoulders, and hips. Under the match, one person was hit in the face by their opponent. Tanthing asked if it was okay to hit the opponent as well. Ajak replied, "Go ahead, brother. Just knock out the opponent and bring the ball in to win." Unexpectedly, the ball flew straight toward Tanthing. He reached out and grabbed the ball, feeling an overwhelming strength. On one side, Jonghyuk caught the ball and asked if Tanthing was okay. Tanthing replied, "I'm fine. I want to see this ball." Holding the ball, Tanthing found it extremely heavy, at least 3 kilograms. He wondered how they could play with such a heavy ball at such a speed. If it hit someone, it would be like taking a punch from a foam pillow. He was surprised to find that the ball was made of rubber. Below the court, someone shouted for Tanthing to return the ball. On the field, someone was lying on the ground. Tanthing found this competition too dangerous. Jonghyuk said, "Normally, only the gods play like this. In regular competitions, there is rarely any dispute." Someone then said, "This is the divine competition." Jonghyuk asked if the grand ceremony had been held. The person replied, "The date has changed. The divine competition is now before the grand ceremonial rites." Hearing that, Jonghyuk grabbed Ajak and ran away. Tanthing asked where Jonghyuk was going. Jonghyuk said, "I can't help anymore." The group wondered what was happening, whether it was related to the divine competition. Tanthing decided to act while the competition wasn't over yet. He told everyone to split up and look for slave markets. They would regroup after 30 minutes. Tanthing's group wasn't here to watch the divine competition, but to find the people from Solem's tribe. Jonghyuk had said this competition was extremely sacred, and everyone would come to watch. Thus, Tanthing's group didn't need to search the other 4 areas. Unfortunately, after searching all day, they didn't find any trace of Solem's tribe members. Suddenly, someone shouted for help, and they saw a parrot calling out for Solem. Tanthing asked to buy the parrot. The man demanded 300 cacao seeds or 100 shells, or they could use sadiu or matrang to trade. Tanthing asked if they could lower the price. He didn't want to use sadiu or matrang. but he offered all the cacao he had exchanged with Zhongnuk, along with some feathers from Sadiu. Everyone found the parrot to be extraordinary as it could talk. Tanthin asked Solam about the parrot, who told him the parrot's name was So Wang, raised by Hukfo. Solam asked if the parrot knew where the Hufo group was. The parrot flew up and said, "Follow me." Tanthin told Sadiu to keep an eye on the parrot while the others followed it. So Wang and Sadiu led them to a pyramid. Chasing after them, the group saw how massive the pyramid was. Suddenly, the ring on Tanthin's hand glowed, pointing toward the pyramid. At the gate, 2 soldiers stopped them, blocking their way. They warned that this was the shrine, and no one could approach without permission. Tanthin said, "We'll leave immediately, no need to be aggressive." Tanthin realized this pyramid was where the king and Tetu lived, heavily guarded. It would be difficult to sneak in without being noticed. Unexpectedly, Tanthin saw the cacao vendor from before. He asked why the vendor was here. The vendor explained he was delivering cacao to Tetu inside the shrine. He claimed his cacao was the best in the city, so it was given to Tetu. Tanthin and Pokuma praised the vendor, flattering him. Tanthin wondered why so many people seemed to like this cacao, calling it the best, as if they couldn't live without it. Lost in thought, they were interrupted by the soldiers shouting at them to leave. The vendor was escorted into the shrine. Solam stayed behind, looking toward the shrine. Tanthin told her to go. He examined the pyramid, noticing how, under the sun's rays, the north wall shifted from a straight line to a wavy one. It resembled a giant snake's, slithering down from the top of the pyramid to the ground. This snake-like pattern reminded him of something uniquely Maya. Nick wasn't interested and decided to leave. Tanthin commented that security here was too tight, with many soldiers guarding the area. Sneaking in would be difficult, let alone charging in. They'd need a plan to be invited in. Tanthin believed they could make it happen. The best cacao would be brought inside the shrine. Their next task was to gather a large quantity of cacao. Tanthin didn't know why the ring was pointing toward the pyramid, but there had to be a reason. They needed to enter and see for themselves. As for how to get inside, after meeting the cacao vendor earlier, Tanthin had already devised a plan. The strategy was to create delicious cacao, prompting Tetu to invite them inside. With that in mind, Tanthin and his group split up to gather cacao. They traded Sadiu feathers for cacao. They didn't have a single cacao seed, but in addition to cacao, Tanthin collected sweet potatoes and herbs. These would be key for their plan's success. That evening, they roasted sweet potatoes and found them to be soft and tasty. Nick wondered why Tanthin was buying so many sweet potatoes, thinking they were for storage or emergency food. Tanthin explained they weren't just for food. While sweet potatoes were tasty, they digested quickly, leaving people hungry again. They also had a downside. There wasn't much time to store them. Before he could elaborate, Aruba stepped in, showing some high-quality vinegar from Qatar, requiring some physical labor. Tanthin remarked that consuming too much of it, like Aruba, wouldn't be ideal. He explained that he bought sweet potatoes to make a sugar-water mixture to pair with hot cacao. Afterward, Tanthin and his group began making hot cacao. To save time, they split into 2 teams, one making sugar water, the other preparing cacao. The Tanthin team cut the sweet potatoes into pieces and boiled them. The Solam team dried the cacao seeds and ground them. Soon, the sweet potato water turned into a faint pink color, indicating the release of sugar. Solam ground the cacao seeds, leaving a sticky substance from the sugar water mixture. Once all the ingredients were prepared, everyone stood around the hot cacao, with Pakuma commenting that without tasting it once, they wouldn't believe something so alluring could be so difficult to eat. Tanthin said to be assured this time it will be very delicious because he knows cacao has a bitter taste. Add water to balance the bitterness, milk will enhance the deliciousness, and finally a little scent of herbs. After cooking, everyone comes to taste, and everyone feels it's extremely delicious, more than 100 times. The boss himself has sold his soul, feeling warm. The bitterness and sweetness balance each other out. Tanthin feels the scent is still a bit strong and needs a bit more sugar water. Pakuma asked Tanthin why not use honey. It's also sweet, and they can switch it. Tanthin explained that honey is sweet, but once heated above 60 degrees, it turns sour, losing its original sweetness. Whereas sugar water doesn't have this issue. It could be added when cold, but doing so doesn't balance the flavors, making it mixed and disordered. The next morning, at the market, a fragrant aroma fills the air. Tanthin's group is opening a stand selling hot cacao. Tanthin invites everyone to taste the most delicious cacao. People rush to buy and even ask for more bowls. Everyone is busy buying and selling without pause. Everyone is smiling happily, just like us, creating videos for our friends and receiving their welcome and views, which makes us very happy. Those who drink Tanthin's cacao feel incredibly joyful, as if the divine summons has appeared. Tanthin's hot cacao is welcome beyond their imagination. In an hour, they sold out completely. Tanthin's group earned a large quantity of cacao, but the finished product was double the amount. They earned a great deal of money. Though cacao is not worth much, the money earned through their own efforts still brings joy to Tanthin. However, making money from cacao is not the goal of the group. Their aim is to expand their hot drink to the entire city, reaching Tai-Tetu. To achieve this, the group must continue producing delicious hot cacao, then selling it all over the city to spread the reputation of this hot cacao. The sooner, the better. Tanthin estimates there are around 30 to 40,000 people in the city. At this rate, Tetu will surely notice within a week. In the sacred field, a pile of straw suddenly appears. The others rush toward it. One man punches it, but surprisingly, he is thrown back. Clearly, his punch passed through the straw. Tanthin and Qatar find it incredibly powerful. 5 people attacking and only one move shifts the situation. He's as strong as the pirate captain. Suddenly, someone asks if they can work here. Turning around, they see a boy carrying a basket of supplies. If allowed to work, all they need is a bit of hot cacao. Tanthin places a bowl of hot cacao on the table. The boy stares wide-eyed, asking if this is really for him. Tanthin says, "Yes, drink it. It's free." The boy quickly thanks him and drinks. Tanthin notices the basket behind the boy looks heavy and tells him to set it down before drinking. When the boy puts the basket on the ground, Tanthin discovers the soil is primarily made of third-level calcium. The chemical formula is Cac-2, called calcium-calcium. A white crystalline substance, industrial products take the form of black rock. When it meets water, it reacts strongly, forming acetylene and releasing heat. Tanthin asks the boy if he can inspect the rocks in the basket. The boy happily agrees. Tanthin takes one rock and drops it into the water. The 3 watch as the water boils. Tanthin holds a torch and tells everyone to step back. He inserts the torch into the boiling water, and suddenly, the water explodes, igniting flames. Nick is shocked, seeing fire arise from water. Tanthin realizes he was right. This is rock oil. Tanthin asks the boy if he can tell him where they got these rocks. Such rocks absolutely cannot exist naturally. Soon after, they arrive at a pyramid in the middle of the forest. Tanthin is surprised. He never expected there to be a forest within the city. The boy says he heard from his father that long ago, this place wasn't like this. Since being cursed by a dark god, fewer people have come, gradually turning it into this forest. Tanthin is curious and asks what the curse from the dark god is. The boy explains that long ago, a bright light shone from the sacred shrine, followed by an explosion. At that moment, everyone inside the shrine turned to straw, losing their souls. But the boy only knows this from his father's stories. Tanthin couldn't find the words. Listening to the boy, it felt as if he had witnessed everything firsthand. He asked if the boy wasn't afraid of the dark god, to which the boy replied that Tetu had said the dark god had been driven away, so he wasn't afraid. A little while later, the two reached their destination. The boy led Tanthin to a pyramid. Tanthin was worried because pyramids were sacred places only the Tetu and nobles could enter. He feared that if the boy led him here, trouble might follow, so he asked if it would be safe. The boy assured him it was fine because the gods had left this region long ago, so there was no risk of intrusion. The two reached the top of the pyramid. Tanthin entered and saw a large hole in the ceiling. He had no idea what had happened here. A wall had melted, and the boy told Tanthin that the rocks had been collected from this place. Tanthin observed dust, wood ash, calcium oxide, limestone, and rock oil. He thought about the two industrial methods for obtaining rock oil: electric furnace smelting and oxyfuel. The first method, calcium oxide and coal, produces rock oil in an electric furnace at temperatures below 2000 degrees. The materials seen here were fully formed. However, the conditions for the reaction puzzled him. Looking at the wall, other than electricity, he couldn't figure out what else could have left such a trace. The question was, where did this electricity come from? Even lightning couldn't have created this level of force. Tanthin noticed a purple rock and realized it looked familiar, though he couldn't recall exactly where from. He knew the Maya civilization couldn't have created it. He placed it in his pouch. He asked the boy why he needed so many rocks, and the boy explained they were needed to build a sacred shrine. He gathered them to sell. Tanthin felt guilty and offered to pay the boy, but the boy declined, saying he was grateful for the hot cacao Tanthin had given him, so no payment was necessary. Tanthin noticed the boy was poorly dressed, fitting the saying, "Children from poor families grow up fast." The boy led Tanthin to another pyramid. At one point, Tanthin saw a shelf and asked what had been stored there before. The boy said they contained rocks, but he had taken them away. Tanthin asked if he was looking for something specific, and the boy replied that he was searching for glowing rocks. The boy led him to another pyramid. Tanthin stood on top of the pyramid, observing. He saw a green-colored rock surface and asked the boy if all the other pyramids had this. The boy said some had it, some didn't. Tanthin thought it resembled a solar energy panel. Deciding to explore other places to see if it was widespread, by evening the two returned. Tanthin thanked the boy. The boy, very respectfully, bid farewell and left. Aruba held the jar, wondering if placing a lantern on the stone would cause it to explode. Tanthin reassured him, saying not to worry, as long as there was no fire, there would be no risk. Tanthin observed calcium, which, when mixed with water, became an excellent material. It could be used to solder, especially on boats without a furnace, and could also be used for high-temperature experiments. However, due to limited availability, they had to use it sparingly. What caught Tanthin's attention was the sheet metal, similar to solar panels. The caps on top had several holes, likely caused by someone deliberately vandalizing them. In the process of destruction, the metal sheets exploded, leading to the incident of the ghostly ship. The explosion made the vandals flee without taking all the metal sheets. This metal sheet should not exist in this world, but appeared on the pyramids of this era. More importantly, someone intentionally destroyed them, indicating they likely knew what they were dealing with. At first, Tanthin had thought Tetu had made it, but it turned out to be a product of some mishap. While reflecting, Nick arrived and informed Tanthin that the hot cacao had sold out. Tanthin decided to pack up and leave, realizing this news wouldn't be useful anymore. The next day, the pyramids gathered people in large numbers. Aruba wondered why there were so many people. Pokuma had no idea what had happened. The previous day, he heard people in the city say it was the finals, which is why so many people had come. However, with so many people, the stalls were deserted. The three sat there, chin in hand, doing nothing. Tanthin believed the Scarecrow Man must have reached the finals. Kadar said the whole match was 1 versus 5 from the beginning. Suddenly, everyone knelt. Rana wondered why everyone was kneeling. Aruba asked if they should kneel too. Solam suddenly said it was Tetu, the Great One. Two people were sitting on a palanquin, one fat as a pig, the other skinny as someone malnourished. Tanthin told everyone to quickly pay their respects and not attract attention. He couldn't tell who T2 was, but the two men looked like illiterate fools. One of them raised his hands towards the shrine, muttering something. Tanthin asked Pokuma if he could hear it, but the distance was too far. He stood high, looking down, thinking he was powerful now. Everyone chanted in unison as the match began. The two sitting high observed the fight and seemed to want to use the Scarecrow Man for their own purposes. A servant approached, offering Tetu a bowl of hot cacao. Below, Tanthin and Nick were still making cacao. A person approached and said, "You're very lucky, farmer." Tanthin turned to see two soldiers approaching. He realized he could get either the hot cacao or a slave, both as a reward. He chose only one. The soldiers said they would arrive the next morning to take their group, warning not to make any mistakes. It was a great honor for their group. Tanthin thought it wasn't surprising that the fat man had looked so happy earlier. This unexpected reward felt much bigger. He had initially thought they would buy Solum tribe members through negotiations once inside the pyramid, but now one complication was removed. Suddenly, Pokuma yelled, "Look over there!" Everyone turned and saw a green-skinned man being dragged by two soldiers. He struggled, shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go!" Tetu appeared above, laughing, "You're very lucky to become the power of the great god." With a swift motion, the soldiers stabbed the man, sending blood splattering everywhere. One soldier then kicked the man's body down. The heart was torn out by Tetu, who held it up and proclaimed, "The divine light of the great god will protect us." Below, everyone cheered in response. Qatar said upon seeing this, "This type of sacrifice clearly dishonors the gods." Nick found it too cruel. Tanthin said, "Everyone, we should leave this place as soon as possible." By nightfall, Tanthin stood before the jar and asked Rana, "Do you feel any difficulty breathing?" Rana emerged from the jar and said, "No, it's just too hot in here." Hearing this, Tanthin drilled several holes in the bottom of the jar to improve ventilation. The remaining holes could be dealt with tomorrow morning. The next morning, the group, led by Tanthin, pushed the cart carrying the jar. Each person wore a mask. Tanthin wondered if they would be asked to remove their masks. He remembered that within the city, many Maya people wore masks as ornaments. The guards checked and found no issues, then told Tanthin to stick close to them and not wander off. When the guards saw the wheel, they realized the circular design had a purpose, as pushing the cart became much easier. Tanthin entered to observe his surroundings and saw the homes of Tetu and the king. The river was wider than 10 meters. It wasn't possible to jump across in the usual way. It was also more secure than the decorative rivers seen outside. Unexpectedly, Tanthin spotted a fish leaping from the river. A carnivorous fish, commonly found in the Amazon River in South America. This piranha was notorious for its predatory habits. Based on their behavior, piranhas are categorized into two types, those that are omnivorous and those that are primarily carnivorous. Their sharp teeth and pack-hunting nature have earned them a reputation as dangerous creatures. Piranhas can live in groups or alone. Group-living piranhas tend to have smaller bodies but more aggressive behavior, while solitary ones have larger bodies but are more subdued, typically avoiding attacking larger animals. Seeing this, Tanthin felt uneasy, realizing that falling into the river would likely mean certain death, perhaps not even leaving a bone behind. Thankfully, they didn't sneak in, or things would be even worse now. When approaching the pyramid, Tanthin initially saw it from afar and thought it looked large but didn't evoke much awe. Now, up close, he realized how grand it truly was. Building something like this must have taken countless years. There are people coming and going inside, but it's not like a typical pyramid. Only Tetu and those with specific duties are allowed to enter and exit. The pyramid in front of Tanthin truly amazed him. Compared to other pyramids, this one really felt like it pierced the sky, like comparing children to adults. For a moment, he was fascinated by the pyramid, so Tanthin spent some of his hot cacao gathering information from the soldiers. However, the soldiers weren't of high rank and only had some general information about the structure of the pyramid. According to the soldier, the pyramid could be divided into 3 levels based on architecture. The first level housed slaves, servants, and soldiers. The second level was for the nobility, and the third level was for Tetu and the king. The top of the pyramid was restricted to Tetu alone. Even the king required Tetu's permission to enter. In no time, Tanthin and his group were escorted by the soldiers to the second level. Before them was a long intersecting corridor, and at the end, rooms made of stone were connected in sequence. Following the soldiers for several twists and turns, they arrived at a makeshift kitchen. When they reached the place, the soldiers informed Tanthin's group to prepare as they would come back in an hour to take the hot cacao. Tanthin hadn't expected there to be guards stationed like this, which made it impossible for him to investigate further. Thankfully, He had anticipated this the night before. Still, he decided to prepare the hot cacao first. When the fire was lit, Solem noticed all the smoke being sucked away. It was truly miraculous. Tanthin explained that this was called a smoke extractor. When smoke enters it, due to its low gas density, it tends to rise, creating a suction effect. This causes the smoke generated in the kitchen to be continuously drawn in, maintaining the suction force. Although the smoke extractor seemed simple and its construction straightforward, understanding its principle was far from simple. The guards standing nearby heard coughing from inside the kitchen. One of them pulled the curtain aside and asked if something was burning. Solem replied that the firewood had suddenly gone out. The guards couldn't breathe due to the smoke, so they yelled to put out the fire. Taking advantage of the confusion, Tanthin quietly slipped away. One of the soldiers noticed Rana and found it odd. Why is this person a little taller now? Rana, worried about being exposed, saw a parrot fly out and disappear. The soldiers, seeing this, called out, "Your parrot flew off." Solem replied, "It's fine, it'll come back later." Tanthin, hiding by the wall with the parrot, noticed that the soldiers didn't detect any changes. He had only an hour to act quickly. The ring emitting light pointed him towards the direction to go. Tanthin ran, following the guidance, and the light from the ring grew stronger, indicating he was nearing his destination. In the hallway, he heard voices of people talking and laughing. Fortunately, he managed to avoid them in time. He then heard someone say, "Go closer and take a look." Tanthin saw a group of people gathered, engaging in some kind of ritual. Now he understood why there were so few people around. There seemed to be hidden activities like these everywhere. Still, it was fortunate for him, as it gave him an opportunity to move through unnoticed. The ring continued to guide Tanthin as he approached a wall he didn't understand. "Did I need to go through here?" he wondered. After a while, the parrot returned, causing another cloud of smoke to rise from the kitchen. Two soldiers rushed back, shouting, "What's happening now? What are you all doing?" Tanthin quickly slipped back into his position with Rana. The soldiers, irritated, told them, "Just make sure nothing else happens. If you waste time, you're all dead." Tanthin smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." He was disappointed that he hadn't been able to gather any useful information. Tanthin felt extremely frustrated, not because of his own mistake, but because the ring seemed to malfunction when he encountered the wall, continuously pointing him back to it. At first, Tanthin didn't notice, like in an open-world game, where despite having guidance, players often blindly follow markers, only to find insurmountable obstacles or barriers. Tanthin thought the wall was just an obstruction between him and his goal. However, when he tried to pass through it directly, the ring continued pointing to the same wall. Tanthin tried several directions, but ultimately realized the goal wasn't the wall itself, but the area enclosed by the wall. This realization shook him, but after calming down, he decided it wasn't an insurmountable problem. Breaking the wall would reveal the truth. The immediate priority was preparing the hot cacao. Tanthin returned shortly after, only to find the Maya group taking the hot cacao away. He was disappointed because he had wanted to meet Tetu to gather intelligence, to see if the Maya were trustworthy allies. If not, he might have been able to convince them to join his cause. But unfortunately, there were too many urgent matters at hand, and this one couldn't be prioritized. Tanthin considered going back one more time, but he didn't want to risk the Maya noticing him returning. Thus, he decided to give up. In hindsight, that choice proved to be correct. The Maya returned shortly, bringing news. After Tetu had finished, he was pleased and wanted to reward someone. According to what the soldiers had said earlier, Tanthin chose the reward of slaves. As Tanthin and his group descended the stairs, he was suddenly surprised to see a familiar figure, the straw man who had won the battle. The soldier knew this was the champion of the sacred battle, so he wasn't someone to be provoked easily. The straw man wanted to meet Tetu for some unknown reason. In the slave confinement area, there were many people. The soldier told Tanthin they could take 2 slaves or exchange them for 500 cacao. Only then did Tanthin realize the reward had never mentioned the number of people. He asked the soldier if they could buy slaves, to which the soldier replied, "Men cost 200 cacao, women cost 100 cacao, and children cost 80 cacao. Looking into the slave pens, Tanthian saw more than half the people were painted green. He hadn't realized there were so many sacrificial offerings. Unexpectedly, the parrot flew away again and landed on a man's hand. The people around were surprised to see the parrot. Solam, outside, was overjoyed to see one of his tribesmen. The soldier asked, "Are you trying to buy all these people?" Tanthian nodded, and when he saw several children, he also wanted to buy them. Though it was painful to watch people die without mercy, given their current strength, he could only do this much. Suddenly, the ring on Tanthian's hand glowed, shooting a beam of light into the wall. A voice echoed, "Identity confirmed, permission granted for inquiry." The door opened, but the soldier didn't know what this sound was. The ground shook violently, and everyone was confused. Some claimed it was the sound of a divine being. Tanthian stood before the wall, thinking, could the experiment be right behind this wall? But how did this happen? We weren't prepared. A soldier wounded Tanthian, shouting, "Die, you evil god!" Tanthian dodged, not knowing why he was considered an evil god. Could it be the ring's strange phenomenon? If so, he wouldn't hold back anymore, attacking the soldier. The soldiers believed they had encountered evil gods and had to kill them all. One soldier reported to Tanthian, "All soldiers are coming here." Tanthian realized they had to leave quickly or they would all be doomed. Tanthian told Solam to lead her people away. Fortunately, before arriving, he had prepared smoke bombs. Tanthian threw a smoke bomb, calling out to Qatar and Rana, "Quickly, open all nearby cells." With many people rushing out, they could create obstacles for the guards and possibly escape without becoming sacrifices. Everyone began running. The soldiers, seeing the fleeing sacrifices, shouted, "Quick, stop them." The system continuously announced doors were opening, and failure began to reboot. T2 sat below, and the scarecrow kneeling below, hearing these sounds, wondered if the system was activating. But where was the energy coming from? This couldn't be. The scarecrow thought the sound was that of a divine being. A soldier ran in, reporting, "Something's wrong, there's an evil god." He went outside to observe and saw Tanthian's group running. Seeing the light on Tanthian's hand, he thought someone had arrived and his rule was coming to an end. But suddenly he saw the soldiers' weapons. They weren't ordinary people. How could the door be activating? Had Tanthian's group received some inheritance? He turned to the scarecrow, ordering, "Kill them all." At this moment, the Tanthian group was running outside, trying to escape. Kokuma, observing through binoculars, saw what was happening and said to Nick and Aruba, "This isn't good. The Tanthian group inside is surrounded." Without thinking, Nick called out to Kokuma and rushed ahead, carrying his sword. The two of them ran to the door but were stopped by the guards. Kokuma shot one guard and knocked him down, while Nick slashed another. Inside, Tanthian managed to slash one soldier before a parrot called out from the left. Turning his head, he saw a soldier attacking a member of the Solam tribe. He swiftly dodged and punched, knocking the soldier down. Tanthian was impressed by the parrot's good teamwork and awareness. Qatar then shouted, "Tanthian, watch out on the right." A figure covered in straw swiftly moved behind him. Tanthian dodged, realizing the figure was much faster than he expected. He swung his sword, but when he struck, there was no resistance, as if his blade had passed through something empty. Qatar sensed something was wrong and jumped in to slash the figure, but the straw man had already leaped away. Tanthian was puzzled, unsure of what had just happened. He swung again, but still felt no resistance, as though the figure was hollow, concealed within the pile of straw. However, the immediate priority was to escape quickly. If they delayed, reinforcements would arrive, making it harder to break out. Just then, Nick and Kokuma ran across the bridge, coming to assist Tanthian. Tanthian felt relieved, glad that Nick and the others had stayed outside. Now, they could regroup and rely on their superior weapons to make an escape easier. Qatar, still fighting the straw man, thought how much better it would be if he had a longer spear instead of the short sword he was struggling to wield effectively. Tanthian and Solam had managed to run out when Qatar glanced at them. He jumped in and swung his sword, saying, still distracted, The straw man quickly pulled his hand back into the pile of straw, suddenly thrusting out a hidden spear. Qatar narrowly dodged the attack, realizing the enemy had concealed weapons. After attacking Qatar, the straw man fled, chasing after Tanthin. Qatar shouted, "Tanthin, be careful, he's coming after you." The straw man ran past Qatar and threw a powerful punch. Tanthin blocked it with his sword, but the force was overwhelming. Rana approached, asking if Tanthin was all right. He replied, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go and join the others with Nick. I'll handle the scarecrow with Qatar." He needed to stop this enemy. If Rana could escape safely, Tanthin and Qatar could run, even if they couldn't defeat the scarecrow. Inside the temple, Ajak, sick and lying in bed, heard the commotion and woke up. She asked her brother, "Why is it so noisy outside? What's happening?" She discovered her brother wasn't there. Stepping outside, she saw soldiers running toward the bridge. Rana, guiding the others, met Nick and Pokuma. Nick asked, "Where are Tanthin and Qatar?" Rana replied, "Tanthin told me to go ahead. They'll follow." Nick ran off to assist them, but Rana stopped him, asking, "Don't you trust Tanthin?" Inside the city, Tanthin and Qatar fought the scarecrow. After a prolonged battle, Tanthin realized why his strikes hadn't landed. The scarecrow's heavy coat acted like armor, concealing his internal state. It protected him, hiding him from enemy eyes, like the matador's cloth. But no matter how concealed, he couldn't escape the heavy coat. Tanthin activated his hunting ability, retreating behind the scarecrow and striking a wound. But the scarecrow leaped back, escaping. Tanthin was stunned, wondering how the scarecrow moved so agilely despite carrying such a heavy coat. If they ran now, Tanthin could escape, but Qatar would be trapped. The scarecrow had a wounded arm and drew his weapon. Tanthin called to Qatar, "Let's go all out. We can't hold back now. We must break his weapon too." They had to end this quickly, or else if the soldiers returned, Tanthin and Qatar would be trapped. Tanthin and Qatar attacked together, Tanthin slicing through his weapon, and Qatar jumping in to strike. They stood facing the scarecrow. Tanthin realized the scarecrow was stronger than he expected. They couldn't afford a prolonged battle, or the soldiers would overwhelm them. They had to finish this quickly. Just then, a voice asked, "What are you doing, brother?" At this moment, Tanthin turned around and saw Ajak. The straw man was startled. Ajak was standing at the door, looking very exhausted. Tanthin was surprised to hear Ajak call the straw man brother and thought, could it be that this straw man is Jonghuk? As Ajak walked out, the straw man became flustered. Ajak recalled that Tetu had said that if he brought Tanthin's group to the ceremony, the gods would bless him, and Ajak would recover from her illness. She said that he had once told her, no matter what happened, he would not harm his friends. She stated she did not have an evil brother like him. Only then did Qatar realize it was Jonghuk. Tanthin laughed and said, "There's no one else Ajak would call brother, so it must be Jonghuk. No wonder I found that straw outfit somewhat familiar. It's Jonghuk's. But staying here any longer is risky. We should take this chance to leave." As the two prepared to leave, Jonghuk stopped them. Before they could understand what was happening, Jonghuk ran forward, startling them. Jonghuk rushed in and struck a soldier on the head with his spear. He removed his helmet and tearfully apologized to Tanthin, saying he never wanted to harm him but had no other choice. Ajak, now extremely weak, fainted. Tetu, seeing Jonghuk betray him, became furious and smashed a bowl. He announced that anyone who could kill the false god and Jonghuk would become his closest ally. He declared that no one should be left alive. Outside, 3 soldiers charged in but were quickly defeated. Jonghuk took them all on, striking down any soldier who dared approach. Seeing this, Tanthin realized that during their previous encounter with Jonghuk, he had held back against him and Qatar. Now, this was Jonghuk's true strength. Jonghuk turned to Tanthin and assured him that even if it cost his life, he would ensure the safety of Tanthin's group. Jonghuk felt unworthy of being friends with them. Tanthin suggested that they leave this place first before figuring out what to do next. As another soldier was defeated, the group retreated to a bridge. The soldiers, intimidated by the trio's strength, suspected that the false god had possessed them and believed no one could stop them. The three reached the end of the bridge, where more soldiers blocked their path. With just a bit more effort, they could cross the bridge and enter the forest, where the enemy's numerical advantage would be nullified. Jalnuk knocked two soldiers off the bridge. Seeing this, the soldiers behind them panicked and shouted, "They're heading into the western forest. Stop them!" A group of soldiers threw spears aimed at Tanthin's group. A volley of spears flew towards them, and Tanthin shouted for everyone to be careful. Jalnuk grabbed his straw cloak and swept away all the spears. The group broke through the encirclement and fled into the forest. The soldiers organized a search party and pursued them. Tanthin, Qatar, and Jalnuk ran deeper into the dense forest. Tanthin observed that the thick jungle, with its abundance of trees, was unsuitable for an entire army to charge through. The soldiers' large numbers would slow them down, and losing them was only a matter of time. However, Tanthin wondered where Nick's group was. Suddenly, Sadyu's voice called out. Nick's group had escaped and was regrouping in the forest, tending to their wounds. Solan recounted to her husband the events that had occurred, saying that if it weren't for Tanthin, she would never have had the chance to reunite with him and the tribe. Soon, Tanthin's group arrived, relieved to find everyone safe and sound. After traveling a bit further, Jalnuk collapsed to his knees. Worried, Tanthin asked if he was okay. Jalnuk replied that he was fine and that this was divine punishment for betraying his friends. To break through the encirclement, Jalnuk had used his body as a shield to carve out an escape route for everyone. His body was covered in wounds, and it seemed he had reached his limit. At this moment, Ajak regained consciousness and asked if Jalnuk had fulfilled the promise he made to her. Jalnuk replied that he had. He had brought everyone to safety. Tanthin noticed Ajak's pale complexion and sweating, and wondered if she had contracted an infectious disease. He anxiously asked Jalnuk when Ajak's symptoms first appeared and urged him to provide details, as there might still be a way to save her. He noted the symptoms of jaundice, indicating the disease might be in its late stage. Identifying the exact illness might allow for treatment using the outdoor emergency guidebook. Hearing this, Jalnuk was overjoyed and asked if it was true and if sacrifices were needed. He offered to sacrifice himself. Tanthin told Jalnuk to calm down and said he only needed him to answer a few questions. Jalnuk took a deep breath to calm himself down and then began to recount the strange symptoms Ajak had exhibited a few months ago. The earliest symptom was that Ajak felt extremely cold, and no matter how much fire was around, it couldn't alleviate the cold. At times, his body became extremely hot, and his breath exhaled hot air. These two conditions alternated, each lasting about an hour. But most of the time, Ajak seemed normal. Tanthin thought deeply, considering the alternating cold and hot sensations, and wondered if it was a rare condition. Many people had similar symptoms, but there was no clear way to determine what disease it was. Jalnuk thought that Ajak had offended a deity, and that was why the deity sent mosquitoes to attack Ajak, causing these symptoms. Tanthin asked Jalnuk if the symptoms started after being bitten by mosquitoes. Jalnuk confirmed that Ajak had been bitten by a large number of mosquitoes. Tanthin now understood the situation. It was malaria. It wasn't divine punishment, but rather a disease caused by mosquitoes. Jalnuk asked Tanthin if he knew how to treat this disease since he already recognized it, and he pleaded with Tanthin to save Ajak. Tanthin searched his field guide on outdoor emergency care to find a treatment for malaria. Malaria is an infectious disease caused by the Plasmodium parasite, primarily transmitted through the bite of the Anopheles mosquito. There are 4 types of Plasmodium that can infect humans: Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium malaria, Plasmodium falciparum, and Plasmodium ovale. The disease develops in 2 stages. The cold stage, where the body experiences chills and shivering, lasting between 30 minutes to 2 hours, followed by the hot stage, where the person feels extremely hot for 45 hours. Plasmodium vivax causes a relapse once every few days. If 2 types of Plasmodium are contracted simultaneously, the symptoms may occur daily. Plasmodium malaria causes episodes every 3 days. If 2 types are present, it can lead to daily outbreaks. Plasmodium falciparum can have unpredictable outbreaks, sometimes leading to high fever, comas, vomiting, black or red-colored stools, and shock in severe cases. The treatment could involve acupuncture at specific points on the body, 1 to 2 hours before the onset of symptoms. If acupuncture does not work, additional treatments like applying pressure at certain points or using herbal remedies may be necessary for detoxification. 2 is herbal medicine. Method 1. Truongson leaves boiled with water and drunk, or the roots of 3 Truongson plants boiled and consumed 2 hours before symptoms appear. Method 2. 4 grams of fresh purslane boiled twice and drunk in one session, 2 to 3 hours before symptoms appear. Method 3. The entire Anantran plant boiled with water and consumed 2 to 3 hours before symptoms appear. Method 4. Truongson plant, 1 gram to 2 grams. Fancap, 1 gram. And Kung-gain ground into fine powder. Mix all 3 with water to make 1 bowl, boil down to half, and drink 2 hours before symptoms appear. Treatment stage 1 involves taking prescribed medicine for 5 days. During the first 3 days, take additional supplements. Treatment stage 2 focuses on stopping the spread of infection. Anyone infected within the past 2 years, excluding severe cases, should follow a regimen of prescribed medicine for 5 days while also taking pyrinetamide. Treatment stage 3. If the above treatments are not possible, just use the prescribed medication such as quinine or quina green. Treatment stage 4. For severe patients who cannot take oral medicine, use 0.1 to 0.2 grams of quina green injected every 8 to 12 hours until they can transition to oral medication. After reviewing everything, Tanthin asked Jonghuk to lift Ajak. He said he had nothing on hand and could only try acupuncture to see if it worked. Even if it only alleviated some of the symptoms, it would buy time to find medicine. Tanthin began using his inner energy to apply pressure to several points on Ajak's back, then her arms and hands. Ajak regained some consciousness. Jonghuk asked if this was enough. Tanthin responded, "Of course not. Do you think I'm some grandmaster with limitless inner power? A few pressure points can't cure her. It only relieves some pain." He added, "To truly cure Ajak, we need specialized medicine." Minutes later, Tanthin opened the map and identified the location of some medicinal plants. The problem was that collecting all the necessary herbs was practically impossible, and even with the right medicine, the journey was too far to complete in a few days. With no herbal medicine available, other options were even less feasible. Suddenly, Tanthin recalled a combination of Eastern and Western medicine. He remembered that artemisinin, derived from king hao, and quinine, extracted from the bark of the cinchona tree, could treat the illness. Since cinchona grows in the Andes Mountains, part of which overlaps the Amazon rainforest, he reasoned that they might find cinchona in the forest. Checking the ring's map, Tanthin located the cinchona tree. Tanthin told Rana that the kankina tree was not far from their camp. Ajak's condition was critical, so everyone needed to set out immediately and travel day and night to return quickly. Everyone had to be cautious and remain hidden, ensuring at least one person was assigned for night watch duty. Then, Tanthin and Qatar Matrang departed to search for medicine. He estimated that it would take half a day to reach the medicinal tree, and if everything went smoothly, they could return by the next day. The scene shifted to the temple of Tetu, who also possessed a ring. He unfolded a map and laughed, saying, "Run as much as you want. No matter where you go, you won't escape my sight." After a while, he located Tanthin's group. During the night, Tanthin carried a flashlight and moved as quickly as possible toward the tree's location. Suddenly, a branch blocked their way. Both Qatar and Tanthin narrowly dodged it. Turning back, Tanthin thought to himself how dangerous it was. At their current speed, if they had been struck, their noses might have been broken. Tanthin told Qatar that Ajak's illness was severe, and there was no room for delay. They needed to be more cautious moving forward. The night was pitch black, as dark as ink. Even with an outstretched hand, one couldn't see their fingers. The flashlight only illuminated a small area a few meters ahead, making it impossible to predict what they might encounter next. Consulting the map, Tanthin saw that they were still some distance away from the medicinal tree. Once they crossed the river, it would only take another 2 hours on foot. Matrang leaped into the river to cross, but suddenly let out a scream. Seeing Matrang writhing in excruciating pain, Tanthin rushed over in alarm. As soon as he stepped into the water, Tanthin experienced the same pain as Matrang. Qatar, panicking at the sight, started to run toward him. But Tanthin shouted a warning. "Be careful of the river. Don't step into the water." Qatar used a spear to hook onto Tanthin's backpack and pull him back to the shore. Tanthin had no idea what was in the river. Late into the night, the group decided to rest temporarily by the riverbank. When Qatar noticed that the flashlight was no longer working, he asked, "Is the divine tool broken?" Tanthin replied, "Probably. Just our luck. Some people are so unlucky, even drinking water gets them into trouble." Qatar suggested, "We'll have to use torches to continue moving forward." Tanthin said it wasn't necessary to use the torch. If the flashlight was broken, they could use something else. The torch would only illuminate a small area around them, not enough for others to see. However, in the dark forest, they needed a light that could extend their vision. The carbide lamp was a type of light with two sections. The upper part contained water, and the lower part contained carbide. The principle behind it was the chemical reaction between the two materials, which produced acetylene gas and then burned it to produce light. Structurally, it wasn't a product of advanced technology. After gathering all the necessary materials, Tanthin quickly began assembling the lamp. With time running out, he didn't pay attention to small details. He cut the bamboo tube in half, making one part for water and the other for carbide. He asked Qatar to mix clay to form a seal between the two parts of the bamboo. Soon, they had everything ready, but before putting it together, they had to test the calcium's water absorption rate. This was important because acetylene is a flammable gas. If the acetylene produced by the lamp exceeded the burn rate, the carbide chamber could become full of acetylene and explode. It took nearly 2 hours for Tanthin to finish assembling the carbide lamp. He added a lamp chimney to minimize the wind's effect on the light. With the reflector, the light would stay directed and wouldn't be disturbed. The two of them used a large tree trunk to build a bridge across the river and crossed. According to Tanthin's calculations, the carbide lamp provided brighter light than the flashlight. The white light produced by burning acetylene was brighter than the yellow light from the flashlight. Qatar asked Tanthin if the fish in the river were dangerous, and Tanthin replied that they were indeed very dangerous. They could kill a large fish, like the one he had caught earlier, and he knew firsthand how dangerous they could be. The fish in the river were a type of catfish found in America. They could generate electric shocks to stun their enemies and catch prey. They were the most powerful freshwater electric fish, with voltages ranging from 300 to 800 V. That's why they were known as high-voltage fish in the water. They were mainly found in the Amazon and lived in muddy ponds or dirty waters. They grew large and typically hunted at night. Humans had no way to deal with them. Luckily, Tanthin had only experienced a small shock from the fish, and not a full confrontation. If they had fought, he would be dead by now. Even if he survived, it would have taken hours for him to recover. The next day, the Tanthin group also arrived at the location of the medicinal tree, the Kankeena tree, also known as the quinine tree. The Kankeena tree belongs to the family of tall trees, usually ranging from 3 to 6 meters in height, with the tallest reaching up to 25 meters. Its bark is dark brown, somewhat thin, with cracks but a strong aroma. It originates from the Andes Mountains, and its bark and roots are important raw materials for extracting quinine. Qatar asked Tanthin if he needed this tree's bark. Tanthin said yes, and if possible, to gather some branches as well. Tanthin brought out all his experimental tools, as time was of the essence and he needed to act quickly. Tanthin contemplated that quinine is divided into two types. One is quinine sulfuric acid and the other is quinine hydrochloric acid, used for manufacturing. At the moment, without syringes, he could only produce quinine sulfuric acid. The preparation method involves taking the bark of the Kankeena tree, mixing it with certain leaves, and then continuously extracting with ether oil, combining and collecting the liquid extract. After filtering, dilute sulfuric acid is obtained. Once crystallized, it becomes quinine sulfuric acid. The canquina tree bark, combined with ether-rich leaves and sulfuric acid, forms dilute sulfuric acid with 70% calcium oxide, 20% water, 3% sodium hydroxide, and 1% potassium hydroxide. Among all the materials Tanthine needed, the canquina tree bark was being collected, while the leaves and sulfuric acid had already been prepared in advance. Now, only ether oil remained, but ether oil is a light oil product, making its preparation in this environment impossible. However, since ether oil is merely an extraction agent, Tanthine could use an alternative medium extraction substance like ethyl acetate. For this, he needed acetic acid, which meant his first step was to produce acetic acid. Fortunately, the process was simple, adding calcium carbonate to water until the temperature dropped below 16 degrees Celsius, but above 0 degrees Celsius. Using chilled water to cause acetic acid to separate and dry would yield acetic acid. Next, he needed to combine 3 substances in a ratio of 2 ethanol, 3 concentrated sulfuric acid, and 2 acetic acid to produce ethyl acetate. Then, by adding concentrated sulfuric acid to ethanol and lightly shaking, followed by adding acetic acid and heating, ethyl acetate could be obtained. With all the necessary materials ready, he could start preparing quinine S. The process for making quinine S initially required drying the tree bark and grinding it to extract the inner compounds, but due to time constraints, a simpler and cruder method had to be used. He then soaked the canquina tree bark in a mixture of water and ethyl acetate. Tanthine began performing the preparation steps meticulously. Finally, he condensed and crystallized the substance into medicine. The medicine was complete, and Ajak now had the medicine. Meanwhile, in Nick's group, Jomnuk was holding Ajak, whispering words of encouragement for Ajak to hang in there, assuring him that Tanthine was on his way back. Nick suddenly shouted that Tanthine's group had returned. Pokuma, using binoculars to observe, saw that it didn't seem to be Tanthine's group. It looked like a large number of people. Tanthine and Qatar were running with all their might, worried about Ajak's condition, hoping to return in time. When they saw torchlights ahead, Qatar exclaimed that they might have arrived, but upon getting closer, they realized it wasn't Nick's group, but soldiers from the fortress. The soldiers also noticed Tanthine and Qatar. Qatar remarked that there were only 6 of them, so they could fight them off. Tanthine instructed to deal with them all, and not to expose the group's location. The soldiers charged at the 2, demanding their heads, but unexpectedly, someone jumped from the trees and struck down 2 soldiers. Qatar identified him as a member of Solem's tribe, and Tanthine recognized him as Hukfo. Together, they attacked and defeated the remaining 4 soldiers. Then, all 3 fled together. On their way, Qatar remarked that the parrot was noisier than Aruba. As they moved, Hukfo recounted what had happened in their absence. 3 hours earlier, soldiers from the fortress suddenly surrounded their base. Pokuma observed that it wasn't Tanthine's group returning but the fortress soldiers. Aruba panicked, asking what they should do since Tanthine wasn't there. Rana instructed Aruba to lead everyone away while Nick, Pokuma, and Rana stayed behind to use smoke screens to buy time. Jonghuk and Hufo also wanted to stay, but Pokuma stated that the soldiers hadn't discovered their location yet, giving them time to retreat. Before they left, Hukfo decided to stay hidden to ensure that Tanthine's group wouldn't miss their group and encounter the soldiers instead. Tanthine thought it was wise not to bring Sadhu at night to join the group, as it allowed him to navigate without being blinded by the sunlight. Fortunately, Hukfo provided support. Otherwise, it would have taken much more effort to deal with the soldiers. However, Tanthine found it strange that even after retreating deep into the forest, the soldiers could still quickly locate their resting spot. Luckily, Nick had managed to lead everyone to safety. Pokuma, perched on a tree, was on lookout when he spotted Tanthine's group returning. Jonghuk, overjoyed, announced to Ajak that they had returned. Tanthine gave Ajak the medicine, stating that the rest depended on Ajak's willpower, and that he might recover as early as tomorrow. He had done his best and hoped the medicine would be effective. Jonghuk thanked him profusely, his emotions pouring out. Tanthine told everyone to extinguish the fire, as it was risky to have a fire at night that could expose their location. they had to rest in the dark for now. Tanthin leaned against a tree to rest. Having not slept for 2 nights, he was utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the ring on his hand began to glow. He didn't understand what was happening when the ring emitted a woman's voice, calling out a name, Yeo Jiangpeng. The ring flashed continuously, and Tanthin was bewildered, as this had never happened before. Then, the ring displayed a strange note, with an information panel appearing. The panel warned of a system intrusion, and a figure emerged. A woman in a white cloak materialized, shocking everyone. She seemed to scan her surroundings as if looking for something. Upon seeing Tanthin, she noted that he wasn't Yeo Jiangpeng and asked who they were and how they had obtained the ring. She also inquired about Yeo Jiangpeng and Huan Jilim's whereabouts. Tanthin found her beautiful yet intimidating. Her commanding demeanor immediately marked her as an alpha presence. Not wanting to appear weak, he firmly demanded that she introduce herself first, as a matter of basic courtesy, before he answered her questions. The woman stared at him for a moment before stating that, judging by his attire, he appeared to be from the 20th century. She warned him that much of what she was about to say might be beyond his comprehension. However, she insisted that he let her finish speaking without interruptions to fully understand the current situation. Tanthin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't interrupt." Tanthin was also surprised, as he didn't expect her to be so cooperative. She introduced herself as Huan Yoxu, the head of the D3 laboratory. She didn't know the relationship between Tanthin's group and Yeo Jiangpeng or where the ring had been found, so she asked him to start from the beginning. Huan Yoxu's sudden appearance was unexpected for Tanthin, but in this case, it was a good thing. Putting other matters aside, because of Huan Yoxu's position, Tanthin could now pinpoint the exact location of the laboratory without relying on the ring's vague directions. However, he understood it wasn't the time to ask questions and chose to keep his promise to listen carefully to what Huan Yoxu had to say. Though her words weren't long, the information was shocking, and Tanthin couldn't stay calm after hearing it. Once Huan Yoxu finished speaking, Tanthin answered her questions and also addressed the matters regarding Yeo Jiangpeng and Huan Jilim. The conversation between Tanthin and Huan Yoxu was open, with everyone around hearing it. However, just hearing was one thing, and understanding was another. Only Nick and a few others who had been briefed by Tanthin had a rough idea of what was going on. The rest were confused. Rana suddenly reported to Tanthin that the soldiers were closing in again. Tanthin was worried and wondered how they had found them so quickly in the dark. Huan Yoxu informed him that Tetu also had a ring linked to the laboratory, which allowed him to locate any position within the D3 zone. No matter where they hid, it would be useless. But with Huan Yoxu awake and having subtly altered things, if Tanthin's group hid one more time, Tetu wouldn't be able to find them. The soldiers had reached the spot where Tanthin's group had rested, and upon inspecting it, they found the fire still warm. The group had not left long ago, probably because they saw the fire and hurriedly fled. The soldiers laughed, saying that the prey kept escaping from the cage, and it was only when they were exhausted that it became fun. Not far from there, Tanthin's group was hiding when they saw the soldiers finally leave. Huan Yoxu said that her decoy had worked. T2 was laughing, thinking Tanthin's group had fled in fear. Tanthin wondered why they didn't just take back control of the ring instead of using it as a decoy. Huan Yoxu asked if Tanthin was looking to challenge a higher difficulty level. It then dawned on Tanthin that these decoys were meant to lure the soldiers away, exhausting their strength. This strategy was designed after awakening to 2 stars. It seemed Huan Yoxu could predict all the developments, which was quite impressive. Huan Yoxu then began to disappear, saying, "This is where I stop. The rest, you can handle it when you reach the laboratory." Tanthin protested, saying this wasn't his mission, and it was her territory. Huan Yoxu replied that if he was afraid, he didn't have to go, and then disappeared. Tanthin sighed, thinking that there was too much information to process, and he needed some time to organize his thoughts. He turned to see everyone staring at him, and he asked, "What are you all looking at me for?" They all pointed their guns at him and asked if she was the great goddess, if he was a messenger of the gods. Jongnuk wanted to serve Tanthin, and others insisted on following him. Tanthin didn't know how to explain it, so he just gave a vague answer. For the Maya people, Wan Yoksu was considered a deity. Her appearance had caused immense excitement, as they had never seen such advanced science and technology. Tanthin spent nearly an hour calming them down. Afterward, he began thinking about what Kwan Yoksu had said. He summed up 4 useful points in the current situation. First, the D3 laboratory was inside the temple where T2 lived. Second, the D3 laboratory could open a time passage to send people back to their original timeline. Third, for some reason, Wan Yoksu couldn't manifest before reaching the D3 laboratory. Fourth, T2 seemed to have a gene-altering drug, similar to the serum used for high-ranking soldiers. After summarizing, Tanthin had a much clearer idea. He quickly determined that the next step was to find a way into the D3 laboratory. However, before acting, he needed to rest. After all, he hadn't had a proper sleep in 2 days. Both his body and mind were at their limits. Tanthin slept for an entire day and night, finally waking up in the afternoon. Fortunately, Wan Yoksu had lured the soldiers away, or he wouldn't have dared to sleep for so long or make a fire. Tanthin sketched a simple map of Thanban. He remembered that apart from the bridge, there were almost no guards anywhere else, and all other routes were the same. Additionally, the western area had dense forests, which made it safer to travel. After eating, it was likely to be dark, so they planned to use the cover of night to enter the city and gather information about the temple to prepare for the future. Inside the city, the soldiers were rounding up people near the walls. Nick noticed the guards were becoming stricter. Ketar said it was probably due to Tanthin's group's escape. Tanthin realized that, as Wan Yoksu had said, T2 had predicted that his target was the laboratory, so he had strengthened the defenses. While the soldiers were pushing people out of the city and preventing anyone from staying overnight, Tanthin's group was sneaking in. They managed to get inside, and Nick said he saw some light ahead. The group hid in a spot and watched through some pyramids. Ketar saw that there were no guards, and Tanthin explained that the boy had said this was where the evil god cursed, so the locals would not come here. The group climbed to the top of a pyramid. Tanthin began to observe, noticing one side was brightly lit while the other side was pitch black. Groups of soldiers were patrolling with torches. Tanthin used binoculars and was surprised by the number of soldiers in the temple. If it weren't for Wan Yoksu luring some of them away, they wouldn't have had a chance to sneak in. He assessed that the temple had a large number of troops. Besides guarding the bridge, there were patrol units, while other areas only had a few soldiers. The 2 central bridges had more empty spots, likely because T2 thought it was difficult to climb the high walls, and with man-eating fish below, no one would try to enter that way. That made it possible to climb the wall and sneak into the temple. Tanthin told Ketar and Nick to make a wooden raft. After a while, the raft was ready and floated down the water. The group started climbing down on ropes. Tanthin noticed the water wasn't fast-flowing, and with the cover of night, crossing using the raft seemed fine. The only issue was climbing up the opposite shore, which could be dangerous. They needed to scout ahead to find a safer path. Once they clarified the route, the plan would be ready. But suddenly, the raft made a noise. Everyone was confused about what it was. Something below the raft had caused the sound. Suddenly, a fish head pierced through the raft. The 3 of them froze. After a moment, the raft broke apart. It was truly terrifying. Tanthin told Ketar and Nick, "Let's go back. That's enough for today. These fish are similar to fire ants. I didn't expect them to be able to destroy the raft." Tanthin realized crossing the river with a raft wasn't going to work and would need to come up with another solution. Tanthin opened the map on the ring and searched for rubber trees. He had seen rubber tree shadows during the Holy Bridge battle and guessed there were rubber trees in the D3 zone, but he didn't expect so many. From the map's location, it didn't seem far, and he thought it would be easy to find. However, collecting the natural precipitate required significant manpower and time, and he wasn't sure how many people could act right now. Jonghuk, holding Ajak, was surprised when she woke up and said she was hungry. Jonghuk jumped in surprise and shouted to Tanthin that Ajak had woken up. Jonghuk asked Tanthin to check if Ajak was okay. Tanthin confirmed that she no longer had a fever, likely due to the medicine working. There seemed to be no more issues, but they would continue giving her medicine until all toxins were cleared from her body. When Jong-uk heard this, he joyfully picked Ajak up and said, "See, you're okay now. The most worrying thing is finally solved." Now, Tanthin could focus on gathering the rubber tree precipitate. Rubber trees are large hardwood trees with a rich sap and can grow up to 30 meters tall in tropical regions. The tree has a long economic lifespan, around 30 to 40 years, and its sap is an essential material for industries. The majority of this sap comes from rubber trees. Aruba saw the rubber tree sap flowing out and laughed, saying, "Tanthin, come and see." Tanthin reminded him that it was the rubber tree precipitate. Although it looked like milk, the two substances were different, and this one was not drinkable. Everyone began gathering rubber sap. Tanthin told Jong-uk that he didn't need to come here since there were enough people already. Jong-uk should stay with Ajak. Jong-uk, however, felt that Tanthin's matters were his own, and besides, Ajak had told him to come and help. Jong-uk asked Tanthin why they were collecting so much sap, asking if they wanted to make a fishing rod. Tanthin explained that it wasn't to catch fish, but rather to catch a species that wasn't afraid of crocodiles and was extremely dangerous, capable of killing people. Qatar, hearing Tanthin mention the fish, asked if it had an electric charge. Tanthin confirmed that it did, with the ability to discharge 800 V. Even humans could die if exposed. If they used it as a fishing line, even man-eating fish would be like shrimp. But to catch it, they first needed rubber sap. The components of rubber were made from natural rubber and synthetic rubber. Natural rubber came from rubber trees, while synthetic rubber was a chemical mixture. Both had their pros and cons, but in this situation, it wasn't possible to synthesize rubber, so they could only process natural rubber. Creating natural rubber was relatively simple. Just add formic acid to the rubber sap. Tanthin didn't have any formic acid at the moment, so he had to prepare it first. Luckily, producing formic acid wasn't hard. All he needed to do was combine oxalic acid and glycerol. He still had some glycerol left but was missing oxalic acid. Tanthin used sugarcane and nitric acid to obtain oxalic acid. As the white vapor started to evaporate from the glass bottle, he knew the reaction had begun. He could collect oxalic acid mixed with impurities. He continued the process, since using this method, it wouldn't be pure and would contain impurities, so he needed to crystallize it again. Once he saw the color was purer, he added the glycerol, then heated it to get the precipitate, producing the formic acid solution. Tanthin looked around and noticed that there were fewer people than expected. He wondered how much natural rubber they would be able to collect. By the evening, Tanthin used a tree stump to store the rubber sap they had gathered. He added the formic acid and stirred it well. Jong-uk, seeing this, asked what he was adding, and Tanthin explained that it was formic acid, which helps to quickly thicken natural rubber. Nick handed Tanthin gloves made from animal skin. Qatar and Nick noticed the smell of formic acid and seemed to detect it somewhere, and Tanthin explained that it probably reminded them of the time they were attacked by fire ants. Formic acid was also known as ant acid. Tanthin dipped the leather gloves into the rubber sap. Normally, making rubber gloves involves using rubber beads, which are pressed after solidifying. Now, they could only use this method and would have to wait until the next day to see the results. The next morning, a rubber glove was ready. Jong-uk, holding the glove, was amazed, saying that formic acid was truly miraculous, as it had solidified the rubber overnight. Normally, it would take 2 days to achieve this. He commented that it felt similar to what they called plastic. Tanthin explained that from a scientific perspective, rubber could be considered a type of plastic, which is why it felt somewhat similar. Tanthin took a bottle and wore the gloves to test their insulating properties. He felt no shock, confirming that the rubber gloves had been successfully made. The system showed up, rewarding him with 3,000 points for creating the item. The group arrived at a stream with fish. Tanthin grabbed one and handed it to Qatar. On the shore, Aruba and Pokumo watched the fish. Aruba thought it looked like an eel and didn't see anything dangerous about it. Pokuma said that if Tanthin had mentioned it was dangerous, it definitely had something to it. Aruba, thinking it was safe, reached out to touch it but was immediately shocked, causing his mouth to get all twisted. Tanthin reminded everyone that, since they were infiltrating a temple, they couldn't bring too many people. Therefore, he would go with Qatar and Nick, while the others would stay outside. The specifics of the situation would be handled by Rana. If necessary, they would create a distraction to draw attention from the soldiers, but ensure they could safely retreat. Pakuma was told to keep an eye on Aruba and not let him do anything reckless. Pakuma laughed, saying that after this shocking experience, Aruba probably wouldn't dare to do anything crazy again. Tanthin reminded them that if they saw anything strange at the temple, they should leave immediately, without worrying about anything else. Nick asked if they wouldn't need backup. Tanthin said there was no need to worry as it should be safe by then. He had previously talked with Huan Yoksu, and the area they were entering was her territory, so there was nothing to fear. While the others were discussing, Hukfo sat behind a tree, listening in. Solam asked him what was going on, and he said he was just a little distracted. Tanthin went over to say goodbye to everyone. Solam was surprised when Tanthin said he was leaving. He explained that he had something to take care of and would return tonight if everything went well, so there was no need to come back here again. He just came to say goodbye to Solam. Solam bent down and said that due to the oath she had made, she would be his servant, and she hoped he would give her a little time to say goodbye to her people before leaving. Tanthin replied that this journey was a mutual partnership, and they had helped each other, so there was no need to take it personally. Jongnuk also wanted to go with Tanthin, thinking that they might even reach the divine world. However, Tanthin reminded him that Jongnuk was being hunted and should not be around the city, so it would be better for him to return to his tribe. Seeing the sad faces of both Solam and Jongnuk, Tanthin thought he might have said something wrong. The two turned away, looking dejected, thinking that Tanthin was abandoning them. Tanthin, feeling helpless, didn't understand why they felt that way. Was he planning not to return to his own tribe? Just then, Hufo stepped forward and said that Tanthin must have a mission from the gods, which was why he couldn't take them along. Tanthin agreed with Hukfo's explanation, saying it wasn't about abandoning them. He thanked Hukfo for his help. Tanthin didn't make any formal announcements about leaving. He just said a few words to Solam. After all, Tanthin had witnessed the respect and warmth of Solam's tribe, and he wasn't sure if speaking about his departure would put him at risk of not being able to leave safely. Tanthin didn't leave immediately, but continued to rest until the afternoon before starting to head out. Although Tanthin and Solam had only met by chance, the time they spent together had forged a bond, and they had become friends. Tanthin felt a little sentimental, though he probably didn't realize this wasn't a final goodbye. As soon as they left, Hukfo reported to Solam and Jongnuk that Tanthin's group would be entering the city that night. As night fell, Tanthin's group entered the city. Nick's group stood on the pyramid, observing. Tanthin below had dropped a wooden raft and was tying a bag to lower down to Qatar. Tanthin rappelled down, telling Qatar to hurry up, as the man-eating fish might have caught their scent by now. Tanthin suddenly jerked his head around as a group of man-eating fish charged toward them. Tanthin warned Qatar that they were coming and to hold on tight. The fish, sensing danger, began emitting electric shocks for defense. The whole section of the river was filled with electricity. As the fish approached, they released a powerful electrical surge, paralyzing everything in the water. Qatar, seeing this, was shocked, realizing why Tanthin had gone through so much preparation before trying to catch the fish. Thankfully, Aruba hadn't witnessed this scene, or he would have passed out from shock. Tanthin handed Qatar a paddle and urged him to move quickly. Qatar hesitated, saying that if the man-eating fish came again, they might be shocked again. Both quickly paddled away. Tanthin knew that after releasing their electric charge, the fish needed time to recharge, and the threat didn't only come from the fish. He feared this might attract other dangers. Tanthin initially thought the smaller fish would be knocked unconscious by the larger ones, but surprisingly, many were only temporarily paralyzed. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. It seemed that after the mutation, the man-eating fish had grown stronger and more aggressive. Tanthin realized that in future plans, they would have to account for unexpected events like these. The two of them reached the cliffside. Tanthin saw that when they had arrived, there was a rope, but now they would have to climb without any help. The cliff wasn't very high, and with the strength of the two, it should be manageable. Cathar said he was very familiar with climbing cliffs, and that Tanthin didn't need to worry. Tanthin laughed and said, "I'll rely on you for everything." The two of them crawled up the cliff in the dark, and as soon as they peeked over, they saw a group of patrolling soldiers. They quickly ducked back down. Tanthin pointed to the other side of the cliff and motioned for both of them to hide behind a bush. Tanthin needed to think of a way to blend in, since the temple had torches burning at night, which could help them use Sadyu's abilities. Tanthin called for Sadyu to check the situation. Sadyu flew into the pyramid. Tanthin used Sadyu's perspective to observe the situation and confirmed his suspicion. The west and south sides were the most vulnerable and had more soldiers guarding them. He told Sadyu to create a distraction. Sadyu circled over the soldiers, squawking loudly, annoying them. One soldier jumped up and yelled at Sadyu, threatening to cook him if he didn't stop squawking. Tanthin couldn't help but chuckle, noting how the eagle's call sounded more like a crow's. On the other side of the pyramid, Nick's group had received the signal. Rana told Pokuma and Aruba to provide cover for Nick and him. Rana asked if Nick remembered Tanthin's plan, and Nick confirmed he did. The two of them rushed forward and scattered. Pokuma shot an arrow with a flaming tip at the temple. One soldier saw it and thought it was a shooting star, but soon realized it wasn't. The arrow struck him in the groin, nearly castrating him. He screamed in pain. Outside, several soldier groups heard the scream but were unsure what had happened. They debated whether to check it out. On the west side of the bridge, Rana saw an opportunity and dashed across, using his shield to knock two soldiers aside. On the south side, Nick jumped into the fray and defeated two soldiers. One of the soldiers who had been struck managed to yell, "The enemy is attacking." The soldiers inside heard the cry and shouted for a defense, asking where the enemy was and how many there were. When they rushed to the bridge, they saw that Nick was alone. "How did we capture him?" they asked. As reinforcements came running, Rana and Nick turned and fled without staying to fight. Tanthin had previously told them to only attract fire and then leave immediately without engaging in combat. Inside the control room of the temple, Tetu was listening to a report from the soldiers. He learned that only two attackers had struck, one on the west bridge and one on the south bridge. At least 17 soldiers had been killed. The soldiers were now chasing after the two attackers. Tetu, surprised that only 2 people had taken out 17 soldiers, was furious at the incompetence of his soldiers. He decided to deal with them later, but told the soldiers to withdraw for now and focus on handling the current situation. He looked at the screen and thought. These past few days, he had been keeping an eye on the screen, not even taking his eyes off it while eating, drinking, or even going to the bathroom, let alone sleeping. But he noticed something. The lights on the screen were constantly moving, whether it was daytime or midnight. The red ones were Tanthin's forces, and the blue ones were soldiers. He felt like screaming in frustration, cursing them all. These people don't need to sleep? Even the soldiers he sent out had slowed down, he thought. Can't you sleep for just a while so I can rest? He sat down on the ground, exhausted. He thought 2 people couldn't possibly have killed all his soldiers to get here. If they had, they wouldn't have needed to run in the first place. But by the time he figured it out, Tanthin's forces had already arrived. Moreover, the divine artifact couldn't track Tanthin's position. He suddenly realized the purpose of Tanthin. Outside, Tanthin had already reached the vicinity of the temple. He noticed that the guards outside had been drawn away, leaving only a few behind. He wasn't afraid to fight them, but if they managed to lure the soldiers here, it would be a lose-lose situation. Tanthin decided that since things had come this far, they would just fight. What was there to be afraid of? Players don't fear rain. If the rain gets too heavy, the players just leave. The 2 of them sneaked like thieves, entering the temple. After a while, they reached the dungeon. Tanthin observed that when he first released all the slaves, no new people had come in. Tanthin and Qatar reached the wall where the ring had once projected. Tanthin examined everything, recalling what Huan Yoksu had said. This wall was the main entrance to the D3 lab. Previously, The door had failed to open because the stone wall blocked it, despite a reaction that should have triggered the opening. The wall had cracked due to the pressure. Qatar asked Tanthin what to do next. Should they use explosives? Tanthin said that they only needed explosives. As soon as they went off, neither of them would be able to escape, and the truth was, they didn't even have any explosives. Tanthin opened his bag, saying not to worry, he had already prepared something. He took out 2 vials, one containing limestone and the other containing acid. Qatar took 1 vial from Tanthin and asked if it should be poured into the crack. Tanthin confirmed, telling him to pour the powdered limestone into the small cracks, those white powdery bits, but be careful not to spill it anywhere else. Qatar started pouring the limestone powder into the cracks. Once he was done, Tanthin said the last step was to pour the acid in, and it would be finished. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard rapidly approaching. Qatar heard it and warned Tanthin that someone was coming. T2 was leading his soldiers into the dungeon. One soldier, following Tetu, flattered him, saying, "My lord, you can rest assured. I bet they are here. The dungeon only has one exit. Even if they grew wings, they wouldn't escape." A soldier spotted 2 figures and shouted, "I see them." He excitedly ran toward them, shouting, "Don't move." He saw 2 shadows near the torches. When the shadows saw him, they immediately fled. The soldier awkwardly said, "Tetu, they might be using magic. These 2 might have transformed into rats." He got slapped across the face for his suggestion. "Do you think they have 72 transformations?" T2 glanced at the stone wall, now cracked and filled with limestone powder, and yelled, "They must still be here. Lock all the doors and reinforce the guards. Even if we have to dig 3 feet underground, we must find them." The soldiers started checking the dungeon, prodding through piles of straw. Tetu ordered, "Don't leave any hole unchecked. Look for secret passages or anything unusual." Tanthin and Qatar were hiding in a pile of straw. Tanthin thought, "This isn't good. If things continue like this, they'll be discovered sooner or later." On the other hand, Qatar was relieved that Tanthin had cleverly led them into this hiding spot. Tanthin counted, noting there were a total of 21 people. If he wanted to deal with them all, it would be impossible to do so without a plan. He thought, "I have to deal with the leader first." However, observing Tetu, he realized the man was too clever and hiding among the soldiers. In this cramped area, the guard's circle was limited, which could work to Tanthin's advantage. He told Qatar to go after Tetu. Qatar charged forward, startling a soldier. He quickly rushed toward where T2 was standing, hiding behind the soldiers. T2 panicked and shouted, "Stop him!" Qatar skewered one soldier. Tanthin, right behind Qatar, leaped forward. After the battle with the pirates, he had learned a painful lesson. Sparing those who wanted to kill you was a foolish move. Tanthin rushed in front of Tetu, shouting, "Surrender yourself!" T2 wasn't frightened. Instead, he smiled cunningly, saying, "It's great that you showed up. I was worried you'd be late, but it seems you arrived just on time." He reached out and grabbed Tanthin's sword. Tanthin thought to himself, "How could this weak T2 possibly stop one of my full-strength strikes?" He laughed and said, "Young man, don't be careless. Do you know the saying, 'The older, the wiser'?" T2 wielded his staff and struck Tanthin. Tanthin activated his cat-like reflexes and easily dodged, sensing the attack was too slow. He pulled his sword back with full force, cutting into T2's hand and making it bleed. He then jumped back. Another soldier was struck down by Qatar. The 2 of them stood back to back. T2 spoke, "It's a pleasure meeting you. Let me introduce myself. I am Stufin Tetu of Famban. I thought I'd be late, but it seems I came just in time." He reflected on what had happened earlier. While in the Fengdiao command center, he had analyzed that the 2 people at the west and south gates were distractions meant to cover up the true target, the laboratory. He admitted to himself that he had been afraid when he couldn't track their whereabouts, which made him feel passive. To avoid further problems and punish those who had entered the temple, he decided he must kill them. Outside, there was chaos as a group of soldiers chased after Nick. She taunted them, saying, "Catch me if you can." Meanwhile, Rana was running for his life. not knowing how long these soldiers would chase him. If this kept up, he'd be done for. Pokuma stood on top of the pyramid, activating his hero mode, loaded his bow with 3 arrows and shot them simultaneously, hitting 3 soldiers. They realized Pokuma was on top of the pyramid. Ronald, running, threw smoke bombs behind him, causing several soldiers to crash into each other and scream. Aruba, using binoculars, observed Tanthin entering the temple but hadn't come out for a while. She asked Pokuma if they needed to provide backup. Pokuma had previously reminded Aruba that even if Tanthin and Qatar were in danger, they should not come to help as he had a plan. Pokuma reassured her, "There's no need. Just wait and trust Tanthin. Don't worry." Pokuma, holding binoculars, observed and said in surprise, "Why are they here?" In the distance, Sadiu flew around the sky, surveying the temple. In the prison, Tanthin was laughing loudly, saying, "You want to kill both of us. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard." When he arrived, Tetu gritted his teeth and said, "Funny? I don't see what's so funny. Do you really think you can escape from this prison? Are you talking about me?" Tanthin replied, "What's that thing?" "Store something." "Oh, Stufin, right? Stufin, you really don't understand me." Tetu, visibly worried, thought that Tanthin might have other powers to rely on, and he asked, "What are you going to do?" Tanthin smiled and said, "Look at the dark circles under your eyes. I guess you haven't been sleeping well lately. You're probably worried every day, afraid I'll pop up out of nowhere, right?" He told Tetu that he would explain why he was moving day and night, and Tanthin warned him not to try to deceive him, or the consequences would be dire. Tanthin then said, "You have one characteristic: you talk too much, just bluffing. If you want, I'll tell you the truth. The ring I'm wearing is more advanced than yours. It can counteract yours." He asked, "Do you know what advanced means?" "It means my ring is like your grandfather, while yours is just like a grandchild." Upon hearing this, Tetu became furious and shouted at Tanthin to shut up, threatening, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me if your jaw gets misaligned." He demanded Tanthin to reveal his tricks, saying, "Do you have any more moves, or are you just bluffing?" Although Tetu tried to act tough, deep inside, his worry showed. He was watching Tanthin's calm expression, which didn't seem fake. Tanthin's eyes showed no despair at all. Tetu was certain Tanthin had some other method up his sleeve. He hoped Tanthin wouldn't recognize his attempt at psychological manipulation. Now wasn't the time for reckless actions. Tanthin stood there, looking at the people surrounding him, and said, "I must have some tricks, and this little bamboo too is one of them." Tetu, overwhelmed with frustration, exploded, "What? Are you going to kill them for me now?" Just at that moment, there was a noise behind the soldiers that startled them. Tanthin smiled and said, "Perfect timing." One of the soldiers was knocked away. It turned out that Jongguk and Hufo had arrived. When Jongguk arrived, he asked where Tanthin was. Upon seeing him, he was overjoyed, saying, "It's so good to meet you, Tanthin." Earlier, Tanthin had used Sadiu to spot Jongguk and Hufo approaching, which allowed him to stall for time with Tetu. Now he smiled and said, "Everyone's here." Tetu screamed, realizing reinforcements had arrived. He charged, yelling, "Kill them all. Whoever brings back their heads will be rewarded." Tanthin called for Qatar, Jongguk, and Hufo to stall for him for a minute. "Don't worry about them," Tanthin said, knowing that while the arrival of Hufo and Jongguk helped relieve some of the pressure on him and Qatar, the enemy's overwhelming numbers made the situation unpredictable. He needed to act quickly. He opened a container of sulfuric acid and poured it onto the cracks in the wall. The powdery limestone would react with the acid, producing a white smoke. The reaction would create white crystalline particles. Tanthin took a water tube, held it in his mouth, and sprayed it onto the cracks. The cracks began to swell, and the wall started to break apart. As the gypsum formed, its volume increased by 30% compared to its crystallized state, creating immense force capable of shattering rocks and breaking the mountain. The wall cracked, and rocks flew in all directions. Tetu, seeing this, became furious and cursed, "You're all dead." He smashed his staff, revealing a tube containing a green liquid. His face twisted in anger as he grabbed the tube. Tanthin recognized that this was definitely not something the Maya people could have created. T2 took the green liquid and injected it into his veins. The liquid coursed through his bloodstream, transforming him from a small man into a powerful muscular figure in an instant. His muscles bulged, his veins became prominent, but suddenly his heart began to beat violently, causing him intense pain. Tanthin, witnessing this, was unsure of what was happening. T2 tilted his head back and screamed in frustration, "No one can defeat me." He then collapsed onto his knees in agony. Tanthin noticed that the wall had already been broken through a third of the way. Given the situation, the crack would only get larger, and the wall would eventually collapse. But the real question was whether T2 would give him the chance to escape. T2 charged at Tanthin, and Tanthin saw that his speed was now comparable to when Tanthin activated his own special abilities. Two soldiers were thrown aside by T2's incredible speed. T2 grabbed a spear, and Qatar saw the situation was not looking good. He stepped in front of Tanthin, feeling the immense strength emanating from T2. As a warrior, Qatar knew he had to fight with courage, even against a more powerful foe. He raised his spear to block, but T2 sidestepped and struck with his own spear. The force of the blow snapped Qatar's spear, and he was thrown backward. His hands bled from the impact, and his spear trembled as he struggled to hold on. Before he could regain his composure, T2 attacked again. Qatar raised his spear to block a fatal blow aimed at his head. If it had hit, Qatar would have died. He was sent flying back, landing hard on the ground. Qatar realized that there was no time left and that this might be his final fight. T2 prepared to deal the finishing blow, but then, unexpectedly, he noticed someone behind him. Tanthin had jumped in to strike T2 from behind, but before he could land the blow, T2 quickly retaliated. Tanthin had to dodge and avoid the strike, realizing that T2 could see him coming even though he didn't seem to have eyes in the back of his head. Tanthin had activated his reflexes, slowing down the surroundings, using his heightened senses to maintain his usual speed. But T2's speed matched his own, and Tanthin was shocked at the extent of T2's abilities. Tanthin, who had previously been confident in his abilities, now felt like he was merely a stepping stone compared to T2's power. T2 launched another attack, and Tanthin dodged to the left, then to the right, and then backward, all while teasing T2. "What happened to your confidence? You're all talk. I guess you're just an empty barrel making noise." Tanthin almost tricked T2 into attacking him wrong, and T2 angrily smashed a wooden beam from the prison, saying, "You're dead for sure now." Tanthin was pushed into a corner, with T2's relentless attacks closing in on him. One soldier was grabbed by Qatar by the neck and lifted into the air. He panicked and called for help from those around him. Qatar threw him into the wall and shouted, "If you're so brave, come over here and try to fight me." One of the soldiers noticed Qatar seemed a little weakened and said, "They're pretending to be tough, brothers. Let's all charge and bring their heads back to T2." Hearing this, the group cheered and charged forward. Tanthin, still struggling with T2, saw that Qatar was surrounded and became worried. "Damn it," he thought, "the speed of these attacks is too fast. There's no time to call for backup." His plan was for Qatar to hold them off so he could break through the wall, but instead, it had put Qatar in danger. T2 continued to attack Tanthin. Tanthin jumped to dodge, but the table behind him was smashed in half. T2 sneered, "You still care about the safety of others? Aren't you trying to die fast enough?" Tanthin glanced over and saw that Jongnuk was also in a tough fight, surrounded by many soldiers. Jongnuk yelled, "Tanthin, hang on. Once I deal with this, I'll come to help you." Tanthin observed and calculated. Although Jongnuk and Hufo were powerful, they couldn't fight off 20 soldiers, especially since they also had to split their focus to rescue Tanthin. He needed to think of a way out. Suddenly, one soldier charged at Tanthin, shouting that his head was his. Tanthin was startled, but unexpectedly, T2 hit the soldier with his staff and cursed, "I told you to leave if you don't want to die. Can't you even listen? You dare to charge, you idiot." This sparked an idea in Tanthin's mind. He stood still and said to T2, You've been chasing me for so long, but you've never even touched a single hair on me. You're truly a useless waste. Hearing Tanthien's taunt, Tetu became furious and shouted, "You want to die." Tanthien turned and ran, shouting over his shoulder, "If you have the guts, come here and try to catch me. If you can't kill me, then you're the one who's worthless." Tanthien ran toward the group of soldiers, and they shouted in alarm, "Get back! Don't run this way! Run away!" Tanthien used his hunting speed to weave through the group of soldiers in front of him. Tetu, like a clueless player after a soccer match, didn't know what to do, just smashing anything that got in his way with his staff, not caring whether it was enemy or ally. Jonghuk and Hukfo, standing nearby, were confused, not knowing what was going on. Jonghuk turned to Hukfo and said, "This guy's completely lost it. This is the perfect chance to break out a remix and send him flying." Jonghuk and Hukfo jumped in to take down a few more soldiers. Jonghuk urged Hukfo to act quickly. "Tanthien really needs us." On the other side, Qatar was holding a soldier by the throat, but as he heard the soldiers calling out to protect Tetu, he noticed there were only 3 left. This'll be easy, he thought. He quickly lunged and stabbed one of them, and then struck another in the neck, coldly looking at the last soldier. "Your turn," he said, causing the soldier to sweat in fear. Meanwhile, Tanthien was running, taunting Tetu to follow him. "Come on, why are you running so slowly? If you keep going like this, you'll never catch me." Tetu was infuriated, chasing while yelling, "What are you doing? Playing tag? If you're so confident, turn around and face me." Tanthien replied, "Why would I stop? This is a game of grandson chasing the grandpa. Just keep chasing and we'll talk later." Tetu, infuriated, couldn't catch up, and just when he was about to blow his top, someone called his name. He spun around, furious, asking, "What is it now?" Only to see his soldiers lying motionless on the ground. His use of strength-enhancing drugs had caused an overwhelming surge of power inside him, which he couldn't control. Tanthien knew this and had been baiting him to eliminate his own soldiers. Tetu was about to shout again when Tanthien interrupted, "Tetu, you're incredible. Is this the power granted by the gods? You've made me really see things. One hit from you and the guts are spilling out." Another soldier's shoulder had been crushed, barely able to survive, and the worst case was someone who probably couldn't even be recognized by his own mother. Tetu, enraged, screamed, "Shut up! Kill him, someone!" But the soldiers, seeing the carnage, were too scared to act. Tanthien smirked, "Looks like your orders aren't as effective anymore." Tetu, fuming, shouted, "A bunch of cowards! Fine, leave it to me. I'll handle it all." Suddenly, a spear thrust was aimed at him. Tetu weaved through the 3 Qatar members, avoiding their attacks. Jonghuk and Hufo arrived and said, "We're here, hang in there a bit longer." The 3 stood in front of Tanthien to protect him. Qatar turned to Tanthien, "Go ahead and do what you need to do. Leave the rest to us." Tanthien nodded, "Hang in there, everyone," and quickly turned to leave, leaving the 3 Qatar members behind. "I'm relying on you," he said. Tanthien ran back toward the prison. Suddenly, he felt his body weakening. He knew he had reached his physical limit. He thought to himself, even though the Qatar group had the advantage in numbers, Tetu's strength was overwhelming, and they couldn't hold out for much longer. As for Tanthien, even though he had used points to exchange for talents, he couldn't use them in his current state. He had to hurry and open the laboratory as quickly as possible. Tetu, seeing Tanthien fleeing, turned angrily and shouted, trying to escape, "You should ask me if I'll allow that first." He ran after Tanthien, who was speeding away. Tanthien turned his head upon hearing a commotion, only to see Hukfo flying toward him. He caught Hukfo and asked, "Are you okay?" Hukfo replied, "I'm fine." Tanthien glanced over to see Qatar and Jonghuk struggling with Tetu. Tanthien recalled what Huang Jilim had once told him. There was a protective shield in the ring. In dangerous situations, he could activate the shield, but it would drain much of the ring's energy, leaving only a useless piece of metal afterward. Tanthien knew that if things continued like this, he wouldn't have time to open the laboratory. He would have to use his trump card, but it would come at a great cost and could affect his data. He might not even be able to return to his world. Hukvo spoke up. Can you extinguish the torches in the prison? Tanthin was puzzled. Extinguish all the torches? How? Hukvo replied confidently, in the dark, no one can beat me. Tanthin noticed that Hukvo's eyes were cloudy, lacking focus, meaning his vision was poor. But his hearing was extremely sharp. Tanthin agreed. All right, let's do it. He handed his sword to Hukvo and said, use this, it's much more effective than the stone spear in your hand. The two quickly ran to extinguish the torches, plunging everything into darkness. Hukvo stood behind T2 and struck at his hand with the sword. T2 screamed at the remaining soldiers, what are you doing? Get up and stop them. The soldiers yelled that they couldn't see anything because it was too dark. The entire area was surrounded, everyone fighting against the outside. T2, seeing Tanthin running, muttered, you think a few tricks can stop me? He was about to chase Tanthin when Hukvo intervened. T2 dodged Hukvo's strike, confused as to how his speed had increased so much. He realized it wasn't Hukvo moving faster, but his sharp ears had been trained to sense movement, helping him predict his actions. Hukvo wielded the sword with ease, making his attacks feel effortless. T2 realized he couldn't fight in the dark against Hukvo. He needed to stop Tanthin first. That was the real priority. Tanthin was heading toward the broken wall, and T2 knew it. He turned around and rushed, using his ring to light his way. But when he arrived, Tanthin was nowhere to be found. He screamed, if you're so tough, come out and face me. Though he couldn't see anything, T2 knew that with the enhancement from the drug, his senses had been amplified. By staying calm, he could use sound to track Tanthin. Meanwhile, Tanthin was hiding behind a pile of straw, thinking, this T2 is smart. He's adapted to the darkness, and with the light from the ring, Hukvo can't catch him off guard anymore. Tanthin had to come up with a plan quickly. If he waited until morning, they would all be done for. Suddenly, he heard shouting from the soldiers. Someone had been attacked and killed. Tanthin was unsure what was happening. The soldiers outside whispered to each other to stay calm and stay alert. Hukvo, holding his sword, stood like a predator waiting for the right moment. T2, furious, cursed his soldiers for being useless. Shut up, he shouted, as their noise made it impossible for him to hear anything around him. But in response, the only sound he heard was more cries for help. Tanthin was delighted. In the darkness, being able to act like this was all thanks to Hukvo. However, the chilling cries were enough to make anyone shiver. T2, your soldiers are about to be wiped out. What are you going to do? Tanthin thought. T2 realized that if this continued, his soldiers would all be killed, and he couldn't wait any longer. He ran toward his soldiers, shouting, come out if you dare. I'll kill all of you to show you my power. Then, he raised his staff and struck his own men. Personally, Tanthin thought this scene was karma, the kind of punishment someone deserves for their actions. Hukvo had returned to Tanthin's side, and Tanthin asked him about the situation over there. Hukvo wasn't sure but mentioned hearing many soldiers dropping to the ground to avoid T2's attacks. It seems he's gone mad, Hukvo said. Tanthin immediately understood that T2 was pretending to be insane to lure him into a trap. T2's feigned madness and his loud cries were meant to make Tanthin think the sound would cover his footsteps as he moved toward the stone wall. However, once Tanthin got close to the wall, the soldiers lying on the ground would surely notice him. Even though the soldiers didn't know T2's plan, they would make noise when Tanthin stepped on them, alerting T2 to his position. It was a clever tactic, but T2 had overlooked one detail. Tanthin whispered something to Hukvo's ear, and Hukvo left. T2, still pretending to be crazy, continued shouting. He knew that Tanthin's target was the stone wall, but he couldn't understand why Tanthin and his group had made no move yet. Suddenly, a stone flew toward him. Hearing the sound, T2 didn't know what was happening. Tanthin had moved to the other side, and T2 immediately swung his staff at the spot. More stones were thrown. T2 couldn't understand why there were so many noises. In his anger, he shouted, if you're so brave, come out. Stop with these petty tricks. Tanthin smiled and threw more stones. Earlier, Tanthin had instructed Hukfo to use the bamboo to water the wall to help him. Additionally, he had asked Hukfo to collect some more stones for him to use. Suddenly, the wall behind them shattered, and a blinding light shone out. Tanthin saw the light, but didn't know whether the door had opened. Titu didn't understand what was happening. Hukfo was standing in front as the wall broke apart when he added more water to it. Titu felt that this power was even stronger than the one in his ring. He had to leave quickly and remember the direction. Then he ran out, punching through a door to escape. When the soldiers saw Titu running away, they panicked, ignoring everything else and running after him. Jongduk, supported by Qatar, asked Tanthin, "Are we just letting them run away?" Tanthin said, "Let them go." He was relieved to have Hufo with him. Jonghuk noticed that Hufo had just fought Tetu in the darkness and asked, "How did you see that? How did you do it?" Qatar also found Hukfo amazing. Because Hufo had always lived in the dark, he had to rely on sound to perceive everything. The wall began to break apart more, revealing a gate with a triangular symbol in the middle. Tanthin was happy because it had finally opened. He raised his hand with the ring and cast a beam of light into the door. The door made a sound and slowly opened. Jongnuk asked, "Is this the temple where the goddess resides? Was that the voice of the goddess earlier? Is she inside here?" The three young men were stunned because they had never seen anything like this before, like country bumpkins entering the city for the first time. Tanthin patted Qatar on the back and said, "Let's go in." The group entered a modern corridor. Tanthin noticed that this place was a bit different from the laboratory on Island No. 2. After walking for a while, they reached a door that opened. Huan Yeoksu suddenly appeared and said to Tanthin, "What kind of gene did Yeo Jianpeng give you?" "The gene for recovery." She added, "Don't you see? After using that gene, your body has weakened." Jongnuk was surprised. He didn't know how Huan Yeoksu appeared and asked, "Is this the power of the goddess?" Tanthin didn't understand what she meant. He thought maybe Huan Yeoksu had seen his speed and thought he also used the same gene as Tetu. He asked Huan Yeoksu, "You've been watching from the beginning. Why are you saying that?" She replied, "I told you before, I met you because of the laboratory. At that time, the energy in the laboratory was almost gone, enough only for a one-time meeting. Only after you entered the laboratory and met the necessary conditions could I appear again. As for how I knew about the battle process, that's simple. I am also part of this place." Tanthin asked, "Are we just walking? Isn't there anything to transport us?" Huan Yeoksu replied, "The D3 laboratory is just a regional lab, not comparable to a large-scale laboratory. It only has a few things." Tanthin was happy to hear a few things, knowing that these few things must be useful. Huan Yeoksu snapped her fingers, and a spaceship appeared. She told everyone to get on. Once inside, she said the ship could drive itself and then sped off. As they passed a corner, the young men in the back were scared out of their wits. The spaceship flew to a room. Tanthin asked where they were, and he was told it was the medical room. Huan Yeoksu began to operate and open the door. She called Jonghuk, Qatar, and Hufo to lie down. Tanthin walked over to observe and asked, "Is this the thing from Longcha?" He then asked, "How long will it take for them to recover?" He learned that the effect wasn't miraculous. Qatar was seriously injured, and this could alleviate the pain while also introducing various fluids into the body to promote recovery. Qatar entered, and the door closed. Water began to flow from several tubes. The three men were confused and wondered if this treatment would drown them. Huan Yeoksu laughed and said, "Don't worry. The treatment here won't drown you. Just lie down comfortably." Qatar, seeing the water about to rise, took a deep breath, held it in, and dived down. But to his surprise, he felt fine. Huan Yeoksu noticed that the Qatar group trusted Tanthin a lot. Outside, the group led by Nick was running into the jail to assist Tanthin. They reached the laboratory door. Bakuma said, "No wonder Tanthin hasn't come out yet. He must have gone in here." Aruba asked if they should rush in, but Pokuma said, "Didn't you see Tetu running away with his tail between his legs? Trust me, Tanthin will be fine." Aruba replied, "In that case, we'll just wait outside. It's still a while before dawn, and we're all tired from the fight earlier. Let's rest here first. Rana agreed with this idea, saying he was thirsty and would go get some water for everyone. Inside the laboratory, Tanthin saw the treatment machine and thought it was great. He wanted to go in and try it out later. Wang Yeoksu said that although he was only exhausted, he could enter now if he wanted. She snapped her fingers and the treatment machine appeared. Tanthin was curious if there were any sedatives in the treatment fluid. Wang Yeoksu replied that the ingredients in the treatment water were mostly the same, but based on the condition of each person's injury, different medicines were added. Therefore, whether it contained sedatives or not, she wasn't sure. It would depend on the electroencephalogram results. Tanthin just wanted to sleep, but if something went wrong with the machines, he might end up dead, and Nick's group was still outside. He wanted to sleep, but he had to wait until everything was over first. Even though he was exhausted, he had to persist. Wang Yeoksu asked, "Why not use the method Yeo Jongpeng showed? It was clearly recorded in the video for you to use, but you gave up at the end." Tanthin took off the ring and said, "I don't want to look bad. If I use it, the data will disappear. And what exactly is that, Jean? If T2 didn't have it, I wouldn't have suffered like this." Wang Yeoksu said, "I need to explain first. When I was summoned back, I hadn't finished talking yet when I saw you looking for something. I asked, and you said you were looking for a seat. If possible, you wanted some popcorn and Coca-Cola. Aren't we supposed to watch a movie?" She then opened the video from Island No. 2, where Tanthin had watched a video of the two gods. She turned away and said, "If you don't want to listen to me, then forget it." Tanthin, seeing this scene, thought maybe she had been alone for so long that she needed someone to talk to in order to relieve her frustration. He sat down and smiled. "Go ahead, talk. It'll help pass the time. I need to get something from the ring anyway, and that will take a bit of time." Wang Yeoksu began speaking. The D3 laboratory and the D5 laboratory. After that incident, the time was affected. All the staff in the laboratory were in trouble, and only I survived. I put my consciousness into the computer. After the incident, the pentagon-shaped laboratory lost more than half of its energy. To prevent Island No. 2 from being destroyed and to keep the time data, the D5 laboratory went into a waiting state, trying to minimize energy consumption. It used all its strength to maintain its current condition. This was done so that someone could take the data and information from both D5 and D3 laboratories. But D3 was different because of time distortion. When energy was needed, it came from D5, but D3, due to the heavy damage from the lab incident, didn't need energy support. So despite both being affected by time, the D5 laboratory needed energy to maintain its state, while D3 didn't. That's why, after the incident, I'm still alive here. But after that day, I started investigating the cause of the incident. It took a whole year to figure everything out. According to the data, the electroencephalogram in the laboratory recorded at the time of the incident. Calculations began in reverse. This became the basis for returning to the old world. The process took a long time and was exhausting. Even though I became digitized at that point, I didn't feel tired, so it took nearly 60 years before I found a way to return to the original timeline. Tanthin immediately asked, "So you found a loophole and returned to the original timeline? Does that mean, even without this ring, you could still bring me back to the old world?" She smiled and said, "I told you the first time we met, the D3 laboratory could bring you back to the old world." After hearing this, Tanthin understood that it didn't matter if he had the ring or not. It wouldn't affect his return. Wang Yeoksu said, "However, this ring is still very important because the data in the laboratory is priceless. But for your group, it doesn't hold much value." Tanthin spat out a mouthful of blood because of the ring. After running around aimlessly, he finally learned this, and it was a bit of a shock. Tanthin sat there, listening as Wang Yeoksu continued. After the laboratory had fallen into a waiting state, when she found a way to return to the old world, she discovered that opening a time-space portal required an enormous amount of energy. Since the energy at D3 wasn't sufficient, she applied the methods from laboratory D5. Tanthin, hearing this, asked, "What do you mean by insufficient energy?" Wang Yeoksu explained, "The energy required for the time jump was beyond what I had imagined. Rather than giving you false hope, I'll be straightforward. I remember you come from the 21st century. The energy isn't enough for the portal to this current world. The energy required to open a portal to the 19th and 21st centuries. How much is needed, we can only determine through calculations. Tanthian asked her to clarify. Wang Yoksu replied, it's not a linear time jump. The further apart the points are, the more energy is needed. The jump from one point to another is determined by the distance between the two. You need computational power to figure out the exact result. Tanthian then asked if she had ever considered creating energy. If we can generate enough energy, wouldn't it be possible to supply whatever amount is needed? The D3 laboratory already had stored energy, so could they use that as a foundation and generate even more energy, for instance, by creating robots for repairs? At that moment, Tanthian and Wang Yoksu stood, looking at the screen. They saw soldiers outside trying to break the door with a wooden beam to force their way into the laboratory. Tanthian thought to himself, they really will stop at nothing. The people on this island, they're so determined to kill me that they ran away, but now want to come back again. It's strange that a laboratory that can withstand the flow of time can be breached by these guys. Let them break it down if they want. Tanthian turned to Wang Yoksu and mentioned the gene medicine. He learned that after the laboratory was shut down, Wang Yoksu had set up a boot program that would activate if anyone arrived. Additionally, to search for other humans, she had used radar to scan the surroundings. If there was anyone, the signal would be sent to the laboratory, but there was no one for a long time. 100 years later, when the laboratory entered a resting state, it was activated again. During that incident, the people of D3 laboratory were all in trouble. This meant that the ones who arrived were outsiders. However, when she saw what they called humans, she realized they were Maya people from ancient times. They arrived in this world with over 20 Maya tribes, nearly 1,000 people, and they were scattered around the laboratory area. Wang Yoksu didn't intend to interfere with them. But after observing, she saw that some creatures in the D3 laboratory had mutated due to coming into this world. These creatures could be fatal to the Maya people. Because she couldn't bear to watch them die there, she decided to help them. She used radar to send images to the tribes, and her sudden appearance with distorted images caused the Maya people to worship her as a deity. From then on, a dependent relationship was established. Under her guidance, they gained knowledge and achieved great progress, but this was only for their own Maya civilization. Hearing this, Tanthian was stunned and asked, "Did you teach them Maya civilization and knowledge?" Wang Yoksu replied that she did teach them, but she warned him not to look at her with such a horrified expression and to let her finish speaking. While teaching, I mentioned energy issues and thought I could have the Maya people do something about it. So I took the identity of a deity and gave them solar panels. Then I fell into a deep sleep again to conserve energy. During this time, thanks to the foundation I had taught them, in over 300 years, the Maya people reached the level of knowledge and culture they have now. That Maya pyramid is a product of their development, and its purpose is to place solar panels on top. The higher it is placed, the better the results. Tanthian now realized that the Maya pyramid was actually a column for placing solar panels. Wang Yoksu added, using it for sacrifices is also true, because after all, it's a special tradition in their culture, not something I taught them. Tanthian asked why the solar panels had been damaged. Wang Yoksu explained that it was the Maya people who had destroyed everything. When she awakened for the second time, the development level of the Maya had reached a new height, and their population had grown to tens of thousands. By this time, the Maya had gained a deeper understanding of knowledge. She had intended to find the smartest among them to become her disciples and pass on the second phase of knowledge. They learned about the D3 laboratory and understood that she was not a deity, yet they still respected her. She was very pleased once the knowledge transfer was completed, and she gave them rings to aid in their learning. After all, her existence consumed the energy of the laboratory. Additionally, she left behind a vial of jealousy serum, which was much stronger than the one the team leader of that era, Tanthian, had injected. The serum enhanced physical strength and increased perception. She did this because she wanted to ensure the safety of her students as they carried the responsibility of spreading civilization, and there could be no mistakes. The Maya had always protected the solar panels and had accumulated a significant amount of energy. She thought everything would go smoothly, but she never expected that about 100 years later, the descendants of her students would all become Titus, taking on the responsibilities of the previous generation. Over generations, the Titus evolved, and eventually, one appeared with great ambition. Tanthin looked at the screen and asked, "Is it that tattoo outside?" Wang Yeoxu clarified that it was not, but his words had reminded her. She raised her hand, and a red aura enveloped it. The door made a sound, and a laser shot out, piercing through the forehead of the tattoo, causing him to fall backward. The soldiers, seeing this, were horrified and quickly turned to flee, thinking that the tattoo had offended a deity and was being punished. Nick and Pokuma also witnessed this scene and felt fortunate that they had not acted rashly. Wang Yeoxu said that there had been a chance to live, but he didn't cherish it. Someone who no longer feared death and was beyond saving was better off dead to prevent harming others. Tanthin asked who this tattoo she mentioned was. Wang Yeoxu replied that it was Qin Tian. The early Maya often had the habit of using objects from daily life as names, such as black bear, white dog, or porcupine. But unlike the previous tattoo, who presented themselves as wise men, he was highly ambitious. After becoming a disciple of a tattoo, he began to devise dirty schemes to seize the entire Maya kingdom for himself. After becoming a tattoo, he secretly sent people to assassinate other tattoo and covertly took control of the king's power. Then, under the pretense of my authority, he established a hereditary monarchy under the rule of divine kingship, ushering in an era where divine authority was supreme. Through various means and the efforts of successive generations, the Maya kingdom eventually fell into the hands of the Wang Hakyu family. Tanthin remarked that this all seemed too troublesome. Why not just overthrow the poor king and replace him outright? There would be no need for such theatrics like that Tao's ancestor pretending to be a divine ruler issuing commands to the vassals. Then he was told that this was precisely the terrifying part of Wang Hakyu. He kept the king not out of kindness, but as a scapegoat. When faced with natural disasters or unsolvable problems, the king would be used to bear the blame. At this point, Tanthin understood. In such cases, the king would be sacrificed. Wang Yeoxu confirmed this, saying they would accuse the king of incompetence in governance and offending the gods, then sacrifice the king to stabilize the people's hearts and maintain order during such times. To eliminate potential threats to his rule, Wang Hakyu initially sealed this laboratory with large stones and built it into the pyramid that exists today. He then gradually destroyed the solar panels. Tanthin found it odd and asked why she hadn't dealt with all of them like she had killed that tattoo earlier. Wang Yeoxu explained that when she found out about everything, it was already done. All of it had been recorded by the radar's materials, meaning by the time she knew, it was too late. She had also considered going outside, but the laboratory door wouldn't open. She had no choice but to lock the energy source of the lab and ensure that as much energy as possible flowed into the lab to prevent the D3 laboratory from collapsing. She had kept some energy in reserve for when she would awaken. So when she met Tanthin, she told him that she didn't have enough energy to help his group before entering the lab. Judging by the tattoo's appearance, the knowledge of the laboratory must have been lost by his generation. While they were talking, an alarm suddenly went off. Tanthin was surprised when he saw the screen. The king was leading a group of people to bring sacrifices and kneel to beg for divine forgiveness, shouting for mercy. Tanthin realized that the soldiers must have reported the death of the tattoo to the king, who now thought it was a consequence of the god's anger, leading to this spectacle. Tanthin asked Wang Yeoxu what they should do now. She said they should deceive them. Since the tattoo's death, no one knew the truth. Whatever she said now, they would believe it completely. She appeared before the Maya people and declared that the tattoo had been so bold as to enter the temple and was deserving of death. However, since they had realized their mistake, she would forgive them. The whole crowd cheered with joy. Tanthin watched this and felt as though he was looking at his own past. Initially, he had deceived his people to protect his life, spreading the lie that he was innocent. Over time, the role of innocence that he had pretended at first had become real. Now, he had to lead them forward to justify the trust they had placed in him. Outside, Wang Yeoxu was teaching some young Maya people, saying, "Listen carefully. Tan Thien is the incarnation of my deity. Here, everything must follow him." Tan Thien heard this and was frustrated. With the situation as it was, if he tried to clarify that he was an ordinary person, no one would believe him. Suddenly, the healing machine made a noise and emitted a puff of smoke. Tan Thien saw this and knew it was over. The door to the room opened and three people, Jonghuk, Hukfo, and Qatar, came out, and Tan Thien saw that their wounds had healed completely. Jonghuk, excited, said that after just one nap, all the pain had vanished. Hukfo suggested they rest for another month, and they would be fully recovered. Tan Thien asked Hukfo if his eyesight had improved, but Hukfo shook his head, saying that the congenital injury could not be healed by the healing fluid. Tan Thien thanked the two of them, as their presence had helped him with a big issue. Jonghuk had followed Hukfo here, and Hukfo had overheard their conversation. He then told Jonghuk that they came to repay a debt of gratitude, offering to help if needed. At first, they had only planned to follow along, stepping in to help only if danger arose. When Huang Yuxu entered again, Tan Thien asked if everything was settled outside. He was told that everything was okay and that the results were already in. Tan Thien was surprised by how quickly things had been done. Huang Yuxu explained that there were both pros and cons. The energy in the laboratory wasn't enough to open a portal to Tan Thien's time. They could only open a portal to the Maya people's time. Tan Thien felt that his luck had taken a turn for the worse. Huang Yuxu further explained that the energy in the laboratory was constantly leaking, and in less than 100 years, it would collapse, causing the place to sink to the bottom of the ocean. If they could open a portal to the Maya people, it would be a great stroke of luck. Hearing this, Tan Thien was demoralized, feeling that it was just too much to hope for. Tan Thien then asked Huang Yuxu if they could use solar panels. He remembered she had mentioned that robots needed a lot of energy to function, and if they converted the robots into Maya people, the kingdom's workforce would increase significantly. Huang Yuxu informed him that transforming robots into Maya people would indeed be beneficial, but accumulating enough energy would take a long time. She feared that by the time Tan Thien's group died here, it still wouldn't be enough. Instead, they could try their luck with the egg-shaped laboratory. Tan Thien sighed in resignation, and hearing about the egg-shaped laboratory, was curious and asked what it was. Huang Yuxu revealed that the egg-shaped laboratory was the central laboratory in Zone 3 of the biological cycle area. The core of the lab was located outside and had significantly more energy than this place. All Tan Thien needed to do was find the core and borrow the energy from the devices there, and returning to his original world would be easy. Tan Thien, hearing this, was overjoyed. There was still a chance to return. But feeling frustrated, he asked Huang Yuxu if she had intentionally left out important details to hurt him when delivering bad news. She feigned ignorance. Tan Thien then asked how they could get to the egg-shaped laboratory. He had noticed an issue with the ring, which was supposed to take them to Zone 3, but had instead brought them here. He was surprised to learn that the issue wasn't with the ring, but with Zone 3 of the biological cycle area. The after-effects of an experiment mishap had caused all living beings in Zone 3 to be pulled in, leading to pieces of the continent breaking apart and drifting around the world. Because the second island area was the first to be affected, its inhabitants were unaware that Zone 3 had been destroyed. However, the people there had designed the ring and used a method that pointed directly to the laboratory. Tan Thien realized that if Zone 3 hadn't been destroyed, the ring would have worked fine. But now that Zone 3 had collapsed into fragments, when the ring searched for the D3 laboratory, it had mistaken it for the egg-shaped lab. No matter how they tried to get to the lab, it would always lead them to the same place, the D3 area. Huang Yuxu confirmed this and mentioned that she had made some repairs to the ring. Now, it would correctly point to the egg-shaped laboratory. She handed Tan Thien 2 rings, with the spare one having the protection plate transferred from the original ring. This would ensure that he wouldn't lose any data in the future. Tan Thien then asked her if there were any genetic serum vials that Tetu had used. He planned to use them to enhance some of his soldiers, making them much stronger. Hearing this, Huang Yuxu smiled and pointed to the screen, showing the corpse of Tetu. Tan Thien looked at the body in shock, not recognizing it at first, but noticing the familiar clothes. She asked if Hyo Jiangpeng hadn't told him about it. With a wave of her hand, a laser shot out from the door and incinerated the body. Wang Yeoksu explained that while the serum was powerful, it had side effects. Tanthin knew she was worried about him suffering those side effects, so he told her that his speed wasn't due to that type of gene. Since being caught in the time rift, he had felt a breakthrough that made him faster than ordinary people. He didn't mention the special pen system he had, which would have surprised her even more. Without any serum, Tanthin had achieved the speed he had. Wang Yeoksu then leaned close to him, scanning his body with a machine. She was astonished as the time rift had mutated his body. According to the data, Tanthin's physical condition surpassed 99.9% of those in his original era, placing him in the advanced category. This made her want to check his body thoroughly. Tanthin, feeling uncomfortable, sweated and quickly declined the check. She informed him that the serum took life to exchange for power. After administering the injection, Tetu could live for 10 more years, but this was a semi-finished product. If they used an incomplete version, the side effects would be even worse. Wang Yeoksu knew of 7 types of serums that were primarily used to treat congenital diseases or liver deficiencies. While they wouldn't have much effect on Tanthin, there was one called Timquin that could potentially extend his lifespan to its limit. She said that this serum might work for him. Hearing this, Tanthin immediately extended his hand, but Wang Yeoksu dismissed him, saying it wasn't available. The serum in her era was a very precious item, not something easily obtainable. She suggested it might be found in the egg-shaped laboratory. Tanthin thought it made sense. A serum related to lifespan wouldn't be sold casually like candy. Wang Yeoksu added that the equipment there was similar to what was found on the second island. He shouldn't get his hopes up about taking anything. However, the treatment rooms could be used multiple times, so he could use them whenever he needed. Tanthin, startled, declined the offer, thinking it best to wait for another time. He feared that if he fell asleep there, he might wake up to a knife in his back. Tanthin asked Wang Yeoksu if there was anything else. She told him to get on the vehicle, and they sped off just like when they entered. When they reached the exit, 2 young men got off the vehicle and immediately vomited. Wang Yeoksu gave them a cheerful farewell and began to vanish. Tanthin thought to himself that once was enough for such a send-off. Suddenly, Qatar tapped Tanthin on the shoulder, signaling something. Looking around, he saw the Maya people kneeling and shouting "Divine Messenger." At that moment, Nick and the others emerged. Tanthin asked if everyone was okay, and Nick reported that they were fine, with only Rana suffering minor injuries. Tanthin was relieved that no one had been seriously hurt. After a long day, he suggested they all go eat together. The scene shifted to a boat, where the children were playing with a pack of wolves, and everyone was happily chatting, thankful for Tanthin, who had made these peaceful moments possible. On a nearby mangrove forest boat, Jessica and Deeplam were drawing a bird. Jessica explained it was a kind of pheasant, a species from the tropical rainforest, resembling aquatic birds and cranes. She needed to sketch it for research. Deeplam, however, was struggling to bear the smell and almost gagged. Jessica urged Deeplam to hold it together, explaining that the stench of the bird was what made it famous. Suddenly, a bird from Sadiu flew over, startling the pheasant, which jumped into the water to escape. Jessica was furious, saying Sadiu had scared her research subject away. She wished it would bring good news, or she would cook it instead. The Sadiu bird landed on Deeplam's hand, handing her a letter. Deeplam smiled and reassured Jessica that she was only joking. They opened the letter and were surprised by the information it contained. In such a short time, Tanthin's group had faced so many dangerous situations, and they had no idea when they would be able to return. Meanwhile, at the temple, Tanthin's group was having a feast. Tanthin raised a toast, celebrating their survival. Just then, a servant came in and announced that 5 goats had been roasted outside. She asked if they should be brought in. Tanthin agreed and asked her to pass on his well wishes to the king, expressing his satisfaction with the meal and wishing the king good health. The servant left and Tanthin retired to his room to rest. As he lay down, the ring suddenly began to glow. Wang Yeoksu made a video call to him. He asked her if something was wrong, and he learned that Wang Yeoksu had finished opening the portal. In a few days, it would be ready, and he could arrange his time to go. Tanthin was overjoyed to hear this. It was ready so soon. He had thought it would take a few months to repair the portal. He planned to use that time to stock up on more food on the ship. He immediately left, saying he would go to the laboratory. He was on his way when he thought about how the repair could be done in one evening. Wouldn't it take time to go back as well? Was Huang Yoxu trying to push him away? Tanthin arrived at the energy room, opened the door, and entered, only to find Huang Yoxu in a swimsuit, sunbathing on the beach. When she saw Tanthin had arrived, she snapped her fingers and the projection vanished, returning to the laboratory setting. Tanthin saw an energy core and thought it might be the energy center of the lab. Tanthin approached and said he wanted to delay the time portal's opening. Could it be postponed? He wanted to collect enough supplies before leaving. Huang Yoxu replied that it was already too late. With the energy available here, the portal could only be maintained for a year. Once activated, it would start a countdown, and the island's ecosystem would collapse for safety reasons. She advised Tanthin to leave within half a month. She knew he was worried because from D3 laboratory to a 1 laboratory, with his ship's speed, it would take only half a year. So, collecting supplies in half a month was enough. Tanthin asked if they already had specific coordinates. She said they were in the ring. She had already input the data there. There was a lot of information Tanthin hadn't seen yet. Tanthin admitted he hadn't paid attention to it because he was so tired after dealing with Tetu the previous day. He asked Huang Yoxu if she, like Yeo Jiangpeng, was a data entity. If the laboratory collapsed, would she cease to exist? Huang Yoxu confirmed that biologically she was already dead, and now she was just a dataset. Keeping her in the lab served no purpose, but meeting Tanthin and retrieving the data was a joy for her. She had been alone for so long, with all of her colleagues dead, and it had become a form of suffering. Tanthin thanked her for her dedication to preserving the laboratory. Her contribution to science was immense. Huang Yoxu turned and told Tanthin to leave so she could continue sunbathing. She didn't want to be disturbed if there was nothing important. Tanthin scratched his head and said goodbye. As he turned to leave, Huang Yoxu wiped away a tear. Tanthin returned to the temple and met with the others. He told them that in a few days he would leave the island. Zhonghuk asked where he was going, and Tanthin replied that they would be going somewhere far. Zhonghuk wanted to follow Tanthin, but Tanthin told him he had a place to go. Huang Yoxu would take the Maya people to a more prosperous and larger place than here. Tanthin knew they wouldn't listen to him if he told the truth, so he used this excuse to make them accept it. It was better for them to return to their original place than to follow him to an uncertain location. Zhonghuk laughed and said he had wanted to visit another place for a long time, especially a better place, so he had to see it. Qatar also congratulated him. Then Tanthin started preparing the supplies to leave, and everyone offered to help him. Tanthin called the king to mobilize the workforce to help them prepare their belongings. After that, he read the data from the ring. In the morning, he went around to see if there were any good items, asking the guards to collect them. In the evening, he visited Huang Yoxu to gather information about the future to ease her loneliness. On the 5th day, the preparations were complete. Under the protection of the guards, Tanthin's group was ready to leave. Tanthin was glad to have a familiar team, and with the escort, the journey back might be 2 days shorter. He noticed Hufo seemed down, and he knew this farewell might be the last time they saw each other. On the beach, the people on the ship were waiting for Tanthin's return. Finally, Tanthin's group arrived back. He waved at everyone. Jessica and Deeplam ran over to hug him, welcoming him back and saying they missed him. On the beach, Tanthin gave a gift to Solom and Zhongnuk. Ajak picked it up and saw it was a wooden bird. She remarked that the bird's head was huge and ugly, while Solom thought it was very cute. Tanthin handed the bird to Daidia, saying it was a farewell gift. He told Daidia to keep it carefully and remember there was an older brother who loved him when it grew up. On the other side, Deeplam and Jessica talked about how this farewell might be the last chance to meet again, and that's why they cherished the moment. After a while, Tanthin returned and was informed that all the supplies had been loaded onto the wooden ship. Everyone said their goodbyes and left. As night fell, the people on the ship were celebrating. Jessica and Deeplam were very concerned about Tanthine, bringing him food because they knew the trip had been hard and he wouldn't be able to eat enough. Seeing this, Tanthine felt a bit scared. Nick was about to say something, but Tanthine quickly covered his mouth. In a letter to Deeplam, he wrote that he had been living a tough life, and if the two of them knew he had been eating well, it would be a huge embarrassment. When Jessica and Deeplam heard him say the trip was difficult, they said they would eat their fill and then serve him with a massage. Tanthine, being the good brother, politely refused the offer. As the night grew late, Tanthine sat in his private room on the ship. Even though he was exhausted, he had to list the supplies he had gathered. He saw that food was no longer an issue. Tanthine yawned, feeling very tired, and decided to rest for the day. He would depart the next day for the egg laboratory. The departure time had come, and his group was preparing to cross through the stormy area. Qatar noticed the storm seemed unusual, but Tanthine reassured him that it would only have a slight impact. The group should sit tight and push through. The ship entered the stormy area again. As before, Tanthine directed the tribespeople, while Jessica steered the ship. After a while, the ship successfully passed through the storm. Tanthine noticed that this time, everyone was calm, which was an improvement. Qatar commented that since they had already been through 2 storms, they were used to it now. But then Qatar wondered why Tanthine had gathered everyone. Tanthine explained that he had good news for everyone. He raised his hand with the ring, and Wan Yuxu appeared, surprising the group. She teased Tanthine, commenting on the ship's cozy atmosphere, warning him to be careful about his health, which made everyone blush. Jessica, seeing Wan Yuxu, complimented her, saying she looked very attractive. The two of them exchanged compliments, making it seem like they were long-lost acquaintances. Tanthine saw how enthusiastic the two of them were and told Wan Yuxu not to procrastinate any longer and get to the main task. She then opened the image of Maya City. At Tanthine's request, she would open the time portal and send the Maya people back to their correct time. The image was displayed on the screen in Maya City. Everything started shaking. Outside, everyone was astonished when they saw the screen. Inside the city, the Maya people were also panicking, not knowing what was happening. People knelt and prayed, speaking about how the goddess would take them to a place with more abundant food. The pyramid was enveloped in a red light, and the energy core began to activate. A red beam of light shot up from the laboratory, reaching the sky, creating a vortex accompanied by lightning. The Maya people thought this was the goddess' anger. Suddenly, one person was engulfed by the red light and was pulled into the sky. Then, a second person was covered by the light, followed by many others, all lifted into the vortex. Afterward, all the Maya natives were pulled up, and the red light faded. The vortex gradually disappeared, and the sky returned to its original clarity. All the people were taken, leaving only the objects the Maya had used. Tanthine was focused on the screen when someone called out to Wan Yuxu. Her body slowly began to disappear. Everyone was startled and confused, not knowing what was happening to her. She explained that the energy had run out. She wished everyone a smooth journey. She wanted to say many things to Tanthine, but all she could do was thank him. She thanked him for coming to find her and talking with her during her lonely final days after centuries of solitude. Then her body started to break apart. She told Tanthine to take care, as the energy core was depleted. Everything on the peninsula would fall into darkness. Tanthine reassured everyone that the Maya people had been taken to a better place by the goddess. He told everyone to disperse. Deeplam, Jessica, and Nick saw Tanthine standing silently, gazing at the sea. Jessica suggested they should comfort him because he might be sad about Wan Yuxu, but Deeplam said it was better to leave him alone for now. Elsewhere, the Maya people had been successfully transported. They didn't know where they were. Ajak thought it looked similar to the place they had lived before. They soon realized their belongings were missing and everything had been left behind. Hukvo laughed and said, "Well, let's start over from scratch, Jonghuk." Jonghuk, upon realizing their belongings had been left behind, asked Ajak if she remembered the 5 parables Tanthine had mentioned on the way. He needed to quickly write them down or he would forget. The king stood up and declared that this was the place the goddess had chosen for the Maya tribe. They would build houses here and establish a nation based on their old system, though slavery would be abolished. However, at this moment, no one knew what to do next. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a heavy rainstorm began. The king told everyone to seek shelter from the rain first. On the ship, the children were playing with a pack of wolves, riding them and shouting that they would defeat the Demon King. Deep Lamb told the children to slow down, and Jessica commented that children indeed had a lot of energy. Jessica suddenly noticed something on the ship. Tanthine was lying in his room. He saw that his points in the D3 system had increased a little after the trip, but not as much as he had expected. Before entering D3, he had 18,000 points. On the way to Thanban, he had bought 2 field survival manuals and modern technical manuals, spending 9,000 points. After crafting rubber and lights, he earned 3,000 and 2,000 points respectively. He also made medicine, gaining another 7,000 points. After the battle with Tetu, Tanthine realized how important it was to change his abilities. If a life-threatening situation arose, there wouldn't be time for a change. He decided to switch to a skill that gave him strength like an ox. Initially, he thought martial arts speed would be the best, but after acquiring the speed of a leopard and a cat, his speed was still not fast enough. He needed to increase it further. Tanthine clicked on the mystical merchandise and found that the manuals were sold separately. No wonder the items in the system didn't have explanations. It had all been calculated. However, he couldn't resist buying the abilities that could be understood, such as the sensitivity of the leopard and cat. The others he didn't understand. The system displayed the energy needed to successfully purchase the items. Tanthine lay down, holding his head, because every time he received information, it caused a headache. But this time, there was no pain. When he checked the system, he saw changes that required less energy. After obtaining this new ability, when the host had enough energy, their recovery abilities would increase exponentially. It could also improve certain body functions. Tanthine had originally thought this ability would block all his energy, making him undetectable by animals, but it turned out to be an ability to hold his breath. He found this ability very interesting. There was also the option to resist poison, but it required 15,000 points, which was all his assets. Tanthine thought it was better to wait until he was in a critical situation to change it. As for time, he decided to pay attention to the system, where geometric patterns appeared along with the formulas for each ring. Tanthine thought this wasn't something for someone like him to study and figured that he just needed to look at the geographical layout of the A1 area in the egg laboratory. He decided to name the 2 rings. The one with information would be called the 5-sided ring, and the one with the defensive mechanism given by Huan Yoxu would be called the D3 ring. These 2 rings could communicate like a foam in this world, which made them very useful. Suddenly, his cup of water in the room started shaking. Tanthine didn't know what was happening when Jessica announced over the ship's intercom that they were entering a high-speed lane and the speed was increasing. Everyone should hold on. Tanthine didn't understand why they were on a high-speed lane. He went up on deck and asked Jessica about it. Deep Lamb called Tanthine to come quickly and see. Tanthine went to observe and saw a huge whirlpool. Jessica smiled and said that she had guessed their answers but was wrong. She explained that this was an ocean current, and it was a high-speed current moving at 8 kilometers per hour. What Tanthine saw was the result of the whirlpool's speed, which created this effect. At this moment, Tanthine remembered something from his geography lessons. The definition of a current. It is a flow that moves at a stable speed and in a specific direction, a large-scale movement that flows from sea level or perpendicular to an area. It is the primary form of water movement. Now, he understood why the ship's speed was so fast. With the speed of the ship combined with the ocean current, it was indeed very fast. This could be called a highway on the sea. Deep Lamb thought it would be great if the current continued to flow toward Area A1. Jessica disagreed, saying it might not go exactly as planned. But if things continued as they were, it would be incredibly lucky. They could reach their destination in just 4 months. Tanthine suggested they go back to the control room because the wind outside was too strong. Once inside, Deep Lamb finally understood why the Mayan people had such an advanced civilization. Jessica knew about the Mayans because people from the future had passed on their knowledge to them. America, the homeland of the Mayans, was where the classical era exploded. The Mayan civilization was divided into 3 periods: the pre-classic, the classic, and the post-classic, with the classic period being the most glorious. It was especially remarkable, as there was no gradual development. That's why modern archaeology has speculated a lot about Mayan civilization. Based on paintings, arrows, flying figures, and people from different timelines, some theorize that the Mayan civilization came from outside the timeline and was supported by extraterrestrials. Jessica got very excited as she spoke. To this day, archaeologists have not reached a unified conclusion about the Mayans, but now she knew all the secrets inside. No wonder the Mayans had such advanced knowledge of astronomy. It turns out their teachers were high-level scientific researchers from the future. However, she didn't know why their calendar system was like that. Tanthin explained that their calendar system was based on the one from the era of Huanyoksu, who came from the position of the large planets of that time. They were similar to us, which caused clear discrepancies. That's why the original calendar system was not entirely adequate. To suit agricultural work and rest periods, she had scientifically calculated adjustments to the calendar system. When she passed on her knowledge, she also passed on this calendar system. So, this was the reason the Maya used a calendar similar to ours, but with some differences. Outside, Pokuma was on guard, using binoculars to observe a ship in the distance moving toward them. He immediately reported to Tanthin, "I've spotted a ship coming this way." Tanthin, Jessica, and Deeplam went outside to investigate. Jessica thought the ship looked familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Tanthin felt the same. Jessica wondered if it was the ghost ship they had encountered before. Tanthin confirmed that it was indeed the same ship. Deeplam was surprised to encounter it again. Everyone gathered to observe the ship. The chief didn't understand who these black-clad people were, so Tanthin explained that they were wealthy merchants. Alex commented on how large the ship was and wondered how many people and how much money it took to build such a huge ship. Nick thought the ship looked really cool. Pokuma, still observing through binoculars, said this time he could see clearly, perhaps because the fog had cleared. Nick agreed, noting that they couldn't see as clearly last time, but now it was clear. He could see that the ship had a black flag with skulls on it. Tanthin was startled and realized something was wrong. He immediately took the binoculars and confirmed what Pokuma said. This time, the details were much clearer, and he could see that the flag was indeed a pirate flag. "Get everyone back inside the ship and stay there. Don't go outside," Tanthin ordered. Jessica asked if there was any danger. Tanthin told her to just follow his orders, and he would explain later. Tanthin instructed Qatar to prepare for defense and to get ready to launch the oars. He knew these people had bad intentions, and that they needed to act quickly to avoid them. Tanthin was startled when he observed the ship was already deploying its oars and heading toward their ship. He hadn't expected them to be actively chasing after them. Qatar didn't know why the ghost ship was pursuing them. Nick commented that the people on the other ship were very different from what she expected. She had never seen anyone so pale. Tanthin, hearing Nick, took the binoculars to observe. He saw that the people on the other ship were also looking toward theirs. He had expected them to be ruthless-looking, fierce pirates, but instead, the group appeared well-dressed and carried guns. It seemed like a military force, led by someone with a noble presence. He wanted to observe further, but the people on the other ship thought Tanthin's ship was a ghost ship. When they saw that Tanthin's ship had oars and could still move, they found it miraculous. Maybe it was inhabited by spirits. One of them, the one with a squinting eye, cursed the ghost ship for being a trick to stay afloat. The captain, Charlie, told him not to be so bold and that if the ship was real, they shouldn't attack it recklessly. "This is a treasure ship," he added. The one with the squinting eye couldn't understand why it would be called a treasure ship. The captain explained that if they wanted to give the ship to the king, they would be rewarded with an ancient city. Sword, meanwhile, was drinking a bottle of liquor, enjoying life at sea, but complaining about the lack of women. He said he couldn't stand it anymore. Charlie told him to keep it together, saying ghost ships didn't have women. Tanthin, still observing with the binoculars, could clearly hear their conversation in English. He realized that the ship ahead was not an illusion, but a real ship. Before, he had seen a projection of this ship, and now he was sure it had also seen a projection of his own ship. He couldn't let them discover his identity. The ship now was real, not a ghost ship. Tanthin knew he had to speed up as much as possible to get away from them. Charlie called off the pursuit, saying it wasn't worth it. Tanthin sighed with relief, thinking that as long as they remained silent and quickly left, they would be safe. But suddenly, Sword threw the bottle of liquor with great force, and Tanthin realized something was wrong. The bottle flew past him and shattered on the deck, startling everyone. Tanthin shouted, "Prepare for defense, there are enemies." Jessica still didn't understand what was happening. He told Dplam and Jessica to quickly push the ship's speed to the maximum, then turned and ran. Tanthin called for the Rana team to get to the crossbows and prepare for battle. He himself aimed and prepared to fire. He needed to gain the upper hand first. At that moment, the squint-eyed man shouted, "The ghost ship is real." He used binoculars to observe and saw that Tanthin's ship had women on board. He immediately called his crew to speed up and head toward Tanthin's ship. Tanthin's group was surprised to see their ship gaining on them. Their speed was increasing rapidly, but despite the maximum speed of Tanthin's ship, they couldn't shake them off. Tanthin knew that their enemies had a larger crew, frequently changing positions. The squint-eyed man was getting frustrated because Tanthin's ship was getting faster. With only the manpower on their ship, they wouldn't be able to outrun them for long. Charlie told everyone to stay calm, saying there was no rush. He ordered his crew to prepare the grappling hooks. He encouraged his men, saying, "The beauties and treasures are all for you, now show your strength." The grappling hooks were aimed at Tanthin's ship. Tanthin saw this and knew something was wrong. The captain ordered the hooks to be launched, and a series of grappling hooks shot out, embedding deep into the stern of Tanthin's ship. Sword laughed, watching as the ship was hooked, and Tanthin's group could no longer escape. He ordered the A and B squads to secure the hooks, while others provided cover with firearms to give time for the ship's takeover. Pokuma and Pohama climbed to the crossbows to shoot down the enemies who were trying to climb the chains attached to the hooks. Sword, seeing this, furiously ordered his men to fire their rifles to kill the remaining men. Tanthin yelled for everyone to escape into the ship's cabin. They all ran inside. On the other side, rifle fire started to target Tanthin's ship. Tanthin, hiding inside, noticed that the rifle's power wasn't too strong. Given the distance, the shots only pierced one layer of wood. Dplam's group should be fine, so they decided to stay hidden for now. Tanthin discussed with his group that the rifle would need time to reload, and that time would be their chance. Nick and Qatar were in charge of dealing with the men trying to climb over the hooks to board the ship. Pokuma and Pohama found an advantageous position to eliminate the riflemen. Suddenly, Tanthin heard gunshots. He found it strange because he usually relied on his heartbeat to calculate timing. But this time, the time between shots was just a few seconds. Tanthin then realized that the enemies were dividing into groups, taking turns shooting, shortening the interval between shots and creating a constant suppression. They were determined to hunt down and kill the Rana group. Tanthin decided that they needed to get rid of the grappling hooks if they were to escape. Pokuma said there wasn't enough time because the enemies were almost there. Tanthin considered the difference in numbers and the weaponry suppression. If they let the enemies target the ship, it would be over. Qatar was about to risk himself and go outside to buy time for the others. Tanthin decided to go out alone, telling everyone to wait for his signal. Everyone was alarmed and wanted to go with him. Tanthin went outside, raised his hand, and wore a ring that started glowing, making everyone think it was some kind of power. Tanthin held his hand forward and activated a shield to block a series of bullets. He was relieved that the shield worked. Tanthin shouted for Qatar and the others to get ready for a counterattack. His group immediately charged forward. Qatar lunged forward, using his shoulder to knock one enemy away. Nick jumped up and used his boot to deliver a powerful kick to another. Pokuma shot one through the chest. Seeing their comrades fall quickly, the enemy soldiers began to panic. One soldier said he wanted to go back home to his mother, since she was old and no one was taking care of her. Another soldier asked, Can you let me go back? I'll tear up my life just to fix this mistake. Tanthin, still holding the shield to protect everyone, realized that with the strength of their ship, they couldn't defeat the enemies. They had to act quickly and make them too scared to continue, or at least disable them so they couldn't return. Otherwise, the ship would be in grave danger. At this moment, Tanthin shouted for everyone not to hold back and to go all out and knock them out. Captain Charlie, standing on the other side of the ship, saw Tanthin using the shield to block the bullets and thought they were immortal gods. Sword asked, "Aren't you afraid of bullets?" and then ordered his men to prepare the cannons. The soldiers aimed the cannons at Tanthin's group. Tanthin, sensing the danger, immediately warned everyone to be careful and take cover behind him. The enemies fired the cannons. Tanthin raised the shield, whispering to himself, "I must block this." The cannonball hit the shield with immense force, causing Tanthin to feel numb all over. After the shot, he yelled for everyone to counterattack. A series of arrows were shot out. One arrow pierced through 2 enemies, and 2 others hit the men operating the cannon. Tanthin was glad that the shield was so effective. It could even block cannonballs. It only left his arms a little numb, but that was manageable. Just as he was celebrating, the ring emitted a sound. He looked at it and realized that it had exhausted all its energy. Tanthin saw that the current situation couldn't be solved quickly. He needed to think of another plan. He called for Aruba to bring the ring and continue shielding for him. Aruba said he had no divine power and couldn't help. Tanthin reassured him that it would be fine and that he would return soon. After giving the ring to Aruba, Tanthin ran off. He knew that Aruba had the weakest strength, but he could still hold the shield long enough to preserve their combat ability. He rushed to open the door to Sadiu and Matrain's room, and ran to catch a group of chickens, grabbing their heads and tying them together. He then took 3 chickens and tied them in a bunch in the lab. Tanthin pressed the head of one chicken to the floor and drew a straight line with a knife. He placed the 3 chickens in positions forming 3 intersecting lines. This was a technique he had learned from an old woman in his village, a very powerful trick. He didn't realize until college that this was a natural survival instinct in animals, known as the self-preservation state. After setting everything up, he took a small piece of wood and placed it on the heads of the 3 chickens. He finished and realized that he had created a balanced platform. The ship was rocking, and he smiled, knowing that the moment for a miracle had arrived. Tanthin also felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself not to stress. He could do this. Beside him, the experimental equipment had been set up. He poured a solution from the test tube into the glass bottle. First, he needed to prepare the solution of sodium carbonate, and then carefully added nitric acid first. After that, he added some rocks to control the temperature of the solution at 20 degrees. Next, he added sulfuric acid and nitric acid at a low temperature. Tanthin observed that the acid mixture was ready, but there was still the next crucial step. He carefully started adding resarin into the solution, dropping 1 drop every 10 seconds, without error. He thought it would have been better if he had a pipette, but he didn't have the time to make one. Each drop fell into the glass bottle. While outside, the battle continued to intensify. A soldier had fallen into the sea. Nick saw that Aruba was beginning to tire and asked if he could keep going. Aruba replied that he could hold on, but urged everyone to eliminate the enemies. He said, "We can't let them get any closer to the people inside." Pakuma encouraged everyone to persevere, saying that Tanthin would find a solution. Inside the lab, Tanthin finally completed the experiment, and a notification appeared on the screen. New product created, achievement, 10,000 points. Tanthin smiled as he looked at the glass bottle. The smell was both alluring and dangerous. The explosive liquid inside was a form of nitroglycerin, renowned worldwide. In its liquid form, it was highly unstable, and even a small jolt could cause it to explode. The next stage of separation required careful attention. He poured the new product into a beaker of distilled water. Normally, the oil would float to the top, but the new product was different. It sank to the bottom. This was what allowed it to separate from the acid mixture. Below was the newly extracted product. This product was a critical component in advanced industrial processes. However, due to its danger, it had not been created for a long time. If stored improperly, this substance could explode easily. When combined with a higher amount of vinegar, a reaction would stabilize the mixture, making it safer, though still limited. Outside, the pirate ship continued to fire cannons relentlessly. Aruba was exhausted but still trying to hold on a little longer while waiting. Tanthine's opponent, Sword, saw the situation and laughed, saying, "The divine power can't hold up much longer. Let's keep firing the cannons and see how long they can last." Meanwhile, Captain Charlie was using a spyglass to observe the battle. Hearing Sword, he spoke up, telling him to be gentler. He reminded Sword that the women were still on the ship. As they spoke, Captain Charlie suddenly noticed something. He saw Tanthine running toward Aruba. When Aruba saw Tanthine, he was overjoyed. Tanthine said, "You all did great. Leave the next part to me." He took the ring off Aruba's hand and activated his hunting ability. He jumped off the ship and landed on the chain, holding a chicken in one hand and a bamboo tube on his head. At this point, Tanthine recalled why he placed the explosive device into the chicken's head. Because the chicken's head always faces forward, staying in a stable position. The chicken's body was very good at resisting vibrations, almost like expensive shock absorbers used in cameras. This meant that the unstable liquid inside would not be disturbed and would not explode from slight movements. Tanthine used his hunting speed to run fast along the chain. Captain Charlie saw this and panicked, shouting for his men to stop him. Tanthine was shot at, but Sword yelled at his men to quickly retreat as he jumped onto the chain to try to stop Tanthine. He was eager to show off his skills, but before he could do anything, Tanthine punched him in the mouth, sending him into the sea. Tanthine continued to run, shouting, "The ancestors of these Westerners are here, why isn't anyone greeting them?" He jumped onto the ship's rail, startling the soldiers who had no idea what Tanthine was planning. He observed the ship, thinking that the energy shield might not hold for much longer, so he needed to act fast. Tanthine kicked off the ship's railing and glided forward, making it impossible for the soldiers to stop him. They immediately started firing, but Tanthine raised his shield to block the barrage. He smashed the door open and rushed into the ship's hold, heading to the lowest level of the ship. This was the critical area. As long as it was destroyed, the ship would be rendered useless. Tanthine took a tube from his bamboo device and threw it into the external explosive compartment. Nick was shocked when she saw the enemy ship explode. She was very worried about Tanthine. Qatar pointed and said, "Look, that's Tanthine." He was raising his shield and falling into the water. Nick told everyone she was going to save Tanthine. She grabbed a rope and dove into the sea. The others heard the shouting and turned to see soldiers trying to climb the mast. They were terrified because falling into the whirlpool would mean certain death. One soldier even kicked his comrade off the mast, sending him into the whirlpool. Rana saw the ship sinking, creating a whirlpool, and feared that Tanthine might be sucked in. He told Jessica to stop the ship, as Tanthine had fallen into the water. He also jumped into the sea to help. Jessica tried to stop the ship, but the speed was too high, and she couldn't slow it down. Deeplan ran to help, and the two of them prayed that Tanthine would be all right. Outside, Nick had reached Tanthine and reached out to him, saying, "Tanthine, grab my hand." She managed to grab his hand, but the rope was suddenly pulled tight, and both of them were sucked into the whirlpool. Tanthine yelled for Nick to let go of his hand, saying that if she kept pulling, they would both die. But she refused to let go. Tanthine realized that at this rate, not only would he not survive, but Nick wouldn't either. Suddenly, Nick lost her grip on the rope, and Tanthine quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his protective shield. Together, they were swept away by the whirlpool. After some time, Tanthine was awakened by the sound of a chicken clucking. He opened his eyes and saw Nick lying on his legs. He realized they were in a strange place and had no idea where they were. He woke Nick up, and she woke with pain in both her arms, likely from the strain of saving Tanthine in the whirlpool. Tanthine recognized that her muscles and tendons were injured and warned that if left untreated, they would become worse and even cause her arms to stiffen. He checked his wilderness first aid knowledge to see if there was a way to treat her. Nick asked where they were, and Tanthine admitted he didn't know either, but he was sure this place wasn't safe. There was nothing here, and their chances of survival were extremely low, so they needed to leave as soon as possible. Tanthin felt fortunate that he still had the D3 ring, and the connection device was on the ship. All he needed to do was make contact, and he would be able to meet up with everyone. The ring emitted a beeping sound, indicating that Deeplam had a signal. The two of them video called to check on Tanthin and Nick, and when they saw that both were safe, Tanthin was about to reach out to everyone when suddenly the signal was lost due to the battery running out. The protective shield also broke, and both of them fell into the sea. Tanthin held Nick and swam to the shore. When they reached the shore, they were both shivering from the cold. Tanthin held Nick's hand with one hand and carried the chicken with the other as they ran. He said they had to leave immediately and couldn't stay here. Nick didn't know where they were going and felt uncomfortable with the scent in her nose. Tanthin told her that despite the discomfort, they had to keep going. He explained that in cold environments, the body prioritizes blood flow to the brain and heart to keep the vital organs functioning properly, which causes less blood to reach the limbs. The dry and cold wind on the glacier could dry out and crack the mucous membranes in the nose within minutes. The blood had already frozen and didn't flow out because of the cold, but this wouldn't last. If they stayed in the cold for too long, it would be dangerous. They needed to quickly leave the snowfield. The region had an Arctic climate, with ice formed by the sea and thick snow, along with mountainous forests in the area. It was an ideal place for survival, but getting there would take time. However, if they could reach the snowy region, they could set up a snow shelter or dig a snow cave, which would protect them from the cold wind. They had been walking for a while, but had no idea how much longer they would need to go. They were both so tired and cold that they didn't want to continue. Suddenly, Nick passed out. Tanthin picked her up and told her to hold on. They were almost there. She told him not to worry about her, but he urged her not to pass out because they were close. After a long walk, they finally reached the snowy region. Tanthin handed Nick the chicken to hold, as it would help warm her, while he started digging a cave. After a while of hard work, he finished digging and called for Nick to come down. He told her the cave was small, but they should rest for now and expand it later. The two of them started digging to make the cave larger. Nick sat in the cave, feeling strange. Despite being surrounded by snow, it was warmer inside the cave. She asked Tanthin why he had dug a hole in the middle, and he explained that the hole would allow the cold air to sink, leaving only warm air above. Moreover, snow has poor heat conduction properties, so the warmth from their bodies would be trapped in the cave. The air they exhaled would contract, which could also help warm the air. That's why the cave was warmer than the outside. Nick didn't fully understand the science behind it, but she could feel that the cave was indeed helping. She started to feel warmer and wanted to remove some clothes to cool down. Tanthin was startled when he heard Nick and quickly stopped her. He explained that in cold temperatures, people who are freezing may feel like their bodies are heating up. This often causes them to want to take off their clothes, a condition known as paradoxical undressing. This is a sign of hypothermia and typically happens when the body temperature drops to 35 degrees Celsius. At that point, blood vessels in the limbs constrict to prioritize blood flow to vital organs, and once the body starts to withstand the cold, the blood vessels dilate again, causing the limbs to feel warm. This can lead to hallucinations, which is why people in severe hypothermia may feel compelled to remove their clothing. Some experts also theorize that the subconscious mind knows the person is about to die, so it drives them to undress to speed up the process and reduce pain. At that moment, Nick couldn't bear the heat and felt as though she was burning. Tanthin tried to stop her, thinking about the fire starter in his bag. Fortunately, it was made from flint, and he knew how valuable this source of fire could be. But if he didn't use it now, there might not be another chance. He took off his clothes, lit the fire starter, and held Nick tightly to keep her warm. After some time, Nick suddenly turned around and hugged Tanthin. He told her not to be so touchy, as he had taken off his clothes not for any inappropriate reason, but for survival. In sub-zero temperatures, if clothes get damp with sweat, they would freeze into ice in just a few minutes. At that point, the clothes would not only fail to keep them warm, but would also drain heat from their bodies. That's why it was best to take off the clothes. However, Tanthin realized that he and Nick were only this close due to the need for survival. If it weren't for the situation, They would never have been this intimate. He didn't know how Nick would react if she woke up. Tanthin silently cursed his luck, thinking, how could I handle this situation with her? How could the chicken survive this? Just as he was lost in thought, Nick unexpectedly woke up, startling him. He told her to listen to his explanation first, but she immediately kissed him. Tanthin realized things were getting out of control. He couldn't just let it go, so he hugged Nick tightly and told her not to move. Eventually, Nick fell asleep again, and Tanthin sat in the cave, contemplating. The temperature of their bodies had stabilized, but their limbs were still a little cold. At least they weren't at risk of freezing to death, but it was still very cold. He needed to find a way to warm them up further. The next day, Tanthin felt a stiff neck and touched it. Nick also woke up, and she screamed, confused about why she was wearing so little clothing. Tanthin was about to explain when Nick suddenly crawled into his arms and laughed happily. Tanthin thought about the time they spent on Island 2 and wondered why he had ended up marrying Nick. At that time, it had been the only way to protect her, and he hadn't thought much about it since. He had forgotten about it, but now Nick seemed to still remember. Tanthin had tried to ignore it, but Deeplam and Jessica had already exhausted him. How could he handle 3 women around him? He felt as though his kidneys would give out. The idea of having multiple wives was unimaginable. And now with these 2, how could he ever separate them? He hadn't expected Nick to be this way, willing to risk her life to save him. Reflecting on their past, every time there was danger, Nick had always been there to help him. That night, as Tanthin was about to explain things to Nick, she told him she understood it was just to keep warm, and that she hadn't thought too much about it. She thought of herself as an ordinary person and couldn't compare to Deeplam and Jessica. Tanthin immediately hugged Nick, saying it was indeed because he wanted to survive with her that he did so. Tanthin hugged her tightly, and Nick also happily hugged him back. While Tanthin was holding Nick, suddenly Nick had a strange feeling and called out to Tanthin. Tanthin, covered in sweat, wanted to curse out loud. Just at that moment, his chicken chick woke up. He just wanted to slap it to death right then and there, but thinking about it, his life as a man only had that chicken as capital. If he slapped it to death, where would he find another one to use? Nick said, "Why is it so cold?" Tanthin replied, "Never mind, I've been trying to hold back." He told her not to seduce him anymore. Tanthin took a piece of clothing and told Nick to put it on. The ice on the clothes had been shaken off, so it could be worn now. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Tanthin said they should move a little to get the blood flowing and warm up. Tanthin felt comfortable as he moved his body. Meanwhile, Nick's stomach growled. Tanthin took out the chicken he had carried earlier. He thought it was already late, so they might as well eat it now, since there was nothing here to make fire. So, he and Nick had to eat it raw. Tanthin used a knife to gut the chicken. He thought it was so cold that if there were any parasites, they would freeze to death. Eating it like this wasn't much different from eating sushi. Nick saw Tanthin gutting the chicken and asked if he was not going to eat the organs. He explained that they couldn't eat them because the internal organs usually contained parasites that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Eating them raw was risky, but if they were starving, it could serve as food. Otherwise, it could be used as bait for hunting wild animals. Upon hearing wild animals, Nick's eyes lit up. She wanted to find one to kill for food. Tanthin told her, "Don't think that just because this place is covered in snow, there's nothing here. There are still animals, such as sea leopards, snowbirds, Arctic foxes, and the strongest land animal in the Arctic, the polar bear." Tanthin also wanted to try its meat once to see what it tasted like. He explained that polar bears had an extremely sensitive sense of smell, 7 times stronger than that of dogs. That was why they could find food in this snowy wasteland. They were highly sensitive to the smell of blood. As for the Arctic fox, they were omnivorous but timid. Even if they smelled blood, they might not dare approach. However, the polar bear was the strongest animal on land, and this was its domain. Meeting one would make Tanthin a bit scared. He wasn't sure if they could eat it, but it might end up being a nice lunch for the polar bear. Nick noticed that Tanthin seemed stunned, so she asked, "Why don't you eat?" He replied that eating raw meat was something he wasn't used to, but he would force himself to eat a piece just to survive. Tanthin bit into the chicken leg, chewed, and immediately spat it out. He found it hard to swallow. Nick told him not to think too much and just eat. Didn't he say that they had to do whatever it took to survive? Tanthin held the raw chicken leg in his hand and thought to himself, now is not the time to be picky. He took a big bite, forcing himself to chew and swallow the meat, but he still couldn't get used to the feeling of eating raw food. He was about to vomit it back out when Nick quickly grabbed some snow with her hands and shoved it into Tanthin's mouth, not allowing him to spit it out. She hugged him and told him to try his best to eat it all. They had to survive. Tanthin fought the urge to throw up and managed to swallow the meat. Outside, the cold winds were still howling through their temporary shelter. Tanthin and Nick were both breathing heavily, like exhausted animals, trying to keep their bodies moving to avoid freezing. Tanthin did push-ups while Nick did sit-ups. Tanthin felt that they had moved enough for now, and their bodies were warming up. They decided to step outside and check the situation. The two of them looked outside and saw that it wasn't as cold as before, so they decided to explore the surroundings. Tanthin was holding the chicken's internal organs, which had already frozen solid. He thought it might be useful to keep them. The two of them started moving away from the shelter to explore. After walking for a while, Nick said to Tanthin, "Why do I feel like we're just walking in place?" Tanthin explained that it was because everything around them was just white snow, and there was nothing else to see. This gave the feeling of walking in circles. This was why so many people gave up. He told Nick that they had to keep moving and find a chance to survive. The two of them continued walking. After a while, Tanthin rubbed his eyes, feeling a strange discomfort. Nick noticed Tanthin's strange behavior and asked if he was okay. Tanthin said, "Nick, take a break for a moment." He felt that Nick was becoming blurry. He wondered if his body had been overexerted, causing his brain to lack sufficient blood. Tanthin sat down on a rock to rest. Nick, worried, asked him if he was okay. Suddenly, Tanthin felt that Nick was becoming completely blurry, and his vision started to fade. Nick anxiously said that she would help him. Tanthin reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, it's too desolate here for me to suddenly go blind for no reason." He looked through his wilderness first aid manual and found that he was suffering from snow blindness, caused by ultraviolet rays inflaming his cornea and conjunctival epithelium. The symptoms included light sensitivity, excessive tearing, and an inability to open the eyes. Those severely affected would experience temporary blindness. At this point, they should go to a dark place or apply a cold cloth to their face to reduce eye strain. After a few days of rest, their vision would return to normal. If possible, they could use breast milk or fresh cow's milk, applying 5 to 6 drops every 3 to 4 minutes to reduce pain. In an emergency, acupuncture or massaging the pericardium and internal organs acupoints could relieve symptoms. It was also important to note that repeated snow blindness could weaken eyesight, leading to eye diseases and, in severe cases, permanent blindness. After learning this, Tanthin was relieved to know that it would only last for a short time. He bent down and used his knife to cut a piece of cloth from his pants. He gave the cloth to Nick and told her to cover her eyes with it, but not to tie it too tightly. The cloth was made of linen with large holes, so tying it lightly would still allow her to see. Nick didn't understand why she had to cover her eyes, so Tanthin explained that his vision was already gone, and now he needed to protect her eyes. He said from now on, she would be his eyes, and he would follow her. If she stopped, he would stop. If she went in a certain direction, he would follow. Nick said she would lead the way and that Tanthin didn't need to worry. Tanthin said that walking like this would consume a lot of energy, but they needed to move to burn calories in order to fight the cold. If they didn't move, they would freeze to death in less than 10 minutes. The two of them started moving again. Tanthin realized that even though he couldn't see, the snow was soft, so he wasn't worried about falling. But if they encountered wild animals, it would be tough. If that happened, he would activate his innate abilities to deal with them. This way, his vision would recover in the shortest time possible. Tanthin immediately activated the system. He could see the system appear in his mind. Even though he was temporarily blind, he could still view the situation. The notification confirmed that the ability change had been successful. With this new ability, when the host body had enough energy, recovery would be easier to a certain extent. The host's physical condition would also be enhanced. The system started processing the material. The host received the material successfully. After receiving it, Tanthin felt more comfortable. His body was now warm, and his eyes didn't hurt as much. The ability had taken effect, but his vision hadn't improved much. He realized he might have been a little too optimistic. The item list also clearly stated that this ability only helped with partial recovery and didn't provide full restoration. Nick noticed something strange about Tanthin and asked if he was okay. He replied that it was nothing and urged her to keep going. Despite not fully recovering, Tanthin felt that his health had improved quite a bit. He no longer had to worry too much about surviving in the snow. However, the sun had set, and a snowstorm was approaching. He felt the wind and snow growing stronger, so he told Nick that they should stop for the day and find somewhere to spend the night. The two of them dug out a temporary shelter. Nick told Tanthin that there was still plenty of time. The sun had just set, and they needed to dig a deeper hole. Tanthin embraced Nick and said that from now on, the two of them would have to keep working hard like this. If they persevered, they would eventually make it out of here. Nick expressed her trust in Tanthin. The next morning, the two continued their journey. By night, they dug a shelter and exercised to keep their bodies warm. They slept together to help each other stay warm. Tanthin's nose was a little red, and he didn't know when they would finally leave this place. Despite the abilities, his health was still deteriorating. His ears had been numb since the first day, and now they were stiff and swollen. They had developed scabs and were turning black. Fortunately, there were no bacteria here, or his ears would have rotted by now. His snow-drenched face was no better, and now his nose was about to be destroyed. Even though he wore socks and shoes, his feet were still frozen. His soles were in terrible condition, and just a light touch caused intense pain. His skin was red, wrinkled, and when touched, the scales would fall off. Wearing clothes caused the affected areas to blister. That was just the visible symptom. Such low temperatures had disrupted normal bodily functions. Tanthin could clearly feel his body growing weaker, his strength rapidly depleting. His stomach, in particular, could not adjust to the raw meat. Although Nick had been on Island 2 for many years, she still felt a lot of numbness here. And on top of that, she had been injured previously. The wounds were getting worse, and her whole shoulder and arm had become numb. Even the slightest movement caused intense pain. She was suffering from both a fever and chills. While Tanthin and Nick were sleeping, they suddenly heard a loud noise. Both woke up, unsure of what the sound was. They grew worried since both were now much weaker than before. Tanthin couldn't tell if it was a snow fox or a wolf, but the sound kept moving and was clearly drawn to the organs outside. It was evident that it was attracted by the organs, and Tanthin knew they had to catch it. They couldn't let the organs go to waste. Outside, an animal was digging, and the two of them prepared to fight. The polar bear is the largest land mammal, a powerful creature with a body that can reach up to 2.5 meters when standing. Its head is smaller than other bears, with small, round ears and a slender neck. The bear's skin is black, but due to its transparent fur, it looks white, with some having a yellowish tint. The bear has a large muscular build, and each of its paws has 5 thick toes, ideal for walking on ice and diving in the sea. Living in places like the Arctic, where the waters freeze, it sometimes has to wait months for the ice to melt before it can enter the sea. Tanthin did not expect that the creature they were encountering was a polar bear. He had to strike hard. As soon as the bear saw them, it roared. Nick leaped and thrust 2 daggers into its belly. Tanthin activated his hunting ability and jumped behind, stabbing it. However, due to his weakened state, his strike barely affected the bear. The bear, having been stabbed multiple times, roared in anger and attacked Nick. Fortunately, she managed to dodge. Tanthin leaped again and managed to land a strike, but the bear's thick skin and fat made it hard for him to penetrate deeply. Tanthin quickly retreated, and the bear continued to attack, glaring angrily at him. Tanthin threw a handful of snow into its face and said, "Nick, run quickly." Meanwhile, Tanthin became the bait to lure it. He didn't expect that despite the polar bear's massive size, it could move so quickly. Without his special ability, he feared he might have already been knocked out. If things continued like this, he might be exhausted to death by the bear. Therefore, Tanthin realized that he couldn't just run. He needed to come up with a way to survive before exhaustion set in. Standing face to face with the charging bear, he activated his special ability. With the speed of a cat, the polar bear was no match for him. Tanthin slashed its eye with a single strike, then quickly moved around to its back. He slashed again, striking its back and chest. Each time the bear attacked, Tanthin backed away and evaded. He found that this tactic worked very well. At this rate, he could easily kill the bear. The bear stood upright and let out a loud roar at Tanthin before turning and running away. Tanthin realized that the bear was pretending to retreat to trick him. He chased after it. The bear had already eaten all his supplies, and now it dared to run. He had to kill it. As long as he caught it, there would be no more worries about food. The polar bear's fur could be used for blankets to protect against the cold. Tanthin decided that no matter what, he wouldn't let this vicious creature escape. Tanthin lunged at the bear, stabbing it in the side. The bear let out a painful scream but kept running. Tanthin wondered how it still had the strength to run. At that moment, Nick arrived. The bear suddenly turned around and charged at Tanthin, using its head to strike him. Tanthin was sent flying backward and landed in the snow. He thought, has this bear become a demon? It even knows how to feign attacks. The bear quickly turned back and stood in front of Tanthin. Realizing the danger, Tanthin quickly got to his feet. If he didn't move fast, this time, it might be the end for him. The bear raised its paw, ready to attack. But Nick, who had just arrived, threw a dagger at the bear. The bear roared, telling Tanthin not to get hurt. The dagger hit the bear's eye. In that instant, Tanthin activated a new ability from the system, Strength like an ox. He immediately turned on the ability and landed a punch to the bear's throat. The bear stood still for a moment before collapsing onto Tanthin. Nick quickly ran over to pull Tanthin out and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, joking that if it wasn't for the snow, he might have been crushed by the bear. Nick immediately cut open the bear's belly, and both of them stripped off their clothes and crawled into the bear's body. Inside, Nick felt warm. Tanthin asked her if she felt better, and Nick said she felt much stronger, as the body temperature of the bear was helping. However, they couldn't stay there forever. Tanthin told Nick to dig a snow pit for the night, and he had a gift for her. Curious, Nick asked what it was. After receiving the gift, she happily asked what it was. Tanthin revealed that he had crafted a bear fur coat, gloves, and leg covers. Nick was impressed by how warm the items were, praising Tanthin for his skill, and how he hadn't damaged any of the bear's fur. He explained that as long as you understood the organization of the polar bear's skin, it could be done smoothly. He also had a large bear pelt to use as a blanket, with a lining made from the bear's fur. They would use it to sleep comfortably. Since Nick had injured her arm while saving him, and considering the extreme cold environment they had been enduring, her body had reached its limit. The two of them hugged and covered themselves with the bear blanket to sleep. The next day, Tanthin was surprised to realize that after just a short nap, he had slept for an entire day and night. Nick seemed much better now. Her mental state improved, and her frostbite wounds were healing. Tanthin asked Nick to open her mouth so he could feed her something. She complained that it tasted awful, and Tanthin explained that it was polar bear eyeball, rich in fatty acids, vitamins, and collagen, which was beneficial for the body. Tanthin hesitated but ate some too. He immediately regretted it, unable to tolerate the terrible taste. Nick laughed, saying he looked awful, and Tanthin admitted defeat, eventually vomiting. She asked when they would continue their journey and whether they were going to carry all the meat with them. Tanthin felt that if possible, he would want to take everything with him, but this was something he absolutely couldn't do. In such a harsh environment, carrying a load of 1 ton wasn't a smart move. He could only choose the best and most useful items to bring along. Additionally, Nick was seriously injured, so the two of them could rest here until they recovered enough to continue. Tanthin had been exhausted for a long time. It wasn't something that could be fixed by just sleeping for 1 day and 1 night. In fact, if he hadn't exchanged for a talent just slightly inferior to the silver wolf, which boosted his recovery ability by 10 times, he would have been just like Nick, lying down and sleeping endlessly. Previously, to deal with the polar bear, Tanthin had spent 11,000 points to exchange for the strength of a bull talent. This allowed him to regain strength even in a state of exhaustion, enabling him to ultimately pierce through the polar bear's throat. Accumulating points was slow, but spending them was like water slipping through his fingers. He checked out the mysterious items in the system and noticed the lifetime hunting experience of a veteran hunter, with several experience packs priced at only 1,000 points each. He wondered why they were so cheap. After all, this kind of invaluable experience could save him from taking countless wrong turns. However, he soon realized that the system had split these experiences into categories: Snowfield Experience Pack, Snow Forest Experience Pack, and Snow Mountain Experience Pack. These should have been combined into one pack, but now they were being sold separately. This system treated him like a fool, such a scam. However, in his current situation, these were life-saving tools, so he still had to make the exchange. System purchase successful. Item activation began, and the knowledge was transmitted into Tanthin's mind. He realized it was indeed valuable. After gaining this experience, he became aware of many improvements that could be made. For example, replacing the flat roof of the snow cave with a domed one could make the cave sturdier and prevent another polar bear attack. Additionally, to avoid becoming like a turtle trapped in a jar, it would be best to install an entrance at the top. Moreover, choosing this location to build the snow cave was also flawed. A snow cave dug straight downwards differed greatly from those formed naturally by wind blowing snow into faraway hollows. The former was heavier and more compact, while the latter was relatively weaker. Tanthin felt that if he didn't need to keep some points for a trump card, he would have exchanged for all the experience packages. The items in these packages were priceless treasures gained through a lifetime of experience that only a seasoned hunter could accumulate, not things that could be learned from reading books. With these, he felt much more confident about escaping from the snow cave. According to the Snow Cave Experience Package details, the optimal time to use the Snow Cave and bank should not exceed 7 days, otherwise there would be a risk of collapse. Tanthin planned to stay here temporarily, adjust for 7 days, and then leave. After a while, Tanthin and Nick began their journey again. The two of them crossed the snowy fields. Tanthin noticed that as they moved forward, the wind gradually died down, indicating that they were approaching the center of the area. As they walked, the snow reached up to their knees, making it extremely difficult to move. If they had a sled, things would be much easier. But Tanthin looked around and saw no materials for making one. The entire snowfield was barren, with not even a blade of grass. They would just have to continue walking slowly and figure things out along the way. 2 days later, Nick spotted something ahead and alerted Tanthin. Tanthin couldn't see anything, but Nick asked if she had seen a tree, wondering if she was imagining things. Tanthin, worried about the appearance of armor at this time, wondered if it was a bad omen. However, after looking carefully, he realized that it wasn't an illusion. There was indeed something in the distance. He called Nick to hurry over and investigate. When they got closer, Nick confirmed that it was a tree, but it was a dry, dead one. Tanthin embraced Nick and said, "Finally, we've arrived." Nick was confused, and Tanthin explained that the presence of trees meant they had entered the central forest of the E7 region, and the forest should be just ahead. However, they still needed some time to reach it. Both of them needed to rest and recover first. Nick agreed. Seeing that there was still some daylight left, Tanthin told Nick to rest while he went to gather firewood. However, Nick volunteered to help dig the snow cave for shelter, which Tanthin reluctantly accepted. Tanthin broke off a dry branch. He noticed these trees had been dead for a long time. The moisture had been completely blown away by the wind and sun, making them perfect fuel. He gathered some wood and returned with a small pile. When he got back, Nick had already finished digging the snow cave. She waved at him. Tanthin told her to quickly chop the wood into smaller pieces to prepare for the fire. He took out a lighter and used a knife to unscrew the back to activate the fire starter. The cotton inside the lighter was soaked in kerosene, making it an excellent fire starter. He placed some cotton on the pile of wood and used the fire starter to light it. After a while, they managed to start a fire. Nick was so happy, saying that it felt so warm. It was the first time since they had been stranded that they could sit by a fire for warmth. Suddenly, a snowstorm blew through, and Nick saw the fire was about to go out. Tanthin said the weather might change and told her to hurry and finish digging the snow cave, then move the fire inside. They both started digging and moved the fire into the cave. Nick realized that they finished just as nightfall arrived. Tanthin told her not to seal the cave's entrance so that the smoke could escape. He then asked if she was hungry. Nick happily agreed and roasted 2 pieces of bear meat on skewers over the fire. Tanthin was relieved because finally, they wouldn't have to eat raw meat anymore. After a while, they had finished roasting the meat, and Tanthin told Nick to eat more because she had worked hard these past few days. Nick took 2 skewers of meat and laughed, saying that as long as she was with him, she didn't feel the hardship at all. She enjoyed the meat and urged Tanthin to eat as well. He quickly took a piece. Although there were no seasonings, it was definitely a high-quality delicacy. After days of eating raw meat, it was a welcome change to have cooked meat. Outside, the wind howled through the night, and the cold gusts continued. Inside the snow cave, Tanthin was tying up some firewood. Nick saw that Tanthin was still working and asked if she needed help. He replied that he was fine and had almost finished, preparing to rest. He crawled back into the bear fur blanket and told Nick to sleep well tonight, because tomorrow they would set off early. The next day, they finally reached the snowy forest. Tanthin had thought they would get there by noon, but it turned out to be farther than he had expected. However, they had finally arrived. Nick looked at Tanthin, thinking that this was the place where they would live together in the future. It looked wonderful. Tanthin said, "Nick, let's go. Let's find a place to stay for the night before it gets dark." They continued walking into the snowy forest. After walking for a while, Nick noticed some footprints in the snow. She said to Tanthin, "It feels like we're lost. We keep going back to where we started." Tanthin agreed, saying, "Yes, it seems so. Time is running out, and we can't just keep going in circles like this. We'll have to stay here tonight." Nick noticed that the area didn't have any slopes to block the wind, nor was the snow surface clear enough to dig a snow cave. The ground was extremely smooth, making it impossible to dig a shelter. They had to figure out a way to survive the night. Tanthin reassured her, "Don't worry, just step aside and let me show you." He took out his axe and chopped down a tree. Nick was confused about what he was doing, but he smiled and said, "We'll collect some more dry branches." Nick and Tanthin went to break off some more branches. After a while, they had gathered enough. Tanthin said, "This should be good. We can use these dry branches to build a shelter." Nick said, "Leave it to me." They carried the branches back and started building the shelter. Nick used rope to tie a broken tree to the trunk. Tanthin placed the branches on the broken tree, then used snow to fill in the gaps between the branches to block the cold wind from entering and stealing their warmth. This shelter was not much different from the first base on Island No. 2. The only difference was that this was the E7 zone, covered in snow, and the person beside him was not Deeplam, but Nick. He sighed, wondering how Deeplam's group was doing. After a while, they had started a fire and were sitting around it to keep warm. However, Nick suddenly felt an itch. She raised her hand to her face and realized her hand was covered in blood. She looked over at Tanthin and saw that he was also bleeding from his nose. Tanthin reassured her, "It's fine. It's a common occurrence. It's because our bodies are warming up and the blood flow is increasing. The capillaries in the nose are contracting due to the cold and can't adapt in time, causing them to burst and result in a nosebleed. It's nothing serious." He took some snow and rubbed it on Nick's face. Nick was about to do the same, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her arm, causing her to cry out. Tanthin quickly supported her and said, "Let me take care of that. For the next few days, it's best if you don't move too much. You need to rest and recover. You've been under a lot of stress lately. Take a good rest and sleep well." Tanthin knew he was injured too, and tonight he would need to stay up for the night watch. On the journey here, aside from the polar bear, they hadn't encountered any other dangerous wild animals. However, He believed this forest was not as safe as it seemed. There were certainly dangers lurking deep within the stillness, threats to their lives. Although the chances of encountering danger were small, if it happened, it would be life-threatening. Therefore, they couldn't rely on luck or let their guard down. Tanthin couldn't afford to fall asleep. He shook his head to stay awake and reminded himself not to relax. He had to think ahead about what to do next. Even though he had connected via video with Deeplam's group before the energy ran out, no one knew how vast this world was. Even if they knew Tanthin and Nick were still alive, finding them in this vast area would be incredibly difficult. He remembered when he and Nick were drifting in the current, which was situated between two areas. If they were lucky, they would have encountered a current without any branches, and then Deeplam's group could have followed it to find them. But if the current had branches, or if he and Nick had drifted out of it and ended up in the E7 zone, then it would be up to them to survive and find a way out on their own. Whatever the case, Tanthin and Nick wouldn't be able to leave soon. They had to find a way to survive in the long term. Considering their current situation, they could melt the snow for water, and they had enough food. In the short term, there was no immediate danger. The main concern was staying warm in such a cold environment. While the wooden shelter could help retain heat, it was small, and there wasn't enough space to stretch out. The body couldn't rest well, and it lacked any defense against wild animals. Any large animal could destroy it. The most important thing right now was the upcoming summer. The temperature was still relatively high, but once autumn arrived, the temperature here would drop much lower. They needed to hurry and build a house that could both protect them from the cold and defend against wild animals. They also needed to figure out how to hunt and make fur clothing. Without those, even with a campfire or a wooden shelter, they would still risk freezing to death. The next morning, Nick woke up. Tanthin told her she could sleep a bit longer, but she shook her head because she had already slept the whole night, while Tanthin had to stay awake all night to keep watch and also to keep her warm. As she moved, her arms hurt again. Tanthin told her not to move and let him handle it. He understood that muscle strain was causing the restricted movement, and that's why she was feeling stiff when she moved. Tanthin asked Nick to take off her outer coat, which made her feel embarrassed and blush because Tanthin had already seen her situation in the survival encyclopedia. Nick was suffering from muscle strain, which was why she was in that condition. He wanted to massage her to help her recover, but the methods in the survival manual usually required medicine, which was not available in their situation. So, Tanthin decided to find a way to do a massage to relieve the pain and help her recover faster. When it comes to muscle strain in the shoulder, Chinese medicine mainly uses acupressure, tendon manipulation, and shoulder rotations. The acupressure points that can help relieve stiffness include several points in the body. Tendon manipulation involves massaging the muscles above and below the shoulder blades to remove bruises and reduce pain. Shoulder rotation means the patient bends their elbow, rotating it from the inside to the outside and raising it, then rotating from outside to inside while lowering it. This should be repeated 3 to 5 times. Additionally, acupuncture can be used on certain points. After massaging, Tanthin told Nick to rest and said that for the next few days, she should just focus on recovering. Nick apologized to him, saying she felt bad for causing him trouble. Tanthin told her that she shouldn't feel that way. If she hadn't been there to guide him when he was blind, he might have frozen to death on the snowfield. Also, when the polar bear attacked at night, it was her who saved him in that life-threatening situation. He said he needed her and that her job now was to rest and recover quickly. Tanthin took out a piece of meat to eat, a bit of the meat they roasted the night before. Although it had cooled down, it was enough to warm up his stomach. The next thing that needed to be done was to build a shelter to stay warm and be able to defend. But before that, there was still one more thing to take care of. Tanthin took a log, chopped it into a piece, and placed some red-hot coals on top, allowing the inside of the log to burn. He then hollowed out the log to make a cup. Once finished, he filled it with snow and finally had something to drink. He and Nick hadn't had any water for many days. After completing the cup, Tanthin handed it to Nick to drink. She told him to drink as well. She said that if the water were a little hotter, it would be perfect. Tanthin explained that it would have been more complicated to make it hotter. He said that if he could find a stone, He could heat it up and put it in the water, which would be fine. But here, apart from trees, there was only snow and no stones to be found. If he directly placed the wooden cup on the fire, although the water inside wouldn't burn since there was water in it, over time the wood would turn into charcoal and could crack. If that happened, drinking water would be out of the question. Tian told Nick to rest, while he would go out for a bit. Tian went into the forest but was concerned that something might happen to Nick, so he couldn't go too far. However, there seemed to be nothing here, and he had a feeling that he had overlooked something, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He decided to open the system to learn quickly, since it would take too long for him to figure it out on his own. The experience package he had exchanged earlier only applied to the snowfield. Now, they had entered the snowy forest area. He opened the system and exchanged for the snowy forest experience package. After the exchange was completed, the item was activated. Once he received the package, Tian realized what he had missed. The resources in this area were extremely scarce. There were no edible plants, and there were no animal tracks in sight. This was because this place was located at the edge of the forest. The closer it got to the snowfield, the less food there would be. After all, animals need food, and if there is nothing here, they won't be active. Tian realized that he would have to postpone building the shelter. The most important task now was to move deeper into the forest and find a more suitable place for long-term survival. But before acting, he needed to prepare a few things. Tian noticed that the birch tree, one of the cold-resistant species, made up about 1/3 of the forest. The rest was made up of other tree species. This place was a mixed forest. However, Tian didn't think it mattered much what kind of forest it was. What mattered was that it had birch trees. Tian used a knife to cut the outer bark of the birch tree and peeled it off. He didn't know whether it was summer or not, and whether there was any water inside the birch tree at this time. Tian made a cut with the knife and saw water flowing out. To survive the cold winter, the birch tree began collecting and storing nutrients from its roots as autumn was ending. By spring, it quickly developed with these stored nutrients. During this period, the birch tree contained a liquid that was very rich in nutrients. This liquid included vitamins, minerals, and elements such as iron, calcium, phosphorus, and zinc. The liquid also has detoxifying effects, protects the liver, possesses anti-cancer properties, reduces inflammation, protects the liver, fights cancer, and even helps protect cardiovascular health, reduces allergies, and boosts immunity. However, after a while, Tian realized that he hadn't gathered much, and he felt this was a waste of time. He decided to focus on the main task. He peeled a large piece of birch bark and used his knife to chop the tree down. He thought that it would be much easier if he had an axe. After some effort, he managed to fell the tree. Tian continued chopping the tree into smaller pieces. He thought this was sufficient for now. Although he had chopped a lot of wood, his natural strength, like that of an ox, allowed him to carry the wood in just a few trips. Tian carried the logs back and immediately made a cup to drink water and refresh himself. Luckily, he had made 2 more cups to avoid the inconvenience of waiting for the first cup to be empty before drinking from the second. He had also remade the snowboard. After all, the previous one was just a branch that had been temporarily tied together with rope, which wouldn't withstand the long journey ahead. During this time, he also took some time to rest and talk to Nick, as it was incredibly boring with no one else to talk to during the day. But surviving came first, and he had to exert all his strength, leaving no time to think about other things. Tian looked up at the sky as night approached and thought, if I rest for another day, I should start moving. The next morning, Tian carried Nick to the sled. Fortunately, he had made the snow shield quite well, 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, so she could lie inside and stretch out comfortably without worrying about being uncomfortable. Tian pulled the sled, and indeed, it was much easier than before because, to reduce the contact area with the ground, he had added 2 ski blades underneath the sled's base, stacking them in pairs and securing them with rope. By doing this, it greatly reduced the friction with the snow. Although Tian had the physical strength of an ox, after several tests, he realized that it only activated the body's potential rather than adding a new skill. Overall, Tanthian's strength was still within the range of a human being. With his current strength, he could wrestle with a fighter. But pulling the sled was too exhausting, like a person carrying a large watermelon. He could carry it, but it would make him tired, and he would need to rest for a while. He found that pulling the sled alone was too slow. After 2 or 3 days, he was still wandering around the forest. Fortunately, there was the sled. If he had to carry the tent as well, it would have been much harder. Suddenly, Nick came out of the sled and called Tanthian. He saw that Nick was awake and quickly told her to eat something. Nick asked him where they had reached, and he replied that they were still at the edge of the forest. She wanted to help pull the sled with Tanthian to increase their speed, but he refused and told her to rest more. If her wound worsened, it would be even more difficult. Meanwhile, Tanthian was preparing to take a piece of meat to eat, but suddenly his stomach growled. Tao Thao had crossed the border to find him. He told Nick to be alert and that he had to leave immediately because Tao Thao was almost there. Tanthian quickly ran into the forest, and after a series of sounds that his companions would recognize, he solved the problem and felt much more comfortable. He needed to hurry back, but Nick was worried. When he returned, Nick said he should eat a piece of dried meat that she had just roasted, but no. Tao Thao had turned around and was chasing after them again. Tanthian had to jump back into the forest again. An hour later, Nick asked if Tanthian was feeling better. He said he was fine. Nick handed him a cup of water and asked him to drink a little. Tanthian thought that Tao Thao was probably after him because he had eaten something spoiled. He wondered if the meat from the polar bear or chicken had gone bad. But if it had, it would have shown up earlier. There was no way for food to spoil in this cold environment. Tanthian was about to drink when he realized that besides the meat, there was also snow. The survival kit for snowfields had mentioned that if no water was available, snow could be melted to make water, temporarily solving the body's need for hydration. However, drinking it for an extended period would cause diarrhea, as snow lacked minerals. Even if boiled, it would still cause digestive problems. But using snow to make soup was different. He spit out the sip of snow water he had just taken, making Nick panic and ask what was wrong with the snow water. Tanthian told her that snow water should be avoided. But it wasn't a big deal. There were plenty of pine trees in the forest, and he planned to collect some to make tea. Nick asked how they would boil the tea without stones. Tanthian smiled and said it wasn't necessary to use stones. He heated a knife over the fire and put it in the cup of water. Nick realized that this could replace stones. Tanthian explained that he had thought of this method earlier but hadn't used it for 2 reasons. First, heating the knife and plunging it into cold water would reduce the knife's elasticity and increase its hardness, making it more likely to break under these conditions. Second, in this cold environment, the heat from the knife would dissipate quickly, making the process too time-consuming. However, given the current situation, Tanthian had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, drinking snow water for too long would cause dehydration and eventually lead to death. He knew that pine needles were a treasure for longevity, much better than other types. They contained enzymes, proteins, growth hormones, vitamins, fats, and 24 other nutrients. It was known to help with high blood pressure. The 2 of them made 2 cups of pine needle tea, which was incredibly refreshing. They had originally planned to find a long-term shelter and then deal with the water problem, but the diarrhea from last night made Tanthian realize he needed to address this issue immediately. He carved a small shovel out of wood, hoping to find some stones soon. Tanthian started using a wooden shovel to dig through the snow to search for stones. He found a few, although there weren't many. But once boiled, it saved a lot of time and energy, allowing them to continue moving forward. Then, Tanthian continued pulling the sled deeper into the snowy forest when he suddenly noticed something and quickly left the sled to investigate. As he got closer, he realized it was moss. He immediately took a piece and tried it. The taste was identical to oysters. Tanthian saw the appearance of moss here as a sign that he was nearing a warmer area. He returned and proudly showed Nick the moss he had found. They were about to leave the forest, so he handed some moss to Nick, saying it was very nutritious. Tanthian continued pulling the sled and noticed that the trees were becoming scarcer, and the landscape was growing drier. There was also more decaying moss on the trees with larger areas of it. This meant they wouldn't need to worry about food anymore, as the moss would suffice. Moss had a simple structure, so it was easily affected by the environment, including soil, light, and even the air. As such, moss could be used to determine directions and sources of water. On rocks, soil, and old trees, moss would be denser on the south side, while the north side would have less. This could be used to distinguish directions. However, identifying a water source through moss was more difficult. One would have to check moss from within a 1-kilometer radius and then make a judgment based on its distribution, which would require a lot of effort, especially without recording tools. Relying on memory would be prone to errors. For Tanthin, a water source wasn't that important. Whether they found one or not didn't matter much, as long as they kept moving. He felt they were getting closer to the middle of the forest based on the sound of the snow crunching underfoot. The snow was no longer as thick as before, and most importantly, this area was much warmer. Compared to a tropical rainforest, it was still cold, but it was far better than before. According to the Snowfield Survival Guide, this area would have edible fruit, meaning animals would also be hiding nearby. They should just keep looking as they walked, and if they found fruit, it would be good. But for now, they needed to quickly reach the middle of the forest. 2 hours later, Tanthin sat down on the ground, feeling exhausted. His legs were sore, and his eyes were tired. He still hadn't found anything to eat. He wasn't sure what the middle of the forest would be like. Tanthin unexpectedly spotted a bush. Nick, who was in the sled, came out and asked if they had arrived. Tanthin replied, "Yes, we're here. Do you see that bush? We'd reached the area in the middle of the forest. From here, we will find a permanent shelter." Although they weren't lacking water, there would be more water sources and food in the surrounding area. After searching for so long, they could afford to spend another 2 days. He asked Nick if she would be okay staying alone while he went to look for a water source, as it would take some time. Nick told him not to worry and to go ahead. After Tanthin massaged his arms, the pain subsided and he felt less stiff. She was now capable of defending herself. He said, "Okay, wait for me to return." Tanthin quickly ran off, realizing that in this snowy region, his movements were severely limited. His speed, based on his skills, was only about 20%. But without having to pull the sled, he wasn't using as much strength. He came across a moss-covered tree about 1 kilometer from the sled. He made sure to memorize the location carefully, as any mistake would throw off his prior calculations. He observed that the snow hadn't increased in thickness, and after a while he returned. When Nick saw him, she asked if he had found the water source. He replied, "Not yet, but there are no signs of water over there. Let's try heading north." Tanthin continued pulling the sled, and after a while, he realized they were heading in the right direction. The moss here was much thicker, indicating they were getting closer to a water source. This direction also had more food and more animal activity. He saw animal tracks, snow hares, although the tracks had been partially covered. Without shelter, it would be impossible to find the snow hares, but this was still a good sign. Nick, still on the sled, pointed and called out to Tanthin. He looked over and saw a small stream. While the stream was smaller and shallower, the flow was abundant, and it was filled with stones. This was great news. Nick asked if they would set up camp here. Tanthin replied, "No, it's not ideal. While the water source is important for both of us, it's also vital for animals. Right now, it's just the 2 of us, and we're injured. If we encounter a pack of wild animals, we won't be able to defend ourselves." She asked where they would go then. Tanthin explained that they couldn't stay too far or too close to the water. They should choose an area half an hour away, which would be acceptable. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at a clearing. Tanthin chose this spot to make their shelter. He decided to prepare thoroughly in advance, and to do so, he needed to create tools to exploit the land. As for iron tools, they were a distant dream, so they would have to revert to prehistoric methods, making tools out of stone. Moreover, there was the issue of food. Over the past few days, they hadn't been hunting, and their bear meat was nearly finished. They only had about a week's worth left. They had to prepare quickly. Tanthin told Nick to stay and wait for him while he went to the stream to find a suitable stone. He found flint, a primitive material which was very useful. Most of the prehistoric stone tools were made from this type of stone. It was very hard and could spark fire. He had to bring it with him. By evening, Tanthin had returned. Nick was roasting meat and preparing dinner. When she saw him return, she was happy. Tanthin told Nick that he had found a piece of flint, and tonight, he would grind it into a cutting tool or hoe. Tanthin quickly got to work since there was still much to do tomorrow. The next morning, Tanthin went hunting with his gear. Nick felt she couldn't continue resting. She had to do something. She grabbed 2 pieces of stone. They were more fragile than iron, but sharpening them didn't require too much effort, and it didn't affect her injury significantly. Tanthin had gone to another spot because food was running low. He hoped to find animal tracks today. He saw many snow hare tracks around, indicating there were likely many snow hares. This was the second time he had seen their tracks. The tracks were deeper and more scattered than before, suggesting this was a regular path of the hares. If he followed the tracks to their burrows, it would take too long, and there was a risk of returning empty-handed. Therefore, he had to design a trap. The first step was to place wooden sticks 60 centimeters apart, then put a longer stick in the middle and secure it with rope. Next, he placed another wooden stake in front, between the 2 sticks. This completed the trap. The second step, setting the mechanism, was the most important. The trap couldn't be too tight, or it wouldn't trigger. It also couldn't be too loose, or the slightest movement would set off the trap. After a while, Tanthin had finished setting up the trap. After finishing the trap, he still had some time to look around, as there might be other things besides animals. Suddenly, he laughed with joy upon finding something. It was oyster mushrooms, also known as Pleurophis ostreatus, growing in clusters. Scientifically known as Lephyllum decaste. The caps were hemispherical, flat, and slightly concave at the center, measuring a few centimeters in diameter. The color ranged from grayish-white to yellowish-gray. The nutritional composition and trace elements were abundant, and they provided many of the essential nutrients needed by the human body. Tanthin smiled and said, "This type is edible. I must be lucky today." There were about 3 to 4 kilograms of them in this area. This time, he and Nick could finally change their diet. Tanthin looked at the mesh bag and noticed the holes were a bit large but could hold something bigger. The bag, made from braided string, had large holes, but fortunately, the oyster mushrooms here weren't small. Each one was about the size of a hand, so there was no worry they would fall out. Tanthin held the bag of mushrooms and smiled. Initially, he wanted to make a leather bag, but even though he had some animal hides, there wasn't enough to make more than a blanket, and it was barely enough for that. He could only hope for the chance to hunt another animal in the future. He thought to himself that tonight, he would cook the mushrooms in a soup. Although it would take a little longer, he was really craving it. Tanthin decided to continue searching around for more, as there might be more things to harvest. After walking a bit, he noticed something. He approached a large pine tree and saw many pine cone shells on the ground. He guessed that squirrels must be nearby, so he decided to set another trap. Tanthin used a knife to carve a stick, then set up a trap on the tree. When the squirrel noticed the pine cone, it wouldn't resist the temptation to touch the branch, and the balance would collapse immediately. The branch, carved to be elastic, would trap the squirrel on the tree. After finishing everything, Tanthin saw it was getting late. In his snow forest experience bag, there were still more interesting things to try. He decided to check. Tanthin took the bag of mushrooms and went to another location. He felt this spot was good enough. Tanthin started digging a hole and sharpening some branches, then stuck them into the hole, creating a pit trap. He saw that only one more step was left to complete it. Tanthin placed some small branches on top of the hole, then covered the trap with snow, placing a piece of meat on top. He hoped this trap wouldn't disappoint him. Including this one, Tanthin had set 3 traps, but it still wasn't enough. He had to set a few more before nightfall. He managed to set them up just in time. After a while, Tanthin returned to the sled. When he arrived, he was surprised to see many stone tools. In one day, Nick had already finished sharpening them. He thought she was really impressive. He opened the sled's cover and saw that Nick was very sleepy. However, without him around, she didn't dare to sleep. He went over to pat her head and praise her for doing such a good job with the axe and hoe. He reassured her that she could rest now, and he would go prepare dinner. Tanthin began heating up some stones and placing them in a pot of water to boil it. After a while, the soup was ready. The delicious smell made Nick wake up and come out, asking Tanthin what he was cooking that smelled so good. He handed her a cup and said, "This is oyster mushroom soup. I found these today. I made it with some Arctic bear meat. Try it." They both made 2 cups of soup and found it delicious. Tanthin thought that if there was salt, it would taste even better. The soup made from oyster mushrooms and fresh meat didn't have much flavor except for the fishy taste, but even without salt, it was still very tasty. Nick said she hoped they could have soup like this every day. Tanthin thought to himself that although he had picked a lot of mushrooms, he couldn't eat all of them in one meal. The remaining mushrooms would only last for tomorrow, and the meat was also an issue. Although he had set many traps, it depended on luck whether they caught anything. If not, no matter how many traps he set, he would get nothing. He had to find a way to secure a long-term food source. The uncertainty was really uncomfortable. Relying only on hunting to survive was too weak and didn't have much resistance to risks. It would take up a lot of time in life. If he wanted to raise livestock here, he would have to build a greenhouse, but with just him and Nick, they would probably starve to death before even building it. Realistically, they could only start with fish farming. He wondered if there were many fish in the water, and whether the stream they had seen before was connected to any large rivers. Before that, it is possible to check the harvest from the traps. If they catch enough game, they can temporarily rely on trapping to maintain their lives. This will continue until the wooden house is built. Then they can think about other things. However, if the game caught is consumed, it can only cover the day's needs. Therefore, Tanthin will follow the stream to look for a fishing ground. If they are lucky, they might find a rich water area, ideally with fish. Setting traps to catch fish would solve the food problem for the future. But if they don't find it, they will have to return to the ice source. After thinking for a while, Tanthin felt it was too troublesome. He held his head and thought, "It's already the end of June. In 2 months, autumn will come. By then, the temperature in the E7 area will be even lower than now. With our current clothing, we won't be able to survive the cold. When winter comes, it will be even harder. Everything will be hard to track, and food will be even more difficult to find. So, before winter comes, I must stockpile a large amount of food for the winter." Tanthin thought that within 5 months, he had to finish building the wooden house, then stockpile food and clothes needed for winter. If not, they would die. Tanthin took a sip of water and sighed. Time had passed, and he wanted to wake up Nick to take the night shift. He needed to sleep and hoped that the traps would yield some results by the next morning. The next morning, after Tanthin checked the traps, he was surprised. The traps he set overnight had caught a snow hare, a squirrel, and even a snow owl. He thought that if he set 20 traps, he might catch 10 pieces of game, and 30 traps would catch 15 pieces. The success rate was quite high. Fortunately, with the help of his experience pouch, he was able to set the traps correctly, resulting in such an outcome. Tanthin wanted to check the pit trap to see if there was any harvest, but when he arrived, he found that the trap had not changed. He thought, could there be no large carnivores around recently? There are no footprints around the traps either, or maybe the bait I used is not suitable. However, the harvest from today was enough for him and Nick to eat for 1 day. After all, the snow hare and squirrel were already skinned, leaving only a small amount of meat. The snow owl was even worse. There was barely any meat left, and it wasn't worth using them as bait anymore. He realized that working all day and only getting enough food for a single day was barely balancing things out, leaving no time to build the house. It seemed that he had to set more traps to save time looking for food, so they could focus on other tasks. Tanthin began to set more traps. While Nick was home sharpening stones, she saw Tanthin returning. She asked, "You seem to have caught quite a bit today." He replied, "I've set over 100 traps around here, dividing them into 4 zones: east, west, south, and north. I rotate them every day." When Nick heard this, she understood why he rotated them every day. Tanthin wanted to avoid staying in any one area too long so that the animals wouldn't be scared and the trap-catching efficiency wouldn't decrease. Tanthin happily said, "Exactly. Now, I can catch food for 2 or 3 days with just one trip. If we're lucky, we might even get food for a week. Moreover, these traps are reusable. After catching the game, we can reset them at the same spots. It only takes half a morning, so the effort is minimal, but the harvest is good. We don't have to worry about food anymore." However, Tanthin also knew that once autumn arrived, the animals they hunted would gradually decrease, and the temperature would drop significantly. Relying only on the polar bear skins wouldn't be enough to endure the cold. Therefore, Tanthin decided that the two of them should focus on building the house first. Nick told Tanthin, "My injuries have healed a lot, so I can go outside now." Tanthin then told her where to place the traps, and she would handle the harvesting and resetting of the traps. He would focus on gathering wood for the house. Tanthin thought that thanks to his innate recovery ability and his physical strength, building the house should not take too much time. The next day, Tanthin started cutting wood and brought it back, digging snow to make the house's foundation. He worked alone, chopping wood around the camp and then bringing it back to build the house. After some time, Tanthin saw that he had enough wood, and now he could start shaping and smoothing it. Nick saw only wood and thought that Tanthin might be building a simple shelter. Tanthin replied, "I will show you the profound culture of my country." Tanthin wanted to build a sturdy house without using nails. He used a jointing technique, interlocking the ends of the wood to ensure the house's sturdiness. The wood needed to be joined with protruding and recessed joints. The ends must align perfectly. For someone like him, with no craftsmanship, it was indeed very difficult. The joints he made weren't perfect but were passable, and he would later reinforce them with wooden pegs. A month and a half later, Tanthin finally finished the house, and it was completed much faster than expected. He said, "Thankfully, I had Nick's help. With her assistance, we were able to finish so quickly." Tanthin looked at the house and smiled. It's a pity that the system only rewards once upon completion of the task. Otherwise, I would have received a generous reward this time. He told Nick to come inside and take a look. Inside the house, there was a bed and a fireplace. Nick asked, "It's so cold here. Why did you build 2 windows?" Tanthin explained, "These windows will be used to vent smoke when we burn a fire inside. This way, the carbon dioxide won't build up and cause poisoning." Nick then asked, "Why not just build a bigger house?" Tanthin replied, "If the space is too large, the heat will dissipate quickly, and it won't be enough to keep warm." He assured her, "Don't worry, I'll build you your own room when I have time." Nick was startled and said, "I didn't mean that. I'm fine sharing with you." Tanthin laughed loudly and explained, "When we burn wood in the stove, the smoke will rise and spread across the roof. This will keep the room warm and dry, reducing moisture in the wood. This way, the wood will not easily rot. Moreover, the smoke from burning wood contains chemicals that can seep into building materials like the floor, columns, and the thatched roof, improving their resistance to termites and waterproofing." Nick looked at the pile of game they had caught and asked Tanthin, "Should we leave these here?" He replied, "In the next 2 days, I'll build a storage shed outside to store them. The space inside the house is limited, and having so much food here would make it cramped. Besides, I don't want to wake up in the morning and see hundreds of eyes staring at me." Nick nodded and went outside to adjust the remaining wood to make sure they could use it later. Tanthin sat thinking. With his efforts in a short period, he had finally accumulated over 100 game animals, with rabbits being the most abundant. The rest were mostly squirrels, snow owls, and white weasels. Large animals were rare, with only a few snow foxes. Fortunately, thanks to the game he had caught, Tanthin had made a thick and large fur blanket. However, if possible, he would have liked to make a mattress as well. Although he could sleep on dry grass, it was quite uncomfortable. He also wanted to make some boxes, so that when they went out, they could store their belongings conveniently. If there was extra time, he would make a few ceramic jars for boiling water, as using stones to boil water was too troublesome. As for finding a fishing ground, he had to delay it for a while because he needed to prepare fishing tools. He went out and told Nick that they would first build a storage shed behind the house to store the animals they had caught these past few days. Once the two of them finished the task, Nick praised him for improving his craftsmanship. The gaps between the logs were tight, making it ideal for food storage. Tian told Nick to put the food inside, and later he would use a similar method to make a few more wooden boxes. Inside the house, Tian was weaving a fishing net, as there was still a month left until autumn. Time was running out. Over the past few days, he and Nick had been working day and night, hoping to finish everything before winter. Nick had a nap and woke up, telling Tian that he could rest now. Tian replied that she could take a break if she was tired, and then take the night watch, but she went out to offer to take his shift. Tian felt exhausted and decided he needed a good sleep. He lay down, and after closing his eyes, he felt the warmth of the sun shining into the room, realizing that it was already morning. He had only blinked, and a whole night had passed. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes or his perception of time. Tian walked over to open the window to check, and he noticed something unusual. The sun had not set, but this phenomenon occurred only in the polar regions. Could it be that this world was also spherical? Nick didn't understand what Tian meant by the day the sun doesn't set and asked him. Tian explained that the day the sun doesn't set is also called the polar day, a phenomenon that occurs at the poles, where the sun remains above the horizon for 24 hours, meaning a full day of daylight. This happens due to the Earth's axial tilt and its orbit around the sun. In cold polar regions, there are times when there is no night at all, or only a very short night. Tian told Nick that she could understand it roughly that way. When Nick seemed to understand, Tian smiled and said, "It's fascinating, isn't it? But it's also very troublesome, because without a timekeeping tool, I've been estimating the time by the position of the sky and arranging work and rest based on that. But now, with the polar day phenomenon, the regular rhythm of life has been disrupted." He went on, "I can only rely on my biological clock to try to gauge time. Without a solar clock, the only option would be to use the sun's position for shadow estimation when it rises or sets. But since the sun doesn't set right now, that's impossible. Using stars for timekeeping isn't practical either, as most of the time is daylight, and there are no stars visible for observation." Tian sighed in resignation, realizing that both he and Nick had to face the possibility that their biological clocks would not match their work and rest schedule, and their bodies might suffer from irregularities. He couldn't think of a solution at the moment, so he decided to rely on the previous rhythm of working and resting, even if it wasn't entirely accurate. This rough estimate wouldn't cause too much trouble for them. As for the polar day, it wasn't entirely bad for the two of them. At least, during the evenings, they wouldn't need a campfire to survive. Their ability to craft tools would certainly be much faster now. 3 days later, the two of them had prepared everything and set out to hunt. They dragged a sled through the forest. Tian noticed that although it was summer, the temperature was still near zero but warmer than before. Nick hoped that they would have a successful hunt this time. They followed a stream as they traveled, and Nick noticed how clear the water was. Tian regretted that the water quality was so good, but there were no fish. Tian pointed and said, "Let's go upstream and see if we can find anything." They continued on their way. After a while, they started feeling hungry. Tian guessed it was probably around 6 p.m. He decided to stop and prepare to camp for the night. He told Nick to stay while he went to check around. After a while, Tian noticed animal tracks and began setting traps. He used a simple method, tying a noose made of twine to a tree. The trap worked by catching the animal's head inside the loop, and as the animal struggled, the loop would tighten, eventually killing the animal. This type of trap was simple, and it could only catch small animals like squirrels and rabbits, though it had a fairly high failure rate. Tian continued to look around for other possible trap locations. He felt that they had enough food for this trip, so hunger wouldn't be an issue. This type of trap was quick to set and wouldn't take much time. If it was successful, he thought it would be worthwhile. The next day, a creature approached one of Tian's traps. As it tried to break the trap, Tian thought it was a large rabbit, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a weasel. The weasel howled at Tian, and he chuckled, thinking these creatures were fearless and reckless. He immediately finished it off with a quick strike, put it in his bag, and thought that it was good to have an early catch. It seemed that today would be a lucky day. He decided to check other places. Tanthine returned and told Nick that they had some success. They had caught a snow weasel and a snow hare, and it was well worth the effort of setting the traps. The two of them continued on their journey. After some time, Nick pointed out that there was a stream, and both of them left their sled behind to check it out. Ahead of them was the snow-covered mountain of the E7 region. The vast snowy land stretched out, unchanged, with no sign of life, and the untouched mountain view gave them a sense of desire to go there simply to admire it. Tanthine wasn't sure if there was any iron ore there, so they both decided to go and take a closer look. Tanthine observed that something seemed off on the map for the E7 area. The central snow-capped mountains, which they intended to reach, were across a large forest. Looking at the map, the forest seemed larger than the land area itself, and there was a lot of snow. He and Nick had crossed the snowy land in just 1 week, but now, after only 2 days, they were nearing the mountains. This wasn't quite adding up, especially considering the camp was deep within the forest. Could it be that his perception was wrong? It wasn't that important, so Tanthine pushed it aside. He then turned to Nick and suggested heading to the stream to investigate. As they walked to the river, Tanthine wasn't sure if there were fish in it. Nick pointed to something on the other side of the river, and Tanthine saw it, pink spotted salmon, which were found in polar regions along the coasts of Europe, America, and the Arctic islands. At this point, Tanthine understood the layout of the river. It was divided into 4 sections: the source, 3 middle sections, and the lower course. The lower part of the river had a wide river with a shallow slope, and the current moved slowly, showing signs of sedimentation. There were sandbars scattered all over, with winding bends and several smaller branches. In the middle section, the river slowed down even further with a stable channel. Erosion was primarily straight line, but significant wear occurred along the riverbanks, which caused the river to widen and curve. Tanthine speculated that they were at a transitional point between the middle and lower courses. When Tanthine said they should move forward, Nick asked if they were going to catch some fish. Tanthine reassured her, saying there would be plenty of fish upstream. The two of them traveled for another day, and Tanthine guessed it was probably around the afternoon. He was about to suggest they rest when Nick suddenly pointed ahead. They had reached a vast river area with mountains in the background, an incredibly beautiful scene. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a tree falling. Turning around, they saw a beaver felling a tree. Nick initially mistook it for a rat. She stared at the beaver, asking Tanthine if it tasted good. Tanthine was unsure because he had never eaten beaver before, and this was the first time he had seen one. The beaver quickly ran off and dove into the river, leaving Nick disappointed for missing a meal. Tanthine called Nick over to examine the fallen tree. She noted that the tree didn't seem to be damaged by pests or external forces, so she wondered if the beaver had gnawed it down. Tanthine explained that beavers had 4 large, strong front teeth that could chew through even large tree trunks within 2 hours. These animals were exceptional engineers, capable of altering their environment. The swamp in front of them had been created by the beaver after constructing a dam, transforming the forested area into wetlands. Nick was amazed by the scale of the beaver's creation. Tanthine, familiar with the Encyclopedia of Wildlife, had known about the beaver's skills but was still struck by seeing it firsthand. The largest beaver dam in the world was over 850 meters long. Though this one was much smaller by comparison, it was still an impressive feat. The swamp they stood by teemed with fish, the top predators in the area. The two of them watched as schools of fish swam by in numbers unimaginable. This abundance of fish could sustain the animals through the winter. Tanthine turned to Nick and suggested they take the day to rest, given the long journey they had endured. Nick asked if they were going to catch some fish. Tanthine replied that with such a large pond, catching plenty would be easy, but it was more important to rest and recover first, so they could maintain a healthy work-rest routine. The following day, they both grabbed spears and began fishing in the river. Tanthine skillfully speared several fish, impressing Nick. She marveled at how many he had caught in such a short amount of time. Tanthine, however, noticed he hadn't yet fully mastered the power of his strength-enhancing skill. Although he could handle it well, He realized more practice was needed to control the force effectively. After spearing more fish, they sat down to cook their catch. Nick tasted the fish and found it delicious. Tanthin thought it was acceptable, though the variety of fish was limited to pink-spotted salmon and Arctic long-billed catfish. Compared to land animals, the fish had a mild, almost negligible fishy taste that could be easily eliminated by smoking them. Tanthin decided to eat first, and then rest before organizing the rabbits they had caught. He called Nick over to fetch the sleds and some of the traps they had previously made. When Nick returned, she saw how quickly he was processing the meat. Tanthin smiled, saying he had gotten more skilled at it. He placed the meat in the traps and dropped them into the water. They no longer needed the hooks and nets they had prepared earlier. The remaining meat would be used to make clothes to keep warm during the winter. As winter approached, nature fell silent, with life retreating into a state of dormancy. Many animals either hibernated or migrated to survive the harsh conditions. Few animals ventured outside, but fish were different. They neither hibernated nor migrated. Water was their home, and even in winter, it remained a natural food reservoir. This was the reason Tanthin had prioritized finding a fishing spot. He hadn't expected to find one so quickly. Originally, he planned to address this issue before the fall, but it took him less than 3 days to discover the fishing grounds. Nick asked Tanthin if they would head towards the snowy mountains next. He said they would see how things went, and the two continued pushing their sleds toward the mountains. As they walked, Nick noticed some fur on a tree and asked Tanthin about it. He recognized it as reindeer fur, which sheds during seasonal changes. Nick had never heard of this type of fur, but she assumed that reindeer fur would be valuable for winter clothing. She asked if they were likely to find a herd of reindeer if they followed this path. Tanthin replied that it was a matter of luck. According to the encyclopedia, reindeer were migratory animals. When winter came, they moved from the frozen lands, and by the following summer, they would return. In these frozen lands, reindeer could find abundant vegetation and various types of mushrooms, no longer needing to rely on lichen for food. From here, the reindeer herd will breed and raise the next generation during this time. They will care for the young until autumn, when they will migrate again. It can be said that the reindeer spend about 8 months out of the year migrating. This place is not Earth, and whether reindeer have a migratory pattern or not, Tanthin isn't sure. At this moment, the reindeer might be resting somewhere, waiting for him to find them, or they might still be migrating. Moreover, this path is a loop back to the wetlands, so if the reindeer aren't found, then yesterday's effort will be in vain. But even so, Tanthin feels he must try his best. After following them for 2 days, they finally find a herd of at least 200 reindeer. Tanthin sees that using his hunting skills here will not be affected in any way. If he wants to, he could catch a reindeer instantly. However, doing so would scare the others, causing them to flee in all directions, and this is not what he wants. He calls Nick back to prepare and then digs a trap near the reindeer, so that they will run into it one by one. On the 3rd morning, Tanthin hides behind a tree, waiting for Nick to take position. After preparing for 3 days, it all comes down to this moment. This time, whether they can catch how many reindeer depends on how well the two of them coordinate. Following the plan, the two of them force the reindeer into the trap. Tanthin jumps out of the forest and roars, causing the herd to panic and start running. Tanthin immediately chases after them. Before he kills one, he apologizes, saying that he has to do this to survive. After killing one, he notices a reindeer lying on the ground, not running. He doesn't understand what's happening until he realizes that the reindeer is giving birth. Tanthin watches as it finishes giving birth, then runs off, leaving behind a newborn reindeer. The rest of the herd runs towards the trap and falls into it. Nick reports back that 7 reindeer are trapped. Tanthin tells her to check on the situation, and she replies that she will assist him. She jumps into the herd with 2 swords, cutting down several reindeer, and then reports back to Tanthin, saying she has taken down 3 more. She notices the newborn reindeer on Tanthin's thigh trembling and asks what's wrong with it. He explains that it is probably choking on amniotic fluid. Tanthin hands the newborn reindeer to Nick to keep safe and heads over to a birch tree. He takes some bark and burns it. then inhales the smoke before blowing it into the newborn reindeer's face, causing it to cough up the amniotic fluid and breathe normally again. Tanthin knows this method because he's seen the elders in the village use it to save animals that had similar issues. Nick asks if the two of them are going to raise the reindeer. Tanthin confirms they will, and they must take good care of it. Reindeer are mammals that nurse from their mothers and grow by drinking milk, but Tanthin doesn't know where to get milk for it. Due to the harsh environment, reindeer grow very fast. In just a day, they can stand up, run, and look for food. For a newborn reindeer, milk might not be essential, but since this one is freshly born, it is weak and needs milk. Tanthin tells Nick to start a fire to warm the newborn reindeer, and then go deal with the bodies of the other reindeer. Nick starts a fire and holds the baby reindeer to keep it warm. Tanthin goes to check the spoils from today's hunt and finds they've caught a total of 16 reindeer. The necessary materials, like fur and skins, are enough, but transporting them is a problem. Since these are adult reindeer, each one weighs around 100 kilograms, making it difficult to move them. He decides to temporarily deal with the strong blood scent on the snow before thinking about the next step. Just as Tanthin returns, Nick greets him and mentions how cute the baby reindeer is. Tanthin agrees but tells her to go rest for now. Despite it always being bright outside, they shouldn't let their schedules get out of sync. He sits by the fire with the newborn reindeer in his arms, unsure of what to name it yet, since he's unsure whether it will survive. He thinks naming it now would be too early, as it might not make it. He checks if the reindeer is still breathing, and relieved to find that it is, he reassures it that it must grow strong and healthy. One day, the reindeer stands up and starts walking, impressing Tanthin. He's happy, but also worried that it might run away. When it approaches him, he feels joyful, thinking it must trust him, but he wonders if it's sniffing him because it's looking for milk. The newborn reindeer approaches Tanthin because it's hungry, and he holds out some lichen for it. He tells it that he doesn't have any milk, only this, and if the reindeer doesn't eat it, he doesn't know what else to do. When the reindeer starts eating, Tanthin gently strokes its head and says, "It must taste good, right? Well, eat as much as you can." Tanthin also feels worried, not knowing if the nutrients in the food are enough for the newborn. Nick comes out of the sled and notices that the reindeer has stood up and is moving around. He is also happy to see it. When the reindeer goes towards Nick, Tanthin can't help but smile. Nick hugs the reindeer, finding it adorable and very affectionate towards her. Tanthin mentions that it probably remembers her scent, especially since the mucus on its body was cleaned by her. Nick tells Tanthin that it's time to switch shifts and that he should rest while she stays to take care of the reindeer. Tanthin nods and tells Nick to be careful not to let the reindeer eat too much lichen and moss. Tanthin heads to the sled, thinking about the next steps. Now that they have winter clothes, he wonders if they should head toward the snowy mountains or return to the cabin. After some thought, he decides to return. To catch the reindeer, he and Nick have strayed far from their original path. Additionally, they gathered many supplies and carrying them is becoming more exhausting. At the moment, Tanthin isn't sure how to manage all the reindeer. He had planned to transport them multiple times, but since they found the fishing grounds, they don't need to worry about food. He feels that making multiple trips for the meat isn't practical. Tanthin decides to take the reindeer skins, fur, and tendons back with them, and wait until they reach the fishing grounds. They'll also bring back some fish to store. This way, in the first half of the journey, both Tanthin and Nick won't have to strain so much pulling the sled. The issue with the newborn reindeer is also on his mind. He doesn't want it to see its kin being slaughtered and be traumatized because, despite being an animal, it can recognize its own kind. The next morning, Tanthin takes the newborn reindeer for a walk and tells Nick to stay behind to deal with the bodies of the other reindeer. She takes out a knife to begin preparing them. She must finish dealing with the reindeer carcasses before Tanthin returns with the newborn reindeer. She takes some ribs to prepare food for the journey back. After that day, Tanthin and Nick headed back to the fishing grounds. Nick saw the baby reindeer running fast and thought it would grow up quickly. Tanthin realized that 3 days had already passed. Finally, they returned to the wetland area. He told Nick to go with him and check the traps they had set earlier. When they pulled them up, they found a lot of fish inside, which made Nick happily shout. Tanthin smiled joyfully, pleased with the catch. He told Nick to pull the traps up, handle the fish on the spot, and then they could leave. She agreed because in the snowy land, it wouldn't be long before the fish froze, and they wouldn't have to worry about spoilage. Tanthin told Nick to hurry and return since they had been out on this trip for too long. Nick happily asked Tanthin if they needed to give the baby reindeer a name. Tanthin thought it was about time. According to the Wildlife Encyclopedia, the growth rate of reindeer calves is very fast, but in just a few short days, the calf had already started to jump and run on the snowy ground, which was rare, considering it had no mother to care for it. Its development was also unusual. If nothing unexpected happened, the baby reindeer would grow up healthy. He thought the little antlers on the calf's head were adorable, so he decided to name it Jack-Jack. A few days later, the two of them returned home. Tanthin finished building a pen for Jack-Jack. After he was done, he stood and admired his work. He hadn't expected to finish building the wooden pen in just a week. Nick stood beside him and said to Jack-Jack, "See, Tanthin is really good to you. He even built a special wooden pen for you right in front of the cabin window, just in case anything happens." Tanthin walked over to Jack-Jack and said, "Reindeer are animals that live in the snow and ice. For them, this wooden pen is enough." But Jack-Jack is still young, and without other reindeer to keep it warm, its thin fur isn't enough to withstand the cold. So, before it grows up, it should live inside the cabin with us. In August, it would still be warm in most places, but in Area E7, autumn had already arrived, and it could even be considered winter. That night, inside the wooden cabin, Tanthin was sleeping when he suddenly woke up because he felt the cold. He walked over to the window to see what was happening. As soon as he opened the window, a strong snowstorm blew in. He quickly closed the window. Nick heard the noise and woke up, asking Tanthin what was wrong. He told her that it had started snowing. The polar day was over, and night had fallen. When Nick heard Tanthin say it was dark outside, she noticed that the snowstorm was very strong. Even inside the wooden cabin, they could still hear the howling wind. They needed to deal with the windows quickly. Tanthin sighed and said, "It looks like we won't be able to make it to the snowy mountains now. I had planned to prepare for the next few days and then head to the mountains, but with this weather, it's clear that the seasons are changing." He thought back to the Snow Region's Experience Encyclopedia, which described that autumn and winter were not ideal seasons for long journeys. If one wasn't careful, they could be caught in a snowstorm and buried. Seeing that it was not looking promising, Tanthin jumped back into bed, pulled up the blanket, and decided to sleep. Whatever happened could be dealt with tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jack-Jack heard the noise and raised its head to see what was happening, but soon went back to sleep when it saw there was nothing to worry about. The next day, Tanthin said to Nick, "Let's work on the reindeer skins." The two of them set up a wooden frame and stretched out the reindeer skin. Tanthin turned to Nick and said, "We have too much food now. The storeroom is full. Once we finish this, we will need to build another one." Nick laughed and said, "I didn't expect that we would go from having nothing to eat to having not just the animals Tanthin trapped, but also a barrel of fish." Nick sighed, realizing that the weather was getting colder, and suggested that once they finished building the new storeroom, they should go fishing again. They could catch as much as possible while they still could. Tanthin gave her a thumbs up in agreement. A few days later, Nick came to report that the storeroom was full. As soon as she arrived, Tanthin called her over to help him build a stove. She asked why Tanthin suddenly wanted to build a stove. Tanthin explained, "Now that we prepared everything for winter, of course, we need to improve our living conditions." He added, "We've been doing this for so long, don't you want to have hot baths?" Nick happily replied, "Of course, I really want that." Tanthin smiled and assured her that he would take care of everything. After he finished building a steaming hot bath, Nick soaked in it and felt incredibly comfortable. She hadn't expected Tanthin to build a small house for the hot bath. She was amazed by his skills. Inside the wooden cabin, Tanthin had dug a pit and piled mud into it. Then he set fire to it, so the mud would harden and form a bathtub. Although Tanthian told Nick that they couldn't start a fire underneath the tub, she was still very satisfied with what had been done. After a while, Tanthian prepared to leave and asked Nick where he was going. He said he wanted to check if the traps had caught anything. Even though they had fish in the storeroom, eating fish all the time wasn't sustainable. Eventually, they would get tired of it. Nick wanted to go with him, but he told her to rest since she had just taken a bath and didn't need to follow him. She insisted on going along to help, so Tanthian reluctantly agreed. After walking for a while, Tanthian told Nick to split up into 2 areas to quickly complete the task. Suddenly, Jack cried out and ran off. Tanthian laughed and said, "Looks like this little one has found something good to eat." Nick noticed that whenever it found something tasty, its eyes would light up. Seeing Jack acting like it had found something, Tanthian asked Nick to check it out. When Tanthian reached the spot, he was surprised to see that Jack had discovered raspberry bushes. These are perennial low-growing plants with branching rhizomes, often found in forests or under moss. The flowers bloom from May to July, and the fruits are ripe from August to September. Tanthian was thrilled to see the raspberries. Nick wondered if the raspberries were edible, and noted that there were many more over there. Tanthian looked over and saw that there were indeed a lot. He called Nick to pick the fruit. Nick said that it would have been great if they had found this sooner, as it was so close to where they lived. Tanthian noticed that these plants were well hidden, with their stems creeping along the ground and many grasses covering them. Without Jack's help, they might not have discovered the raspberries before the season was over. It was night when the 2 of them returned home. Tanthian gave Nick some raspberries to taste. As soon as she took a bite, she felt the sweet and sour flavor, which was absolutely delicious. Tanthian smiled and said that they no longer needed to eat raw meat because in the E7 region, to supplement the necessary vitamins, Tanthian and Nick had to eat raw meat from time to time since it contained vitamin C and other vitamins. However, once the meat was cooked, the vitamins inside were destroyed. Nick suggested to Tanthian that the 2 of them should go out tomorrow to look for more raspberries. Maybe they would find more. She proposed bringing Jack along to help. Tanthian agreed, saying that they should go out and search, and if they found more, that would be great. Otherwise, it would just be a fun outing. Time passed quickly, and it was already December. Tanthian finished sewing the winter clothes, and Jack had grown bigger, now strong enough to pull the sled. The 2 of them took Jack with them to hunt, but Tanthian noticed that although it was only autumn, the cold was unbearable. He joked that by winter, they might be freezing so much that they would urinate on the ice. Nick found this very funny and asked Tanthian if they would be hunting seals to get through the winter. Now they had reached the ice fields, so what would they do next? Tanthian explained that he had planned to hunt seals during the mid-autumn, when the ice fields would be more extensive and the hunting grounds would be larger. However, as autumn passed, the temperature was dropping, and they could not delay any further. If they procrastinated, the weather would only worsen with stronger snowstorms. Now, he could already feel the wind getting stronger, and his eyes were irritated by the cold. He was afraid that if they continued, something bad might happen. So, Tanthian said they should rest for the night and continue tomorrow. He told Jack to lie down. Tanthian told Nick that they would build an ice house underneath the air vent of the sled and spend the night there. While Nick was using a shovel to dig a circle for the ice house, she asked Tanthian if it was really possible to build an ice house with such loose snow. Tanthian replied that it was indeed possible and told her to try it for herself. Nick took a chunk of snow and found it was very firm. The snow block she cut out was usable. Tanthian explained to Nick that although the snow that just fell might be soft and fluffy, when it accumulates over time, it becomes compacted by gravity, just like compressed snow. When the snow was molded into a circular shape, it became tightly packed and solid. The snow here had accumulated over many years. Except for the fluffy snow on the surface, the snow deeper down was tightly packed by gravity. The 2 of them started cutting the snow into blocks and built a temporary shelter. Tanthian found the task very interesting, almost like revisiting his childhood. Nick also enjoyed cutting the snow blocks. Tanthian paused and stopped working. Nick, noticing he had stopped, asked why. Tanthian explained that if they worked for too long, they would start sweating, and in such a low-temperature environment, sweat would quickly turn to ice, causing their clothes to lose their insulating function. Therefore, when the body felt too warm, they needed to stop and wait for the body temperature to drop. He advised Nick to also stop if she felt too warm and take a break. After 2 hours, the two of them finally finished the ice house. Tanthin looked at the house and was quite satisfied. Nick suggested they go inside to check the ice house. Before they left, Nick pointed to a snow mound where Jack would stay tonight. That place had been specially prepared for Jack by Tanthin. When Nick mentioned it, Jack let out a noise. It was nightfall by then, and the two of them entered the ice house, lit a fire to warm up. Nick was curious and wondered if anyone lived in such a place. Tanthin replied that he wasn't sure about the current situation, but in the past, there must have been people. He remembered that Hwang Yeoksu once mentioned that each area in the third ecological zone had a sub-laboratory, and researchers worked there. However, after the last incident, the people probably died, and he didn't know where the laboratory in E7 was located. If they could find it, they might get some help. After winter passed, Tanthin planned to search for the laboratory carefully. Based on his experience in Laboratory Islands 2 and D3, he thought it was possible that there might be people in E7 using some special method to survive. He would think this through carefully and not rush. Seeing Tanthin deep in thought, Nick asked him what he was thinking and handed him a piece of meat, telling him to eat first. Tanthin smiled and agreed. He reminded her to keep an eye on the fire and not let it burn too high. The ice house was small, and too much heat would melt the ice. After eating, Tanthin told Nick to rest, and they would continue their journey the next morning. The next day, the two of them reached the ice fields. Nick pointed and asked if the animals over there were seals. Tanthin replied no, but when he looked over, he saw a group of seals lying on the ice, sunbathing to get their dark, shiny skin. Seals, a species of marine mammals, are known for their inability to lift their bodies with their fins, so they crawl on their bellies to move. Because of this, they are also called crawling seals, distinguishing them from sea lions and fur seals. Seals mostly live in the oceans of both the northern and southern hemispheres, primarily in temperate and polar regions. After seeing the seals, the two of them decided to build a larger snow house to stay in before hunting. Nick asked Tanthin how long they would stay there. He said they might stay for a few days because the seals were very cautious and they had to prepare carefully. This time, they would build a larger house for Jack. By the time they finished, it was already night. Tanthin thought it took too long to build a large house, so he suggested they go inside. He told Jack to return to its snow den. The two of them lit a fire, and Nick, feeling tired, told Tanthin to rest first. Tanthin noticed the strong wind and thought that the chances of polar bears appearing were low, but they still needed to stay alert. Also, he needed to figure out how to catch the seals. The next day, they observed many animals on the ice. Some birds were catching fish, while the seals were sunbathing. 2 walruses also appeared. Nick observed that she had seen many animals since they arrived, but strangely, she didn't feel as excited or stimulated when she saw prey. Tanthin commented that maybe she was feeling a sense of fear, and he marveled at the diversity of life in nature. The cycle of life in nature was never ending. Watching this scene gave him a sense of returning to the roots of life's flow. Nick closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and felt calm and peaceful. She turned to Tanthin and said, "No matter how comfortable it gets, we must fill our stomachs first." Tanthin responded, "We are just members of nature after all." He asked her, "Do you remember the plan we talked about before setting out?" Tanthin activated his ability and rushed forward. He noticed that although the snow affected his speed, the enhanced skills were not to be underestimated. The seals had spotted Tanthin. When he rushed towards them, he saw that, luckily, the seals weren't moving too fast and that he could catch up. However, as expected, the seals had all jumped back into the sea, making Tanthin furious. Nick approached Tanthin and told him that the seals were gone. Tanthin looked at the ice surface and realized how impressive the seals were. Despite the thick layer of ice, they could bite right through it. Right in front of them were several holes that the seals had created by cutting the ice. Nick asked if those were the holes made by the seals. She commented on how powerful their teeth were. Tanthin replied that if their teeth weren't powerful, they wouldn't be able to survive in such an environment. He pointed to the thick, half-meter ice layer, noting that even with a chisel, it would take a long time to break through. Yet, the seals were able to create holes without any tools. Usually, seals would have at least a few breathing holes. These seals had been frightened and would not appear for a short while, so Tanthin decided to fish to replenish their food supply. Since their food was running low and Jack had limited capacity, he had considered how much space was necessary to bring the seals back. Therefore, he had reduced the amount of food this time. Tanthin set up a fishing trap, and Nick asked why there was a barrier around it. He explained it was to prevent the water in the hole from freezing. He suggested that while it wasn't dark yet, they should explore the area and perhaps find another group of seals. As they searched, Nick asked Tanthin about the ice mountain waves, and he explained that they were formed when two ice sheets collided and rose. These areas led directly to the sea and were where seals often appeared to breathe, though they didn't usually sunbathe like the seals they had encountered earlier. Nick wondered why they didn't catch the walruses on the ice field. Tanthin said, "They are at the edge of the ice sheet, and they don't need to climb. They can just jump straight into the sea. Unless you can move in an instant, don't even think about hunting them." He told Nick to continue looking for the ice mountain waves. Suddenly, Nick pointed and called out to Tanthin, "Something's moving over there. Is that the ice mountain wave you were talking about?" Tanthin observed and confirmed that it was indeed the case. As they approached, Tanthin saw that the ice mountain wave was newly formed, and its structure was still unstable. The seals hadn't noticed it yet. Nick, hearing this, felt disappointed. She suggested that Tanthin return to check on the fishing trap, feeling they might have caught something this time. Tanthin agreed and they headed back. When they arrived, they indeed caught a large fish. Nick happily grabbed the fish and said that it was big enough for the two of them to eat for a long time. Tanthin estimated that the fish would last them 5 to 6 days. Even though they had spent all night without catching any seals, the snowfish was still a valuable catch. Unexpectedly, he told Nick to eat first and rest, while he kept watch and thought about how to catch seals the next day. The next morning, they resumed hunting seals. As they walked, Tanthin reflected that he and Nick had shelter, clothes, and enough food for at least a week or two, but Jack was a different story. Jack needed lichen to eat, which they could still find in the snowfields, but they were now in the ice fields. While the snow here looked similar, the ice beneath prevented plants from growing. Nick noticed it had snowed again, and the animals were scarce. She asked Tanthin if he thought the seals would come out today. Tanthin reassured her that the seals would definitely come out because he had spent 1,000 points on an icefield experience package the night before. This meant that regardless of the weather, seals would appear on the ice field. Suddenly, Nick spotted a seal and alerted Tanthin. He told her and Jack to stay behind while he took action. Tanthin laid a hide on the ice and lay flat on his back, holding a spear tied with a cord. He used his feet to push himself toward the seal. The seal observed him but remained unaware of his presence. Tanthin watched closely, ensuring not to alert it. Seeing it remain motionless, he knew the method from the icefield experience package was working. He then proceeded. Nick, observing from outside, saw Tanthin pretending to be a fellow seal. It was a brilliant tactic. As he got closer, Tanthin suddenly jumped up, startling the seal, which tried to escape. Tanthin chased after it and, as he jumped, activated his newly purchased ability. The seal, attempting to dive into the water, was pierced by the spear. Tanthin pulled it up from the hole and slammed it onto the ice. It cried out, "Please, spare me, I have an old mother and young children, and a beautiful wife, let me go." Tanthin quickly killed it with a knife. Nick arrived and saw how fat the seal was. Tanthin laughed, saying the fatter, the more fat, and he wasn't worried about it not being fat enough. He called Nick over to handle the seal. Later, they brought several containers to store the seal meat. Nick commented that the seal was so fat. Fortunately, the containers they made were large, or they wouldn't have fitted. Tanthin was glad they had the icefield experience package, which made it easier to catch the first seal. Taking advantage of this, he wanted to try out the other methods in the package. He called out to Nick, telling her it was already noon, and the animals would come out soon. They would split up to take action and try to catch a few more seals today. Nick agreed to try the method Tanthin used earlier. However, when she tried it, the cold was unbearable. Her fingers were frozen, and she had lost all feeling in them. She wondered how Tanthin had endured it this morning when it was even colder. She couldn't understand how he could persist. Still, she encouraged herself not to let Tanthin's effort go to waste. As she got closer, the seal noticed her. She jumped up, ready to throw her spear. But before she could act, it dove into the hole. Nick realized she was too slow to catch up and switched to what she thought was the dumbest method, sitting by the hole and waiting. If a seal swam by or surfaced for air, she would use the spear to strike it. Beneath the ice, a seal swam toward the hole. As it looked up, Nick quickly threw her spear, hitting it right in the tail. That evening, they returned to their snow shelter. The seals were very timid, and Tanthin noticed that when they were still tens of meters away, the seals had already fled, so they couldn't catch any more. Nick kept an eye on the hole all afternoon and eventually managed to catch one seal. Tanthin realized that hunting seals wasn't easy, but at least they had made some progress today, unlike yesterday when they returned empty-handed. Nick remarked that both seals were quite fat. In the following days, on the 4th day, they caught 2 seals, and on the 5th day, 4 seals. On the 6th day, only Nick caught one, but by the 7th day, neither of them managed to catch any more. Tanthin found it strange and wondered if their constant hunting had caused the seals to realize something, and now they were avoiding the area. Nick asked if Tanthin had mentioned that seals were very smart. She felt this was quite likely. Tanthin felt they were fine for now, having already caught a dozen seals, enough to last them through the winter. Nick agreed and pointed out that Jack's food supply was running out, so they should head back. Tanthin suggested that they pack up and sleep here for the night, then return home tomorrow. That night, Tanthin sat in the shelter, hearing the howling wind outside, but there was no other sound. He thought this silence was nice, as there were no distractions, allowing him to listen more clearly to any noise. However, the complete quiet felt a bit unsettling. He then noticed that the jars of seal meat were glowing. Tanthin opened one and found that the seal fat was glowing with a golden sheen. He called Nick to wake up and come see. They made 2 plates of sashimi with the fat and ate it. Nick praised the taste, feeling warmth spread through her body as the fat slid down her throat. Tanthin was surprised that the seal fat, which was normally frozen, had melted more than half under the campfire's heat, turning into a shiny layer of fat. Now, Nick understood why Tanthin had wanted to hunt seals in such a cold environment. The seal fat was a treasure to keep them warm against the cold. Tanthin told her to eat and then go for a walk outside. 2 people went outside together to enjoy the night sky. This was the first time they had left the ice house at night. The scene was beautiful, and they could see the moonlight. Tanthin thought to himself that the 15th of the lunar month was approaching, and he wondered how the Deeplam group was doing. The next day, the 2 of them set off to return. The weather was favorable, with no snowstorms. Tanthin noticed it was already afternoon, so he decided to spend the night there. He told Nick to prepare to build the ice house. While Tanthin was working, he asked Nick if she had finished making the ice bricks. When she didn't respond, Tanthin asked if something was wrong. Not hearing anything, Tanthin hurriedly called out and went closer to the ice hole. He found her sitting still, listening for something. Tanthin wondered what she had detected. Nick told him that while she was cutting the ice bricks, she heard footsteps, but upon listening carefully, she realized it was the sound of the tide receding. Tanthin was puzzled, as the surroundings were just a vast expanse of white snow, with no sign of the sea. He joined her to listen, and indeed, he could hear the sound of water. He used his knife to prod half a meter into the ground, but couldn't make any progress. He called Nick to help him dig, and after a short while, the 2 of them had uncovered a water hole. Upon seeing the hole, Tanthin realized that they were still on the ice field. He wasn't sure how large this ice field was. Nick asked if they might have been moving too slowly, but Tanthin thought that even if they were slow, they had still covered more than 10 kilometers a day. The ice field was vast beyond imagination. However, the ice field was now offering them a gift before they left, as they could hear the sound of the ocean through the ice. If he wasn't mistaken, there must be a beach beneath their feet. Tanthin told Nick to finish building the ice house first, and then they would open a hole in the ice surface to collect their results. Later that night, Tanthin woke Nick to go out and collect blue mussels. The two of them took 2 lanterns with them. Nick asked Tanthin if blue mussels were really that delicious. Tanthin replied that he had never eaten them before, but blue mussels contained many types of vitamins that the human body needed. He mentioned that although they had raspberries to supplement vitamins, they couldn't gather too many of them. Now that they had something that could provide vitamins, why not make use of it? Nick asked why they hadn't gone to collect them sooner. Tanthin explained that during the full moon, the tide would reach its highest point, giving them enough time to operate. Beneath the ice layer, the two of them saw the seawater receding, revealing sand and rocks below. Tanthin grabbed a lantern and jumped down. It was very dark down there. He saw plenty of blue mussels on the sand. He told Nick to bring the bag over. Once they were both down, Tanthin assigned Nick to the right side, while he took the left. He reminded her not to go too far. If she heard the sound of the sea, she should leave as quickly as possible. The two of them began collecting blue mussels. Tanthin knew that without any tools to measure time, they had no way of knowing how much time had passed or predicting the tides. Therefore, they could only rely on the sound of the water as the tide rose to judge the timing. The ice surface was thick, but without the support of the seawater, it could suddenly collapse. However, if they could hear the sound of the ice shifting before the surface collapsed, they could react in time to escape. Collecting blue mussels beneath the ice was extremely dangerous. Although most of the time there was no immediate danger, when danger did arise, it could be life-threatening. After a while, the two of them returned with their bags. Tanthin had felt tense for more than half an hour, but the harvest was good, over 100 kilograms of blue mussels. Nick asked Tanthin why they weren't taking advantage of the low tide to gather more since the tide hadn't risen yet. Tanthin said there was no need. The tide had been low for too long, and the seawater could rise at any moment. They couldn't take any more risks now. They moved the blue mussels onto the sled. Later, back in the ice house, Nick was delighted to eat the blue mussels. She found them delicious and wanted to eat 2 more. Tanthin, however, frowned when he opened one and saw it moving. This young man had obviously never experienced this before. He probably had never eaten that type of shellfish, so he was still repulsed by it. However, once he got used to it, he would eat it all. Tanthin looked at the mussel and realized he might have been wrong. Compared to other raw meat, this shellfish was indeed a little easier to eat, but because of the vitamins, he had to force himself. Once eaten, it felt like refrigerated fruit, extremely soft, a little fishy, but not unpleasant. Nick laughed and said the mussels tasted good. Tanthin told Nick to rest early today and take advantage of the good weather to head back a little sooner. After some time traveling across the ice fields, they finally made it home. Nick opened the door and entered, happy to be home again. Tanthin walked into the house and saw that the snow had piled up since they had been gone for quite a while. As he walked in, a squirrel threw a pine cone at his head, causing Nick to laugh joyfully and say that the squirrel was welcoming Tanthin home with a pine cone. The two of them entered and lay down on the bed, exhausted. It felt like being at home was the best. They decided to rest for the day and handle some of the prey they had brought back from the ice fields. Tanthin was about to tell Nick that he would make a bow and arrow, but feeling too tired, he fell asleep before he could finish his sentence. The next morning, Tanthin and Jack went to check the traps around the areas near their house. On their way back, they met Nick. He said that they had been quite lucky and caught 2 snow hares in the traps. Nick was processing seal skins and asked Tanthin about the seal skins he had processed near the river. She then asked what to do next. He picked up a seal skin and said he would make waterproof boots. Nick was pleased to hear this because their boots were wet and cold from the snow. Having waterproof boots would be very helpful. She asked Tanthin about his plans for making the bow and arrow. He told her that it wasn't a good time yet because making a bow and arrow for hunting seals was not easy. They had to prepare a bit more, especially since winter was coming soon. They needed to focus on getting ready for the winter first. After some time, winter finally arrived. The two of them sat inside by the fire to warm up. Tanthin knew that winter in snowy regions would be very cold, but he didn't expect it to be so harsh. They sat by the fire, their mouths almost frozen. Nick remarked that since mid-November, it had been snowing almost every day, with only varying amounts and durations. Tanthin told her not to worry. They had enough food stored, so they could handle any weather. Even if they died, they wouldn't go outside. But after several days stuck indoors, Tanthin couldn't stand it anymore. They decided to go outside. Staying inside every day was stifling. Nick asked Tanthin where he wanted to go, as he found staying at home boring, but the view around was too limited. They decided to take a walk around the wooden house. After walking for a short distance, Tanthin felt the cold cutting through him and stopped, shivering. Nick asked him why he stopped. Tanthin turned around and ran back to the house, thinking that if he stayed outside a little longer, he might freeze to death. The two of them returned, and Tanthin put Jack back in the pen. Jack was upset, having been dragged back so soon from a walk, but Tanthin reassured it, saying they would go out again if the weather improved the next day. Nick noticed that Jack's food was almost gone and informed Tanthin. Tanthin planned to go out in the next few days to look for food before winter fully set in. The reindeer would be moving to areas with more food and relatively warmer conditions for the winter. However, Jack's situation was different. It needed care. The two of them returned to the house. Tanthin smiled and said that being at home was the warmest. Nick smiled and said that she was going to get something and asked if Tanthin had any news about the others. Tanthin told her that at least their situation was better than theirs. On the supply ship, they had plenty of food and supplies. Considering the circumstances, the people on the ship were in much better shape than the two of them right now. They might have even made it to Area A1 by now. Nick sighed, saying she didn't know when they would be able to see everyone again. Tanthin comforted her, saying they would meet again soon, and encouraged her to eat and rest early. It was already nightfall. A rabbit was running through the snow, searching for food when suddenly a pack of wolves appeared from nowhere. The wolves blocked the rabbit's path, and the rabbit broke out in a cold sweat. It was quickly taken out of the world. The sounds of the attack scared the birds, making them fly in all directions in the night sky. After killing the rabbit, the lead wolf, with green eyes, noticed Tanthin and Nick's house. It howled, calling for the other wolves. Inside the house, Tanthin and Nick were sound asleep, unaware of the approaching danger. Jack, resting in its pen, woke up and saw the green eyes staring through the window. It barked in fear, waking Tanthin and Nick. Startled, Tanthin heard strange sounds outside and rushed to the door to check. As they stepped outside, they saw the snow wolves. Realizing the danger, Tanthin activated all his abilities, and Nick prepared for battle. Tanthin charged and grabbed a wolf by the neck, slamming it down into the snow. One of the wolves lunged at Nick, but she skillfully dodged and kicked it hard in the head. In an instant, the two of them had taken down two wolves. Tanthin turned to ask Nick if she was okay. Nick replied that she was fine, just that one wolf was not a big issue for her. Suddenly, two more wolves jumped down from the roof. Tanthin and Nick found themselves surrounded by the pack, staring at them. Seeing that the wolves were too numerous, Tanthin told Nick to retreat into the cabin immediately. Once inside, Tanthin grabbed his weapons, angry and confused about where these damn wolves had come from. If he hadn't gone after them, they would have been lucky, but now the wolves were here to make a meal out of the two of them. Nick asked Tanthin why they hadn't noticed any signs of snow wolves before. Why had a pack suddenly appeared now? Tanthin told her to not worry about it and focused on the situation. The wolves were trying to dig into Jack's pen. They needed to prepare to fight back. Tanthin grabbed two swords and knives, while Nick took a stone weapon. Outside, the wolves were trying to break through the door. Tanthin told Nick to quickly close the windows. She responded, saying they were surrounded, and the wolves had already started digging at Jack's pen, with half of their bodies inside. Tanthin cursed in anger, furious that these damn wolves dared to touch Jack. He kicked open the door, sending several wolves flying. He rushed out and killed one with a strike. Nick charged out and blocked another wolf, while Tanthin used his stone knife to kill 2 more wolves. The 2 of them ran to Jack's pen, where they saw one wolf digging to get inside. Jack, inside the pen, was terrified. Hearing the sound of the wolf digging and crying out in pain after being killed by Tanthin, Jack heard Tanthin's voice asking if it was okay. If it was, it should bark once to let him know. It immediately responded with a woof woof. Hearing Jack's bark, they knew it was fine. The next step was to figure out how to deal with a pack of wolves. Tanthin stood observing the wolves, thinking to himself that to defeat the pack, they must first take down the alpha wolf. If the leader was eliminated, the pack would lose its coordination and would be much easier to handle. These wolves were just normal wolves, so finding the alpha wouldn't be too hard. If Matrang were here, these wolves would be nothing. Wolves fight in 2 ways. One is when the alpha leads the whole pack in battle, or the alpha wolf challenges another wolf in a one-on-one duel. The winner will take control of the territory, sometimes even the entire pack. After observing for a while, Tanthin realized there were too many wolves to figure out which one was the leader. Suddenly, the wolves began howling and attacking. Nick shouted to Tanthin that they were starting to fight. Tanthin, seeing the situation, no longer cared about finding the alpha. He decided to just kill them all. Tanthin killed one with a swing, while Nick took down another. Outside, a green-eyed wolf was watching the battle. It ran off into the bushes and suddenly leaped behind Tanthin. As he turned, Tanthin recognized that this wolf was the alpha. The wolf lunged at him, but Tanthin managed to cross 2 swords in time to block the attack. However, the rest of the pack joined in, some biting his legs and others attacking Nick. Tanthin, struggling against the wolves, was pinned down in the snow. Enraged, he cursed and, with a powerful shove, sent the wolves flying in all directions. He then grabbed the alpha by the neck and said, "You've been hiding well, letting your pack wear me down first before you made your move." Tanthin, fully in combat mode, wanted to teach the alpha wolf the value of fighting alongside the pack, not playing cowardly games. He grabbed the alpha's tail and threw it into the other wolves. Seeing their leader treated so harshly, the other wolves hesitated, no longer daring to attack. Tanthin saw that the alpha wolf was still standing, despite taking a hard blow. He was curious about its origins and discovered it was a deerwolf, also known as Canispirus, a wild dog from the largest species of wild dogs, which had lived in ice caves 400,000 years ago. Nick rushed over to protect Tanthin, asking if he was okay. He told her he was fine and instructed her to protect herself while he moved forward to face the wolves. Tanthin stared down the alpha wolf, which growled at him but didn't dare to attack. Nick asked why the pack wasn't attacking anymore. Tanthin replied that the wolves might be plotting something or were simply afraid of them. At that moment, the alpha wolf suddenly let out a howl, and the entire pack turned and ran away. As soon as the wolves retreated, Tanthin suddenly felt the sharp pain hitting him. Luckily, the wolves had left, or if they had continued their attack, he wasn't sure what the outcome would have been. He called Nick to check on Jack and was informed that the boy was fine. She suggested helping him back first, but after the battle, everything fell silent again. Inside the house, Tanthin, heavily injured, lay on the bed. Nick examined his wound and saw it wasn't light. She asked him what she should do, and Tanthin instructed Nick to use beast tendons to stop the bleeding in his leg first, then bandage the wound on his shoulder using clothing, not beast hides. He didn't know if the silver wolf's innate ability would enhance immunity, so he couldn't take the risk. He told Nick to apply the method of the Lazada people, using fire to cauterize the wound. Tanthin screamed in pain as the fire touched his wound. By the next morning, he woke up and called Nick. When she saw he was awake, she asked if he wanted water. Tanthin replied that he was just feeling a bit hungry and asked Nick to get some fish and smoked meat to warm up. While waiting, Tanthin checked his body and realized that even small movements caused unbearable pain. Now, he felt completely drained of strength and concluded that it was better not to move much. Tanthin knew he had to think of a way to kill the pack of wolves since he had never faced such a defeat before. He didn't realize how terrifying the winter in Area E7 had become. Even snow wolves couldn't leave their territory to find food. This time, the wolves had gained an advantage, and there was no telling if they would return. If they came back before his wounds healed, it would be very dangerous. For now, Tanthin could only set traps around the cabin to hold them off for some time. At this point, Nick brought him food. She said he should lie down, but Tanthin smiled and said it was fine. He could eat by himself. Seeing him eating for a while and then stopping, Nick asked if the food wasn't good. Tanthin shook his head and replied that it wasn't about the food. It was just that he ate too quickly and needed to rest a bit. Suddenly, he felt something strange while eating. The warmth of his body seemed to flow into the wound. He realized that the silver wolf's innate ability was working, but this time the effect was much stronger than before. Before, when he was injured by the polar bear, the recovery effect wasn't this rapid. Could it be that the fish and smoked meat were aiding in his recovery? Tanthin smiled and handed the bowl, saying to Nick, "You can heat up a little more meat. I feel like I could eat a bit more." Nick happily agreed and lay down to rest. After a while, Tanthin woke up and called to Nick, asking for more food. Nick was surprised and asked why he was so hungry already. Tanthin replied, "Why is that strange? I'm just hungry." Nick reminded him that he had just had a large meal 2 hours ago. Tanthin asked Nick to bring more food, as he felt he would likely be hungry quickly after this meal. He'd explained that when he was missing just a few pieces of meat, his body felt weak. Fortunately, there was enough food now so he could eat freely. Tanthin devoured the meat quickly. He knew that once he ate, his innate ability would be enhanced. As long as his energy was sufficient, his innate talent could fully activate. When he had faced the polar bear before, Tanthin had been starving, in very poor physical condition, nothing like how he felt now. It was like an engine running slowly, or even failing to start when there wasn't enough energy. He now realized that back then, his talent had drained his energy to heal his wounds, which was why he had collapsed without reason. With the silver wolf ability, he felt that the talent didn't quite match its name, but now that he thought about it, it actually did fit well. With the speed of recovery, he figured he would be fully healed in a month. By then, he could give the lead wolf a good beating. But for now, he had to rest and recover as quickly as possible. Outside, Nick was digging in the snow to find the bodies of the wolves. She noticed that the wolf pelts were good quality, so they shouldn't go to waste. She dragged the bodies into the storage room to deal with them later. When she opened the door, she was shocked to find something missing. She ran inside to tell Tanthin that everything was gone. There was nothing left in the storage. They went to check the storage and found a hole. Tanthin immediately knew that the wolf pack was responsible. Upon checking, Tanthin noticed a hole in the storage. He was certain it was the work of the wolves. Nick recalled how the wolves had appeared fearful earlier, hesitating to attack, but now they seemed cunning. Could it be that these wolves had become intelligent? That night, they didn't attack directly but instead stole from them in the shadows. Tanthin realized that surviving this winter in E7 would be extremely difficult. Nick informed him there were 20 snow wolf carcasses, enough to hold off the wolves for now. However, Tanthin knew that they would have to return to the marshland. With the wolves now hunting near the cabin, finding food in the forest would become even more difficult. The only option was to head to the fishing grounds. However, they needed to prepare before leaving. A week later, both of them were ready and set off towards the fishing grounds. Nick told him the door had been repaired, and Jack's food was also ready. They even built a house for Jack, so he shouldn't worry. Tanthin replied that he wasn't concerned about those things but worried about the weather. The further they went, the harsher the weather became, and the longer they stayed outside, the higher the chances of danger. The earlier they returned to the marshland, the sooner they could be safe. As they traveled, Tanthin thought about how difficult it had become due to the freezing weather. Even with fur clothes and shoes, the exposed parts of their bodies felt unbearably cold. His fingers and toes were losing feeling. Tanthin decided to rest after going a bit further. They set a fire to warm up and rest in the sled. Tanthin instructed Nick to eat some food to stay warm. Then they would continue. The weather was truly harsh. He warned Nick to check each other's breathing during sleep, to prevent freezing to death without realizing it. After some time, both finally arrived at the marshland. However, Nick was overjoyed to see it, only to realize the entire area was frozen over. Tanthin feared they wouldn't be able to break through the ice to catch fish. His injuries hadn't fully healed yet. While Tanthin was thinking, Nick had found animal fur nearby. She brought some of the fur she had just smelled and suspected it belonged to the snow wolves. Tanthin confirmed that it was indeed from the wolves. He said perhaps the wolves had already left. He showed Nick what was by the tree, a type of dog feces, after the mushrooms had grown on it, a process that takes a very long time. Tanthin said the two of them would check around briefly, ensure safety, and then discuss their next steps. A while later, they met back up. Tanthin asked Nick if she had discovered anything. Nick reported that she only found a bit of wolf feces, all of which were moldy. The wolves had only been there once and hadn't returned. Tanthin saw that it seemed like the wolves wanted to dig through the ice to catch fish, but ultimately failed, so they never returned. Nick asked Tanthin if that meant it was safe now. She didn't want to encounter the wolves again. Tanthin said he wasn't sure and advised caution since there was no place to hide here. Nick spotted something strange on the ice and pointed it out. Tanthin looked over and explained to her that it was biological gas bubbles, formed by decaying plant material in water, creating methane gas. He instructed her to step back so he could show her some magic. Using a knife, he punctured the area with gas bubbles and lit them with a lighter. The flames burst up high until the gas was depleted and the fire gradually extinguished. Nick found it incredibly magical and asked if biological gas could burn. Tanthin confirmed that not only could it burn, but it could also explode. Nick, surprised at the idea of an explosion, was amazed. Tanthin told her they would focus on their current tasks and discuss the explosions later. The two of them began digging several holes on the ice, placing trap nets in each. Nick, raking through the ice, reported seeing fish swimming toward them. Tanthin explained that the surface ice limited oxygen and food, making such areas highly attractive to fish. Once the nets were lowered, fish quickly became trapped. Both of them were delighted when the nets filled with fish. Nick transferred the fish into jars, saying thankfully they had found the fishing grounds initially. At this rate, they could return the next day. Tanthin told her that they might need to stay here for a while. He decided that before leaving, he would deal with the wolf pack threat. Nick asked him how they were going to do it. Tanthin replied that they would wait until the wolves cleaned their necks and then deliver them right to their door. He called her over to explain the plan. First, they needed to catch enough fish for the winter. Then, they would proceed as planned. Nick was happy when she heard Tanthin's clever plan. That evening, Nick and Jack stayed outside the vehicle, sledding to keep watch. Tanthin was resting inside when he suddenly woke up. He went out and told Nick that they were coming. She took Jack to the designated waiting spot. Tanthin had prepared a torch. He lit it, then took it, and walked alone into the night to a place he had set up. Fish were scattered all over the ground. Tanthin smiled as he waited for them to arrive. In the deep forest, the wolf pack, having smelled the fishy scent of the blood, was running crazily toward the trap Tanthin had set. When they reached the spot, they saw Tanthin standing there holding the torch. One of the wolves howled and looked at the others, signaling that the meal was ready. Another wolf saw Tanthin and started drooling. As the pack stepped forward, Tanthin yelled that they were too late. He had prepared the food for them days ago. If they kept this up, next time there would be nothing to eat. Tanthin held up a fish and said it was the same food they had stolen earlier, the food he and Nick had prepared to survive the winter. There wouldn't be enough to share with the entire pack. They didn't even need to look at the fish on the ice. It was all frozen now. Tanthin could tell the wolves were hesitant, and they seemed a bit afraid of him. Fortunately, he had everything ready. He tossed the fish from his hand, telling them to come and eat while it was still warm and crispy. The lead wolf howled, clearly unimpressed, and called the pack to attack. Seeing them charging, exactly as Tanthin had planned, he took out a knife, stabbed it deep into the ice, and started a fire, sealing it tight. The fire spread under the ice. As the wolves neared, the lead wolf jumped, trying to charge and bite. Tanthin swiftly broke the ice, causing several wolves to fall into the water. The alpha wolf tried to climb back onto the ice, but Tanthin approached and said, "Climbing like a dog? Nice moves, but the party hasn't even started yet." The wolf lunged at Tanthin, but he skillfully dodged. Tanthin continued, "Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even tasted the bait yet." Tanthin grabbed the alpha wolf's head and plunged it into the water. Seeing their leader in trouble, several of the pack rushed to help. Tanthin knew he couldn't fight all the wolves alone, but he had backup. An arrow flew, striking the alpha wolf in the head. Nick stood on the shore, ready to help. She felt lucky Tanthin had prepared the bow and arrows, and now they were finally useful. Tanthin watched as several wolves fell, one by one, thanks to Nick's efforts. The final battle ended. The two of them returned to the cabin to warm themselves by the fire. Tanthin hoped he wouldn't catch a cold from being soaked. Even though he had only been in the water for a few minutes, in this freezing weather, if his health wasn't strong, he'd probably have been dead by now. Nick noticed his state and handed him a cup of warm tea. After drinking it, Tanthin felt much more relaxed. Nick said, "You've been through so much today." Tanthin smiled, saying, "It's nothing. Taking care of those wolves made me feel at ease. Since they attacked that night, I've been thinking about how to deal with them before they come back. The food they stole definitely won't be enough to last the winter, and when it runs out, they'll be back. At first, I planned traps, but when we reached the fishing grounds, I noticed the methane bubbles under the ice and came up with this method to deal with the wolves who didn't want to work but wanted to eat." With the wolves dealt with, Tanthin felt much more at ease. The two of them dragged the wolf corpses to remove their pelts. Nick asked if they didn't need the wolf meat. Tanthin said they didn't and threw them into the swamp for the fish to eat. Despite being dogs, wolf meat tasted sour, not sweet like dog meat. The next morning, Tanthin urged Nick to move quickly since the weather was worsening. They had to make it home as soon as possible. Finally, the two of them arrived home. Tanthin called out to Nick to hurry inside. The two of them lit a fire to keep warm, and he said Nick took off his shoes so Tanthin could inspect his feet. Tanthin noticed that there were frostburn marks on her feet. He sighed and said that now they had enough food. The two of them would rest for a while. Nick smiled and replied that his injuries weren't fully healed either. They needed to take some time to recover. The two of them sat by the fire, chatting happily. Jack lay beside them, seeming content and asleep. The weather didn't change. Snow continued to fall relentlessly outside. Tanthin noticed that it was already February, so why was the snow still falling so heavily? Nick called to him to come eat. She had finished roasting the fish. It was now midday, and it was time to eat. Since dealing with the snow wolves and returning from the marshlands, it had snowed almost every day. But it didn't bother Tanthin and Nick. The two of them remained inside the cabin, keeping warm by the fire. They had hoped that by February, the weather would improve, but the snow continued to fall as before. Even 2 weeks ago, there had been an appearance of the aurora borealis, although it was still midday. Tanthin urged Nick to eat more, but she reassured him not to worry. Her frostburn had healed. He should take care of himself as well. They continued staying inside, waiting until March. By March, the weather had started warming. Tanthin let the reindeer play outside happily. After over a month of recovery, thanks to his unique abilities, his injuries had mostly healed. Nick said that the weather here was truly beautiful. The ceramic bowl and wooden stick were ready to leave. The two of them went to a birch tree to collect fresh water. The birch tree stored nutrients from autumn, and when winter ended, the tree absorbed melted snow, breaking down the nutrients and producing sap for growth. When they first arrived in this forest, Tanthin had intended to collect birch sap, but unfortunately, they had missed the season, and the early batch had been exhausted. However, now the birch sap was likely stored. Tanthin made a cut in the tree trunk, while Nick inserted a tube into a bowl to collect the sap. The process was much improved compared to before. Although the best time to gather birch sap was from March to late April due to the abundance and nutritional value, the two collected sap from multiple spots. Nick noticed the sap had a faint, pleasant fragrance, and a nearby reindeer curiously leaned in, clearly interested in drinking. Seeing its enthusiasm, the two gave the reindeer a bowl to drink from. Nick turned to Tanthin, saying, You should try some too. The sap tasted like diluted honey, slightly bitter but overall enjoyable. It carried a mild but distinctive scent of the forest. After drinking, the fragrant taste lingered strongly in their throats. Both decided to gather several dozen jars so they could drink the sap whenever they pleased. Upon returning home, Tanthin began fermenting the birch sap, leaving it exposed to the air. He instructed Nick to take the jar of sap outside the house, bringing it back in the morning, as he didn't want to risk failure. He prepared hundreds of jars of nutrients, reasoning that no matter how unlucky they were, at least one jar had to succeed. Tanthin reassured himself, "It'll work." After waiting a month, Nick asked, "Is it ready yet?" Tanthin wasn't sure, but today, they'd find out. Opening the first jar, they were greeted by a foul smell. Clearly, that batch was useless. They tried a few more jars, but the result was the same. Tanthin wondered if he had skipped a step or not properly sterilized, sealed the jars properly, or if there were no yeast present in the forest. Nick encouraged him to keep going, reminding him they still had many jars left. They opened another, only to find no unpleasant odor. Usually, yeast settles at the bottom, while other impurities float to the surface. But since they lacked clear glass jars, using ceramic and opaque birch sap containers, they couldn't see the bottom. To confirm the presence of yeast, they poured the sap into a clear jar, leaving the sediment behind. There, they discovered the yeast, along with various impurities and alcohol. In the end, only 4 jars were successful. The success rate was low, but luckily, they had enough yeast to make alcohol. Tanthin wanted to distill the birch sap into alcohol, avoiding the harsh method of using hot embers to treat injuries. When injured, they boiled several jars to sterilize them, and after 15 minutes, poured hot water into them. Then, they set the jars aside to cool to room temperature. Once cool, they poured the water into a jar containing yeast, diluted it until the jar was 2/3 full, and then placed it aside. The liquid on top was alcohol, the middle was the yeast, and the bottom was impurities. So, they had to pour out the top layer first to avoid contaminating the yeast. Tanthin concentrated on pouring carefully, afraid of wasting the valuable yeast. At the end of the process, another cold, snowy day arrived. Tanthin took a warm bath, which felt incredibly soothing. But unfortunately, the hot water ran out quickly. He really wanted to soak for a little longer. A month passed. It was probably time to check the wine now. Usually, the longer wine ferments, the better and more fragrant it becomes. But since Tanthin was only distilling alcohol, he wasn't too concerned about the taste. However, he didn't expect that after only a month of fermentation, the wine already had a pleasant aroma. Nick, who had finished her bath, came in, and Tanthin asked her to taste the freshly brewed wine. They each drank a bowl and found it sweet and spicy, warming their bodies pleasantly. Nick smiled and said they should make a few more bowls. Tanthin decided to drink freely today, as there was nothing else to do. That night, the two of them drank until they were tipsy. Nick passed out first. Tanthin carried Nick to rest. Feeling hot, Nick got up to get some water, but unexpectedly slipped and fell. Tanthin quickly caught her. Looking at Nick, he noticed her outer garment had opened. From there, things progressed naturally. But I'll leave the details here. No need to imagine further. It would use too much paper. Finally, winter has passed. Spring arrives, bringing warmer air and vitality. Now, Jack has grown much bigger. It can pull the sled carrying both of them at once. At this rate, they will reach the swamp region in just 2 days. Going further into the mountains to search for other things won't take long. In the end, the two reached the mountain region in less than 4 days. Since it was getting dark, they decided to rest for now. Tomorrow, they will begin the search. Tanthin noticed that this area wasn't covered by dense vegetation. All around were rocks, possibly containing iron ore. The next morning, the two began searching. Nick pointed at some rocks, but Tanthin realized none were what they were looking for. He told her to look elsewhere. Since Tanthin had a wilderness mineral encyclopedia, he could identify whether a rock contained ore just by looking at it, saving time from unnecessary checks. However, due to the massive snow-covered mountains, checking everything would take a long time. But no matter how long it took, Tanthin had to search. To leave the E7 region, they needed a boat. To make a boat, they needed iron. Without it, they might be stuck there forever. The two searched for a week, but found nothing. Deciding to take a break and clear their minds, they set traps and stocked up on supplies. After some time, they had set up all the traps. Then, they decided to roam around, hoping to accidentally find iron ore. Suddenly, a loud scream startled them. Jack, frightened, bit tightly onto Tanthin's clothes. Tanthin comforted it, telling it not to be afraid. He recognized the sound. It was a polar bear, but he was focused on finding iron ore and had no time to deal with it. If it attacked, he was prepared with his own solution. The two ran to check, and there it was, a huge polar bear charging toward Tanthin. He activated his ability, charged like a bull, and with his sword, leaped high, striking down the bear with one powerful blow. Nick observed and said Tanthin had become more powerful. As they inspected the bear's body, they noticed it had been injured before, then ran here. Nick examined it closely and found numerous small wounds on its body. Suddenly, voices came from afar. They were hunters searching for the bear. Tanthin felt tense, worried about a possible conflict with strangers. A group arrived, spotting Tanthin and Nick near the bear's carcass. A bearded man came out and asked the two of them which tribe they belonged to. Tanthin replied that they were from the Lazada tribe. When the man asked which tribe they were from, Tanthin guessed that there were certainly other tribes in the E7 area. He wasn't sure whether it was due to the small number of people or uneven distribution, but this was the first time he and Nick had encountered anyone here. The man didn't know the Lazada tribe, as he had never heard of it. He asked Tanthin if he had killed the bear. When he learned that Tanthin had killed it, he said that it was actually the man's group who had discovered the bear first, and there were weapon marks on the bear from their hunting team. Not wanting to cause unnecessary disputes, Tanthin said that if they had found the bear first, it was theirs. This surprised the others as they suggested splitting the bear, since while they had found it, Tanthin had been the one to kill it, so they couldn't take the entire bear. Tanthin thought these people were quite reasonable. They didn't want to monopolize the entire bear, and since he didn't need the bear meat, he decided to use it to build a relationship with them. He hoped to get their help in building a ship. Tanthin smiled and said, although he had killed the bear, without him, they would have eventually killed it anyway, just taking longer. So asking for half wasn't fair to them. He only needed them to give him the bear's hide, and if they needed the hide, he would take 4 of the bear's legs. They could choose whichever option they preferred. The man thought that this wouldn't be fair to Tanthin, so he would give him a knife and the 4 bear legs. After reaching the agreement, the group was happy, as this trip had been worthwhile. They would have bear meat for quite some time. The man handed Tanthin a knife for skinning the bear. Seeing that it was made of iron, Tanthin suspected that there might be iron tools here. While thinking this over, Nick called Tanthin, startling him. He laughed and replied, then asked the group to help them. The man passed the knife to someone else to start skinning the bear. After talking for a while, Tanthin learned that this group was called Jeep and belonged to the Inuit people. When Mr. Jeep asked if Tanthin and Nick were from outside, Tanthin was surprised and wanted to ask him more questions. Nick watched the two talk and hoped that this trip would bring back more useful information. After talking, Tanthin told Nick to gather their things and go with the Jeep group to their settlement. Tanthin and the Jeep group returned on sled dogs. Nick wondered what Tanthin had discussed, and he learned that the leader, Jeep, came from a group of about a dozen people who had settled here to hunt. The iron knife wasn't made by them. It had been obtained through trade with outsiders. From Jeep's stories, Tanthin understood outsiders had come here from an unknown place, trading strange goods for their fur. He guessed they could be traders arriving by sea every summer, exchanging at the snow-covered plains near the sea. Tanthin wanted to check if this could be his opportunity to leave. When they arrived, the Jeep group noticed Tanthin claimed the area was safe, so they didn't feel the need to be cautious. Jeep wondered why Tanthin hadn't encountered wolves or polar bears. He recounted how, in the past, they had ignored warnings about danger and encountered wolf attacks, including the dangerous alpha wolf. Jeep advised Tanthin to leave early for safety. Tanthin smiled and said he had encountered the wolves. This shocked the Jeep group. Tanthin explained they had killed all the wolves, so there was no need to worry about wolves or bears anymore. To prove it, Tanthin showed them a necklace made of wolf fangs. Jeep wanted more details about how Tanthin and Nick had killed the wolves. After some time, the group continued their journey to Jeep's settlement. As they traveled, Nick informed Tanthin they had passed through a forest, surprising him as they had quickly emerged from it. Jeep explained how the area where they came from was different from where Tanthin lived. Climbing the highest peak, Jeep saw no sign of forests in Tanthin's direction. But here, just beyond the forest, they had already passed through it. Nick asked Jeep if this side was impoverished and difficult to live in. Jeep laughed and said that appeared so at first glance, but with calm observation, they would find more life than they realized, and dangers like wolves and polar bears were less frequent. This made their journey safer. Nick pointed ahead, seeing many snow-covered houses. Tanthin was intrigued by what lay ahead. When Mr. Jeep returned, he raised his hand to signal the group had arrived. The people from the tribe gathered to greet them. Mr. Jeep smiled and told everyone they now had meat to eat. The children, seeing the abundance of meat, were very happy. Mr. Jeep introduced Tanthin and Nick to the tribe members. Seeing no reaction from the people, Tanthin wondered if it was due to language differences. However, everyone welcomed the two warmly. The children admired Tanthin's height and wished to eat more meat to grow as tall as him. Some adults invited the two into the house, noting how rare it was to have guests during a feast with so much meat. That night, they decided to hold a feast in honor of the two guests. The warm welcome from the people made Tanthin and Nick feel joyful as well. The children ran up to Nick, wanting to touch Jack. Nick happily let the children play with him. Tanthin was concerned that Nick might not understand the Inuit language, so he asked if she could understand what the children were saying. She replied that she understood them to some extent. The two went inside the snow house to rest, and Mr. Jeep said food would be brought shortly. Tanthin told him not to go to such lengths as guests, but then Mr. Jeep's father approached, greeting them. He asked if Tanthin had indeed killed the pack of wolves. After hearing Tanthin confirm this, he seemed pleased, saying they could now hunt freely without fear. Mr. Jeep explained to Tanthin that when his tribe first arrived in this area, many of his people had died due to wolf attacks. So, hearing the news of the wolves' deaths, his father was anxious. Tanthin wondered why Mr. Jeep's tribe had come from elsewhere. He learned that the tribe wasn't native to this region. One day, during a severe storm with lightning, the tribe members had lost consciousness and, upon waking, found themselves in this new land. Although the environment was somewhat similar to their original home, it still felt unfamiliar. Mr. Jeep suggested Tanthin view it as a story that might be difficult for others to believe. Tanthin told him that he had previously mentioned to Mr. Jeep that both of them had come from outside. This made Mr. Jeep surprised, asking if Tanthin had a similar experience. Tanthin explained that he had also experienced something similar to what Mr. Jeep had described. Mr. Jeep was happy to meet someone who could understand his seemingly unbelievable story as the truth. Tanthin remembered that Deeplam had once told him about mysterious disappearing villages in Canada in 1930. Now, he realized that Mr. Jeep's tribe was one of those. At this point, someone brought food. A rich, sumptuous feast was laid out, with a large seal in the center. Everyone celebrated with joy, raising their glasses to welcome the two guests. Mr. Jeep wanted Tanthin to try a special dish, pouring him a bowl of fragrant liquid. Tanthin found the smell delightful, but had no idea what it was. The taste was pleasant as well. Mr. Jeep happily prepared the main dish, cutting into something with a knife. A foul, unpleasant odor wafted up, making Tanthin and Nick almost gag. A whole bird, still feathered, was placed on the plate. Tanthin recognized it instantly from his field guide about the snowy plains. It was a salted puffin. The preparation of this dish was quite elaborate. First, they would kill a seal, remove its intestines, then stuff puffins into the seal's body. The seal would be sewn shut, covered with seal fat, and buried in the frozen ground for 2 to 3 years. The fermentation process in the seal's stomach made the puffins edible, but the smell was terrible. Tanthin was drenched in sweat, unable to comprehend such a dish. It felt like a biological weapon from a different era. Mr. Jeep urged him to eat it quickly while it was warm, saying the dish was delicious when freshly dug up. Tanthin looked at the smelly bird on the table, his hands and feet trembling. Mr. Jeep, noticing Tanthin sitting without eating, asked if he didn't like salted puffins. Tanthin forced a smile and told him he was already full, hoping to avoid eating it. But Mr. Jeep was too eager, so Tanthin had to admit he didn't know how to eat it due to all the feathers. Mr. Jeep laughed and showed Tanthin how to eat salted puffin. The long feathers on the puffin made it easy to pluck due to prolonged fermentation, but he warned that the liquid inside the bird was its essence, so it shouldn't be lost. That liquid could be squeezed onto the meat or used as a condiment. Mr. Jeep preferred to suck it directly. He showed Tanthin how to gently pull apart the feathers from the bird's backside, laughing and saying it tasted good. This bizarre scene made Tanthin feel the same way. If there was a word to describe this moment, Mr. Jeep gave Tanthin 2 thumbs up and urged him to eat quickly while it was warm. Tanthin picked up the bird, staring at its smelly backside and thought, "If I'm not scared of death, why should I be scared of this?" A bird, being a living creature, wouldn't retain its waste in the rectum, it would expel it. So, he wasn't concerned about eating any feces. The prolonged fermentation had broken down the internal organs into liquid, so all he had to do was suck it out. Tanthin pressed his face into the bird, trying to suck it, and even as he sat writing, he could feel his discomfort growing. "If someone handed this bird to me, I'd rather kill him than eat it. Who else eats puffins like this? It's just too grotesque." After finishing the puffin, Tanthin felt like he might ascend to heaven. He urged Nick not to try it. Seeing Tanthin's reaction, Nick reminded him he could squeeze the liquid onto the meat and eat it that way, avoiding sucking from the bird's backside. Tanthin regretted not thinking of that. After finishing the meal, the two were led to a snow house to rest for the night. The house wasn't large but was very well crafted. Tanthin guessed it was recently built. Before eating, he wanted to check on Jack to see if it had eaten well, but he was told it was sleeping with the sled dogs outside Mr. Jeet's room. The two then rested since they were exhausted from the day. Since arriving in this land nearly a year ago, aside from each other, they hadn't had anyone to talk to, so the lively atmosphere of Mr. Jeep's group made them feel less lonely. The next morning, Tanthin went out to greet the tribe members. They decided to go to the sled dogs and retrieve supplies, while also visiting Jack. As they were feeding Jack, Mr. Jeep mentioned the food was ready and invited them to eat. Tanthin said, "I have brought some smoked salmon to share. I'll bring it so everyone can try it." Mr. Jeep said that for breakfast, he would offer Tanthin something simple to eat. While everyone sat and ate, they talked about how many sea unicorns they might have hunted this year. The people were curious about what the traders would bring to exchange. Mr. Jeep wanted to trade for some alcohol to drink. When Tanthin heard about the sea unicorn, he inquired and was told that the traders highly valued the sea unicorn's horns. The horns could be traded for more goods than domestic animals. Additionally, the oil extracted from sea unicorns was highly prized by traders, who often exchanged large quantities of it. Although Tanthin had never seen a sea unicorn with his own eyes, he knew they were completely different from the unicorns of myths. In reality, few people, even those in related professions, had seen a sea unicorn. They lived in the Arctic, far from human footprints. Even using equipment to search for sea unicorns would not be easy. Mr. Jeep planned to go to the coast to hunt sea unicorns, and took Tanthin and Nick along to see where the trader ships would dock. Nick praised the small boats of the tribe, saying they were very good. Tanthin explained further that they weren't just made from seal skin, but were very light, easily lifted with one hand. After everyone was ready, they said goodbye to the others and set off. On the way, Tanthin was informed by Mr. Jeep that the village was located a few days' journey away from the coast by dog sled. The traders stayed here every summer, and nearby villages would visit them to trade. In autumn, the traders would leave. In the evening, everyone stopped to rest. The next morning, they packed up and continued on their journey. After traveling a while, Tanthin saw many snow-capped mountains. He wondered how there could be mountains here, where no canyons existed. This type of terrain was unfamiliar to him. After 2 days of traveling, they finally reached their destination. Tanthin observed that many animals had settled here, and there were plenty of seagulls as well. The salted seagull meat must have been collected by Mr. Jeep from this area. At the shore, Mr. Jeep asked Tanthin if this was the location where the merchant ships anchored, but they hadn't arrived yet. Tanthin didn't respond, prompting Mr. Jeep to ask if he had a different plan. Tanthin didn't answer immediately. Just then, he pointed to 2 large penguins. Mr. Jeep identified them as penguins, surprised that Tanthin hadn't seen them before. Tanthin explained that while he had encountered penguins before, they were typically found in the southern regions, while polar bears were native to the Arctic. Normally, these 2 species couldn't coexist in one place, except perhaps in zoos. Previously, when Tanthin saw penguins, he had assumed the E7 area was a simulated Arctic region. However, the presence of penguins confirmed that this place wasn't as isolated as he had thought. Mr. Jeep mentioned that the E7 area had been created by humans, so virtually anything could appear. Even ancient wolves were found here, so it made sense for penguins to exist too. Tanthin asked Mr. Jeep about the merchant ship's arrival, and he explained that there was no fixed schedule, only that they would come during the summer. Waiting could take a long time. If Tanthin preferred, Mr. Jeep could take them back. Tanthin considered this, and then asked about hunting the sea unicorn. Mr. Jeep confirmed they could stay and hunt with him, then return afterward, with any catch divided equally. Tanthin happily agreed to stay and hunt, as the merchant ship offered his only hope of leaving this place, although the ship hadn't arrived yet. Helping Mr. Jeep while waiting seemed reasonable. Just then, Nick ran over to report they had found a sheltered spot on all sides, suitable for building a shelter. The 2 followed Nick to find plenty of moss, enough to sustain Jack for several days. Mr. Jeep invited Tanthin to eat breakfast, while feeding his sled dogs. He advised the 2 to eat a bit before they set out. After reaching the shore, they waited for over half an hour, but no sign of a sea unicorn appeared. Tanthin observed that higher-tier animals in the food chain were rare and sea unicorns were particularly scarce. According to Mr. Jeep, sea unicorns frequently appeared in this region, and with luck, they would encounter one within 3 days. However, without luck, it might take a week. Tanthin's eyes started to sting from the glare of the water after only half an hour. Tanthin asked Mr. Jeep if they should continue waiting for the sea unicorn, or if there was another plan, to which Mr. Jeep replied that only one person was needed to keep watch, as there were many other types of creatures to hunt here. Hearing this, Nick volunteered to keep watch, and Mr. Jeep joked that hunting was for men, while women handled household chores. Upon hearing this, Nick pulled out her bow and shot an arrow, hitting a nearby seal with surprising accuracy, leaving everyone amazed at her skill. The task of keeping watch was then assigned to Nick, while the rest of the group went to hunt along the shore. Tanthin, while launching the boat, saw Mr. Jeep holding a leather pouch and asked, "Is this pouch for carrying things?" Mr. Jeep laughed and said it wasn't used for carrying items but for something else. He blew air into the pouch, turning it into a floating ball, and Tanthin wondered why they still needed a floating device when they already had a boat. Was the pouch used for hunting seals? Mr. Jeep noticed the seal oil on Tanthin's gear and asked how he had caught seals. Tanthin explained that he had hunted seals during the autumn, but Mr. Jeep pointed out that in autumn, the sea ice was often frozen, making it easier to hunt but more dangerous. A short while later, he and Mr. Jeep joined a group, launching a boat to hunt seals. As they set off, Mr. Jeep asked if this was Tanthin's first time on such a boat. Tanthin noticed how different the boat was from the wooden ones, easily losing balance due to its asymmetrical design. Mr. Jeep explained how to control the boat, likening it to learning how to swim. Stay relaxed and feel the boat's balance. After practicing, Tanthin managed to control the boat better. Mr. Jeep directed them to hunt seals that had strayed from their groups, as they were easier to catch than those in large groups. They approached a seal, and Mr. Jeep skillfully threw a spear, hitting the seal, which then dove beneath the water, but was held by the floating leather pouch. They followed the seal, noticing its slow movements as it tired. Mr. Jeep warned Tanthin not to pull the spear out too quickly, as that would allow the seal to escape. After a while, the seal surfaced and the two of them managed to catch it. Tanthin noticed that this was a brown seal, a species with quite a large body. When fully grown, males can reach up to 150 kilograms and females about 100 kilograms. They brought the seal back to the shore. Tanthin wanted to take the seal back first and then continue hunting, but Old Jeep said there was no need. They would head back now. Tanthin thought it was strange as it was still far from dark. Was it possible that the seals in this area had fled in fear? Old Jeep laughed and said there was still time tomorrow. They had already had a good harvest today and didn't need to push too hard, as it wouldn't lead to good results and could even bring divine retribution from the sea. Tanthin understood that it seemed all the tribal societies with relatively primitive lifestyles on this world often believed in the presence of deities in rivers, lakes, and seas. As they were talking, Old Jeep explained that humans must be strong enough to resist nature, as only then could they survive. Tanthin wasn't sure if this might anger the deities, but Old Jeep believed this could never happen because the gods allowed them to survive, hunt, and reproduce on the land they had created. This showed how deeply the gods loved them. If the gods ever became angry, it would be because they had done something wrong. At that point, mountains, the sun, the moon, forests, and seas would all become their enemies. Therefore, as long as they didn't exceed their limits, everything would be fine. This made Tanthin think of the balance of the ecosystem. The other group had returned as well, and they had managed to hunt 3 seals. They were all quite fat, but unfortunately, they hadn't found any traces of the sea unicorns. Tanthin's group had only caught 1 seal, and had also found no traces of the sea unicorns. Everyone went back to the ice house and sat down to have dinner together. Nick asked Tanthin what the seal's bladder was for. Tanthin explained that the seal's bladder was tied to the tip of a spear, and when the spear pierced the seal's body, it would float to the surface of the water and serve as a buoy for positioning. He told Nick that he could learn this technique in the future. As they continued chatting and laughing inside the ice house, most of the group had been lucky and found seals not long after going out to sea. The next morning, all 3 groups headed back to the sea to hunt seals. They had spent the entire morning searching but didn't see a single seal. Everyone noticed that today, the seals were scarce and extremely cautious, returning empty-handed. The other groups had similar experiences. Mr. Jeep advised everyone not to search for seals anymore, but to head toward the cliffs instead. Tanthin didn't understand why they were going there, but they wanted to surprise him. Upon reaching the cliffs, the group climbed to find bird eggs. Some had already spotted nests with eggs. Tanthin praised their luck. He also climbed and found a nest with eggs. Mr. Jeep instructed that 2 eggs should be left in the nest for future reproduction. Tanthin told Mr. Jeep and the others to hunt seabirds while he and Nick would scare them away. It had been mysterious earlier, but now they were going after seabirds. Perhaps they were taking the seabirds home for preserving. The seabirds were very protective of their eggs, refusing to leave when their eggs were taken. This made it easier for Mr. Jeep's group to catch them. Suddenly, Nick noticed a sea unicorn appeared and ran to alert Tanthin and the others. From the cliffs, Tanthin could now see the creatures up close, finally getting a clear view of the legendary sea unicorn. Mr. Jeep, climbing the cliff, called out to Tanthin not to rush, as hunting sea unicorns required patience. Once he reached the top, Tanthin helped Mr. Jeep climb up, and Mr. Jeep praised Tanthin's good physical condition. He suggested that instead of climbing the cliffs, they should take a trail around the mountain to reach the top more efficiently. Once everyone gathered at the top, Mr. Jeep reminded them that hunting sea unicorns was different from seals. They would need everyone to cooperate this time, not just 2 people. Tanthin and Nick went by boat while the others waited on shore. Setting off to hunt sea unicorns, the area seemed intact, but in reality, the sea unicorns had already broken it apart. If the sea unicorns were driven here, trapping them on both sides would be more effective than trying to catch them from all directions. Old Jeep asked everyone to stay here and see if they could wait for the sea unicorns to swim into the icebergs. He said the Tanthin group could just sit here, as the sea unicorns wouldn't consider them a threat, as long as they didn't make any sudden moves. This was Tanthin's first time hunting sea unicorns, and he didn't know much about it. But since old Jeep said it was fine, Tanthin assumed there wouldn't be any issues. Not far off, a group of sea unicorns had already approached a few broken icebergs and had been playing there for 2 hours. Indeed, hunting sea unicorns couldn't be rushed. Tanthin felt frustrated because they were so slow, which made him irritated. Old Jeep explained that sometimes they could be even slower. Nick asked Tanthin if they had arrived, and Tanthin turned around to see one jumping out of the water. Upon seeing its shape, Tanthin could only think of one word: ugly. Nick noticed that it had a long horn, and it could easily pierce the ice. It was truly astonishing. Tanthin observed that the horn of the sea unicorn was indeed long, longer than its body, and sharply pointed with layers that overlapped, resembling the spear of a heavy knight. Both of them thought that perhaps the horn wasn't used to break the ice, as they had never seen them break ice with those long horns. They wondered if it was for defense, since they had never heard of it injuring anyone. Old Jeep told everyone to be quiet, as the unicorns were swimming past them. Everyone remained silent and waited. Eventually, the unicorns gathered together. Everyone would quietly approach them, and if the last one in the group got separated, they would make their move. The sea unicorns were now gathering, and Tanthin sensed that something was wrong. The group noticed the sea unicorns around 10 a.m., and by noon, they had already prepared to go out to sea again. They waited another 2 hours. Now, after more than an hour of following them, it was already 3 p.m. Although it was still light out and the sun hadn't set, the wind had picked up on the sea. Furthermore, Tanthin had been sitting on the boat for too long, and his body wasn't moving much, causing his blood circulation to slow down. Even though Tanthin was wearing clothes and shoes, he was still being blasted by the cold wind, and his body had grown unbearably cold. He called out to old Jeep to check the situation. Mr. Jeep instructed everyone to return. They would try again tomorrow. He knew the sea unicorns wouldn't leave this bay anytime soon, so there were still plenty of opportunities. As everyone returned, the sun was already setting. Tanthin yawned inside the ice house. He didn't feel like eating since the lack of physical activity had drained him mentally. He felt exhausted and just wanted to sleep. In the ice house, everyone reminded each other to conserve their strength and prepare for the early morning departure. The next morning, everyone took the boat back to the sea and headed to the same location where they had seen the sea unicorns. Today, the sea unicorns had changed their formation. The swimming line from yesterday had become a vertical line, with 2 or 3 unicorns at the front and back, their long, sharp horns ensuring that they wouldn't harm one another. Tanthin felt that today they had a better chance. Suddenly, someone spotted a sea unicorn that had strayed from the group. Mr. Jeep instructed everyone to follow it. As they approached, Mr. Jeep commanded the group to spread out and throw spears at it. 3 spears struck the unicorn, which immediately dove beneath the water, pulling 3 floating balls down with it. The strength of this sea unicorn was far greater than that of a seal. Tanthin grew anxious but remained calm, knowing that as long as the spears remained in place, the sea unicorn would eventually be dragged to the surface by the floating balls. It was merely a matter of time. Mr. Jeep instructed the group to continue following and watch their surroundings. The sea unicorn was fast and dove repeatedly. Mr. Jeep told everyone to ignore the group and focus. It was injured and wouldn't be able to escape far. Some searched to the left, while Tanthin and Nick searched to the right. After half a day, they still hadn't found the sea unicorn. Nick spotted a floating leather ball on the surface of the water and called out. Mr. Jeep told everyone not to rush. Let the sea unicorn exhaust itself, and they could make their move. After a period of time, everyone managed to capture it and bring it ashore. Tanthin touched it and felt its skin, which resembled a seal's but was slightly slippery. Mr. Jeep handed Tanthin a piece of meat and told him to eat it, saying it smelled great. Tanthin took a bite, and it was indeed very fragrant. The flavor melted richly in his mouth. Mr. Jeep smiled and encouraged everyone, saying they had caught the first one, and that things would be smoother going forward. Later, they gutted it to remove the internal organs, as the skin could rot in the middle, and fed the remains to the sled dogs. Afterward, they took the narwhal back to the camp. Mr. Jeep reminded everyone not to grow complacent just because of an easy victory. They needed to be more careful in the future and seize the opportunity to bring back more meat. He also reminded them not to forget that there were people in the village waiting for their return. Everyone simultaneously raised their hands to show their determination. A few days later, everyone gathered in the ice house, chatting happily. They felt fortunate as they had recently encountered many narwhals. Every 3 days, they could catch one narwhal, which was the best record they had ever achieved. Tanthin noticed that the temperature was gradually rising. The range of ice floating on the sea was melting and expanding, which increased their hunting area and, in turn, their success rate. It was getting late, so Mr. Jeep told everyone to rest early since they had been working hard all day. Tanthin and Nick returned to the ice house. Nick had already gone to bed, exhausted both mentally and physically. Jack, meanwhile, was sleeping with Mr. Jeep's sled dogs. Suddenly, Jack opened its eyes and looked at the sky, where dots of light began to appear, increasing in number and forming streaks of vibrant colors. Jack barked, waking Nick. She went outside and discovered an aurora in the sky. She called for Tanthin, as she didn't know what it was. When Tanthin came out and saw the aurora, they both called the others to see it. Tanthin and Nick stood together, admiring the beautiful aurora. Nick had never seen anything so stunning. Though Tanthin knew of auroras from media, seeing one in person was indescribably beautiful. Every time the aurora borealis appears, the people of the tribe have many thoughts. Old Jeep is curious about what is at the end of that road. Some people think it's a temple, believing that it was created by the great deity. Others believe that after they die, they will know the truth. Old Jeep told everyone not to gaze at it for too long. He reminded them that tomorrow they could sleep in, but the day after, they would return. According to the Inuit people, the aurora is the deity's sign, created to lead the spirits of the dead to the heavens. The time for the road to the sky is uncertain, but once the number of spirits reaches a certain level, the road will open. They believe that because they and the other tribes have hunted too many sea unicorns, the number of spirits has increased, which caused the deity to pay attention to them. Tanthin smiled because that is their belief. Although simple, it is quite convincing. He also knew that if they hunted more, they probably wouldn't be able to bring back any more. Tanthin had been busy hunting lately and hadn't had time to spend with Nick. He decided to take Nick on a walk the next day. 2 days later, they returned to the village. The people in the village were joyfully running out to greet them. The villagers invited the hunters to drink a bit of wine to warm up since they had worked hard. When they saw the large number of sea unicorns, they were even happier. Tanthin thought that this trip, including travel time, had taken more than half a month. They hunted a total of 8 sea lions, 4 sea unicorns, and collected 100 bird eggs. Tanthin thought that indeed, it had been a bumper harvest. Old Jeep brought the sea unicorn horns to Tanthin, saying he would store them until the merchant ship arrived. After exchanging goods, they would divide them equally. Tanthin trusted Old Jeep, so he left the matter to him. The decision was his to make. Old Jeep's wife came to him after she finished cutting the sea unicorn horns, and only then did he remember he had not introduced her to Tanthin. Old Jeep introduced his wife to Tanthin, telling him her name was Isak. She was responsible for dividing up the work among all the women in the tribe, as well as distributing food. He also mentioned that she had a lot of experience in cutting sea unicorn horns. Tanthin smiled and greeted Mrs. Isak, thanking her for taking care of the tusk-cutting process. She assured him that he could rest easy, as she wouldn't damage them. Someone came to invite Tanthin to the evening celebration, where they would also distribute the harvest, asking him to come early. Tanthin didn't know how the distribution typically worked, so Mr. Jeep explained. It was quite simple. First, Mrs. Isak would take a portion of the harvest to be used for communal meals during festivals or stored as food reserves. Next, they would evenly distribute the larger food items by head count. The remaining food would be divided into 2 parts. The first part would be equally distributed among those who contributed effort to the hunt, while the second part would be divided based on individual contributions during the trip. After explaining, Mr. Jeep waved goodbye to Tanthin, saying he was too tired and needed to rest early. Tanthin thought this method was fair. If food was divided solely by head count, It wouldn't be fair to those who risked their lives. It would also diminish motivation. Nick talked to Tanthine, advising him to rest early after such a long period of exhaustion. That evening, everyone celebrated joyously. Some remarked that they no longer feared the winter thanks to the ample meat, while others praised Mr. Jeep's team, raising their glasses to toast him. A child, sitting near his mother, excitedly said he wanted to eat seal meat. Mr. Jeep announced that the food had been distributed. Tanthine received 1 seal, a pile of whale meat, and 2 large barrels of whale oil. Since carrying whale meat wasn't convenient, he asked Mr. Jeep to exchange it for another seal. Mr. Jeep said whale meat was far more valuable than seal meat, but if it wasn't convenient, he could arrange for someone to transport it for him. However, Tanthine was fine with what he had. Mr. Jeep raised a glass to toast Tanthine, thanking him for his contributions during the trip. Tanthine noticed Mr. Jeep's father and took the opportunity to ask if he had ever seen any unique architecture, such as tall buildings or something resembling a temple. Mr. Jeep's father replied that he had not. Tanthine saw that most people shook their heads, and he could only sigh because the time to wait for the ship was around July, and now it was mid-June, half a month to go. He really hoped to find the laboratory in Zone E7 during this time. If he found a functioning laboratory, he could recharge his ring or even obtain a new ring to contact Deeplam's group. However, with the current situation, his hopes seemed slim. Suddenly, Mr. Jeep asked Tanthine what the house he was looking for was like, suggesting that they could ask people from other tribes when the time came. Tanthine described it as having a very large structure, something unforgettable if seen. He only gave Mr. Jeep a brief description because he didn't know exactly what the Zone E7 laboratory looked like. Then, he remembered that Mr. Jeep mentioned other tribes during trade exchanges, so he asked again. Mr. Jeep explained that all the other tribes living in the area would come to trade supplies and that there would be many people. Among them, there was bound to be someone who had seen the house he described. At this moment, Tanthine felt hopeful again. He calculated that the trading ship would leave before autumn. If, as Mr. Jeep said, they could find clues about the laboratory during the trade, he would still have time to visit the lab and return. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was a girl named Irina, holding her blushing cheeks shyly because her mother and another woman were teasing her about her upcoming marriage. She was likely thinking about her husband. Mr. Jeep mentioned that Irina would be getting married this year, remarking on how quickly time had passed. Tanthine was surprised to hear about the marriage. Mr. Jeep explained that his people had always married individuals from other tribes to avoid the dangers of inbreeding. To maintain a normal civilization, at least 98 people were required, including 49 opposite gender pairs of childbearing age with no blood relation. Since the population of Mr. Jeep's tribe, including the elderly and children, did not meet this number, intertribal marriages were necessary to preserve their lineage. Tanthine also learned that Irina would be going with them to the bay because she had arranged to meet her fiancé there last year. Her fiancé was said to be very polite, an excellent hunter, though a bit shy. Mr. Jeep informed that Irina was very fortunate. 3 years ago, when she went to the bay, she met Tyran. However, he didn't know how to express his feelings. When Tyran first met Irina, he was immediately infatuated with her. During their time at the bay, Tyran would always find excuses to exchange items with the group. Initially, Mr. Jeep thought Tyran simply liked their items. But eventually, he realized that he was doing this because he wanted to see Irina more often. Through Mr. Jeep's explanation, Tanthine understood that the bay was also a meeting place for the Inuit people. When they reached the age for marriage every summer, they would go to the bay with their tribes. Due to limited transportation, couples who liked each other could only meet during this time each year to get to know each other and decide whether to marry or not. In this context, if a couple found someone they both liked, it was considered a stroke of great luck. For Irina, her mother had given her a ring, which she had found near the Skystone area. Her mother told her to keep it safe, and that when she was no longer around, it would be there to stay by Irina's side. While they were talking, Nick heard about the ring and noticed that it resembled the one Tanthine had. She reported this to Tanthine. He turned to see that Irina was holding the ring, so he walked over to ask if he could take a look. Irina handed it to him. Tanthin examined the ring. It appeared old, though overall it looked perfect with no obvious flaws. However, the surface had many scratches, and he wasn't sure if it still worked. He tried to activate it, but it didn't respond. He returned the ring to Irina and asked where her mother had found it. He had explained that everyone would be curious because he also had a ring like this. Due to the cold climate in Area E7, the ring acted like a piece of ice, and if worn, it would cause frostbite. So, he had taken it off temporarily and given it to Nick for safekeeping. He asked Nick to bring it out so the two women could see it. When they saw it, they were surprised to see that it was exactly like the one they had. Mr. Jeep then revealed that the ring had been found near the Sky Stone as well. Mr. Jeep informed Tanthin that the ring was found at the Sky Monument. Intrigued, Tanthin asked where the Sky Monument was and if he could be taken there. Mr. Jeep explained that the Sky Monument was located on the Snowy Mountains. If Tanthin wanted to go, he could arrange for someone to guide him the next day. Seeing that Tanthin seemed to be searching for something important, Mr. Jeep offered to help. Tanthin was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude, even offering compensation, but Mr. Jeep refused, saying it was unnecessary. Friends should help each other. Tanthin speculated that the location might be the laboratory. The next morning, the group set off for the Sky Monument. Tanthin thanked everyone for accompanying him so early. Cheerfully, Mr. Jeep mentioned they had decided to leave early because they noticed his restlessness the previous night. However, he also advised Tanthin to prepare for the possibility of returning empty-handed. He estimated it would take about half a day to reach the canyon. From there, they would need to travel a considerable distance to reach the Sky Monument. As they moved, the sky began to darken. Realizing they wouldn't reach the destination in time, Mr. Jeep decided they would rest for the night and continue the journey the next day. The group set up an igloo for shelter. Inside, Mr. Jeep shared that the name Sky Monument was one they had coined themselves. Based on its terrain, it was a basin, a very deep one. Moreover, its location was unique, lying at the center of the mountain range. He admitted that Tanthin would probably need to see it in person to fully understand. Curious, Tanthin asked why it was called the Sky Monument. Mr. Jeep explained that the basin contained numerous stone markers inscribed with unknown characters. Reflecting on this, Tanthin thought it might indeed be the location of the Zone E7 laboratory. Furthermore, the stone markers situated at the mountaintop basin could signify a sky crater. The next morning, the group gathered and tied ropes to connect themselves into a line. Mr. Jeep instructed 4 members to guard the camp and the sled dogs, while the rest would accompany Tanthin up the mountain. Climbing the snowy terrain, Tanthin observed that this area was so barren it was like a place where even dogs eat rocks and chickens peck gravel. A place so inhospitable that even birds avoided it. He asked why Mr. Jeep's group had come here before. He learned they had been forced to flee into the area to escape a pack of wolves. While walking, Mr. Jeep sank deep into the snow. When the snow completely collapsed, he fell into a canyon. Everyone panicked and grabbed the rope, calling out to pull Mr. Jeep back up. After some time, they managed to get him to safety. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily, finally escaping danger. Everyone stood there, realizing how perilous the situation had been. Without the rope, he might have died. Tanthin suggested that Mr. Jeep return ahead since he already knew where the Sky Monument was. The place was too dangerous, and he wanted to continue on his own without involving the group. However, Mr. Jeep refused, saying he wouldn't give up halfway as it would mean being abandoned by the gods. He insisted they no longer discuss this and should focus on watching their steps. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at a place where a basin appeared atop the mountain. Observing the area, Tanthin noticed the terrain had undergone changes contrary to natural laws, which must have been caused by external forces altering the mountain's original structure. It resembled Island No. 2. When a laboratory experienced an incident, the surface of the area would collapse, forming a sinkhole. Thus, he was certain the laboratory was here. However, he couldn't find any sign of the lab and wondered if it had been completely destroyed in an explosion. Mr. Jeet pointed to some stones with inscriptions within the basin and called everyone to descend for a closer look. He warned everyone to watch out for protruding rocks. Some could hold weight, but others might be unstable and cause them to fall. Soon, Tanthin reached the bottom and observed that many plants were growing there. It seemed the incident had turned the rocks into fertile soil, providing a suitable environment for vegetation to grow. The ground was also flat. Mr. Jeep shared that every time he came here, he felt as if he could reach out and touch the sky. Others also felt this way and noticed that the area was significantly warmer. Some who hadn't come with Mr. Jeep previously were curious about the stones, wanting to see them for themselves. Mick spotted the stone tablet and alerted Tanthin. The two of them approached and brushed off the snow, revealing an inscription, Zone E7. Tanthin read the inscription on the stone tablet, which recorded the observations of the person who had written it. It could now be confirmed that even if Area E7 no longer had the energy to sustain itself, its ecosystem was balanced enough to maintain stability. This was a piece of good news. Previously, when the ecosystem underwent significant changes, there had been thoughts that all the efforts of the past years were in vain, and the person had even considered suicide. However, fortunately, that decision was not made. It seemed that the consciousness of this person had been uploaded as data, which had affected their thoughts and made them follow the programmed logic. The machine, with its binary nature, either yes or no, correct or incorrect, could not think of anything else. But now, there was no more confusion. This aspect still allowed for clarity in communication. The only thing this person now wanted to do was to watch this land change and await the arrival of hope. After finishing the contents of the stone tablet, Tanthin noticed something else. The tablet also contained the journal of someone, possibly a research staff member from the E7 laboratory. Mr. Jeep asked Tanthin if he could understand the writing on the tablet. Tanthin responded, asking how he knew. Mr. Jeep explained that he could tell by Tanthin's thoughtful expression. He then asked if the writing was from the gods. Tanthin clarified that the inscriptions were not from the gods, but were simply a journal left by the people who lived here. Everyone was curious about what was written on the stone tablet and urged Tanthin to share. Tanthin briefly summarized that the inscription described how the people here saw everything around them and felt immense joy and appreciation for the beauty of the place. The Inuit people, in response, raised their hands and looked to the sky, thanking the gods for creating such a beautiful place. At that moment, someone discovered another stone tablet and reported it to the group. The others urged Tanthin to go see what the gods had to say next. Tanthin approached and read the next stone tablet. It recounted how the writer had witnessed the laboratory vanish into dust. The power of time was terrifying. No matter how solid a material, it would eventually erode in the river of time. The writer didn't know how much longer the energy in their ring would last, likely not more than a century. If the organization or anyone else didn't come within that century, everything related to them would disappear like the laboratory, becoming nothing but ash. Thus, the writer felt compelled to do something, using a laser to inscribe these words onto the stone. They estimated the carvings could last 300 to 400 years, barring external forces eroding the stones. Once the energy maintaining Zone E7 was depleted, it would likely collapse quickly. The writer speculated it might turn into folklore. They imagined how future civilizations might react if they discovered this relic, deep under the ocean, recounting an advanced civilization's history. Perhaps Earth itself, in the eyes of a more advanced civilization, was like how we view this world. As predicted, 2 months after the laboratory ceased regulating Zone E7's ecosystem, the area became unstable. The soil acidified, vegetation could no longer grow, and the absence of plants disrupted the food chain, leading to the rapid decline of wolf populations. Everything unfolded like the biological cycle on Island No. 2. The writer began asking urgent questions. Couldn't humanity create artificial continents? Couldn't humanity migrate to other planets? Couldn't humanity intervene in nature? Reading this, Tanthin sighed. The diary's author resembled 2 others, Yeo Jiangpeng and Wang Yeoksu, who had worked in laboratories. Before the explosion, they had uploaded their consciousness into the cloud, waiting to be discovered. However, after hundreds of years, as the laboratory's energy dwindled, no one came. Eventually, they activated programs to stabilize the Zone E7 laboratory. Among them, one researcher, the diary's author, had awakened here. Afterward, this individual used the ring to transmit their consciousness, storing the remaining limited energy of the laboratory into the ring to ensure that after the ring brought them out of the lab, they wouldn't immediately turn to dust. In the days that followed, the author of this journal lived like a soul dwelling within the ring, enduring lonely waiting. During this period, Zone E7 had lost its ability to sustain the laboratory, the ecosystem began collapsing, and the population of organisms significantly declined. Later, over time, the decrease in organisms within Zone E7 slowed, as if even a worm could still twist under pressure. Decades passed, and the organisms in Zone E7 began to recover, and vegetation started to grow again, albeit with a very different ecosystem compared to before the incident. The gaps between journal entries spanned years, each of several pages marking lengthy periods, sometimes equal to more than 3 years. Initially, the author worried Zone E7 would collapse. Yet once they were confident that Zone E7 was stable, they began conserving energy, writing less frequently. Over time, they entered a state of sleep, with the frequency of journal entries decreasing. Tanthin realized that they must have endured countless years of solitude. This section contained the most writing. Tanthin guessed it might be the final part and continued reading to see what it said. The timeline indicated that over 100 years had passed since the laboratory's collapse. If not for the energy stored in the ring, which kept reminding the individual, they might have thought only 3 years had gone by. This realization made the author feel that this would be their final journal entry, and they kept writing until their presence gradually faded away. Using the laser also consumed energy, and they were enraged, lamenting, "Who decided to eliminate solar energy?" Although it was a small amount, barely worth noting, it could have been useful in difficult times. Reflecting on this, they cursed those who made the decisions, calling them short-sighted fools. Making the ring bigger or adding a few solar energy devices wouldn't have hurt. They thought angrily, wishing they could push those people into a pit. Though they were dead, the thought of disappearing entirely filled them with regret. They didn't want to leave this world. He smiled just before he was about to disappear due to running out of energy. Fortunately, before leaving this world, he witnessed something truly significant: the creation of an artificial continent. To be honest, this was something he had never even considered. Originally, the laboratory had an impact on the climate in Area E7. But unexpectedly, at the time when Area E7 should have collapsed, the environmental conditions there began to affect E7 itself. Initially, he thought this phenomenon was temporary. But after so many years, the area hadn't experienced any collapse. On the contrary, it had grown increasingly stable, as if a block of ice had been placed into a tank of water, lowering the water's temperature below freezing. The water temperature had become optimal for the ice block, preventing it from melting, which created an environment for the ice to remain solid. Could we hypothesize that this was possible because we could work with nature? While constructing the continent, the laboratory provided the necessary conditions for the continent's formation, with the final material created by a ceramic expert shaping it. Based on his observations of Area E7 over the years, he discovered that Tanthin, upon reading this, began to understand. Just like the introduction the expert had written, the laboratory kept writing until they passed away on site. He had initially hoped to find the scientific researchers from E7's laboratory and receive help from them. But now, it seemed that would no longer be possible. Nick rushed over to Tanthin, asking if he was tired. Everyone was still searching for the stone tablets, and there might be more information to uncover. Tanthin told Nick to gather everyone and inform them he would explain the content to them. Once everyone had gathered, Tanthin briefly explained. After experiencing hardship, the world emerged from chaos, and they used an axe they made themselves to divide it into the heavens and the earth. In the end, the person who left the inscription on the stone tablet, along with a few gods, used their strength to continuously transform the world. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree that wasn't involved in building the foundation of this land. Everyone was amazed and left speechless. Nick, standing nearby, praised the gods for their incredible power. The Inui people were shocked, finding it terrifying that an axe could split the Great Sea and that a simple gesture could bring life to all things. Even Tanthin found it hard to describe. Before their deaths, the creators of the rings used lasers to carve the inscriptions onto the stone tablets. Someone asked if it was possible to return home because they missed it deeply. Another replied that it was no longer possible, saying, "But this place we've created is now our home." Some worried that their efforts might go unnoticed. Does anyone even know a group of fools like us worked endlessly on such a hopeless project in such a place? Tanthin reassured them, saying, "Don't worry. We've seen it now. Thank you for your contributions. This, in a way, is like meeting you." He acknowledged their struggles in such harsh conditions and felt that his own difficulties paled in comparison. He questioned his right to feel disappointed when others had persevered under worse circumstances. Tanthin turned to tell everyone to head back. The group returned to Tanthin's dwelling. Previously, he had promised to take Jeep and the others to an interesting place. He led them to a fishing ground. Seeing such a large body of water, Jeep imagined it must hold many fish. Upon arrival, the sight of numerous fish left Jeep in awe. "If we have this, winter will be nothing to worry about," he said. Tanthin explained that catching fish once would provide enough to last a year, and after another year of growth, there would be even more. Tanthin took the group to his home, which amazed them as they had never seen anything like it before. Two people went inside and found Jack's quarters incredibly spacious, even better than their own. When they reached the storeroom, they were even more astonished by the abundant provisions, including alcohol. They suspected that Tanthin must have traded for these items at sea. However, he clarified that the alcohol was homemade. "It's not as good as yours, but it's decent," he said, inviting them to enjoy a hearty meal that evening. As night fell, everyone gathered around the fire, warming themselves and roasting food. Jeep and his group found Tanthin's food and alcohol to be exceptionally delicious. Tanthin informed everyone that there were many types of animals here, and as a result, the food variety was also much broader. He showed Jeep the wolf pelts he had previously hunted and reassured him that they could hunt in this area or even settle here. Jeep realized that if they settled here, they wouldn't need to worry about food anymore. Tanthin added that with the food stored and the sea unicorn they had hunted earlier, the tribe wouldn't have to worry about food for another year. They would have plenty of time to build new homes. Jeep felt embarrassed and didn't want to take Tanthin's food for free. Tanthin reassured him that it was his way of paying them back for bringing him here, and that the food was a farewell gift. If Jeep didn't accept it, it would mean that he didn't consider Tanthin and Nick as friends. Hearing this, Jeep reluctantly agreed to accept it and thanked Tanthin for all the help he had given them. Tanthin smiled and told him not to thank him too soon because Jeep's people still needed to take him and Nick safely to the bay. He couldn't accept the help for free. Jeep immediately promised that they would make sure to get them to the bay safely. He then asked Tanthin where he planned to go. Tanthin replied that he hadn't decided yet, but wanted to rest for a day and then leave the day after. Jeep also asked if Tanthin wanted to bring anything, as they could have dogs pull carts to carry it. The next morning, Jeep's group returned to the tribe, telling everyone that thanks to Tanthin, they had brought back a lot of food. Originally, they had planned to help transport Tanthin's goods, but Tanthin had instead given them food. Some of the people around mentioned that in 2 days, they would accompany Tanthin to the bay. Jeep gave Tanthin a hug, expressing how much he liked him and promised that they would safely get him to the bay. 2 days later, the group set off towards the bay. Irina apologized to Tanthin, as her presence had caused a delay in their departure. Tanthin reassured her that it was no problem and that he still had plenty of time. Someone joked that Tanthin wasn't in a hurry, but Irina seemed to be, which made her blush. Upon arriving at the bay, Tanthin saw that many ice houses had already been set up, and there were a lot of people gathered there. Nick commented that it was so crowded, it felt similar to the time they had been in Thanban Mae. Jeep smiled and said that it would get busier soon. Right now, it was still early, so they should quickly find a place to rest before it became too crowded, and they couldn't find any lodging. After a while, Tanthin had found a spot to set up an ice house. Nearby, Irina was teased about looking for Tyran, which embarrassed her, and she denied it. Jeep told everyone that the ships would definitely arrive within the month. Tanthin wasn't in a hurry but was curious about what others wanted. Were they trading items? Jeep explained that they were displaying everything to trade with each other. Additionally, the young men were taking the opportunity to look for potential partners. Jeep suggested they set up their house first and deal with other matters later. In the evening, everyone gathered around the fire to sit together. Inside the ice house, Nick asked Tantine why the people around them weren't sleeping despite it being late. She learned that these people rarely got a chance to meet up, and now that they had the opportunity to socialize, they wouldn't miss it. So they continued to sit and talk. As for the two of them, there was no rush. After traveling a long distance, they could just relax and regain their energy. The next day, everyone gathered to exchange the items they needed. Jeep and Tantine walked around to see what was available. Jeep told Tantine that if he saw anything he liked, he could negotiate and trade for it without needing to carry it around. Tantine was surprised to find that food was the most sought-after item here. Many people were willing to exchange precious items for food. Tantine now realized that not all tribes were self-sufficient and didn't have to worry about food. Jeep ran into an acquaintance and greeted him. Uram said he was fine, but mentioned that lately, someone had been agitated and unable to sleep at night. He then pushed his son Tyran out and told him to go over to meet his future wife. When the two met, their faces turned red. Jeep laughed and said they should find a quiet place to discuss their marriage plans. Uram invited Jeep to his place, where the food and drinks were ready. Tantine thought that no matter how well they knew each other, he and Nick were outsiders, so he wouldn't interfere with their personal matters. Nick suggested they walk around because she thought there were many interesting things to see. Nick told Tantine that although there were many people here, the goods available were few and the variety limited. Tantine explained that it was probably because production was limited in this area. The two of them took a walk around to see what else they could find. Suddenly, some people shouted that the trading ships had arrived. Tantine turned around and saw a large ship approaching, followed by two smaller ones. Nick suggested Tantine go see, but he said there was no rush since there were too many people and the ships hadn't docked yet. Outside, the people on the ships were using smaller boats to reach the shore. The passengers had been traveling for many days and were eager for a large meal. They docked and started unloading their goods. Tantine arrived and saw the area empty and wondered what it was for. It turned out to be reserved for the traders. Nick observed that they looked a lot like Jessica. Tantine assessed the group of about 50 people disembarking. More than half wore simple, rough clothes, likely sailors. The remaining group wore finely crafted clothes, likely the ship's owners. However, there were no Asians among them. Suddenly, someone shouted that another ship was coming. Tantine looked over and saw another ship approaching. Previously, he had heard Jeep mention that more than one ship would dock, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Jeep came over and called Tantine, thinking he was still inside the ice house. He came to invite him out to see the ships. Jeep reminded him that if he saw anything he liked, he should take his time and not rush to trade. There was plenty of stuff, and more ships would arrive, so there was no need to hurry. However, some items, like wine, were rare and would become more expensive the longer they waited, so if he wanted some, he should trade quickly. Tantine understood that rare items were expensive, so he reassured Jeep not to worry. Jeep suggested they all return and wait for now. On the way back, Tantine overheard a married couple complaining about the long wait due to the large crowd, and not knowing when it would be their turn. The wife suggested waiting for another ship to come before trading, but the husband explained that if they traded early, they would get more goods. The wife was confused and the husband wasn't sure either, but mentioned that others had said it was better to be quick to avoid market saturation. Tantine immediately understood the situation. In a saturated market, the rarer the item, the higher the price. Once there were too many of an item, its price would drop. Traders raised prices to secure early trades before the market became saturated. Finally, it was Jeep's turn to trade. He wanted to exchange a unicorn horn for gold coins. The merchant took the horn and showed it to others for evaluation. Nick, not understanding, asked, and Tantine explained that the merchant couldn't set a price, so he was consulting someone with more authority. Tantine guessed that the horn would fetch a good price. After completing the trade, Jeep returned to Tantine and explained that the money was used for transactions, which had only recently become available. Previously, they didn't use money, but due to complications in trade and the need to divide things fairly, gold coins made the process easier. He handed Tanthin 20 gold coins, which was their share. Jeep asked when Tanthin would leave, but Tanthin said he wasn't sure yet, as he needed to find a ship first. Jeep told him to let him know whenever he planned to leave. Tanthin agreed with a smile. A few days later, the trading continued. Nick noticed that 13 ships had now arrived and prices had started to drop. Tanthin saw this as an opportunity and asked about the price of whale oil, learning that it was 3 gold coins per unit, or 5 bottles for alcohol in exchange. Tanthin, not needing alcohol, moved on and found that other places also offered 3 gold coins, but one place was offering 7. Just as they were about to leave, 2 people, dressed like nobles, called them back. Tanthin thought they looked like a pair of snobs, but decided not to judge them by appearance. They wanted to buy Jack, but Tanthin refused immediately. They offered 30 gold coins for Jack, but Tanthin waved them off, saying even 300 gold coins wouldn't be enough. One of the nobles then said they could offer something more valuable, like weapons, if needed. Tanthin's anger flared, and he exuded a dangerous aura, threatening that if they didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to leave the area alive. The nobleman, shocked, looked back at the woman behind him who was laughing at him. This made him angry, and he fumed about being intimidated by someone like Tanthin. As Tanthin and Nick turned to leave, the nobleman yelled at them to stop. He drew a sword, pointing it at Tanthin, challenging him to a duel. Nick saw that these people wanted to take action, so he drew his sword and stood in front of Tanthin. Tanthin asked why he had to fight with the man. Hearing this, the man laughed and asked if Tanthin was afraid and dared not accept the challenge. Suddenly, someone called out from behind him, "Baron, please wait a moment." 3 people approached. He turned around and asked who the person was. The man bowed and said his identity was unimportant, not worth remembering. He expressed how honored he was to meet the Baron. Hearing this, the Baron thought this person was more civilized and easier to talk to, unlike the rabble. He asked what business the man had. The man said he understood the situation here and suggested that a reindeer wasn't worth the Baron's effort. Considering how noble the Baron was, he shouldn't waste his time. Hearing this, the Baron grew angry and said that liking the reindeer should be an honor for these insignificant people. Tanthin realized the man was trying to de-escalate the situation, but if things escalated further, he wouldn't mind sending a few people to meet their ancestors. The girl standing nearby wanted to stop the young man, but he stepped forward and said that while reindeer were rare in these frozen fields, he could find a better one for the Baron. He then added that the Baron should look around and see if the locals had already gathered. The Baron, startled, turned to see that many people had surrounded him. He shouted, asking if these people dared to attack a noble Baron to defend their acquaintance's honor. The 3 individuals sighed, concluding that this Baron was nothing more than a fool. A noble Baron. Yet he dared to say that fighting the locals was beneath him. So why wouldn't they dare to act? The young man calmly assured that the people wouldn't resort to violence, but would retaliate in other ways, such as refusing to trade supplies with the Baron. This made the Baron uneasy. He then declared that these people had missed their chance for glory and led his men away. The young man remarked that these lunatics seemed to throw away their brains in pursuit of their so-called glory. Right after, the girl came up and kicked the young man in the leg, scolding him for being foolish. She exclaimed that if the lunatic Baron had insisted on taking the reindeer, would he have planned to spend gold coins to buy a knife? The 2 were arguing when Tanthin thought these people were truly amusing. He wanted to approach them to thank them for their help earlier and to gather information about the icebreaker. Tanthin walked up, thanked the 2 for their assistance, and introduced himself. The girl replied that mere words of gratitude had no value. Tanthin laughed and said that the supplies behind Jack could be considered a gift to thank them. The man stepped forward, introduced himself as Kenti, and assured Tanthin not to take the girl's words seriously, she was just joking. He introduced the girl as Ashbel and the other man as Gaussen. Kenti advised Tanthin to avoid those people from earlier to prevent further trouble. Tanthin asked if they were merchants since he was looking to trade goods. Kenti laughed and told him not to expect high prices. He invited Tanthin to their shop. As they walked, they passed through an exchange market where people were bargaining with cheerful expressions, unlike other places where faces were often gloomy. Nick noticed how lively the atmosphere was, and Tanthin observed that most of the people here seemed to be regular customers with close relationships with the merchants. After searching for so long, Tanthin felt his efforts were worthwhile. The two decided they wanted to leave this place aboard Kenti's ship, believing they were reliable. Tanthin sold a narwhal horn to Kenti's group for 34 gold coins. Ashbel stated this was the market price and told him he could check elsewhere if he didn't believe her. She reassured him that their group would remain here for some time, so he needn't worry. Tanthin smiled, signaling his trust in them. He asked if they transported passengers and how much the fare would cost. Kenti asked why Tanthin wanted to leave. He replied that he wished to explore the vast world beyond. Kenti laughed and remarked that Tanthin was an interesting person. He shared that he had previously suggested bringing the locals to a better place to improve their lives, but they all refused, which baffled him. Tanthin explained that this place was their origin, their roots, and that they would never leave. He compared it to a flower. No matter how beautiful, without its roots, it would not survive. Fallen leaves return to their roots, he said, emphasizing that this was an instinct deeply ingrained in their souls. Tanthin wanted to discuss the ship fare. Kenti considered letting him board for free, but was slapped by Ashbel, who declared that while the fare could be free, meals would cost 20 copper coins per day per person. Tanthin asked how long his current funds would allow him to live on the ship. Ashbel calculated that if he did nothing but eat bread once a day, he could survive for 3 years. Tanthin proposed working in exchange for food. Ashbel invited him inside the tent to discuss further. Once inside, Tanthin asked to purchase a world map, surprising Ashbel. For locals who had no desire to leave, a map was nothing more than a piece of useless paper. Tanthin explained that currently, no one but him would have any interest in it. Ashbel handed him a map, pricing it at 1 silver coin. Tanthin opened the map and saw 2 countries marked, the Holy Kingdom of Paulette and the Garmin Empire. After examining the map, Nick informed Tanthin they had found 9 silver coins. Seeing the exchange rate of 10 silver coins to 1 gold coin, Tanthin said goodbye to the group and left. Kenti still found Tanthin's desire to leave somewhat unrealistic. Ashbel stood by, reminding him that he had already agreed. Gaussen then revealed to the two that Tanthin wasn't a local. Tanthin returned to the frozen plains and studied the map. He noticed that the Paulette Kingdom was detailed, while the other regions were sparsely marked. He speculated that Kenti's group might be from Paulette. The area where he was located was called the Ice Island, likely named by outsiders as Zone E7. Unfortunately, Ice Island had minimal contact with the outside world, and its boundaries on the map were roughly sketched. This lack of detail prevented Tanthin from estimating the relative size of the 2 countries. Additionally, the map did not show the second island or Zone D3. Nick had been listening to the conversation between Tanthin and Kenti earlier and understood a bit. She mentioned that they would leave here by mid-September. Tanthin reminded her that it was now the end of August, so the two of them had a week to prepare. Hearing this, Nick felt delighted. Finally, they could leave this place and perhaps even find a chance to return to their ship. The prospect of finding a vessel lifted Tanthin's spirits as well. During this time, they planned to eat, relax, and prepare some simple supplies. If they had free time, they could visit Kenti to learn more about the outside world. While talking with Kenti, someone came to call him for help. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and apologized, saying he had to attend to something. Tanthin smiled and assured him it was fine, and they could talk again later. Over the past few days, Tanthin had learned some basic information. Although Kenti seemed like the leader of the merchant team, the one actually handling everything was the steward Ashbel. As for Gaussen, he was quiet and contemplative. Nick once told Tanthin that she felt a sense of intimidation from Gaussen, so Tanthin guessed that such a strong individual might be Kenti's bodyguard. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Tanthin was saying his goodbyes to everyone. He couldn't bring Jack along since this place was the best environment for the creature. This made Jack sad, as it teared up, unwilling to part from him. Mr. Jeep reassured Tanthin, promising to take good care of Jack and even find it a mate after he returned. Relieved, Tanthin entrusted Jack to Mr. Jeep's care. They embraced as Mr. Jeep reminded Tanthin to be cautious during his journey. In return, Tanthin urged Mr. Jeep and everyone to stay safe as well. After bidding farewell, he departed. When Kenti saw him, he asked if he had finished all his preparations. Tanthin confirmed that he was ready and was just waiting to board. The group boarded a small boat to reach the ship. Upon arrival, the boat was hooked with 2 cables and hoisted aboard. Kenti signaled everyone to hold tight as they began the process. Kenti shared that the first time he sat in a wooden boat, he was so scared that he couldn't bear it. Even the slightest rocking made him cling tightly to the boat. Gaussen added that there were even cowards who curled up into a ball and refused to move, much like some of their crew members. Kenti laughed, saying such reactions were normal. Tanthin remarked that this was nothing. There was always something more challenging to face. When Nick boarded the ship, she was amazed at its size. It was the largest vessel she had ever seen, far larger than her own ship and with a much larger crew. Ashbel told Tanthin and Nick to follow her as she showed them their accommodations. She'd explained that the back of the ship, or the stern, had an observation deck where sailors could perform lookout duties, accessible via stairs on either side. She advised them not to touch the cannons on the deck unless necessary. Ashbel led them to a room below deck. Seeing the space, Tanthin felt uneasy. It was cramped and oppressive. He hoped it wouldn't be their room, as staying there would be stifling. On his own ship, he had specifically designed ventilation systems so the interior never felt suffocating. But now, there was little choice, and he hoped it would feel better once the ship started moving. Ashbel announced that this was their resting area, leaving both of them speechless. Hammocks hung on the walls, and they could hook them up anywhere to sleep. Tanthin asked if there were other options. Ashbel mentioned that this area would be cooler when the ship was moving, but there were private rooms available for 1 silver coin per day. Tanthin asked her to arrange a private room for him until they disembarked. Ashbel observed that this Hold's environment was likely better than the icy island. To this, Tanthin replied sarcastically, asking if she wanted him to tell her the truth about how he felt. Ashbel informed him that the ship's journey would take 2 months, estimating the cost at 6 gold coins. Tanthin decided not to rush and to check out the room first to avoid paying for something unsatisfactory. Ashbel led them to another room. This one looked much better, clean and furnished with a bed, table and chairs, and it had a window with a view of the outside. It was the best room on the ship, and if they didn't like it, there would be nothing more she could offer. At the sight of the room, both of them were immediately satisfied and claimed it. Ashbel asked them to wait while she tidied up the room. She packed up her belongings into a bag and moved to the adjacent room, where she unceremoniously evicted Kenti and Gaussen, telling them to move out so the new guests could use it until the ship returned. This left Tanthin and Nick scrambling to close the door behind them, feeling awkward since their arrival had caused the 2 men to be kicked out of their own quarters. Nick noted that the room on this ship was smaller than the one on her own vessel. Tanthin explained that this was a merchant ship, so most of its space was used for cargo. If it weren't, the living quarters would definitely be larger than those on their ship. Now, he wanted to clean up the room a bit. Meanwhile, outside, the crew began preparing for departure. The anchor was lifted, and an announcement was made that the ship was setting sail. Inside the room, the 2 were surprised to find that Ashbel had taken the blankets with her. Fortunately, Tanthin had prepared some in advance, or else they would have had to sleep on the bare boards. After tidying up, the 2 decided to go outside to check things out. They went to the stern to take one last look at the icy island where they had spent so much time. For a long while, their ship had drifted aimlessly like a stray cat without a home or a fixed destination. Now, they were leaving behind a place they had called home for a while. As they stood deep in thought, the ship's captain approached. He asked Ashbel if the 2 of them were new chicks on the ship. Ashbel asked him to take care of them, as they might not be used to life on a ship. The captain remarked that if they couldn't manage on their own, they should leave early to avoid becoming a burden to others. Ashbel objected, saying that they were paying passengers, The captain found it amusing that passengers would work on a ship. He wondered if they should let them disembark now, predicting that they would soon grow bored of the endless ocean views. Ashbel suggested they let the two admire their homeland for a bit longer since they were about to leave it for good. Tomorrow, they would address everything. Nick felt a little uncomfortable hearing him speak like that. Tanthin didn't mind because he thought what he said was true. Controlling a ship is not a simple matter. This is nothing like in the movies. After the ship set off, everyone went about doing what they liked. On the deck, people started working. Some were cleaning and scrubbing the deck. Others were carrying seals into storage. Kenty was directing people to load goods. At this time, Tanthin and Nick went over to greet Kenty. Kenty approached them and asked if they felt uncomfortable or nauseous. The two of them felt fine and did not experience seasickness. In the past, when hunting narwhals, they had endured more intense rocking on smaller boats. Kenty gave them a bottle of wine to sip if they ever felt unwell. He wanted to explain the things they needed to be mindful of while on the ship. When it was mealtime, the cook banged on a pot to signal dinner. The sailors were delighted as they finally got to eat. Some were so hungry they couldn't wait, while others tried to trade goods for drinks. Kenty invited Tanthin to the dining hall. Tanthin found it strange because he thought someone like Kenty, being a leader, would have a private kitchen. But Kenty explained that everyone was treated equally here and urged Tanthin to line up quickly. Everyone on the ship gathered on time to receive their portions of food. The cook handed out a bowl of meat stew and a loaf of bread to each person. When Tanthin and Nick got their food, Nick was excited to try it out. But as soon as she took a bite, she found the bread too hard. Tanthin joked that it felt like the bread was made of tiles. Still, they had no choice but to gnaw on it. Besides bread, there wasn't much else available on the ship. Kenty came over and laughed, suggesting they soak the bread in the stew to soften it. After eating, everyone went to rest. Tanthin noticed that most sailors didn't like staying in the cabin. Otherwise, they wouldn't be resting on the deck. Suddenly, the ship rocked violently, almost causing Tanthin and Nick to fall. The captain immediately ordered everyone to return to their stations. He warned them that if they didn't want to fall into the sea and become fish food, they'd better stay alert. It turned out the ship had entered a different area of the sea. Standing on the deck, Tanthin observed the raging ocean. This kind of turbulence usually only occurred during storms. Nick wondered aloud if the sea could really be divided into regions. Tanthin explained that different areas have different temperaments. The Pacific Ocean, for instance, is much calmer than the other 4 major oceans. As night fell, the two of them returned to their cabin to rest. Tanthin asked Nick if she was full and remarked that the environment on the ship wasn't ideal, so they had to make do. He assured her that things would get better once they reached their destination. He reminded her to be careful since autumn was approaching and the nights would be cold. Afterward, they went to sleep. The next morning, someone knocked on their door. It turned out to be Ashbel and the captain. Ashbel introduced the captain as Roger and explained that he would assign tasks to the two of them from now on. Captain Roger saw that they were still groggy and gave them 10 minutes to eat breakfast before meeting him. Ashbel, noticing the captain's stern demeanor, told Tanthin not to take it personally because that was just how he usually behaved. Captain Roger then brought them to where the cannons were stored. Observing the ship's armaments, Tanthin was impressed. He wondered if this level of armament was necessary for the journey to the ice island, or if this was standard for merchant ships. He wasn't sure if there were cannons on the 3rd deck. Captain Roger ordered them to move several barrels of oil up to the deck. The two of them carried the barrels up. Then Captain Roger instructed them to clean the entire deck and said he would inspect it at noon. He warned them not to slack off as this task was tied to their dinner. Nick found it odd that they were oiling the deck, which could make it slippery and dangerous to walk on. Tanthin explained to her that it was part of ship maintenance. Most merchant ships are made from rubber wood, pine, teak, or other softwoods. These softwoods are prone to deformation when dried or soaked for long periods. The salt from the sea further corrodes the wood. When it rains or waves crash over the ship, the expanding gaps between the wood planks allow water to seep through. Nick wondered why their own ship didn't require such oiling. Tanthin explained that their ship also required maintenance, just less frequently. because he had carefully selected wood that minimized deformation. He told Nick it was time to get to work. Tanthin stood and thought for a moment. Judging by the size of the deck, which was at least 300 square meters, it would take more than half a day for just the two of them to oil the entire deck. That's assuming the ship stayed steady during the work. While this task seemed relatively easy, other sailors had to climb up and down to work at heights. A big wave could throw them into the sea at any moment. In fact, Captain Roger had already given them an easier task. They began working, and by evening, Captain Roger came to inspect their progress. He thought their speed needed improvement, but allowed them to stop for dinner. He promised to assign more tasks in the morning. The next day, Captain Roger assigned Tanthin to lookout duty, observing from the rigging. The strong winds made it challenging for him to stay stable. Captain Roger advised him to wrap his legs around the ropes rather than relying solely on his hands. Following this advice, Tanthin managed to stabilize himself and thanked the captain for teaching him. The captain warned him to be careful and said that would be all for his work that day. Over the following days, both Tanthin and Nick gradually adjusted to life on the ship. Nick complained to Tanthin about how inconvenient it was to use the restroom on board. Tanthin suggested they use a private toilet. However, he admitted that the toilets here were rudimentary, consisting of two wooden planks placed over a hole. Sitting down, one could directly see the vast ocean below, which felt disheartening. Gosson approached them, saying he would join them in their tasks. That night, after finishing their work, Tanthin and Nick planned to head to the dining area. On their way, they overheard the sailors talking about how delicious the food was today. They mentioned there would be marinated goat meat, biscuits, cheese, and even wine. Hearing that, they thought it would be nice if every day could be like this. Hearing everyone talk about the cheese and wine, both were happy that there was cheese. Finally, they could have a meal where they could eat a bit more comfortably. But when they arrived, it turned out the rumors were true. There were flies on the cheese. Nick looked at the 2 glasses of water and sniffed. They smelled terrible. Tanthin explained that the fresh water on the ship wasn't sterilized before being stored in barrels. He advised against drinking the water and suggested they stick to wine instead. Now, Tanthin finally understood why they served wine. Probably because the sailors didn't want to drink such dirty water either. Kenty laughed and asked for their understanding, saying the water had been stored for so long it now smelled bad. He suggested mixing the water with wine to make it drinkable and reassured them that it was fine. As for the cheese, it wasn't spoiled. They just needed to remove the flies before eating it. Kenty even offered to trade biscuits with Tanthin so he could have something to eat. However, Tanthin insisted the cheese was still edible without removing the flies. He jokingly added that flies contained more protein than beef and were quite clean. When Tanthin asked how long the water had been stored, he learned it had been over a month. Apparently, the water had already started to smell bad when they first left Ice Island. He advised them that for future voyages, they could boil the water to sterilize it before storing it in barrels, which would help preserve its quality for a longer time. Kenty didn't understand what sterilization was, prompting Tanthin to wonder if anyone in Kenty's kingdom even knew about bacteria. He began explaining that bacteria are tiny organisms invisible to the naked eye, existing everywhere, in the air, in the soil, and even on people. Kenty and Gosson were shocked to hear this and started patting themselves down, trying to find these invisible bacteria. Their reaction left Tanthin speechless, thinking to himself that it was impossible for them to find bacteria by touch. Trying to simplify, he explained that spoiled food and foul-smelling water were caused by bacteria. Eliminating them would extend the shelf life of food and water. He reiterated his earlier suggestion to boil water before storing it, saying they could compare boiled water to untreated water to see the difference. Kenty asked how Tanthin could be so sure bacteria existed if they couldn't be seen. Realizing the lack of a microscope on board, Tanthin gave up trying to prove his point since he had no concrete evidence. While they were talking, someone suddenly collapsed. Another person rushed over to check on them and remarked that they had drunk just a little but were already drunk. Kenty told Tanthin he had something urgent to handle and would continue their conversation later. Nick, feeling concerned, asked if they should get involved, but Tanthin reassured her that the others would handle it well. The next day, Tanthin and Nick went below deck and found water seeping into the hold. Roger was already there waiting. He told Tanthin not to worry since the ship would only sink if the water level reached knee height. For now, their task was to bail out all the water from the hold. Seeing how long it would take to do this with buckets, Tanthin asked if the ship had any hoses. Roger, confused, asked what that was. Realizing that hoses might not exist here, Tanthin decided to stick with the buckets, though he wasn't happy about it. Suddenly, Tanthin noticed some bamboo on the ship and asked Roger if he could use it. Roger dismissed the idea, saying this wasn't the time for making crafts. However, Tanthin explained that he had a way to let the water flow out on its own. This made Roger burst into laughter, calling it the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. How could water possibly flow out on its own? Did Tanthin plan to perform magic or drill a hole in the bottom of the ship? Tanthin simply smiled and confidently said to give him 2 hours to prove it. Everyone was stunned by his assurance. Roger, though skeptical, decided to humor him. Thinking that perhaps Tanthin knew some strange trick, he gave Tanthin 2 hours, warning that the entire bailing effort for the day was now his responsibility. Tanthin cheekily asked what the stakes were if he succeeded. Roger laughed and promised to give Tanthin his weekly wages if he pulled it off. Excited, Tanthin agreed to the deal. They brought out the bamboo, and Nick asked what to do next. Tanthin explained that the most critical step was hollowing out the bamboo and joining the pieces together. The two people began the work of drilling holes in the bamboo tubes and connecting them together. Tanthin was relieved that there was fabric on the ship, otherwise he wouldn't know how to seal these gaps. Meanwhile, the sailors were busy scooping water from below deck. As they noticed Tanthin drilling the bamboo tubes, one of them reminded him to stop standing around and hurry up. The sailor doubted that Tanthin expected to use the bamboo tubes to suck up all the water from the ship. As the noise from below deck continued, another sailor asked what he was muttering about. He chuckled and said he was thinking about what Tanthin and Nick's faces would look like if they lost the bet. It would surely be amusing. He then tossed the bucket aside, splashing water on another sailor, making the man annoyed and asking if the sailor wanted to be beaten. Unexpectedly, the bamboo tube was lowered, and the sailors below deck were confused. Tanthin was above deck, pouring water into the bamboo tube. A sailor from below deck came up and asked what Tanthin was doing. Tanthin replied, "Can't you see? Why ask?" The sailors below deck were still puzzled about what Tanthin and Nick were doing, as water was flowing from the bamboo tube. One sailor angrily shouted, "Roger, come see, it's not draining water, it's clearly flooding into the hold." Suddenly, Nick rushed down from the deck, striking the bamboo tube with the butt of his sword. Tanthin had already been waiting, and hearing the sound reverberating through the tube, knew the signal had come. The two of them quickly removed the 2 caps at the ends of the bamboo tube. Water began to gush out. The sailors on deck were stunned when they saw the water pouring from the bamboo tube. One sailor exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? How is water coming out?" Meanwhile, in the cabin, Kenty's group was still discussing the issue of the sick crew members. Boshbell noted that 1/3 of the people on the ship had been affected by the illness. Kenty commented that the number of sick passengers might have already reached 2/3. Gosson added that they had already prepared for this worst-case scenario before boarding the ship. As they were discussing, they suddenly heard loud shouting from outside, "It's coming out!" The water was splashing out from the bamboo tube, leaving the 3 of them confused about what was happening. Boshbell went outside and was surprised to see chaos unfolding. Kenty asked what had happened, and they both went to see for themselves. On the deck of the ship, a group of sailors were standing together, discussing something. One of them said, "How is this possible? It's like encountering a ghost." Another wondered if they were just seeing things. Below deck, the bamboo pipe was working perfectly, drawing water effectively. 2 sailors were standing by, observing. One of them felt a strong pulling force, while the other found this situation hard to believe. The 2 men thought that Tanthin and Nick must truly know magic. One of them quickly called Roger over to see. On the deck, many people had gathered to observe, all of them incredulous. Why was water coming out of the bamboo pipe? Ashbel overheard some of the sailors talking and learned that Tanthin had simply connected a few bamboo pipes together to achieve this effect. She wondered if Tanthin was some kind of wizard. If this method were used on the ship, it would save a lot of manpower, but she wasn't sure how to approach Tanthin about it. Tanthin explained that this was a siphon effect. Kenti asked, "What is this siphon effect? Is that the name of this magic? Can I learn it?" Ashbel noticed that Tanthin explained this so casually and realized that it was a good opportunity. She quickly asked Tanthin if he would be willing to teach it, offering him payment in exchange. Hearing about the payment, Tanthin asked how much. He was glad he had held his tongue earlier and didn't reveal the secret. Roger arrived and saw everyone gathered together, asking what they were looking at. Ashbel offered 300 gold coins for the water siphoning method. Tanthin responded, "Is that all? Just 300 gold coins?" But inside, he was feeling delighted. He had to stay calm. The price was just an initial offer, and there was room for negotiation. He realized that knowledge was indeed wealth. It was true. Ashbel wanted to negotiate further and realized that Tanthin was open to discussion. Tanthin settled on a price of 500 gold coins, plus accommodation and meals for him and Nick on the trip. When Ashbel froze, Tanthin worried he had overbid. But then, Ashbel unexpectedly agreed. Tanthin was happy because the deal was closed so quickly, and he ended up with an extra 200 gold coins. Ashbel felt lucky, not expecting to close the deal for just 500 gold coins, half of what she had originally planned. Both of them felt satisfied with the deal and were pleased with themselves. Meanwhile, Nick thought Tanthin was smiling strangely, and Kenti saw Ashbel smile as cunning. At that moment, Roger came over and said that when the payment was made, he would also pay Tanthin's weekly salary. Ashbel then realized that today, everyone had learned about this magical siphon effect because Roger had made a bet with Tanthin. Since everyone had benefited, she couldn't let Roger go bankrupt by himself. She offered to pay for him, asking Tanthin if that would be okay. Tanthin was only interested in avoiding the trouble of carrying a bucket around, which was why he had made the bet. In fact, he hadn't really cared about the money. Roger quickly assured them that it was only a week's wage and that he didn't need Ashbel to pay for him. He had said it casually, not expecting the outcome to turn out this way. Roger asked Tanthin how long the siphoning magic would last. Tanthin replied that it would continue until the water was completely drained. But if water collected again at the bottom of the ship, it would need to be rearranged. If they wanted to speed up the siphoning, they could add more pipes. Hearing this, Roger turned to the sailors and shouted at them to quickly bring up more bamboo pipes. "Stop standing there like idiots." The siphon effect, explained simply, occurs when the liquid height in two containers is different. By connecting a tube filled with liquid to the other container, the liquid from the higher container will flow into the lower one. This phenomenon is called the siphon effect. Additionally, the highest point of the tube should not exceed the height of the liquid in the container. The water nozzle should also be positioned lower than these 2 points. The siphon effect is not solely caused by atmospheric pressure, as it can also occur in a vacuum, driven by the internal cohesive force of the liquid molecules. After explaining this, Tanthin saw the bewildered and clueless expressions on the faces of the others, similar to how the people of Qatar, Aruba, and Rana had looked before. It seemed like these people had completely lost their ability to think, acting like fools. Kenti felt like he was seeing things, like there were bacteria or something invisible. Ashbel asked what bacteria was, and Kenti explained that it was a tiny organism that couldn't be seen, and it was known to cause food to rot and also live on people. Gaussen, on the other hand, was even more clueless. Tanthin couldn't help but laugh bitterly at how hard it was to make money. It had already been nearly an hour, and he still hadn't managed to make these people understand. But he realized it was to be expected. Things that couldn't be seen or touched were difficult to explain. If he hadn't learned from the system, he probably wouldn't have understood concepts like atmospheric pressure either. Seeing this, he decided to lead them to discuss it slowly. He stepped outside to get some fresh air, figuring that it would take a while before Kenti and the others would grasp it. Tanthin decided to check if the siphon pipes were functioning properly. Before he could get paid, he couldn't afford to damage his reputation. He went below deck to inspect the pipes with Nick and everything seemed fine. Suddenly, a voice asked what they were doing. Nick called out, "Who's there?" It turned out to be Captain Roger. Surprised to see Roger below deck, the two wondered why he was there. Tanthin thought it might be about the bet, and feeling awkward, he considered finding a way to sneak away. Roger held up several long worms, explaining that he was going to get rid of the shipworms. He asked if they wanted a few. Both Nick and Tanthin were surprised by the sight. Nick remarked that the worms were very long. Tanthin knew that these were not regular worms but hayas, scientifically named Pterodactyls, a type of soft-bodied mollusk from the family Tedinata, found in the northeastern Atlantic. They lived in wood, drilling holes to feed. Now, Tanthin understood that Roger had been looking for these creatures to get rid of them. Roger was very annoyed. These disgusting creatures, along with the vines growing under the ship, were causing harm to the vessel. Roger stomped his foot hard on the ship's hull. Tanthin saw this and realized that the wooden planks that had been hollowed out by the hayas would have holes. If any external force pressed in, the air inside would escape. It seems that Roger had found the hayas' nest. He grabbed another one with his hands. Tanthin saw that Roger already had dozens of them in his hands. But as an experienced sailor, Roger seemed calm, so the hayas hadn't caused any major problems for the ship. While thinking, Roger turned and asked Tanthin if those idiots had finished with the bamboo tubes. Tanthin smiled and said he would go and check, heading back to the deck. Tanthin immediately went to Ashbel's room to see how the three of them were doing. To his surprise, when he opened the door, he saw the three of them sitting there, looking dumbfounded. In the end, Tanthin decided not to explain anymore, but to let the four of them operate the bamboo tubes themselves. After all, no matter how much he explained, it was just theory. It would be better to let them practice hands-on. Kenti asked Tanthin if it was possible to suck the water up without filling the bamboo tube, just using their mouths. Tanthin laughed and told him to try it if he could. Thanks to this, Tanthin earned 500 gold coins and a provision for food and lodging. Because of this, he decided not to continue working on the ship. The work was too tiring, but he wasn't sure if it was because he had gotten used to being busy. But during the free time, both Tanthin and Nick couldn't sit idle and would occasionally do some work on the ship. When Tanthin saw Kenti also working, he asked why he had to clean the deck. Kenti laughed and said that the cost of learning magic had been deducted from their wages. He didn't know when, but a month had passed and autumn had arrived. The temperature on the sea had dropped significantly, with the overall temperature around 10 degrees Celsius. Tanthin was pouring out water, and now understood why the sailors always smelled like alcohol. Even Roger always carried a bottle of liquor with him. If this continued, he would end up like them. Although the alcohol-based liquor had a high concentration and could serve as a disinfectant to kill bacteria in the green water, the unpleasant smell couldn't be removed, making it hard to drink. Nick tried eating the fly in the cheese because he had heard Tanthin say the fly had 6 times more protein than beef. Suddenly, someone fainted. Tanthin noticed that this had happened 8 or 9 times that week. He saw the person lying on the stairway, and the sailors shouted for him to get up. If he wanted to sleep, he should move aside and not block the stairway. They told him to get out of the way or he'd get a spanking. At that moment, the person was covered in sweat. His eyes rolled back. The others noticed that something was wrong with him. They lifted his shirt to check, and red spots had appeared on his chest. The others were startled and panicked because it was a sign of bad blood. Kenti shouted for Ashbel to quickly find Roger. Tanthin also called for Nick to see what was happening. They carried the person to the deck. The sailors said to look at the marks of a demon on his body. Some said that a demon had entered his blood. Tanthin also observed the person and saw that it seemed like the person had been beaten. There were many blood clots on his body, especially under his skin and in the joints, very clearly visible. Tanthin knew this was scurvy. Ashbel wanted to take him to the infirmary, and everyone quickly moved inside. The infirmary was filled with tools like saws, hammers, and needles. Tanthin had to cover his nose as soon as he entered because the smell of blood was overwhelming. Outside the door, the sailors gathered to watch, all feeling anxious. Roger spoke up, asking why everyone was gathered here and told them to move aside so he could prepare for the surgery. He handed a bottle of liquor to Kenti and told him to give it to the sick person. Tanthin was surprised to learn that Roger was a doctor, but he felt that this illness didn't need surgery. Roger rummaged through the medical box and pulled out a syringe. Kenti informed Roger that the patient had been made drunk. Roger and Kenti went to treat the patient. Tanthin wondered if they were going to use the needle to perform surgery. But how could they do surgery with just a needle? It wasn't sterilized, they just wiped it off. Tanthin suddenly remembered his school days when he had heard his history teacher lecture about the Age of Sail, also known as the Age of Discovery. It was the widespread discovery through maritime activities, which developed from the 15th to the 17th centuries, particularly in Europe. This era greatly boosted Europe's maritime trade, allowing Europe to develop rapidly and build a foundation for a prosperity that would surpass Asia. However, for sailors of that time, it was a nightmare. During this period, ships still relied on cabins to cross the seas, meaning that the time for trade and foreign commerce by sea was extremely long. Sailors often stayed on the ship for months. At that time, refrigerators hadn't been invented yet, and most of the food on board was chicken or other types of meat that could last a long time. In this situation, sailors couldn't absorb vitamin C from their food, and after a long time, they would develop scurvy. Because of the limitations of medical knowledge in that era, doctors at the time knew the disease was related to blood issues in the body, but they didn't know what caused the disease or how to treat it. Additionally, some believed that demons were hidden in the blood. Therefore, during this time, doctors on ships believed that by bleeding the sailors, the demons in their bodies would be expelled, thereby curing the disease. However, the danger was that when blood was drawn from sailors, most of the doctors on the ships used unsterilized instruments, cutting the sailors' blood vessels. This certainly increased the risk of infection for the sailors. Furthermore, doctors at the time didn't know about the existence of bacteria. The medical rooms on ships were often not cleaned, and there was no sterile environment. After a while, the whole room would be stained with dark red blood due to clotted blood. To avoid making the floor slippery, after drawing blood, they would sprinkle a layer of sand. In such an unsanitary environment, with incorrect treatment methods, all surgical outcomes depended on the sailor's luck. Recalling this, Tanthin shouted loudly for Roger to stop. Doing this would kill the person. Kenti told Tanthin not to worry, as Roger was treating the person and they would be fine. Kenti thought Tanthin had always lived on the ice island and probably hadn't seen this kind of treatment before, otherwise he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. After hearing Kenti, Tanthin found it strange that nothing had happened yet. He said, "Trust me, there's no need to bleed the sailor. Doing that will only harm the person further." Tanthin asked if this method had been used to treat other people before, and what the results were. How many people survived in the end, and what was the survival rate? Ashbel reported that there had been a total of 127 people, but only 31 survived in the end. Tanthin found the survival rate of 1/4 to be very low. Ashbel added that Gaussen was also one of the people treated with this method. Tanthin thought this person had a strong life force, and it was lucky that his body was healthy, allowing him to survive. Tanthin seriously said to the others, "If I had a way to save this person with an 80% chance of success, would you still insist on bleeding him?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the 80% figure. Roger asked Tanthin if the group was certain about what he had said. Tanthin smiled and said, "Of course, I am. Before, when I said I would make water flow backwards, you didn't believe me, but you still gave me a chance, right?" Now, everyone thought that if Tanthin could make water flow backwards, then it was possible he could cure the person with an 80% success rate. It might even be another miracle. If Tanthin could heal the person, at least 50 out of the more than 120 people might survive. Ashbel then asked Tanthin what they should do and if he needed anything. Seeing that everyone had started to believe, Tanthin asked, "I remember that Roger mentioned there were a lot of has at the bottom of the ship. That's what I need." He explained to everyone that the reason people were sick was due to a lack of vitamin C in their bodies. As long as they got enough vitamin C, the disease would be cured. Vitamin C is invisible and not found in all foods. For example, the has he mentioned contained vitamin C. Tanthin explained. and everyone seemed to lose their ability to think, as if their brains were shutting down. Roger asked if eating the ugly creatures would make the sailor recover and dance around. Tanthin confirmed that yes, it would work, but they had to eat a lot and for a period of time. During this time, there was no need to worry, as the condition would gradually improve. Roger yelled at the sailors, asking why they were standing still. Had their ears been stuffed with cotton? He told them to hurry up and prepare, and the whole group scrambled to get things ready. Ashbel had gathered the entire crew to assign tasks. She instructed Gossen's group to dive into the water first, while the next group would be responsible for providing support on the surface. They would switch every 10 minutes. Someone brought up barrels of fat. Kenti, feeling puzzled, asked Tanthin what they would use the fat for. Tanthin explained that it was for Gossen's group, not for him. Gossen was also curious as to why they were using it on him, but he learned that applying the fat would help protect them from the cold to some extent. When they dove into the water, everyone wondered if it would actually work. Some questioned if only animal fat would be effective. Others laughed and didn't believe it. Roger, seeing that the group was sluggish, cursed at them to hurry and just do what they were told. The group began applying the fat. Some felt nauseous from the smell, while others hoped the method would work. The first group entered the water, and those left above kept a close watch on the surface. If there was a distress signal, they were to respond as quickly as possible. Someone reminded them to bring knives. Gossen ordered everyone into the water. Gossen led the group down. When they reached the ship's hull, they found many Has creatures. They realized that they had to clear them out, or a major accident would eventually happen. Gossen found the situation absurd. These Has were a huge danger to the ship, but now they were the key to saving lives. He saw that the fat application method, as Tanthin described, was indeed magical. The seawater, although cold, was much more bearable than expected. Tanthin stood on the ship, observing. He could see that the sailors were indeed experienced, as they could stay underwater for so long. It had already been 3 minutes since they had submerged. At this point, the Gossen group surfaced. The first sailor, bald-headed, asked if Tanthin's fat application method had worked. The person below laughed and said that if he hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. He thought it probably worked because when they dived into the water, it wasn't as cold as expected. The person who brought up the Has complained about how there was only a little bit. He said that Has was too difficult to handle, just like a woman, always wanting to get close but hard to pull away. The sailors on the ship pulled several sacks of Has up. Kenti asked Tanthin if just eating this would cure the bad blood. Tanthin explained that it wouldn't have an immediate effect. They needed to eat it over a period of time. Kenti, finding the Has like little demons from hell, watched as Roger tried to force-feed the sailor, but hesitated because the sailor had lost the ability to chew and swallow. Tanthin told him to filter the meat out and feed it to him. Roger was frustrated because of the hassle. Tanthin noticed that Roger said that but still wanted to do it himself, showing his true intentions. Roger finally took a Has and brought it to the young man, who immediately bit into it and started crying, saying it tasted so good. Tanthin knew that Has could be eaten raw and had a fresh taste, but without preparation, it wasn't considered tasty. Perhaps because of the severe vitamin C deficiency, it affected the young man's taste buds, making him find the Has delicious. On the other hand, Kenti tried a piece and found it difficult to eat. Nick happily ate several pieces. Kenti asked Tanthin if the creature could only be eaten raw or if it could also be cooked. Tanthin explained that cooking at high temperatures would destroy the vitamin C, and cooked Has would have much less vitamin C absorbed compared to eating it raw. However, given the current situation, there were enough Has, and cooking them could help accumulate a lot, which could still satisfy the body's needs. Another group that had just finished diving felt tired and asked the next group to take over. The young blonde sailor was confused, asking if they were being tasked with clearing all the Has under the ship. Half a month had passed, and Tanthin sighed, while others focused on watching the group fishing. Kenti felt something was off. He couldn't catch any fish. Nick also found it strange that after such a long time, there was still no movement. Tanthin said that this is not a fishing ground, it cannot be compared to the coastline. Nick wondered what a fishing ground was, so Tanthin explained. Although the ocean is vast and abundant in fish resources, the distribution of fish in the sea is different. Generally, most fish species tend to gather in coastal areas because the continental shelf near the land is shallow. River mouths bring in large amounts of inorganic salts, causing the seabed near the shore to accumulate many nutrients. This attracts a lot of marine life to the area, eventually forming a gathering spot, which is called a fishing ground. Simply put, it is closer to the coast and more suitable for large schools of fish to survive. In deeper waters, fish cannot operate on the surface. Most of them live between 30 and 300 meters below the surface. Of course, fishing grounds are not only near the shore, but also farther out at sea. Moreover, the fish in those areas are more diverse than in the nearby regions, and the number of fish is greater. However, these fishing grounds usually do not appear along the usual shipping routes, so fishing far offshore is not always possible. It mainly depends on luck, and patience is needed. Furthermore, a quiet environment is required. Tanthin was frustrated because the crew kept singing, laughing, and talking all the time. Don't be fooled by the crew looking so enthusiastic now, as if they've drunk chicken blood. But a half-month ago, they were still in a sick state. From Tanthin, he learned that the Haas sea creature could cure the bad blood disease. Over the next period, the food on the ship turned into a Haas feast with hundreds of dishes. Tanthin checked and saw that many people were sick. Ashbel reported to Tanthin that more than 3/4 of the people on the ship were infected, with varying degrees of severity. Most of them quietly endured it. After using the therapeutic food, the results were effective. After a week, the severe cases had become lighter, and the mild cases had completely healed. The sailor's health improved significantly. Over time, even the sailor who was about to die became lively and started jumping around. Kenti happily said that thanks to Tanthin, they were in such a good mood. Tanthin, however, scolded them because they were so noisy that the fish didn't dare to approach. Kenti suddenly noticed something and Tanthin saw that Kenti seemed unusual, so he asked him if something was wrong. Kenti observed the sky and the wind and suddenly panicked. He ran out, shouting to the crew that a big storm was coming and they had to leave this area quickly. Everyone was surprised because the sky was clear. How could there be a big storm? Mr. Roger shouted, "Hurry up, don't stand there like fools. Start the engine now." Everyone then frantically started running. Tanthin asked Kenti why there was going to be a big storm. He learned that Kenti's sense of the situation was accurate. Kenti told him and Nick to quickly return to their rooms because it was dangerous here. Tanthin observed the sky, which was still clear and bright, not knowing why there would be a storm. But since he wasn't familiar with maritime affairs, he decided to go back to the room for safety. After a while, the storm arrived with heavy rain, strong winds, and thunder. Tanthin sat in his room watching and saw that the storm had indeed arrived. Gaussen was calling a few people to climb the boat and follow him. He assigned some people to other places to help and then ordered them to close the cannon hatches. Below, everyone was setting up climbing equipment to help. Kenti, who was steering the ship, saw how quickly the storm had arrived. He ordered the sails to be adjusted to a 60-degree angle. The sky was getting stormier with more rain, wind, and thunder. A lightning bolt struck the mast directly. Kenti panicked and observed, not understanding what had happened, and saw that the entire mast was engulfed in a blue flame. The sailors screamed in fear, "We're done for." Some of them said it was hellfire. The ship continued to sail through the storm. Tanthin heard the loud noises and decided to go out to see what was happening. He went up to the deck and asked what had just happened, and he was startled when he saw the blue flame covering the mast. Suddenly, the ship tilted, causing everyone to nearly fall over. Tanthin was also worried and didn't understand what was happening. On the lookout, a sailor spotted a giant whirlpool and screamed to warn everyone. Kenti heard the announcement and was also shocked when he looked ahead and saw the ship heading straight for a massive whirlpool. The crew was panicking, shouting that it was the gateway to hell, and they weren't ready to die, praying to God for help. Tanthin walked over to observe and realized that the ship had been caught in the whirlpool. Unless there was enough force, the ship would likely be sucked to the bottom of the sea. Kenti could no longer hold the helm and called Mr. Roger to help. Roger took over the wheel and assisted Kenti. telling him to follow his commands, and together they would try to turn the wheel. The two struggled to turn the wheel, but Kenty was unable to hold on any longer. Mr. Roger urgently shouted, "Use all your strength." Tanthine ran over and grabbed the wheel to help the two of them, but Tanthine turned the wheel in the opposite direction to theirs, which made Kenty and Roger both startled and alarmed. The two shouted, "Tanthine, are you crazy? What are you doing? Quickly turn the wheel back, or we'll all die." At that moment, Tanthine held the wheel and said, "We won't die. Everyone, trust me. I will guide the ship safely out of this whirlpool, just like before when he could reverse the flow of water or heal the bad blood disease." Kenty and Roger didn't know what to do, but hearing Tanthine's words, they had no choice but to trust him. Tanthine turned around and said, "The flame will protect us, so we won't die. Don't worry." The two were puzzled as to why hellfire would protect them. Tanthine smiled and asked, "Why do you call it hellfire?" Then he said, "Everyone should remember, this is Saint Elmo's fire, the divine flame that protects the ship and its crew at sea. It is a sign from him." Mr. Roger looked at Tanthine with concern, as every ship that had encountered this fire before had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Tanthine reassured him, "I know you've heard those stories from survivors of other ships, but the ship must have been severely damaged after encountering the Saint's fire. Some people were saved because of it. But right now, the most important thing is that the ship is caught in the whirlpool. It is impossible to escape by relying on the wind. So everyone, trust in Saint Elmo and trust in my method." Gaussen was below deck when he heard a loud noise. The speed of the ship had increased, but he felt something was wrong. He knew this was due to the ocean currents. Oshbel called Gaussen to go up and see what was happening, because they still didn't know what had occurred. With the current speed of the ship, the paddles were useless now. Gaussen and Oshbel were heading up from below deck to assess the situation. She reminded Gaussen to be careful and not slip as the ship's body was now tilted. Oshbel opened the hatch on the deck and asked the crew what had happened. She saw all the sailors standing stunned. Kenty was calling her from above and showed her the giant whirlpool. Upon seeing it pulling the ship, they thought this trip was likely going to be dangerous. Tanthine noticed the two of them were worried and reassured them. They had to trust him. He would show them the third miracle. The sailors were delighted upon hearing Tanthine's words. They believed there would indeed be a miracle, likely because Tanthine was familiar with Saint Elmo, so the divine fire would protect them. Tanthine saw that things were getting better and the crew had calmed down. He ordered the sailors to retract the sails, and soon the sails were pulled in. Kenty was struggling to hold onto the ship's rail as the speed was too fast. He could only trust Tanthine now. Tanthine raised his hand to give a command, and everyone focused on him, waiting for the signal. The ship was now speeding through the whirlpool. Tanthine ordered the sails to be released. The sails unfurled, and the ship started to race out of the whirlpool. The crew was amazed, and everyone cheered with joy as they escaped the vortex. They saw this as a miracle. Oshbel and Kenty sat down on the floor, exhaling in relief, feeling that it had been too tense a moment. Kenty happily asked Tanthine how he performed such a miracle. Tanthine explained that it was simply the centrifugal force pulling the ship out of the whirlpool, similar to how spinning an umbrella shakes off water. However, he realized that explaining this would only confuse them, so he decided to just say that it was the wisdom of an old man who had taught him. Mr. Roger scolded the sailors, telling them to get up quickly. They were scared and trembling after just a little danger. Did they enjoy drinking bad water so much? Everyone quickly went to collect rainwater in barrels. 1 week later, Tanthine and Nick were standing on the deck of the ship. Tanthine drank a cup of water. He had never felt rainwater taste so sweet. While enjoying the breeze, Kenty approached him. Tanthine asked if Kenty had come to see him for something. Kenty smiled and said there was no particular reason, but he had some news to share. He told Tanthine that at the current speed, they would reach the port in 2 days. He asked if Tanthine had any plans. Tanthine had indeed thought about the plan after they reached land. However, he hadn't made detailed plans because he didn't know much about the Paulette Holy Kingdom. So, even if his plan was well thought out, it could end up being useless if it didn't fit the situation. Tanthine hadn't yet worked out a specific process, The only thing he could be sure of was his goal, which was to use the Paulette Holy Kingdom as a stepping stone to find the Deeplam group. Tanthin asked Kenti if he had any suggestions. Kenti then asked if Tanthin would be interested in joining his merchant guild. Tanthin was surprised by the offer. He remembered that he had boarded the ship to explore the world, but Kenti reminded him that in the Paulette Holy Kingdom, everyone spoke English for business purposes, which was why he had learned the Inui language. Tanthin then replied in English, reassuring Kenti that he didn't need to worry about it. Hearing this, Kenti reassured Tanthin that if he joined their merchant group, they could teach him English. Of course, this wasn't payment for working with them. It would just be a benefit. Kenti also mentioned that they had something called law in their organization. If Tanthin wasn't careful and got involved in something, it could cause problems. But if he went with them, they would guide him through these matters. While they were talking, Kenti was startled when Tanthin spoke English. Tanthin raised both hands and continued with another English sentence, saying, "Surprised little brother." Kenti couldn't believe it. He thought, this guy can't be a criminal sent into exile or a fugitive hiding on the ice island, right? Tanthin asked Kenti what he would do if that were the case. Kenti reassured Tanthin that they would never reveal his whereabouts to anyone. He thought this was the only way to explain why Tanthin's thinking was so different from other Inui people. Seeing Kenti too excited, Tanthin advised him to calm down and continue their discussion, as he was not someone who had committed a crime and been exiled. Tanthin wanted to know the details of the job and asked about the salary. He thought that since he and Nick were unfamiliar with the Holy Kingdom, it would be great if they could find a place to settle there. Hearing Tanthin ask about the conditions, Kenti was happy and offered Tanthin the position of deputy guild leader. As for the salary, Kenti asked Tanthin to name a figure. Tanthin casually asked if 500 gold coins a month would be acceptable. Kenti was stunned when he heard Tanthin ask for such a high amount without hesitation. Tanthin called out to Ashbel to come up and discuss the matter with him. He knew that this idea came from her. Gaussen, standing next to him, smiled because he was sure Tanthin had guessed that Ashbel had planned this. She went up and sighed, saying that if she had known, she would not have beaten around the bush in the first place. She sincerely wanted to invite Tanthin to work for the guild. They would pay him 50 gold coins a month. Ashbel knew that Tanthin was a hard person to predict, as from their time on the ship, from the reversed water pipes to the blood disease and even saving the ship from the whirlpool, she knew he wasn't an ordinary person. If they could hire Tanthin to work for the guild, it would surely bring significant benefits to the development of the guild. Tanthin was surprised to hear that the salary was 50 gold coins, which he considered a large amount. From what Ashbel had told him before, a few gold coins were enough to cover basic expenses for a year for a normal person. So a monthly salary of 50 gold coins was definitely a very generous offer. Tanthin was also startled when Ashbel mentioned such a high salary. Initially, Tanthin had jokingly suggested 500 gold coins, thinking that earning 5 gold coins a month would already be quite good, but the actual offer far exceeded his expectations. However, Tanthin still didn't agree right away. As the saying goes, there's no free lunch. He knew that if someone received such a high salary, the responsibility would undoubtedly be much greater. But unexpectedly, Ashbel only had one requirement for Tanthin. Whenever the guild faced a major issue, he would need to help by offering a plan. Because of this, Tanthin happily agreed to the invitation to join the group. At this point, Tanthin and Nick were considered members of the guild, and that night on the ship, a simple welcoming ceremony was held, introducing them to everyone as the vice president. 2 days later, Captain Roger called everyone to get ready. He instructed the crew to keep an eye out and prepare to fire warning shots at any suspicious ships that entered the range. Upon hearing this, Tanthin asked what was going on. Was the sea around here dangerous? Kenti informed Tanthin that there were only a few routes from the Holy Kingdom to the ice island, and some pirates often patrolled these waters during the return of merchant ships. But there was no need to worry. Pirates typically chose their targets based on the situation, and as long as they showed sufficient firepower, they wouldn't be targeted. Tanthin noticed that the ship's firepower seemed sufficient. On the ice, Nick spotted land and called Tanthin over to sea. After a long period at sea, the ship was finally nearing land, and Tan Thien could see many buildings along the coast. He was told that this was Linne City, and they had arrived. The crew began unloading goods at the port. Tan Thien followed Kenti onto the shore. After walking a little, he noticed that there were only horse-drawn carriages and no cars. He didn't know if the Holy Kingdom Paulette had steam engines, or if they had them but hadn't applied them to carriages yet. From what he saw, it was clear that the kingdom had not yet entered the mechanical age. Moreover, the surroundings were mountainous, and apart from Linne City, there were no villages in sight. It seemed like a country with vast land and a sparse population. Kenti laughed and introduced Linha as the Holy Kingdom of Paulette, asking if it was stunning. Tan Thien also thought it was beautiful and ancient, but Kenti was surprised by his calm reaction. He thought that on Ice Island, there couldn't be any grand buildings like these, so Tan Thien's praise seemed a bit lackluster. Ashbel called for the steward, a man named Frank, who came forward with a bottle of wine, slightly bowing and apologizing for making everyone wait. Ashbel handed the wine bottle to Captain Roger and asked him to handle the unloading. Captain Roger smiled and promised that the goods would be in the warehouse by tomorrow morning. Turning around, he saw the crew messing with some vegetables and shouted at them, calling them rats who only ever eat and telling them to get back to work. His words startled the crew, but before they left, some of them grabbed a few vegetables to take back with them. Some sailors complained about the oppressive time spent on the sea and decided to head to the tavern that evening to relax. Some of the crew members were discussing a time when the ship encountered St. Elmo's fire, but they didn't believe it, as those who met hellfire usually didn't survive. Two others were talking about seeing the strange ship, one with wheels instead of oars, but they couldn't make out much as it was too far. At the city gate, everyone was paying the entry fee. The soldiers were shouting for people to stop pushing and enter one by one. When a soldier saw a noble's carriage approaching, he called to the others not to block it. Nick, in the carriage, looked out the window and admired the grandness of Linne City. Tan Thien looked as well, wondering what the inside of the city was like. He noticed heavily armored cavalry, and it was the first time he had seen such knights in person. The experience felt more real than anything in movies. Tan Thien wasn't sure if their armor would protect them from bullets. If it didn't, it would become a burden on the battlefield. The carriage quickly entered the city, which was bustling with people. Frank, the steward, asked about Tan Thien, and Kenti reassured him that everything was fine and that Ashbel had made the decision to invite him. Nick was fascinated by the city and noticed many interesting things. Tan Thien, looking at the people's clothes, guessed that these were European-style outfits, similar to those worn by characters in the Game of Thrones series. Tan Thien asked Ashbel where they would go next, and Ashbel explained that the guild had a branch here where everyone could rest. The group arrived at a house where two servants were waiting to greet them. Kenti led everyone inside, and the steward announced that the welcome party was ready. After sitting for a while, they would be able to enjoy the feast. Kenti praised the steward for his thoroughness. As Tan Thien entered and observed, he noticed many kinds of jewels and items that he didn't recognize but could tell were extremely expensive. It seemed that the guild traded in luxury goods, but something didn't add up. If they were dealing in luxury goods, there wouldn't be a need to go all the way to Ice Island for business. When he had time, he planned to ask about it. Everyone sat down to rest, and Nick was delighted by how comfortable the chairs were. Tan Thien observed that they were made of real leather. Kenti sat down and sighed, glad to finally have some rest. Frank came to invite them to the banquet, which was well prepared with roasted suckling pig, roasted lamb legs, sausages, and wine. The most important thing was that Frank had also prepared some vitamin C-rich dishes, which were very appealing to the group. The meal satisfied their nutritional needs after the long journey. After eating to their fill, the exhaustion from the trip caught up with them. The group then headed upstairs. While they were having dinner, the steward had already prepared the rooms for rest and greeted them with a few words, mentioning the time for the evening. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. When Tan Thien and Nick entered their room, they found it quite large and fully equipped. In the center was a large bed, and there was a vanity, a tea table, a bathtub, and warm water for bathing. Fresh water was scarce on the journey, and there hadn't been enough to drink, so bathing was impossible. After traveling for so long, the grime on them was unbearable. After a quick bath, both of them went straight to bed. Later, at dinner, Tanthin asked about the main business of the guild, wondering if it was jewelry or gemstones. Ashbel explained that it was just one part of the guild's operations. The guild also traded in animal pelts and food supplies. Aside from the stores, the guild had branches in other cities. Just then, someone tried to enter, even though the servant had already informed them that business had closed for the day. A long-haired man entered. He was the captain named William. He congratulated Kenti on returning safely. Kenti told him not to bother with pleasantries and asked if there was any urgent matter to discuss. William handed over a letter from the master with a mission that needed to be completed. The three of them, Kenti, Tanthin, and Nick, opened the letter and read it. Kenti confirmed the task and told William he could leave now. William bowed and exited without causing any more disturbance. Tanthin, curious about the mission, asked what it was about. Unexpectedly, Ashbel slammed the table in anger and cursed. "That damn fool, bringing the mission at this time on purpose." Kenti quickly advised her to calm down, saying it was always like this, but the task would likely be completed without any issues, just like every other time. Tanthin asked if he could know what was going on. Ashbel sighed and said that since Tanthin was now the vice president of the guild, he had the right to know. Kenti explained that they had received a mission from a noble. The mission's content was to deliver a shipment of military supplies to the front lines. Tanthin, upon hearing military supplies, asked if there was a war. Ashbel informed Tanthin that the war was between the Holy Kingdom of Paulette and the Garmin Empire, which had been going on for more than 100 years. Tanthin was surprised to hear that it had lasted more than 100 years. Ashbel added that to her knowledge, during this period, the two countries had been in a state of continuous hostility, with only a few battles, and those battles were short. However, this was all based on what she had heard. After all, she wasn't a witch who could live for such a long time. Tanthin asked what the cause of the war was, but Ashbel didn't know. She speculated that perhaps the king of Paulette had been mocked by the Garmin Empire for his ugly beard, or maybe the king of Paulette had stolen the Garmin Emperor's wife. Who could say what was going on in the minds of the royal nobles? Tanthin found it hard to believe, wondering how a war could last so long when the citizens of both countries didn't even know the reason behind it. Kenti also asked Frank if he knew anything about it, but Frank didn't know either. From what he recalled, this war had been going on for a long time. Suddenly, Gaussen spoke up, saying that they might be stealing something. It was something he had overheard while wandering around, but he didn't know the specifics. Tanthin realized that all this talk was just rumors, and that there was no solid information. He then asked Kenti if the transport mission was just about delivering goods to the rear lines, in which case it should be easy to complete. Kenti sighed and said that it would be easy if no one interfered. Tanthin understood that it was Duke Dumbledore causing the trouble. Kenti handed Tanthin the letter to read. Tanthin looked at it and saw that the mission was announced at the end of August, and the supplies had to be delivered before October. This meant that Kenti's group only had half a month left to complete the task. After reading the letter, Tanthin understood why Ashbel had such a strong reaction. It was clear that the goal was to deliberately delay the task. When the mission was assigned, Kenti's group hadn't returned yet, but it was obvious that the mission could have been handed to the butler to arrange for transportation. Kenti mimicked the words of the captain, saying that this mission was extremely important, and if they hadn't met Kenti, they wouldn't dare to assign the mission so easily. Tanthin realized that this was just an excuse to find fault. Ashbel said that if they only used such tactics, it would be easy to address, but the most important thing was that during the transportation process, unexpected problems could arise. Tanthin understood that there would likely be dangers on the way. Ashbel reassured him, saying that since he was new and unfamiliar with the Merchant Guild, he didn't need to go with them on the mission. He just needed to familiarize himself with the guild and the butler. After returning to his room, Tanthin spread out the map and studied it. The map showed that there were two routes from Linhei to the front lines, one by sea and one over land. He didn't know which route Kenti's group would take. If they chose the land route, they would pass through many cities, which could be a good opportunity to spread the word about his presence in the Holy Kingdom. If the Groot from Deeplam were in the country, they might know that he was here. Outside, the maid brought clothes for Nick, and when she put them on, she felt something strange yet comfortable. Seeing this scene, Tanthin had a nosebleed. Tanthin looked at the pile of clothes and thought the nightwear was fine, but he wasn't interested in wearing the everyday clothes that reached all the way up to his thighs. The next morning, everyone set off. Kenti told Tanthin that he didn't need to go along. Ashbel said that if Tanthin was worried about the payment, he shouldn't. They would pay him in full this month with no deductions. Tanthin said he understood that, but as the vice president, he couldn't just sit idle. However, he didn't see the goods being transported, so he was told that before heading to the front lines, they needed to go to Musu. The military supplies had all been stored in an estate there. Tanthin didn't understand what an estate was, so Ashbel explained that Tanthin should ask about Kenti's title. Kenti scratched his head awkwardly and said he had intended to tell Tanthin this, but hadn't found the right moment yet. Tanthin guessed that because the butler called Kenti young master, and with the title of a duke involved, he could guess what it meant. Tanthin deduced that Kenti must be a baron, otherwise he wouldn't have been pressured so much by the duke. Kenti confirmed that he was an heir to the title of baron, but the titles didn't necessarily have a clear hierarchical relationship. Tanthin asked why Kenti had accepted the mission, thinking he could refuse it this time. Kenti said that he could refuse, but things would be complicated afterward. Tanthin was puzzled and didn't understand why. Kenti then asked how much Tanthin knew about titles. Tanthin admitted that he knew nothing. Ashbel then explained that in this kingdom, the titles from highest to lowest were Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Among these, the Baron's title was divided into life tenure and collective tenure. In situations where titles were equal, collective tenure was considered more noble than life tenure. The difference between the two was whether the title could be passed down to future generations. This distinction was related to rank and social status, but didn't imply absolute dependence. In other words, superiors could not command subordinates directly. They could only make requests, which subordinates could choose to accept or refuse. However, if a subordinate held a fief granted by a superior, the two titles would have a hierarchical relationship. In simple terms, titles didn't imply an absolute relationship of subordination. Kenti's family's title wasn't granted by Dumbledore, so they didn't have a superior-subordinate relationship. Tanthin still didn't understand why Kenti had taken the mission, especially since the Duke had no direct connection to Kenti. Ashbel explained that it was because the mission had been assigned by the royal family. Tanthin thought about it and realized that something didn't add up. From what Kenti and Ashbel had said, it seemed like Dumbledore wanted to attack them, but the mission was given by the royal family. Logically, if Kenti failed to complete the mission, it would be the royal family causing trouble for him, not Dumbledore. Tanthin wanted to know if Dumbledore would benefit from the punishment if the mission wasn't completed, or if Dumbledore had some personal conflict with Kenti. Ashbel explained that not delivering the supplies on time wouldn't be a huge responsibility because for most of the time, the two countries had been in a state of confrontation. The supply preparation was merely precautionary. Even if the supplies weren't delivered on time, the front lines could hold out for some time, and even if the supplies arrived in November, it wouldn't matter, at least for the front lines. At this point, Tanthin understood that some people might use this as an excuse to take advantage of the situation. Kenti said that as long as everything was done according to protocol, even if it seemed ridiculous, it could serve as a reason to start a war. From the time Kenti's father was still alive, Dumbledore had been making moves. Tanthin asked who Kenti's father was. When Tanthin asked this question, Kenti's eyes became clouded. Tanthin knew Kenti was lost in thought, so he remained silent, quietly listening for half an hour. In the kingdom of Paulette's feudal system, the royal family allocated land to the titled nobility, who were responsible for maintaining order and protecting peace within their territories, ensuring the security of the royal family. Within their lands, the nobles could enjoy a degree of autonomy under the laws of the kingdom. They only had to pay a fixed tax to the royal family. In this system, the nobles could levy taxes on the families within their territories, provided they ensured the welfare of the residents. A portion of the taxes would go to the royal family. while the rest remained with the nobles. As a result, the amount of land and taxes collected determined how much wealth a noble could accumulate. According to Qin, his family's land was directly allocated by the royal family, and it was located within the territory of Dumbledore. In this context, Qin's family had far more successful business ventures than Dumbledore's land. It was for this reason that Dumbledore targeted Qin's family. After all, the wealth of the residents in Qin's family's land was much higher, meaning the noble could accumulate far more wealth. This was the real reason behind the conflict. It was all about money. Tian was curious. If Qin's land was directly allocated by the royal family, wouldn't the royal family take action if Dumbledore seized it? Tian partially guessed the reason, remembering the period of Qin Tian, when vassal states were allocated land. At the end of that dynasty, the vassals rose up and a period of great conflict ensued. The royal family, facing danger, had strategically placed Qin's land within the territory of that particular duke, essentially staking a claim to prevent a single family from monopolizing land. Now the stake was about to be removed, and the royal family would surely respond. Qin explained that the royal family didn't prohibit conflicts between nobles. In fact, they were quite pleased to see such competition. If the scale of the battle between two nobles caused too many casualties, the royal family would justify reclaiming the land or even stripping the noble of their title. Ashbel added that even if the land couldn't be reclaimed, the reduction in military strength between the two nobles would be beneficial for the royal family's control. Nick looked out of the carriage and was amazed by the size of the ox. When he saw a large fan, he called Tian over to look. As the carriage moved through the village, Tian asked if this was Qin's land. He was told this was Roger Village, not part of Qin's territory, which was actually the city of Musu, where they would arrive later that afternoon. By the time they arrived in the city, soldiers were stationed at the city gates. From a distance, they recognized Qin's carriage. A soldier called out that young Master Qin had returned. Qin, from inside the carriage, informed Tian that they had arrived. Though the city wasn't as large as Linha, Qin was sure Tian would like the residents here. The city gate was lifted, and as Qin's carriage entered, many people came out to greet them, celebrating young Master Qin's safe return. A young girl ran out joyfully and waved, saying how much she missed Ashbel. Tian smiled at the scene and said, "It seems this baron is loved by the residents." Qin modestly replied, "It's because everyone has always helped me." Tian observed the surroundings. He noticed that although Qin's land wasn't as grand as Linha, the city gave off a peaceful and harmonious vibe that Linha couldn't compare to. Nick was surprised when he saw Qin's mansion. The soldiers at the castle noticed the approaching carriage, and as Qin stepped out, they greeted him warmly. Tian thought to himself that this place was more lavish than any villa he had ever seen. If this was the home of a baron, he couldn't imagine how extravagant the duke's residence must be. Suddenly, a young girl dashed past Tian and ran up to Qin, giving him a joyful hug. Qin, equally happy, apologized to the girl, Athena, for not bringing her a gift due to his rushed return. Athena smiled and said, "As long as young master comes back safely, that's the best gift." Athena informed Qin that she knew he had returned so urgently because of the supply shipment. She had already arranged for the supplies to be loaded onto the carriage and stored in the back courtyard. Additionally, the knights from the surrounding villages had already sent word, and the supplies should arrive by tomorrow morning at the latest. Therefore, Qin could rest easy tonight. Ashbel, upon hearing that everything was taken care of, went over to pat Athena on the head, praising her for doing a good job. Athena, not pleased by the gesture, protested that she was no longer a child and didn't want Ashbel treating her like one. Ashbel then introduced Tian and Nick to Athena, telling her that Tian was the vice president of the merchant guild that Qin and she had recently found. The young girl curtsied and introduced herself as the deputy housekeeper of the estate, saying that if Tian and Nick ever needed anything, they could come to her. After the introduction, Tian realized that Athena was Ashbel's younger sister, which explained why they looked so alike. Tian and Ashbel were resting in the living room when Tian saw Ashbel looking at something and asked what it was. Ashbel explained that it was the list of supplies that needed to be transported. Seeing that Tanthin was interested, Ashbel handed him the list to look over. Tanthin looked over the list and saw that it included items like wine, armor crates, handguns, cannons, and many other things. After reading it, Tanthin asked Ashbel, "The supplies on this list don't seem very critical. Many of the items listed are commonly found in large cities. They could easily be bought from nearby cities on the front lines with money, rather than being transported from so far away." Ashbel confirmed that Tanthin was correct, except for the guns and cannons. Tanthin asked if those items were particularly difficult to acquire. Ashbel explained that to purchase them, one would have to place an order in advance, and it would take 1 to 2 months to receive them. If in a hurry, one could order from some factories that produced lower quality items, but those weapons had a much higher likelihood of malfunction. These types of weapons definitely couldn't be sent to the front lines. Therefore, purchasing the supplies needed on the list and completing the mission by acquiring them from a city near the front lines was not feasible within a short time. Tanthin realized that this kingdom had firearms, but they weren't available everywhere, and this showed that armor was still necessary. Tanthin then asked about the factories producing lower quality weapons, and Ashbel elaborated. He explained that all firearms in the kingdom were produced by large factories. Even military equipment had to be purchased from these factories. However, the products from these factories were of uneven quality. Some factories produced highly accurate guns that could be used for a long time, while others produced firearms with low accuracy, with no guarantee that they would even work properly. Unfortunately, the factories also produced ammunition in different sizes, which meant that guns of the same type, but from different factories, could not use the same ammunition. For these reasons, the royal family preferred to work with reputable factories. However, when the war situation became intense, even if the factories worked overtime, they could not produce a large quantity of firearms and ammunition in a short time. Whenever this happened, the royal family would instruct the nobles to purchase guns and ammunition. Tanthin and Ashbel were chatting enthusiastically, and soon it was mealtime. After eating, Tanthin and Nick were assigned to one of 2 rooms on the second floor. The 2 were given a very luxurious and splendid room. Tanthin rang the bell to summon a servant and asked if there were any painting materials available on the estate. If not, paper would suffice. The servant informed Tanthin that they did indeed have painting materials, but was curious if he intended to paint a picture. Tanthin, unsure how to explain, vaguely affirmed, treating it as such. The servant then led Tanthin and Nick to the art room. A short while later, they arrived. The servant told him that this was the art room, and inside, he would find whatever he needed. Moreover, Kenti had instructed that Tanthin could use anything in the castle without hesitation. Tanthin entered the room and assessed it. It felt somewhat empty, but for painting, too many items weren't necessary. The important thing was to have a quiet place for painting. And on this point, this place was perfect. He approached the painting supplies and decided to use blue dye as ink since its high saturation made it eye-catching and ideal for a search notice. Tanthin began writing an announcement. Anyone who could provide clues about people with wheel-fitted ships or individuals named Deeplam, Jessica Qatar Rana, Aruba, Pokuma, Pohama could visit Baron Kenti of Musu City to receive a reward of 50 gold coins. Although the message was brief, the sheer number he had to write consumed a lot of time. For this escort mission, Tanthin planned to post the notices in every city they passed. Thus, he needed to prepare quite a few. Additionally, the ink for these notices had to dry quickly. Once written, it needed to dry immediately, which inadvertently increased his workload. This task ended up occupying Tanthin the entire night. By the time he noticed, dawn had already broken. Seeing that he had written enough, he gathered the notices and left with Nick. He apologized to Nick for keeping her up all night with him. As they walked, Tanthin saw little Afina examining something. He approached her and greeted her. He asked Afina what everyone needed to do at the moment. She told him they were currently transporting mission goods to the port and brought him to the place where goods were being loaded onto wagons. Tanthin asked Afina where the crates containing firearms and explosives were and whether he could take a look. Athena informed him that all the firearms and explosives were stored here, and he was free to inspect them. Tanthin opened a crate to take a look and found 2 pistols inside. Nick picked one up and asked why the gun was so short. Tanthin explained that it was a pistol, different from the rifles he had built on Island No. 2. However, despite its size, it still had considerable destructive power. Observing the pistol, Tanthin evaluated that aside from differing activation mechanisms, most firearm structures were similar. Overall, their power wasn't significant. They were mainly focused on flashy appearances. The polished surface of the gun made it shiny but impractical, as it could easily slip when wet. Opening another crate, he found 2 cavalry carbines. Nick, not knowing what carbines were, asked Tanthin to explain. He told her that carbines were firearms specifically designed for cavalry use, but had unstable shooting ranges and low accuracy. Nick noticed some jars in the crate and pointed at them, asking what they were. Tanthin explained that they were gunpowder containers that could be carried on one's person, with fixed capacities. Depending on the firearm type, the container sizes varied. Pistols used 20-gram containers, while rifles used 60-gram containers. After observing for a while, Tanthin concluded that although Ashbel had mentioned that the kingdom's firearms lacked precision, he hadn't expected them to be this inaccurate. Additionally, he found bullet-shaping tools. These tools allowed bullets to fit any gun, created to address the lack of expertise in ammunition crafting. The usage was straightforward. Place a lead sheet over the mold, position the bullet on top, and press firmly. The lead sheet would adjust the bullet's diameter, ensuring compatibility with different gun calibers. After inspecting the entire shipment of firearms, Tanthin found the most valuable items to be 2 lightweight cannons. From these firearms and cannons, Tanthin assessed that the kingdom's weapon technology was equivalent to the 17th or 18th century in his old world, possibly even worse. To Tanthin, this was good news. With the limited power of these weapons, even if hit, the chances of survival were relatively high. After finishing his inspection, he returned to the dining hall for breakfast. Kenti was surprised to learn that Tanthin was searching for someone. Kenti asked if he already had acquaintances in this kingdom, despite having just arrived. Tanthin confirmed that he did, and that those individuals were very important to him. Both Kenti and Ashbel were surprised when they read the notice. Ashbel remarked that there was no need to use Kenti as a guarantee, as anyone who saw the notice would be convinced that Tanthin could afford to offer 50 gold coins as a reward. Ashbel then asked if Tanthin had used the blue dye from the art rune for the notices. Startled, Tanthin asked if it wasn't allowed to use it. Ashbel only inquired how much he had used. Tanthin replied that he had used an entire jar. Ashbel then informed him that half of his monthly salary was gone. Hearing this, Tanthin was stunned. A single jar of blue dye was worth 25 gold coins. Ashbel explained that the blue dye's raw material was Lavi-Juli stone, which was extremely rare. Therefore, its cost was extraordinarily high. Furthermore, to achieve the purest color during processing, impurities had to be meticulously removed using tweezers, significantly increasing the production cost. The base cost alone was 25 gold coins. Hearing this, Tanthin was left speechless. Using such an expensive material for a simple task seemed extravagant. Ashbel added that because of these reasons, the value of blue dye was always exceptionally high, often 3 times its weight in gold, sometimes even reaching 5 times. Upon hearing this, Tanthin felt like having a heart attack. 5 times the value of gold. This wasn't just costly, it was outright ruinous. It felt like applying gold to paper. Tanthin suddenly remembered to ask Ashbel, "Is there really no way to synthesize these colors?" Ashbel replied, "As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be one at the moment. Most artists can only create colors that resemble it, but the difference is noticeable. If a method existed, the cost of these blue hues wouldn't be so exorbitant." Hearing this, Tanthin thought that if this era couldn't synthesize blue colors, perhaps he could try using modern techniques. If successful, it would be akin to performing a bit of alchemy. Just then, a servant entered to inform Kenti that the knights had arrived. Scene transitioned to outside. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a troop of armored cavalry approached Kenti's castle. The horses, also armored, looked majestic and imposing as they moved forward. Tanthin stepped outside, and upon seeing them, he couldn't help but praise their magnificence. The knights looked like small tanks with their powerful presence. Some knights dismounted, removed their helmets, and approached to kneel before Qin. Qin smiled and addressed one of the knights. "Once again, I trouble you all." The knight asked if they had arrived too late. Observing the knights, Tanthin turned to Ashbel and asked, "Among these 23 knights, half are fully equipped with arms while the other half wear only protective armor. What does that signify?" Ashbel explained, "To be precise, there are only 12 knights here. These are the Maoist knights you referred to as fully armed. The rest are their attendants. However, don't underestimate these attendants. Though their assistants, their combat strength is formidable." According to Ashbel, although Qin was merely a baron, his lands were extensive, including a city, Musu, and 7 villages. These knights hailed from the 7 villages. However, this didn't mean the 7 villages had only 24 knights in total. In fact, the number of knights a landowner had wasn't tied to the size of the land or the rank of the title, but rather to financial resources. The wealthier the owner, the more knights they could afford to train. Training a high-level knight was exceedingly expensive. Most of the time, a single village could only afford to train 1 knight. Typically, these knights managed their villages, but when the landowner needed assistance, they would come after receiving a letter, as they had now for this mission to escort supplies. The others began loading supplies onto the carriage in preparation for departure. After a while, the task was completed, and everyone boarded the carriage to set off. Afina bid them farewell, reminding them to travel safely. Qin promised to bring a gift for her upon his return. The group's journey would take them to the border, where military conflict was underway between 2 nations. Along the way, Tanthin asked Qin how many soldiers he commanded. Qin informed him that, including knights from the villages, he had a total of 117 men, which included the guards as well. Curious, Qin asked why Tanthin was inquiring about this. Tanthin then turned to Ashbel, asking whether it was uncommon for a baron to have so few soldiers. Ashbel explained that on the contrary, for a baron, the number of soldiers Qin commanded was considered quite substantial. Many others couldn't even match Qin's numbers. However, this count only included those with firearms and equipment. If one factored in dependent troops, Qin could potentially mobilize around 500 men. It was only now that Tanthin understood why the military supplies mission was so critical. Qin had dispatched just over 50 men, which amounted to nearly half of his military strength. Qin, however, modestly laughed and remarked that, in truth, it wasn't a particularly large force. Still puzzled, Tanthin asked what dependent troops meant and whether a knight's retinue counted as dependents. Ashbel clarified that if the retinue consisted of knight apprentices, they could indeed be counted as such. Tanthin confirmed, so, only just over 100 people are currently capable of combat. Ashbel affirmed this, adding that Dumbledore himself only had 181 soldiers. In just a few years, this gap would disappear, and by then, with such strength, Dumbledore wouldn't dare make any moves. From the front, Gaussen coldly remarked, "When that time comes, we'll just kill Dumbledore directly, and there'll be no more troubles after that." Qin, however, offered a more diplomatic perspective, advising that it wasn't always necessary to resolve conflicts through war. Listening to their conversation, Tanthin deduced that Gaussen and Ashbel had long harbored intentions to fight Dumbledore, while Qin sought to avoid war and explore other solutions. Tanthin asked Ashbel if the situation would change in the coming years. Ashbel stated that with the current growth trajectory of their trade guild, they could afford to buy a village in about 6 months, effectively gaining 1 more knight or about a dozen soldiers under their command. Surprised, Tanthin remarked that it was incredible how money could be used to purchase land. Ashbel explained that land was a noble asset, so it was naturally tradable. She revealed that Qin's domain initially consisted of just the city of Musu and 2 nearby villages. Over the years, they had acquired 6 more villages through purchases. However, Ashbel noted that nobles typically avoided selling their land unless absolutely necessary, and when they did, it was sold at exorbitant prices. Hearing this, Tanthin reflected on the challenges. For them to buy back a village every 6 months seemed ambitious, but their opponents likely wouldn't give them that much time. If allowed to develop freely, Kenti's group might one day buy the entire Paulette kingdom. Ashbel seemed to understand Tanthine's concerns and elaborated, "That's precisely why, over the past 2 years, Dumbledore has been causing constant trouble for Kenti, though he lacks justification for outright war." Kenti reassured her, saying, "If we can successfully complete this mission, it will buy us more time." For now, Kenti's forces were insufficient to confront Dumbledore head-on. Tanthine thought to himself that this matter was far from simple. On the third night, in Dumbledore's territory, darkness had already fallen. The knights ordered the soldiers to stay vigilant and immediately report any suspicious individuals or vehicles. After traveling a short distance, 2 riders approached. Knight Plank ordered them to halt, forbidding them from nearing the convoy. Ashbel, observing from the wagon, speculated that these were likely just passers-by. "The people under Dumbledore wouldn't be foolish enough to charge straight at us like this," she remarked. Kenti also hoped they were just passers-by. The convoy continued onward. As they passed by the 2 strangers, Knight Plank carefully observed, remaining alert to the 2 figures. After the convoy passed, the 2 strangers exchanged sinister smiles. One asked if it was indeed them, and the other laughed, saying that even if it wasn't, judging by their cautious demeanor, that carriage surely carried something valuable. "Sooner or later, it'll be ours," he added. "Let's take a shortcut back." Tanthine thought to himself that if they had to put on such a show every time they encountered someone, the entire journey would be exhausting. Ashbel commented that normally, except for areas near cities or towns, it was rare to encounter many people in remote areas like this, especially not a pair casually riding through the forest at night. "Ordinary folk wouldn't behave like this," she said. Kenti agreed, suggesting they might be occasional bandits passing by. "As long as they're not Dumbledore's men," he muttered. Ashbel, however, considered the possibility that these men were scouting the convoy. After all, this area is Dumbledore's territory. It's highly likely our movements haven't escaped his notice. As night deepened, the convoy halted to light fires and rest. Tanthine studied a small box in his hand. He marveled at how, in this kingdom, military science and technology seemed to match the 16th to 17th centuries on Earth. Yet here was a fire-starting material invented in the 18th century. Nearby, not far from where Kenti's group was resting, a group of horsemen appeared, their faces illuminated by sinister grins. One gave the order to kill everyone and spurred his horse forward, weapon drawn, charging toward the encampment. A sentinel noticed the attack and shouted, "Night assault." Hearing the alarm, Tanthine knew the inevitable had arrived. Outside, Knight Plank had already organized a defensive formation. Gunfire erupted as volleys of bullets were fired, but unfortunately, none found their mark. Seeing the missed shots, the knight ordered his men to remain calm and not panic. "Second team, aim carefully. Third team, prepare. First team, reload the gunpowder." Tanthine observed and realized that the accuracy of firearms in this era was inherently poor. Combined with the limited visibility of night, aiming was even more difficult. However, using the 3-volley firing method like this might still manage to hit a few. The guards continued to fire in turn, but none of the bullets struck their targets. The attacking riders laughed boisterously, mocking the ineffectiveness of the defense. As the enemies drew dangerously close, and there was no time for another round of gunfire, the order was given for the knights to advance. The heavily armed knights charged forward, lances raised, shouting, "For Baron Kenti!" The leading enemy was skewered by a knight's lance, his screams of pain echoing as he tumbled to the ground, blood gushing. 2 riders at the forefront were thrown from their horses, leaving them incapacitated. Watching the scene, Tanthine and Nick were impressed, finding it incredibly cool. The knights had swiftly overwhelmed the enemy, living up to their reputation as elite heavy cavalry. Knight Plank commanded the second wave to attack, shouting, "Crush these bandits completely." The remaining attackers, seeing their vanguard decimated, panicked and shouted, "Retreat! Run quickly! We're no match for them." Knight Plank observed the fleeing enemies and instructed his men not to pursue. Instead, he ordered them to clean up the battlefield and reload their weapons, maintaining vigilance. The knights remarked on how disorganized the attackers were, commenting that if they had pursued, they could have wiped them out in a few minutes. Kenti, seated in the carriage, speculated that the attackers likely wouldn't return tonight. Finally, we can get some rest, he sighed. Tanthin, however, felt the battle had ended too quickly. From the enemy's approach to their retreat, the entire skirmish lasted only a fleeting moment. He knew this was just the beginning. If Dumbledore refused to give up, he would lose far more in the long run. Observing the situation, Tanthin noted that the guards' combat effectiveness was lacking, but the knights could certainly be considered an elite force. The defeated attackers, now retreating in frustration, grumbled angrily, "Damn it! We need to get some proper armor next time. It's like they're wearing turtle shells, impossible to crack." One of them angrily complained, "Why are we always the ones sent to scout? If we all charged together, we could wipe them out." Frustration boiled over among the bandits, who cursed as they made their way back. Their leader, Jack, approached a man named William, who was the captain of the group. "We sent a letter to Kenti earlier, right? Surely he's aware of it by now," Jack remarked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. The men under his command were equally disgruntled over the earlier events. Jack pressed William, questioning if he should take some form of action to appease his subordinates. William smirked and replied, "You must still remember that the Viscount has already paid all compensation related to this matter before we even began collaborating. Besides, you now owe me a favor for the situation earlier." Jack scoffed, incredulously retorting, "So after losing so many of my men, I'm supposed to owe you a debt of gratitude?" William laughed coldly, responding, "With a loaf of bread this big, having one less person eating means we all get a bigger share. I bet you're secretly thrilled about it, even if you won't admit it." Jack, hearing this, burst into laughter, sarcastically agreeing, "You're saying my thoughts are written all over my face. Well, it's been hard keeping a straight face. Guess I couldn't hold back anymore." Seeing Jack's reaction, William thought to himself, "This guy is truly insane. If I had any other choice, I'd never work with someone like him." Yet, among all the options, only Jack proved useful, despite his eccentricities. Jack then questioned William further. "You must have been pleased to see my men die, right? After all, you've always wanted to rid your territory of bandits like us." William gave Jack a sidelong glance, sarcastically remarking, "You're quite the joker, aren't you? After this, you'll no longer be a bandit. The Viscount has promised to reward you with a village. When that happens, we'll all be on the same side." Jack sneered, mocking William's words. "To live an interesting life, one must be honest. Don't you feel nauseous spouting such lies? Besides, I have no desire to be on the same side as you. After all, living as a person is far more enjoyable than becoming a nobleman's lackey." William, infuriated by Jack's words, nearly drew his sword to strike him. Jack raised his hand in mock surrender, laughing and telling William not to take it so seriously. "I'm just joking. Don't get mad. I simply want to know if Dumbledore has enough troops to directly deal with Kenti. Why resort to such schemes?" William remarked that for this supply transportation mission, the Viscount himself had to personally escort the group, leaving behind some forces to protect the castle against opportunistic attacks by shameless bandits. For example, Jack might agree to cooperate outwardly but harbor ulterior motives. Jack sneered, suggesting that if William's group only had around 20 men, killing William would mean he could claim the remaining rewards for himself. William responded with a wry smile, saying no fool would carry classified letters on their person. Yet, William secretly wondered if this lunatic might really attack. Hearing that he wouldn't profit, Jack joked that William was lucky tonight and wouldn't have to lose his life. As for Kenti's group, they only needed to harass them until exhaustion set in, then wipe them out in a subsequent attack. William laughed along, but inwardly thought Kenti's firearmed troops weren't a significant threat. However, his knights were formidable. William hoped this madman would meet his end at their hands. Jack rode off, declaring he would succeed, while William grinned maliciously, wishing him luck in completing his task. The next day, Kenti's group arrived at a crossroads. Knight Plank asked Oshbel which path to take. Oshbel suggested heading toward Jimail and glanced at Tanthin, who felt it was extravagant every time Oshbel posted notices in the wild. Tanthin smiled, saying that finding Deeplam's trail justified the expense. When Tanthin went to put up a notice, it seemed small, but Oshbel reassured him that the bright blue color would certainly attract attention. After a while, someone arrived to check the notice. After reading it, the person was astonished by the reward of 50 gold coins. The person quickly got onto a carriage and headed out, thinking that 50 gold coins was an enormous sum. If they could find the person listed in the notice, their family would be financially secure for the next few years. They decided to visit the nearby village to inquire further. Another person also read the notice and felt it was a waste to use such a color as blue for writing it, clearly tarnishing the sacredness of the color. After getting on the carriage, they recalled that the notice mentioned the city of Mosu, so they decided to make a trip there first. Transitioning to the convoy, the guard team was firing guns during an attack. The attacking group fled, and the soldiers laughed, saying they were so close, but dared to try and rob them. Tanthin observed and thought that the attackers seemed to want to get rich by rushing forward, but when they couldn't win, they turned and fled. Was it really that simple? That night, another attack occurred, with guns firing in rapid succession. This time, the bandits didn't run away early. The knights began to engage in battle, and after some time, the fight ended with the attackers fleeing once again. The escort convoy, after a long and tiring day of combat, finally rested. Kenti calculated that this was the 5th time they had been attacked that day, and these people still wouldn't give up. Knight Plank said it was actually the 6th time and apologized to Kenti because they had only killed a few people and couldn't capture all of them. Tanthin, frowning, asked, "Don't these people need to rest? They've been attacking for 3 days straight." One person remarked that it was likely the case, but the group didn't have much time left. There was only one road they could take, and although there were several small paths, they would ultimately lead back to the main road. The bandits could ambush them on the path that the entire group had to pass through. Gaussen suggested they take the initiative to attack and find the bandits' hiding spot to eliminate them all. Tanthin asked if the bandits attacking in the past few days were from Dumbledore's side. Oshbel replied that it was both true and not true. Dumbledore would never openly take action. If he needed to use people, he would quietly recruit or cooperate with others. Tanthin rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "This is actually good news." Upon hearing this, Kenti asked, "Good news? What do you mean?" Gaussen explained, "If they had enough people or were certain they could secretly deal with us, they wouldn't be using guerrilla tactics to wear us down. Instead, they would strike decisively and wipe us out. Simply put, at the moment, they don't pose a significant threat to us." Kenti asked if they could pursue the bandits, as with the speed of the cavalry, it shouldn't be hard to catch up with them. If they could injure them severely, the bandits might be deterred from attacking the convoy again. Knight Plank pointed out that the enemy's numbers were unclear, but it was certain that they had more people than what they had encountered so far. Rushing into an attack could lead them into an ambush that the bandits had prepared. If the bandits truly wanted to flee, their small numbers wouldn't be able to stop them. Turning it into a pursuit could waste a lot of time for the entire convoy. Tanthin, hearing all this, couldn't help but laugh bitterly, acknowledging that this mission was indeed a challenge for Kenti's group. Kenti sighed, remarking that the previous missions hadn't been as dangerous, but this time was different. Dumbledore was completely using the royal family's name to create trouble for them, leaving Kenti no chance to refuse. Oshbel urged everyone to hold on for 2 more days. Once they reached Harry Gell, the pressure on the convoy would be much lighter. Before setting out, he had already instructed Gaussen to recruit soldiers and cavalry there. Gaussen noted, however, that before they could reach Harry Gell, the convoy would have to pass through a dense forest, which was highly likely to be the site of a full-scale attack by the bandits. The dense trees would limit the mobility of the cavalry and reduce the defense capability of the convoy. Kenti told Tanthin that once they reached Harry Gell, there would be a village, and at that point, he should get off the carriage and not follow the convoy anymore. Tanthin responded, "You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? Want to leave me there and not pay me anymore?" Kenti laughed bitterly and said, "Of course not. If we can't handle the bandits, I'll tell everyone to abandon the supplies and run." Oshbel reminded that if Tanthin runs slowly, He shouldn't blame others for not saving him later. Tian just smiled and said, when the time comes, he can run faster than anyone else, so he hopes they can understand him. At this moment, in the dense forest, the largest forest in the southeast of the Paulette Kingdom, there were a few flickering lights. The group led by Captain William and the leader of the bandits, Jack, had gathered together. Jack shouted that his people had safely returned, but now it was late at night, and they still had to go out, which was truly hard work. Hearing Jack's words, William was irritated and said, "What do you mean by hard work? Don't talk like you've been working hard. Lately, all I've seen is you lying around here doing nothing." Jack didn't care and said that tonight. He had asked William to help watch the camp, while he himself was going to sleep for a while. Hearing this, William was furious and said, "Why don't you have your subordinates keep watch? These past few days, it's been my soldiers watching over the camp while your men rest. The convoy is already exhausted." William thought to himself, "This bastard, sooner or later, I'll kill you." Meanwhile, back with the escort team, Knight Plank told his subordinates that the enemy might attack tonight, so everyone had to stay on high alert and not be careless. Oshbel walked over and said that their night division would split into 2 teams. Knight Plank would be responsible for leading the way ahead, while the others would block from behind. They needed to push forward as fast as possible, but if anything unusual happened, they would definitely face a counterattack and possibly encounter traps along the way. Therefore, everyone had to prepare mentally. She reminded the others that the main task of the entire convoy was to protect the royal goods on the cart. That was their priority. If the bandits showed signs of retreating, then no one should pursue them. Kenty told Plank that if they encountered any dangerous situations, they should always remember to prioritize their lives. If their lives were threatened, he would allow everyone to retreat. Hearing Kenty, Plank immediately knelt down and said that they were Kenty's shield and sword, swearing to protect his life and dignity to the death. The next morning, the convoy set out on the road. Oshbel said that no matter what happened, their priority was to ensure Kenty's safety. Kenty just smiled and said that he understood. Oshbel ordered the convoy to quicken their pace. She observed that with their current speed, they could pass through the forest in 3 hours. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out, and a series of bullets hit the carriage. Gaussen, who was driving the carriage, shouted, "The enemy is ambushing us." From within the forest, the ambushers, who had been lying in wait, rushed out with weapons. William, standing behind, shouted to kill everyone, with a priority to eliminate Kenty. The others were to burn all the supplies. The soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden attack, panicked. The distance was too close, and they had no time to load gunpowder. The knights nearby drew their swords and yelled, "Defend, defend!" Tian and Nick had already jumped off the carriage, drew their weapons, and prepared to fight. The bandits all shouted loudly, ready to attack the Kenty convoy. William, standing behind, laughed and pointed, saying, "The target is right ahead, charge and kill him." Knight Captain Plank immediately drew his sword and shouted, "Charge, protect Lord Kenty." William sneered behind them and said, "Just a few puny knights. Do you think I can't handle them? Let me take care of them." The soldiers followed his orders and began using ropes to throw lassos. One knight was caught by a lasso that was pulled tight around his neck. Captain Plank saw this and shouted, "Be careful, spread out, get off the horses." As soon as he finished speaking, he himself was caught by a lasso. He immediately grabbed the rope to prevent the attacker from pulling him off his horse. Realizing he couldn't escape, he ordered, "Charge." Plank spurred his horse forward, shouting, "You bastards can't stop me." The man holding the rope tied to Plank was also pulled off by the force of the horse. He panicked and shouted, "It's too strong. Someone help me pull them back." Over time, more knights were caught by the lasso. At this point, Kenty stepped out and yelled, "Everyone, retreat. We no longer need the supplies." Unexpectedly, the bandit leader Jack jumped out of nowhere and attacked Kenty. He grinned and said, still trying to run, "Stay here, all of you." Fortunately, Gaussen leaped in to block the attack and said, "Be careful, your opponent is me." Jack, frustrated that he was about to kill Kenty, but got interrupted, shouted, "Die!" But his attack was deflected by Gaussen. Jack lunged forward with a slash, but Gaussen sidestepped to avoid it and countered with a strike of his own, startling Jack. Realizing that Gossen was too strong to break through, Jack cursed, "Damn it!" Looking down at his abdomen, he noticed he had been wounded. Gossen, gritting his teeth in anger, growled, "Come on, let's finish this." Gossen then lunged forward with a stab. Jack stood there thinking, "That sword is too fast." He quickly raised his axe to block Gossen's thrust, saying, "Too fast. Aren't you losing a bit of your energy, huh?" But Jack quipped further, "I'm not interested in fighting men." Gossen continued to strike with multiple thrusts, but Jack dodged them all. Laughing, Jack taunted, "Come on, faster. That was close. You almost killed me here." Gossen pressed on with continuous attacks, but began to feel the fight becoming increasingly difficult. Kenti, witnessing the situation nearby, was about to draw his sword and step in to help. Ashbel, standing next to him, immediately grabbed Kenti by the shoulder and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" She continued, "Gossen is buying us time. Take this chance to run. Your involvement will only make things worse for Gossen and drag him down further. Right now, our only option is to organize a retreat." Although Kenti didn't want to, he clenched his teeth and said, "I understand." Suddenly, Tanthin appeared right beside Kenti, startling him. At that moment, Tanthin didn't make a move. He simply stared intensely at Jack and Gossen on the other side. Gossen continued to attack relentlessly. Jack laughed mockingly and said, "What's wrong? Are you tired already? If that's all, then you're not man enough." Gossen, furious, responded, "I can still kill you just fine." Jack swung his axe powerfully, forcing Gossen into a difficult position to defend himself. Jack commented, "Gossen is much stronger than that bastard William. But a wolf will always be prey in front of a tiger." Jack had now pinned Gossen to the ground. Jack pulled out a dagger and said, "I have to admit, Gossen almost killed me." Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Tanthin's figure had already appeared behind him. With cold eyes, Tanthin said, "Unfortunately, he has to die here." Jack was startled and raised his axe to block a critical strike from Tanthin, thinking, "When did Tanthin get behind me?" This slash from Tanthin was so powerful that it knocked Jack back a great distance. Tanthin approached and asked Gossen if he was okay. Gossen replied that he was fine and could still continue. Tanthin apologized, saying, "Perhaps it's been too long since I've had a comfortable life, so I let my guard down and failed to join the fight in time." Jack, who was pushed back, said with disdain, "Pointless, truly pointless. This sudden interference of yours, Tanthin, isn't very polite. It's not the etiquette of a gentleman at all." Tanthin asked Gossen if he knew who this person was. Gossen reported that he was Jack, the leader of the Dumbledore territory. According to intelligence, 3 villages had already been massacred by him. Hearing Gossen's report, Tanthin found it satisfactory and said, "In that case, I can leave him here without any burden, turning him into fertilizer for these trees." Tanthin looked at Jack and said, "Jack, right? Earlier, you said I was impolite. You're not wrong. I am not a gentleman at all." Jack, hearing Tanthin's words, replied, "Etiquette is boring. You know, people who understand refined manners are hard to deal with. This deal isn't worth it. The intelligence didn't mention anyone as tough as you being with the convoy. After killing 2 people, I'm going to have to demand extra pay." Tanthin simply gave a cold smile and said, "Is that your will?" Tanthin asked, "Do you know? During my time surviving, I've hunted many large beasts and, of course, a few smaller animals like stray cats." To Tanthin, Jack was just a stray cat, angry and seemingly threatening, but merely pretending, trying to scare off the hunter. Deep down, he was terrified. Jack, hearing some words from Tanthin, felt his arm tremble slightly. He smirked and said, "Damn, this is so boring, being seen through like this." Inside, he thought, "This damned monster is too strong. No matter what, I'm no match for Tanthin. I can only run away. That bastard William and Dumbledore, damn it, how dare they make me face this kind of monster." He then threw the axe towards Tanthin and said, "Lucky for me, I've never learned any proper manners." Tanthin coldly looked at the axe flying towards him. Jack immediately turned his back to flee, but unexpectedly, Tanthin appeared behind him, chasing him and saying, "It's those damn wolves you guys have raised. They've been keeping me awake for days." Jack was startled and horrified when he heard Tanthin's voice. He thought, when did he start chasing me? Tanthin charged forward and punched him, sending his head spinning, causing Jack to crash into a tree and scream in pain. Tanthin approached Jack and said, "Run, let me see how you run." He continued, "You made me lose sleep for days. Now I've finally caught you." Jack, now panicked, shouted, "Wait, William is here too. Everything is under his command. Even if you kill me, William will just find someone else to cause trouble. If you go over there now, you might still be able to stop him." The scene shifted to the convoy. Gaussen returned and asked Kenty, "What's going on? Why is everyone just standing there like that?" Kenty pointed and said, "Gaussen, did I just meet the goddess of war? She's so powerful and skilled over there." Meanwhile, Nick was leaping into the midst of the bandits, slashing down one after another. 2 bandits, then 3, were quickly taken down. Those watching Nick's battle couldn't help but marvel at her tremendous fighting power. Kenty said, "I didn't expect Tanthin's wife to be this strong. By the way, where's Tanthin?" Gaussen reported, "He's chasing after the leader Jack." Aushbel, who was nearby, anxiously said, "Stop standing there. Hurry up and help. We can win this." At that moment, Kenty and Gaussen rushed forward along with the knights, shouting, "Everyone, charge! Let's kill them." The bandits, realizing that the situation was hopeless, called out to each other, "We can't fight them. Let's run. Retreat." William, hiding in a corner, angrily punched a tree, thinking, "These useless fools. What is Jack doing? Why isn't he showing up? This damned idiot disappears at the most critical moment." He turned to his subordinates and said, "Forget it. Let them be. Prepare Plan B." From within the forest, several bottles of Molotov cocktails flew out. The bottles fell onto the carriage, and people in the convoy screamed, "We're doomed, it's on fire. The carriage is burning." Aushbel quickly shouted, "Don't chase them anymore. Extinguish the fire first. Take the guns and explosives off the carriage." Kenty cursed, "Damn it, it's filled with fireworks and gunpowder. If a fire breaks out, we're done for." Suddenly, fast feet rushed toward them. It was Tanthin. He returned and immediately swung his sword, cutting the carriage in half, causing it to fall to the side. Aushbel immediately shouted, "Quick, get the crates off the carriage, Tanthin." Tanthin walked over and patted Nick's head, saying, "Good job." Nick happily shouted, "Don't pat my head anymore." After the battle ended, they began to report the situation. A total of 13 people died, including 2 knights. Kenty said to Aushbel, "If he sells the land to Dumbledore." Before he could finish, Aushbel interrupted, "What nonsense are you talking? Does he want the people of Musu to live as slaves? Does he want them to starve to death?" Hearing Aushbel, Kenty knew it was enough, but said, "Now, we can't complete the mission on time, right? If we ride horses, it'll only take half a day to get to the destination. But with a carriage, it's too late." Kenty turned to Tanthin and asked, "I remember you said you have a way for us to win the battle." Tanthin asked Kenty, "Are you ready?" In reality, everyone still had a little hope of completing this mission. Kenty, hearing Tanthin's words, was surprised and asked, "There's still hope?" Tanthin replied, "I remember when we were on the ship, you were the captain and also a sailor, right? The front line is to the north, correct? This season, the northwest wind is strong." Kenty, hearing Tanthin's plan, explained, "Tanthin intends to go by ship. Even with favorable winds, the ship moves fast, but transporting goods from here to the port still takes a lot of time. We won't have enough time, and as I mentioned earlier, there are pirates along the route." Tanthin, hearing this, just smiled with his eyes slightly squinted and said, "I plan to fly there." Upon hearing this, both Aushbel and Kenty were taken aback and exclaimed, "Fly there, Tanthin? Are you being overly excited about something?" Tanthin drew something on the ground and said, "I'm sure you two have never heard of hot air balloons, right?" When the two saw the drawing, they asked, "This could help us fly. If it's real, how much could it be worth?" Tanthin, seeing their astonishment, said, Stop standing there. Sitting in a hot air balloon involves a lot of unknown factors, and making one will take some time. We need to leave quickly. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to fly soon. Under Kenti's direction, the soldiers hid the supplies. The convoy didn't have the materials to make a hot air balloon nor the necessary tools. They needed to get to the nearest city quickly, which was Exile. On the way, Kenti asked, "Jack has probably died by now, right?" Tanthin replied, "He's probably stiff by now." Kenti was also surprised and said, "I didn't expect Tanthin and Nick to be such skilled warriors." Tanthin then asked, "You two always carry weapons, right?" Kenti agreed, saying he always thought they were used for animal dissection. After some time, they arrived at the city of Exile. Kenti smiled and said, "We're here. This is the guild's property, let's head inside." When they entered the shop, a girl came out and said, "Welcome, how may I help you?" Ashbel remarked, "Is the shop name one you chose?" An elderly woman unexpectedly apologized, "Young master, I'm truly sorry. I wasn't prepared to welcome you. According to the plan, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow afternoon?" Kenti raised his hand and smiled, saying, "It's fine." He then introduced Tanthin. "This is Vice President Tanthin, right? I've heard so much about you." Tanthin quickly greeted the woman, who replied, "Yes, this is Vice President Tanthin, right? I've heard a lot about you." Kenti asked, "We're short on time. How much fabric do you have left?" Mrs. Noma reported, "About 30 yards. Kenti hurriedly said, "We need at least 100 yards, the more the better." Mrs. Noma was surprised by the amount. Kenti thought, 1 yard is about 1.3 meters, which seems like a lot, but it's still not enough to make the balloon. He quickly asked Mrs. Noma, who was familiar with the area, to help him buy enough fabric, regardless of the cost, but it must be of good quality and delivered as soon as possible. Mrs. Noma said, "Understood, I'll send someone to get it. But with such a large quantity, it will take some time to prepare." For the rest of the time, Kenti and his group rested and went to their rooms. Kenti and Ashbel sat on chairs, and Kenti sighed, "Riding horses for half a day feels more exhausting than sitting in a carriage for days." Tanthin stood at the table, studying the paper. On it was a drawing of a hot air balloon. As he looked at the design, he thought, the balloon is divided into 3 parts. The main balloon itself, which is the body made of fabric, the burner, which heats the air and provides lift, and the basket, which is the simplest, just a wooden frame to hold the cargo and passengers. The hardest part is making the balloon, which requires a skilled seamstress to stitch the fabric into a spherical shape. He continued to examine the burner design. For modern balloons, they usually use propane or natural gas, but we can't get those. This version is a simple rocket furnace, 2 metal tubes, one large and one small, positioned 1 centimeter apart. These 2 tubes fit into each other, and when activated, they cause the air to expand and become lighter, creating a vacuum force beneath the burner, which is like continuously blowing air into the flame, making it stronger. In an oxygen-depleted environment, the air will keep being drawn in to fully utilize the heat, burning again, which means it burns twice. After the preparations, Mrs. Noma reported that she had contacted suppliers to purchase the fabric. If nothing unexpected happened, the fabric should be delivered to the warehouse by this afternoon. Tanthin handed Mrs. Noma a piece of paper and asked her to go on one more trip. He needed to find several seamstresses and welders to help with the items on the paper. Mrs. Noma read the paper and said, "There's still quite a bit of fish oil in the warehouse. The rest should be easy to gather." But does Tanthin have any specific requirements for the skill of the workers? Tanthin replied, "The more skilled, the better. We can offer extra rewards. The most important thing is that we need to get them here." Kenti, standing beside them, was worried about whether they could gather all the materials in such a short time. Tanthin smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." In his mind, he was thinking, "Last night, when I was designing, I anticipated this. The most difficult parts, the balloon and burner, are separated into smaller sections, which can be made in different workshops at the same time. Once they're finished, we can assemble them together, saving a lot of time." Mrs. Noma took Kenti to the warehouse and said, These materials are all produced by the famous workshops in Exile. The samples meet the standards. This is the last batch of goods. Kenti looked at the materials and felt satisfied, saying, "This is great. You've done a lot of hard work, Mrs. Noma." Mrs. Noma gestured to a nearby knight and said, "These are the knights and warriors I've recruited in the past few days. They'll escort you back." Tanthin, hearing this, asked Ashbel, "You managed to hire knights?" Ashbel explained, "Noble knights won't accept being hired, but these aren't regular knights. They're mercenaries who gathered their own equipment and declared themselves knights. As long as we pay, they'll fight for us without hesitation." Finally, the group set off. Mrs. Noma stood and waved them off, reminding Kenti to be careful. Kenti also bid her farewell, and the group continued on their journey until late afternoon. Ashbel reported that only 4 days were left. He'd also wondered, will those air balloons help us reach our destination in time? Kenti thought to himself that, in any case, they had tried their best. If they couldn't make it in time, then so be it. As the group returned, Knight Plank came to greet them, saying, "Young master, you've returned." Kenti ordered to begin unloading the goods and make the most of their time. Everyone started working quickly to prepare everything. Tanthin stood observing and thinking. The hot air balloon looked large, but its cargo capacity wasn't very high, equivalent to the internal volume. There was also the discrepancy between temperature and air, as well as air density accumulation. Of course, the actual capacity had some margin for error. Since Tanthin designed it, he knew when the balloon's diameter reached 20 meters, it should not carry more than 1 ton of weight. Besides the people on board and fuel weight, it couldn't carry much. Therefore, they needed to make the balloon operator's safety a priority. After the balloon was ready, Kenti and Ashbel both stared in disbelief and said, "This is too big. This thing can just be lit and will fly up?" Kenti asked. He had expected some wings or something. Nick laughed and said, "Tanthin said it would work, so it definitely will." Gaussen asked, "How high can this thing fly? It looks a bit dangerous." Tanthin replied, "It will definitely fly, but how high? I can't say for sure. It is a bit risky." Tanthin thought about it. Modern balloon materials were usually made of reinforced nylon or polyester, then coated to ensure airtightness. But since they didn't have these materials, they had to use fabric instead. However, as long as the temperature was sufficient, it could still fly. Tanthin took out a small model of a hot air balloon and said, "Simply put, it's something like this." Ashbel asked, "Is this a small hot air balloon?" Tanthin lit the candle below it and said, "Something like this." Everyone had always been curious about how hot air balloons worked, and now they would soon find out. After lighting the candle, the small balloon in Tanthin's hand slowly rose. Ashbel and Kenti, watching this, were amazed and said, "It's flying up. Unbelievable." Kenti suddenly had an idea and asked, "If we sit on this, can we meet God?" Tanthin, hearing this, broke into a sweat and replied, "Sorry, this can't take you to meet God." Tanthin thought to himself, and honestly, he probably wouldn't want to meet God anyway. Ashbel, standing beside him, shivered and said, "Young master, please be quiet." "Thank you." Kenti, however, was thinking that if they did meet God, maybe he would bless everyone. At that moment, Tanthin turned to a nearby package and said, "This is the most important thing when using the hot air balloon. Everyone needs one." Someone asked, "What's inside this?" Tanthin opened it and said, "This is a landing parachute. If something goes wrong, remember to wear this parachute and jump down immediately. This could save your life mid-air." Hearing this, Ashbel and Kenti became nervous and said, "Jumping from such a height, we'll surely die." Tanthin handed them 2 parachutes to examine. Kenti asked, "Are you sure you're not joking?" Ashbel added, "I absolutely will not carry this and jump down." Tanthin told him to relax, explaining, "This is just for emergency situations. Compared to real parachutes, we'll use these more often." Tanthin then pulled out a wooden can attached to a rope. Kenti looked at it and asked, "What is this?" Tanthin replied, "This is a telephone, the only communication tool we have while in the air." Kenti was amazed and said, "This is incredible." He could clearly hear Tanthin's voice through it. Kenti and Ashbel immediately gave it a try. Ashbel picked up one end and asked, "Can you hear me?" Kenti grabbed the other end and laughed, "No problem." Now the communication tool for the air was set, and it was time to prepare for takeoff. Two knights used a pump to push air into the balloon, and someone shouted, "We need more wind." Tanthin, standing and watching everything, said, "All right, all preparations are complete. Now, we just need to light it up." Everyone stood by, watching as the balloon slowly lifted off. They were all amazed and began discussing, "It's really flying. Incredible." Tanthin, seeing that it wasn't enough, said, "Keep going with the fan, don't stop." Kenti and Ashbel both boarded the balloon. Kenti shouted in excitement, "We're really flying. I can fly." Nick, standing below, cautioned, "Be careful up there, don't fall." Tanthin and Nick also got on another balloon. Tanthin looked down and said, "Hurry up and get on. We're about to take off." Kenti, still excited, waved his hand, saying, "This is the feeling of flying." Tanthin reminded him, "Be careful, the air currents at high altitudes are no joke. Hold on tight." Ashbel yelled at Kenti, "Did you hear me? Come back here." After a while, the balloon was hit by a strong gust of wind, causing Kenti to fall and hit his head. Ashbel, seeing this, shouted, "I told you to hold on tight, but you didn't listen." Tanthin, looking down at the balloon below, asked Gaussen, "You're not afraid of heights, are you?" Gaussen, sitting curled up, replied, "How could I be?" Knight Plank, seeing the balloon flying off, ordered the Knight Squad to follow. He used the fastest speed to head for the next town. The rest of the group moved towards the nearest town to rest and regroup. He quickly gathered his knights and left, thinking that young Master Kenti would arrive first, and he needed to get there as quickly as possible. Tanthin was truly an amazing person. Soon, the three hot air balloons had risen above the clouds, flying high. As they looked around, everyone asked, "Is this heaven? The view is so beautiful." The balloons passed through a cloud, and they saw a bird flying below them. They all looked at each other and asked, "Can you see that? There's a bird down there. We really are flying now." Tanthin spoke into the communication device, "Kenti, do you hear me?" Kenti replied, "I hear you. Sorry, I was too caught up in enjoying the scenery." Tanthin reminded him, "The height of the balloon is different, and the wind direction will vary. Always keep an eye on the wind." Kenti responded, "Got it." Tanthin took out his compass and observed it carefully. According to the compass's directions, the balloon was flying toward the front lines. However, this was only temporary. The wind direction would definitely change, and there could be rain or other harsh weather conditions. At first, when returning to the snow, there might be no obvious signs, but a storm could be approaching. This was enough to prove that Tanthin was an excellent sailor who could sense weather changes beforehand and come up with counter-strategies. Now, Kenti was the early warning system for the balloon team, and his role was crucial. Kenti, with his eyes closed, began to sense the air, muttering to himself. He wasn't sure if his sea skills would work here, but he thought he'd try anyway. He started to feel the changes in the air and the movement of the wind, then contacted Tanthin to report. "If there are no surprises, the wind direction won't change for a while," Kenti said. Tanthin smiled after hearing this and reminded him to stay alert. Ashbel, overhearing the conversation, asked Tanthin how long it would take for the team to reach the front lines. Tanthin replied, "I don't know." Ashbel, shocked, asked, "You don't know?" Tanthin explained, "I can only confirm that the balloon's speed is several times faster than a horse-drawn carriage. The time it takes to reach the front lines will be shorter, but I can't guarantee it will land on time. The weather can change at any moment." Ashbel, after hearing this, sighed and said, "I guess that's all we can do. Without the balloon, we wouldn't make it on time. At least now we still have some hope." Kenti, trying to reassure her, said, "If the weather holds, there's a chance we'll arrive on time, or even earlier." Ashbel could only hope for that and pray for God's blessing. Tanthin smiled to himself. With Kenti providing wind direction warnings, there likely wouldn't be any surprises. Although he had flown on planes before and seen the view from above the clouds, the sensation now felt completely different. Suddenly, A system notification appeared. Creator of the hot air balloon has received 5,000 points. Accumulated points, 6,000 points. Tanthin was surprised to see the system notification. He hadn't heard anything from the system in almost 2 years, not since he created the medicine on the ship. He thought the system had malfunctioned. Although he might not need it now, the sight of the accumulated points gave him an odd sense of reassurance. With only 6,000 accumulated points, he was still 4,000 points short of exchanging for a talent. Nick, looking out at the scenery, commented, "We can't see the ground anymore. If that's the case, no one will be able to see us either." Tanthin smiled and said, "We'll find them." Suddenly, a voice came through the receiver, Ashbel calling Tanthin. "The fuel for the hot air balloon is running low." As the wind blew, time passed. The balloon's fuel tank was gradually being depleted. Due to the cargo being transported, there wasn't much fuel. With careful calculation, there was just enough for about 2 more hours of flight. When Ashbel reminded him that there was only 1/4 of the fuel left, Tanthin ordered to land. Once the flames in the burner were extinguished, the balloon slowly descended. As the balloon touched down, Tanthin and the team were once again able to see the ground. Fortunately, the balloon had landed near a town, providing an opportunity to refuel. In reality, this was due to Tanthin's earlier prediction. According to Tanthin, the urban density in the Paulette Kingdom had become a key factor in the balloon's operation. Even though the balloon could fly, it couldn't reach the destination in the short 2-hour window. If no fuel could be provided, Tanthin wouldn't waste time on it. However, refueling itself took a considerable amount of time. By the time the team had finished preparing the fuel, it was already afternoon. At this pace, Tanthin's team could only complete 2 flights a day. Unfortunately, the balloon was subject to many uncertainties. On the first day, everything went smoothly, 2 flights, 2 landings. But on the second day, the weather suddenly changed and rain caused a delay, wasting quite a bit of time. By the third day, the hot air balloon descended into a forest, taking quite some time to land. Fortunately, the balloon's speed was fast enough, and even with some unexpected incidents on the way, Tanthin's group was getting closer to the front lines. On the final day, everyone landed and began packing things up. Tanthin urged everyone to move quickly, saying, "Let's get everything done faster. Now is not the time to rest. Everyone, stay focused." Once everything was done, the group set up camp, lit a fire, and rested on the spot. A cart passed by, and the driver asked, "Did anyone see angels earlier?" Both Kenti and Tanthin shared the same thought. That was fast, but fortunately, everything was already prepared, or we wouldn't be able to leave. Tanthin then apologized, saying they hadn't seen any angels. The driver, hearing this, wondered aloud, maybe they were mistaken. It turned out that some people had seen the hot air balloon earlier and asked each other what it was. One person had said, "It's an angel descending." Tanthin was speechless, thinking to himself, "The people in that village really followed us all the way here." The cart driver then said, "Could it have been a mistake? They want to check somewhere else." Kenti quickly asked Tanthin when they would depart. Although the place was not far from the border city, they still needed to go to nearby cities to find a cart to transport supplies into the city. Tanthin smiled and said, "Why search? There's a cart right in front of us. The people here came looking for the balloon. Surely, many have left when they couldn't find it. As long as we pay them fairly, we can hire one." This city had been built because of the war. The entire frontline army of the Holy Paulette Kingdom and all of its military support had been built with stone blocks, which even cannons had difficulty breaking. Tanthin's group managed to secure a cart, and it was now transporting supplies into the city. Tanthin sat in the cart and asked, "This city is very close to the front lines, right? And it's so prosperous. Aren't you worried about being affected by the war?" Kenti explained that from the city to the front lines, even by horseback, it would take 2 days and 2 nights. So there was no need to worry about the war affecting them. Moreover, as Kenti had previously mentioned, for most of the time, the 2 countries were in a state of ceasefire. This was why the city and the surrounding areas could safely develop. Ashbel added, "I heard that when this city was first built, it wasn't as large. It only expanded because of its special geographical location, attracting many trading guilds. It started to grow and has been developing for 100 years, finally reaching its current scale. The caravan was now lined up, waiting to enter the city. Suddenly, a cart sped through, and the soldiers on it shouted loudly, "Make way! Don't block the road!" Seeing the cart rush into the city, Tanthian remarked, "I really admire that. If I were a noble, that would be great. I wouldn't have to wait in line." Tanthian then asked Kenti, "What kind of title must someone have to receive such treatment?" He thought to himself that Kenti was also a noble but still had to line up. Clearly, they weren't qualified to rush into the city like that. Kenti explained, "At least a count of the kingdom. As for us, we'd better just wait in line." Inside, the soldiers were inspecting carts for registration before allowing them into the city. In the distance, Captain Roger was drinking and thinking that today was the last day. Just as he was about to take another sip, he suddenly froze and looked to the side. Two people were approaching, Viscount Dumbledore and Captain William. The Viscount asked Roger, "Why hasn't Kenti arrived yet?" "This is the mission the royal family assigned. If it's not completed on time, we'll investigate the responsibility. Don't blame me for being harsh." Roger said nothing, only slapped the arm holding the wine bottle, then looked at his hand and said, "It's strange, in this cold weather, there are still flies." Boo, irritated by Dumbledore, glanced at him, thinking, "Where are the flies coming from?" Roger added, "Its mouth is like it's looking at a pile of dung. Could it be that it smells foul?" At this moment, Dumbledore finally realized that Roger was insulting him. He was the fly, and he angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn Roger, so he's mocking me." He couldn't get angry. If he did, it would mean he admitted he was a fly, who also liked to eat dung. He quickly raised his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly, saying, "Roger, don't forget, this is a mission assigned by the royal family. If we can't deliver the goods on time, I hope you can bear the consequences." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "My lord, don't worry. Thanks to him, they've arrived now." This ends today's episode. Thank you, everyone, for watching.